Ah? The leader of the special police force was stunned. The color of his face changed. Why had he let his imaginations run wild? How many brain cells did he kill for this? He wished he could give himself 2 slaps across his own face. Why the hell did he have to say that? He was asking for it. Now all he had to go back with was a headache. After returning to Crescent Bay, Xiao Luo took a cold shower in the bathroom before going to lie down on the huge and soft bed in the bedroom. The corpse of his old classmate, Guantong, had already been turned in to the police. Although his heart felt really heavy, he had questions regarding the state he was in during the afternoon. At that moment, it was as if he had no control over his body and the only thought in his head was to kill. To kill everyone and not spare a single person. To kill every single living being there. And in that moment, he had gained a weird but tremendous amount of power. It felt like if he used all his strength, he would have been able to smash the entire Wild Wolf Mountain into pieces just by himself. System, what happened back there? Are my abilities coming back to bite me? Xiao Luo communicated with the system that was one with his body. Ding, this is the berserk state. It consumes some points to maximize the physical strength of the host, including, but not limited to, speed, power, internal force, sight, hearing, and many more. The icy voice of the system started speaking inside Xiao Luo's head. Berserk state? Xiao Luo furrowed his eyebrows, then looked at the number of points he had in his system. He still had 1.9 million points. He had 2.1 million points the last time he checked. But this amount was supposed to increase on a constant basis. Before the berserk state, he should have roughly 2.3 million points, or even more. This would mean that he had used up about 400,000 points just by entering berserk state. Why did the berserk state activate? Besides, why is it that I couldn't control my body at all when I was in the berserk state? Xiao Luo was most concerned about these 2 points. The system had activated the berserk state, which he had never heard of before, without his permission, and this was bothering him quite a bit. Ding, when the host's anger reaches 100%, the system will automatically activate the berserk state. In the berserk state, all the stats in the host's body will reach its maximum value, and the host will lose control of their body. The system replied. So, it's just like when one only knows how to drive a car, and you have that person drive a huge truck all of a sudden, that person won't be able to get used to it? Xiao Luo said. Ding, you can put it in that way as well. Can I switch off this berserk state? Xiao Luo hoped that he didn't unintentionally hurt someone if he lost control again. It was fine if that person was an enemy, but he would never forgive himself no matter what if he accidentally hurt someone he loved or a good friend. Ding, the berserk state is a hidden ability of the system. You can't switch it off. The host will have to better control their own emotions, because the berserk state will only activate when their anger reaches 100%. This way the host does not have to worry about anything else. The system tried to assure him. Xiao Luo sneered. It seems like the system that's self-proclaimed to be 100,000 years ahead of technology has its own negative side effect as well. After saying that, he switched off the interface window that allowed him to communicate with the system. He also turned the system into the Do Not Disturb mode, so that he didn't receive notifications about the points he had gathered from the system because it could get really annoying. Lying on his bed and looking at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, Xiao Luo was in a rather terrible mood. Though he might not have been very close friends with Guantong, but that was his university classmate, and he still treated him as a close classmate. Guantong's passing must have had a big impact on him, if not he wouldn't have lost control in the afternoon. Shanghai won't have any more MLM organizations, and I've already gotten rid of fog from behind the scenes. Guantong, you can rest in peace, Xiao Luo muttered to himself, sighing. Suli had become a lot busier recently. From the starting up of Liu Media, to choosing the office location, to recruiting talents and many more, she was in charge of everything. Besides that, she had accepted a role from a TV series, and was about to board the plane soon. She was really busy now. Su Xiaobei had been living at Silver Dragon Villa all this while. She was living with Su Li's mother and younger brother. She did come back once, because she really missed Xiao Luo. After spending an entire day with Xiao Luo, she then went back to Silver Dragon Villa. This was Su Li's intentions. Xiao Luo needed a career of his own and couldn't have his life revolve around a little kid. Since she was being taken care of by Su Caney and her mother, Xiao Luo was not too worried about that little girl. Lu Yiyao and Si Yuding, two of the staff under him from Huayao Group, sent him a voice message all of a sudden. They mentioned about how the new department head had flipped out again and talked about how he should just get lost if he didn't want to work anymore. He should stop taking up the position of a team leader if he was always not reporting for work. Where's the new department head from? Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows. Shen Qingyan had already given him special permission. Had this new department head not heard of it? The company recruited him from outside. His surname is Ma, his name is Ma Dequan. I heard he opened a headhunting company in the past, so his network is wide and is really capable. Since taking over, the sales department has been doing pretty well. Targets that used to take a month and a half to achieve can be achieved in just a month now. Because of that, CEO Shen has even written a special post in the company's forum praising his performance, Si Yuding said. Just because CEO Shen has praised him, he is raising his tail up high now. He basically has been using you as a negative example and won't stop mentioning you on a daily basis. He keeps saying that you're a typical example of a chicken that occupies a nest without laying any eggs, Lu Yiyao reported. Xiao Luo giggled. Does he not know that the reason I have so much freedom is because CEO Shen has already approved of it? I'm sure he knows, but the new boss has to crack the whip 3 times. Since there's nowhere else for him to burn, he's burning you instead, Si Yuding said. Xiao Luo was stunned, then laughed and said, all right then, I'll head over to the company in the afternoon. There was no other reason as to why he was going to the company, but to quit this job that had given him so much freedom. Firstly, it was because of Guantong. It was a sad place that would remind him of his classmate. Secondly, it was because he no longer saw any reason in continuing with the job. He had already given in to Su Li once, but he was not going to keep giving in to her for the rest of his life and make himself feel miserable. Yay, team leader! We haven't seen you in such a long time, we've missed you so much, Si Yuding said while laughing. That's right, that's right. Our team leader is so handsome, and so sophisticated. Even if I had to be your mistress, and serve you every single day, I'd do it willingly, Lu Yiyao said in a seductive tone. Xiao Luo cut them off in one sentence. Alright, you girls are like female hooligans when you speak, but are actually good girls in real life. The 2 women were surprised and kept quiet. They could only chuckle a little over the phone. Because of the nature of their job, they had developed an occupational disease, and that was to subconsciously try to get close with other people. The methods they used were ambiguous. Everyone in the office saw them as a loose and fickle person and had most probably slept with multiple clients. Xiao Luo was the only one who understood them and could tell who they really were as a person. Team leader, do you know that we're really touched now? If you're right in front of me now, I'll hug you no matter what, Lu Yiyao said. Si Yuding also said, team leader, it'd have been great if you weren't already married. I'll go after you, and pester you so much so that you'll fall for me. Xiao Luo had nothing to say. Right, team leader, I heard something happened to Guantong. Lu Yiyao became serious all of a sudden. The death notice was sent to our company. Just what in the world happened? Why did he die all of a sudden? Xiao Luo couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, I have no idea what exactly happened either. TN, Berserk State equals lit. Berserk State. I thought Berserker sounded cooler. In the afternoon, Xiao Luo walked into Huayao Corporation. Xiao Luo's arrival caused quite a stir in the sales department. When they saw Xiao Luo again, the hearts of Team 2 members still pounded with fear. The incident of Xiao Luo beating up Su Lu was still vivid in their minds, that it seemed to have only happened yesterday. Yet, they were in awe of Xiao Luo from the bottom of their hearts. To be exact, they both respected and feared him since he was the genius who succeeded in procuring the large order from the city's maternity and child healthcare hospital. Team leader, you are finally here. Si Yuding and Lu Yiyao welcomed him back, lashing him cheerful and excited smiles. Because of Xiao Luo's successes, they gained a higher status in the sales department, which helped them immensely as they were no longer treated as nobodies and were not pushed around by the members of the other two teams. Xiao Luo returned their greeting with a slight nod of the head and then sat down in his seat. When Si Yuding and Lu Yiyao saw Xiao Luo at the computer, they initially thought that he was about to play the Minesweeper game as usual. But soon, they found him log into the company's staff management system and submit his resignation without any break. Team leader, are you going to resign? Si Yuding could scarcely believe her eyes. Her voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of the whole office. Soon after, the news of his resignation quickly got around. Every one of them was whispering to each other, discussing in a low voice. How come, team leader? Why do you need to resign? Are you abandoning us? Lu Yiyao said. She could not understand, as well. Although Xiao Luo spent little at the office, they still depended on him. In their mind, they already regarded Xiao Luo as their backbone. Xiao Luo stood up and smiled. It was never my intention to come and work here, and it's time to leave. He patted Si Yuding's shoulder and said, You guys are all excellent, and I'm sure you can do a brilliant job, even if I'm not here, he said. We can't let you go, team leader. Totally agreed. Please don't leave. Keep leading us. We'll always be with you. Women are sensitive creatures. Si Yuding and Lu Yiyao's eyes became red, and they were very upset about Xiao Luo leaving. Xiao Luo smiled gently. All good things must come to an end. Do not be too persistent, just let it go, he said. Although Si Yuding and Lu Yiyao were awfully reluctant, they did not continue to convince him to stay. Everyone has their own career plans, so they had no right to interfere with Xiao Luo's choice. Since Xiao Luo had made up his mind, the best that they could do was to bless him silently in their hearts. Team leader. Each of them then gave Xiao Luo a hug. Continue to work hard, and if you want to jump ship for a new place to develop, you can think about Luo Workshop. Xiao Luo advertised his company in passing. Luo Workshop in Shanghai City needed all talents at present, and he absolutely recognized Si Yuding and Lu Yiyao's abilities. Got it. But it was a pity that the two women were so upset with his leaving the company that they failed to catch the meaning of Xiao Luo's words, but just agreed for the sake of it. At this time, a stuffy-looking man walked over here from the office area of Team 2 and stretched out his hand towards Xiao Luo. Nice to meet you, Team Leader Xiao. I am the current team leader of Team 2. My name is Yi Junming, he said. Xiao Luo said, I will be leaving the company soon, so there's no need for you to build a relationship with me. Not really. I've already heard the stories of team leader Xiao. You successfully closed an order from a Dubai princess when you just started work, instantly contributing to Huayao Corporation's aim to break into new markets in UAE. And, we were given a level playing field to compete with Renha Medicines. And just recently, you helped the company win a $170 million order from the city's maternity and child healthcare hospital, which was snatched from the jaws of Renha Medicines as well. Yi Junming said, I respect you, and even admire you. Although you are going to leave Huayao Corporation, you will always be the legend that stays in the hearts of all of us. TSK, such a bootlicker. Xiao Luo sneered at his words. Yi Junming even made use of the word legend in his effort to flatter. Xiao Luo found it challenging to respond sincerely, but did so with a hint of impatience in his tone. Well, he said. But he was not the insolent man that would refuse to shake hands with someone who had stretched his hand out, so he shook hands with Yi Junming briefly and quickly turned his eyes away. Xiao Luo changed the subject passingly and asked Si Yuding, "Where is your new manager?" The approval process of resignation was required to be passed step by step, and the first step was Ma Dequan. "I think he's in a meeting," Si Yuding replied. "Don't be so impatient, team leader. Just stay here with us a bit longer," Lu Yao muttered, pursing lips. There was no need for Xiao Luo to be in such a hurry as he still wanted to explain to Shen Qingyan himself. "Xiao Luo." A voice tinged with discontent filtered into Xiao Luo's ear. As soon as Xiao Luo turned his head, he saw the pretty face of Ling Fei, the leader of Team 1. But, as usual, she was her stiff self. He smiled and said, "What's the matter, Team Leader Ling?" Ling Fei asked, "Why are you leaving?" "Just want to leave." "Does it require any reason?" Xiao Luo quipped, teasing her with a smile. "Do you know how hard I've worked this month? I am totally confident I can win back first place, but now you say that you are going to leave," Ling Fei complained, gritting her teeth and looking irked. Xiao Luo was amused, and remembering a quote from a Stephen Chow film, he said, "That's too much trouble. I can just hand you my number 1 since being the first is so worthless and boring for me." Li Fei gazed at him disdainful for a while and said, "I never thought that you could be such a pretentious d*ck. After she said that, she turned away from him. "Pretentious d*ck? It. Xiao Luo was quite shocked, and he had a good mind to question Ling Fei how she could say such a vulgar word. Soon, a paunchy, balding middle-aged man in a suit came back to the sales department. As soon as he stepped into the manager's office, he caught a glimpse of someone in the seat of the Team 3 leader playing the Minesweeper game, and it made him angry. He shouted, "Hey, you over there, who gave you permission to play games in the office?" After he shouted, Ma Dequan walked briskly toward the offender. Hearing the voice, Xiao Luo turned around. When he saw the paunchy, middle-aged man, he asked Si Yuding, who was seated next to him, "Is he your new manager, Ma Dequan, right?" Si Yuding nodded and replied, "Yes." Xiao Luo stood up and smiled at Ma Dequan. "Nice to meet you, Minister Ma," he said. "Shut up. I'm asking you who permitted you to play games in the office? Does the company pay you a high salary every month only to come here and play games? Stop making any excuse. Just give me a 5,000-word in-depth review today. If you can't finish, get out of here right now." Ma Dequan shouted angrily. Since he had had no opportunity to crack the whip, he's always felt the lack of respect from the sales department. Now that he happened to find someone he could make an example of, he would certainly grab the opportunity. "Manager Ma." Xiao Luo was trying to explain and state his purpose for coming to the office today, but he was cut off by Ma Dequan again. "Cut the cackle. Do not attempt to flatter me. That's the rule of the company. No rules, no standards. You must write an in-depth review," he yelled. "Don't even try to dismiss it as a minor distraction, even if you have powerful connections. Playing games during work hours is absolutely not allowed," Ma Dequan snapped. Bang. Xiao Luo punched Ma Dequan in the abdomen. Ma Dequan was in so much pain that his eyes were about to pop out. He held on to his abdomen and retreated 2 steps backwards. This kind of pain felt as if there was an electric drill drilling right into his abdomen and stirring all his intestines together. He made a dull, painful shriek coming from his throat and his face was distorted. The veins on his forehead were showing. Looking at Xiao Luo in pain, you. Everyone in the sales department stood still in shock. You, can you listen to what I have to say first?" Xiao Luo was rather unhappy. He had no choice but to beat him up since he had not allowed him to finish his sentence. Ma Dequan could barely hold in the pain, but no one in the sales department came to help him. This made him feel extremely embarrassed, because this only went to show that he wasn't really that popular at all. I came to hand in my resignation letter. Can you please approve it? Xiao Luo said in a rather polite tone. You came to hand in your resignation letter? What's your name? Ma Dequan asked. The pain in his abdomen was subsiding, and he could still talk for a bit if he really tried his best. Xiao Luo said softly, Xiao Luo. You are the leader of Group 3, Xiao Luo? Ma Dequan was surprised. Yes. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows. Was there any problem with that? Ever since I've entered this company and became the department head of the sales department, I've never once seen you come to the company at all. Now that you're here and you're handing in your resignation letter, do you think your family opens this company that you can come and go as you wish? Ma Dequan said, slamming his hands on the table. Xiao Luo explained, I already had CEO Shen's permission. If you have any other issues with it, you can go to her. CEO Shen is so busy, there's no way she has time to deal with small little things like this. Ma Dequan laughed coldly, in the sales department, I'm the boss here, and you will need my approval if you're not reporting for work. If you don't have my approval, then that means you were absent for work. He tried to establish his power. Besides, all this while he had been using Xiao Luo as a negative example to prevent the other staff from doing the things that he had done. If he didn't even have the guts to say anything now, then how was he going to be in charge of the sales department from now on? How was he going to remain as the department head? Department head Ma, what are you trying to do? Xiao Luo was starting to become more and more impatient. He was trying his best to do things the way that Huayao Group usually did and follow the rules and regulations, only because of Shen Qingyan. Otherwise, he would have already left without saying a single thing. Everyone in the sales department was looking towards them and was praying for Ma Dequan's safety. In this company, you could mess around with anyone, but you couldn't mess around with Xiao Luo since he was a guy that could make one's soul tremble in fear when he was angry. The team leader of Group 2, Yi Junming, walked over at this moment, smiled and said, Department Head Ma, since Team Leader Xiao wants to resign, I'm sure he has better offers from somewhere else. As his colleagues and superior, let's not stop him, and just directly approve his resignation. He kept on signaling Ma Dequan, hinting for him to not mess around with this evil spirit. Ma Dequan didn't get the hint, nor did he want to either. If he didn't give Xiao Luo a good scolding, his face would be all over the floor. Yi Junming, you don't have to worry about what's going on here, just go back and do your work. Ma Dequan said, and looked at Xiao Luo once again, Xiao Luo, you can leave if you want. But first, you'll have to write a deep review reviewing the action of you playing games in the office while you were still in the company. Playing games in the office is not allowed. Secondly, you were absent for work. According to the rules and regulations of the company, you'll have to pay back twice the amount you earn on a daily basis for the company's losses. Later, I will have the finance department calculate the amount that you'll have to pay. Thirdly, you beat me up earlier on. This is a serious case of office violence. You'll have to sincerely apologize to me in front of everyone here in the sales department. After listening to all that, Xiao Luo couldn't help but laugh. Department Head Ma, you're a really interesting person indeed. Forget it, I have nothing else to say to you, I'll just talk to CEO Shen directly by myself. After saying that, he walked past him and prepared to exit the sales department. He took out his handphone at the same time, and dialed Shen Qingyan's number, about to tell her that he's already resigned. But in just a couple of steps, Ma Dequan grabbed onto his shoulders. Xiao Luo, who do you think you are? Even state officials will have to report to work on a daily basis. Do you think you're bigger than state officials? How dare you ignore me, Ma Dequan? Do you believe that I'll have the legal department sue you now and take you to court? Ma Dequan shouted at him viciously. You better take your hands off my shoulder now. Xiao Luo said coldly. He didn't want to create any trouble, but Ma Dequan was forcing him to, and at this point he was about to run out of patience. Yi Junming gasped. He knew that Xiao Luo was angry now. He smiled and walked over. Department head Ma, listen to me, be good, take your hands off. Listen to him? Be good? F*CK, who was the department head now? Why are you trying to be a peacemaker here? Roll back to your seat now. Ma Dequan was furious, and then he shouted at Xiao Luo, you can leave if you want, but finish the 3 things that I've listed, and I'll allow you to leave. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving the sales department. Xiao Luo could no longer bother talking to him. He lifted his leg and kicked him in the chest. Like a tiger that was just released from its cage, like a dragon that just emerged from the sea. Bang! Ma Dequan flew backwards instantly like a broken kite. On his way, he knocked into countless of office papers, and then fell onto the passageway that was about 3 to 4 meters away. The pain was unbearable. The internal organs inside his chest felt as if they were being squashed together. It felt so uncomfortable that he vomited. Everyone in the sales department was shocked to see this outcome, and then continued doing work as if nothing had happened afterwards. They tidied up all the documents on the floor, but no one went forward to lift Ma Dequan up. 3 seconds of silence for department head Ma. Buzzing around our team leader like a fly, are you not asking for trouble? Si Yuding and Lu Yiyao patted their heads, and sighed helplessly. At this moment, Xiao Luo received a phone call from Shen Qingyan. Xiao Luo took his eyes off of Ma Dequan, turned around and walked out. CEO Shen, this is Xiao Luo. Ma Dequan could barely hold in the pain and kept on groaning in pain while lying on the floor. He was about to cry and with a sobbing tone, said, call the police, I want to call the police and have him arrested, I want him to go to jail. What, you want to resign? Shen Qingyan couldn't quite understand Xiao Luo's request. I've already met all your requests, and have given you enough freedom, is that not enough? She could tell that Xiao Luo was talented and had to win him over. Having a talented individual like him in the company was like having a large amount of money. It's not that it's not enough, but I'm tired already, Xiao Luo said. Having a position here constantly reminded him of Guantong. He didn't want to live in Guantong's shadow forever, so he had to leave. You're really willful indeed. I can agree to you resigning, but have you already thought of what to say to Li? Shen Qingyan asked. I don't need anyone to plan my life for me, Xiao Luo said softly, implying that there was no need for him to explain to Su Li. Sure, I'll tell Li now, and I shall see if you can still be as bold as you are now. Shen Qingyan put down the phone angrily, then called Su Li, who was currently filming a TV series in another place, to tell her about Xiao Luo. Su Li was quiet for a bit before saying, let him be. He has already proven his abilities there. There is really no need for him to stay there anymore. Shen Qingyan said. Mr. Mia, congratulations on completing the mission of eliminating the MLM organization. Our 2 directors are already processing the reward for you. As Xiao Luo walked out of Huayao Group, he saw a woman alight from a black car. As she stepped toward him, 2 buff-looking men were right behind her, and they looked like the type no one should be messing around with. That woman had an elegant-looking bob hairstyle. Other than the fact that the distance between her eyes was slightly wider than an ordinary person, her facial features were beautiful. But it didn't take anything away from her beauty. In fact, it gave her a much more unique charm. Xiao Luo looked at her and was slightly suspicious. Who are you? He asked. His voice was neither too friendly nor too stern. My codename is Rose. I am the new liaison officer assigned to you by headquarters, the woman said, nodding stiffly. New liaison? Xiao Luo looked at her doubtfully and asked, then, what about Ms. G? I think you're referring to Nightbird, Mr. Mia. She has requested to be transferred out of headquarters and is looking to relocate to another branch instead. By now, she is most probably at the airport waiting to get on board her flight, Rose said. What? Seeing requested for a transfer? Xiao Luo was shocked. He had been preparing to have a good talk with Ji Seeing, and the last thing he had expected was for this woman to consider leaving. Was she doing this on purpose so that she would not see him again? Suddenly, Xiao Luo felt really anxious. He felt like someone who had just lost someone really important to him. Which airport is she at? New District Airport, Rose answered. Xiao Luo started to walk toward his car, quickly without saying another word. He had to make Ji Seeing stay no matter what it took. There was no reason for her to do this. He had a hunch about why she decided to go, and he immediately decided that, even if he had to use force, he planned to keep her by his side at all costs. Rose stared at Xiao Luo coyly as he walked away. Mr. Mia, are you going to go look for her? She called after him. It's nothing that concerns you. Just go back and report on your task, Xiao Luo retorted. He could not be bothered to answer her question. Huh? I can't just do that. The look on Rose's face turned cold. Instantly, the two men who were with her blocked Xiao Luo's path, and they resembled two massive walls in front of him. Xiao Luo turned his head and glared hard at Rose. What is the meaning of this? He said. According to the information I have, Mr. Mia, you are an S-level agent. You're at the top of the pyramid in NSA, and there are only 3 S-level warriors, you, King Kong, and Drug Lady. The 3 of you are like priceless treasures to NSA, but don't forget this as well, you belong to the NSA, and you are a member of the NSA. This means that you have to adhere to the arrangements and orders from the NSA. This is the basic rule, and you will have to follow them, Rose said. The smile on her face was gone, and her tone was no longer as friendly as it had been earlier on. I'm guessing you're new here, Xiao Luo said. Then he made himself clear and warned her, there are no agents from the NSA headquarters that have the guts to speak to me in this matter. Rose glared at him with her hands on her hips. It is true that I was transferred here from the Zongnanhai branch not too long ago. But forget you, even Gu Zhonghua has got to show me some face when talking to me as well, she riposted. Xiao Luo blinked his eyes once and said, did you purposely come here just to challenge me? I won't say challenge, but you're indeed interesting, in a crazy way. To kill a commander from the military as you did, I'm just really curious to know what kind of person you are, Rose said, staring at Xiao Luo with venom in her eyes. You're one of the members of the Bai family from the capital, aren't you? Xiao Luo could kind of tell the woman's identity was right away. Rose raised her head proudly. You have rather good eyes, I'm indeed from the Bai family. But don't worry, Zhui Yuza knew what the laws were and chose to break them, she said, killing him is the punishment that he deserves. I won't take revenge for him, but if you don't follow the orders given by the NSA, then I will have the right to make life really hard for you, do you understand? She walked toward the 2 men and then smiled as she stood behind them. Let me introduce the 2 of them to you, they are from the Central Guards Regiment, and they are in charge of the personal safety of the important leaders of our country, she said. In terms of strength, I'd say they are pretty much at the level of US-level agents, so let me warn you to be obedient and listen. Don't look for trouble. No matter how strong you are, you're still at the level of a dog, and like a dog, you should just listen to your orders. Otherwise, be prepared to get beaten up. Xiao Luo laughed mockingly and said, aren't you afraid that I might just kill you here? Rose's body trembled a little. When she stared into Xiao Luo's eyes, she could feel an overwhelming sense of danger. Are you threatening me right now? All right, we'll do it your way then, she hissed, raising her right hand to the 2 men, give this guy a good beating. The 2 buff men were ready to act, and as soon as they received the order, they moved in like 2 evil beasts, releasing all the strength they'd been suppressing. Bam! One of them leaped up and executed a kick aimed right at Xiao Luo's chest. His attack was as ferocious as a tiger and as fast as the wind. Xiao Luo reacted instinctively with a well-controlled counter kick, and the sole of his feet met viciously with the incoming kick. The impact threw the man a few meters back. He knelt down on one knee and had a murderous look on his face. By this time, the other man's attack was about to land. It was not as fancy, and appeared to be a straightforward punch, but it came at Xiao Luo like an iron fist filled with immense power. It was delivered with such force that it seemed to roar like a gale wind. Xiao Luo had the time to smile, and he instantly matched it with a strike of his fist. Pow! The two fists met with immense power and resulted in a storm that sent waves of energy blasting outward. Dust swirled around them, and the ground beneath their feet cracked. The force threw Rose off her balance, and she was thrown back. But the other man reacted quickly and grabbed her before she fell to the ground. Pow! Bam! Bam! The buff man who challenged Xiao Luo with his fist staggered at least 10 steps backward before he could steady himself. Xiao Luo merely stomped his right foot to arrest his slide caused by the immense force and immediately stopped. It was a display of his skill and power. The two men from the Central Guards regiment glared at Xiao Luo. Underneath their scowls, they had a slightly worried look on their faces. "Don't you dare to block my path, or die!" Xiao Luo roared. He then leaped forward with immense power surging through his body. Not only was Rose shaking in fear, but even the two buff men couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. They were stunned and couldn't tell if what they saw was an illusion. They could only sense that Xiao Luo was like a wild beast that had just woken up from a deep slumber. "For not following your orders, I have the right to strike first. Since your codename is Mia-1, then I shall extinguish you for good," Rose yelled as she regained her senses. She had nothing to fear as she had the two men from the Central Guards regiment as her bodyguards. "Ha ha, ha ha." Xiao Luo laughed hysterically. He looked insane, and in the next second, energy erupted from his body in a tremendous wave. Leaping forward 4 to 5 steps, Xiao Luo stomped both of his feet into the ground, sending him flying in a high arch in the direction of Rose. He sent his right fist cutting through the air, directly at the ignorant woman beneath him. Xiao Luo struck at the speed of light, from 3 meters high. At the point when he unleashed his power, it was terrifying. Rose cowered in fear, and her expression changed immediately as she unconsciously took a step back. Xiao Luo's madness and strength far exceeded her expectations. But the two men were not to be outdone. They put their fears aside and dashed toward Rose as if they had teleported. They clenched their right fists and launched it upward. Boom! The tremendous force of the collision blasted through the air as the fists of the three fighters collided. The immense power surged through the two men and the ground where they stood collapsed instantly, creating two big cavities roughly 4 meters in diameters. They looked like two big iron pots embedded into a deep crack in the ground. Overwhelming power was expended in that instant of intense fighting action. The two buff men were thrown tumbling back, sailing in the air as if they had been smashed by a train. Xiao Luo was thrown back as well, but none of the three fell to the ground. They twisted their bodies in the air and landed with their feet. They steadied themselves from the force of the landing with a spring-like action. Footnote 1. Mia, Xiao Luo's codename, meaning extinguish. What the F***ck, are they filming a movie or something over there? Look. That guy actually jumped like 3 meters in the air. And it's not like there are any wires tied to him, just how is it possible? Is this some kind of street magic? Outside the Huayao Group building's main entrance, the street was filled with throngs of people milling around. More and more of them began to pay attention to the spectacular sight of Xiao Luo fighting the two buff men. It was like watching a live-action movie. Some of them immediately took out their phones to record the fight and promptly sent it to their friends. Xiao Luo was crouched on the ground like a four-legged beast, with his fierce eyes locked on his two adversaries. A great sense of dread and evil permeated the space around them. The two buffed-up men no longer had the self-assured and confident demeanor they flaunted earlier, as Xiao Luo's strength had far exceeded their expectations. In their heads, they had always believed that no matter how strong NSA's S-level agents were, the Central Guards Regiment fighters were comparable to them in every regard. Besides, there were two of them dealing with Xiao Luo alone. No matter how they looked at it before this, they were confident of taking him down, but they could no longer predict right now. They had misjudged his strength, for the guy in front of them was as strong as a wild beast. "Mr. Mia, how we about call this fight off? The crowd is growing and we wouldn't want to cause too much of a scene, right?" One of the buffed-up men opened his mouth to suggest. Their superior, the lady from the Bai family, had obviously requested their transfer over to NSA to deal with the Zhuiyuza incident. Their hearts reflected that intention like a mirror. They had come here to take revenge, to deal with some guy with the codename Mia, but their initial assessment of their opponent's strength was flawed, and it now dawned on them how difficult it would be for them to gain an advantage if they continued the fight. Therefore, they decided to think things through first. "Number 6, what kind of rubbish are you saying? Hurry up and get rid of this B***starred now," Rose shrieked. This was the perfect opportunity for them to get rid of Xiao Luo, and there was no way she was going to let this slip away. Had they gone mad, she thought, fuming. "Miss." The guy who received the designation number 6 from the Central Guards Regiment furrowed his eyebrows and discreetly shook his head. He was gesturing to Rose to stay calm and not make any rash decisions. Rose checked herself when she got the hint, and she only looked into number 6's eyes and didn't say anything else. "Mr. Mia, what do you think of my suggestion earlier on?" Number 6 said, turning his head and smiling as he looked at Xiao Luo. "I don't like that idea," Xiao Luo replied coldly. In the next instant, he unleashed a terrifying amount of power through his body and blasted forward like a rocket. He bounded forward fast like a roaring tsunami, leaving a ghost-like afterimage trailing behind him. This scene was simply too shocking to all who saw it. God, what kind of speed is this? Is this guy even a human? Oh my God. Is this the kung fu that they always talk about? It's way too scary. All the people who were gawking at the unfolding fight scene stood in stunned silence. The image of Xiao Luo that they all saw was a phantom flashing around like black lightning. He was so fast that not even their eyes or their cameras could catch up with him, and it was virtually impossible for them to even record the fight. Rose's pupil instantly dilated, and she now suddenly sensed that she was the target of a bloodthirsty and evil beast. She felt just like a frog being hunted down by a venomous snake and was overwhelmed with the feeling of surrounded by danger at that very moment. She started breaking into a cold sweat all of a sudden. Not good. Xiao Luo's eyes suddenly switched over to their superior. Rose was the prime target now, and the two men from the Central Guards Regiment were unprepared for this and left stunned. They quickly threw themselves in front of Rose in an attempt to shield her from harm. "I don't care if you're from the Bai family or from the Li family, all of you better get out of my sight." He closed the distance of roughly 7 or 8 meters in just the blink of an eye. The grim look on Xiao Luo's face was a hideous sight, and a shout reverberated across the ground. He planted his left foot firmly as he almost lost his balance in his wild rush to reach her and fell forward. But he had the presence of mind to make use of the momentum he had, and swiveling his entire body on his right leg as an axis, he snapped his left foot across like a hurricane. Xiao Luo's speed added to his already incredible power, and one could only imagine the amount of force behind his kick. It was devastating and very unstoppable. The two men were shocked. They hurriedly crossed their arms in front of their chest, protecting the lady from the Bai family behind them. Although they could sense the terrifying power behind Xiao Luo's kick, there was nothing they could do to avoid it, and could only clench their teeth as they took the blow. They had practiced long the art of hardening their bodies through qigong and believed they were up for it. They could even place their arms on the ground and allow a military jeep to run over them without sustaining any damage. What's more, there were two of them, and they were convinced that they were able to withstand Xiao Luo's attack. But as Xiao Luo's foot smashed into their arms, they suddenly realized how much they had overestimated his power. It was laughable. Boom! At the moment of contact, the sickening sound of the impact thundered through the air. The fearsome power roared like an evil beast and exploded in raging waves, blasting across their surroundings. The two men from the Central Guards Regiment could suddenly feel intense pain coming from their arms. They heard a crisp crunching sound like popcorn and immediately knew that it was the sound of the bones in their arms cracking. It was like shattering glass, except it was happening beneath their skin and flesh. Arg! The two of them screamed in pain as thick blood spurted out from their mouths, and both of their bodies were viciously thrown backward. Their bodies smashed into Rose, who was right behind them, and the three entangled bodies were carried back like a racing car out of control and came to a stop about 7 or 8 meters away. All three of them sustained broken bones and injuries all over their bodies. Blood was everywhere, for their injuries were severe, especially for the two men from the Central Guards Regiment. Looking at their arms, it was no longer possible to tell the difference between flesh and blood. Blood was all over the place, and the broken bones from within were slightly visible. The crowd watching them gasped, and you could sense chills going down from the top of their skull all the way to their feet. Their entire body was icy cold, their eyes were wide opened, and they were staring at this scene with an unbelievable look in their eyes. Some of them held their breaths, some couldn't even breathe properly, others stared with their eyes and mouth wide open, while some had their faces turning red. All sorts of different expressions could be seen plastered over all their faces, which clearly expressed the kind of shock they had deep within. Some of their hands were trembling, and they even dropped the phones they were holding. Rose was lying on the ground. Traces of blood could be seen from the corner of her mouth. Although she didn't receive the full impact from Xiao Luo's attack, the force was still powerful enough, and there was no way a woman like her would have withstood that. At that moment, all she could feel was her internal organs churning around with unspeakable pain, and the horror could not be described. There was no way she could have imagined that Xiao Luo's strength would be so powerful. He was able to defeat two able fighters from the Central Guards Regiment with just one decisive kick. Xiao Luo looked at the crowd milling in the distance with an indifferent look. It was a fair distance away, and although they managed to record the entire fight, he was sure that they did not manage to clearly record his face since they were rather far away. Even if they viraled it online, he wouldn't be in much trouble, Xiao Luo thought. Then, he glared coldly at Rose once again. You, and the Bai family behind you, better learn to be a little bit more honest, otherwise, I will not hesitate to take action against the Bai family. He spoke his mind without any fear or remorse and then stormed toward his Trumpchi car. He opened the door, got into the driver's seat, and sped off in an impressive drift. Since he had already lost some time here, he had to get to the new district airport at the fastest speed possible. Trembled in fear, Rose opened her eyes and looked at the Trumpchi, screeching away with shock in her eyes. She had lost control of her body and was shivering pitifully. Had she known that Xiao Luo would be this formidable, she would never have triggered the wild beast in him under any circumstances. It was the first time that had she felt this close to dying. All right, I got it. In an office room at NSA headquarters, Gu Zhanghua had just finished a conversation on the phone. He raised his head and looked at Dongfang Zhuyu, who was standing right across him without showing any emotions, and said, "The little girl from the Bai family has been badly injured thanks to Mia. Even the two guys from the Central Guards Regiment who were with her are severely injured as well." Both of their arms are broken. That can't be true. What kind of situation do we have here? The people from the Central Guards Regiment are as strong as the S-level agents in the NSA, yet the two of them were defeated by Mia alone? Dongfang Zhuyu exclaimed, expressing his doubts. Gu Zhanghua nodded his head. There's no mistaking it. This news is coming from our agents on the ground, he said, then sighed. I've already warned the Bai family not to take matters into their own hands, but they failed to control themselves. To think that they sent that little girl and two of the people from the Central Guards Regiment to deal with Mia. They're clearly overestimating themselves. I thought they should have known how to hold back and stop creating more trouble by now. If the Bai family do not withdraw their swords, the Dongfang family will teach them a good lesson. Dongfang Zhuyu clenched his fist tightly in a fury. But come to think of it, Mia sure is surprising us time and again. Taking down two of the guys from the Central Guards Regiment all by himself, this kind of combat prowess coming from him is not just strong, it's simply disgusting, horrifying. And compared to before, it seems like his strength has increased by more than just one grade, he exclaimed. That's true. He has so much potential, sometimes I even wonder if he's really just a normal human being, Gu Zhanghua said with a sigh. He was really somewhat surprised at the superhuman feats that Xiao Luo was capable of. I'm guessing that you probably had two objectives, by allowing that little girl to do what she wanted and find trouble with Mia. The first was to teach the Bai family a good lesson, or perhaps I should say, give them a good warning? The Bai family might have a strong influence, but it's not like NSA is anywhere beneath them either. We can't allow them to look down on us. And, secondly, to knock some sense into Mia. Since the way he handles things is just way too casual, killing people anytime he wants, his actions and behavior are against the laws of the country, Dongfang Zhuyu said. Gu Zhanghua smiled. He lifted his teacup and drank a bit of hot tea. Looks like nothing can escape the eyes of this old brat, he remarked. Dongfang Zhuyu had a cunning smile on his face. It's not like it's the first day I'm meeting you. I can instantly tell what you're thinking and what your intentions are, he said. Haha, I've got to hand it to you, my friend. Gu Zhanghua put his teacup down and walked to the balcony. He looked at the view just outside of NSA and looked a little worried. Mia is a double-edged sword. He will be an asset to the country and its citizens if used well, but if not, his power alone is enough to destroy many things. I've met countless people, and there are not many people that I cannot read and understand, but he is not one of them. I always have the feeling he's hiding some secret from me. That's why I decided to give Nightbird a secret mission, and that was to covertly find out what secret Mia was hiding from us. But it's a shame that she's failed to find out anything till now, and it seems like that little girl even fell in love with Mia. She's even throwing tantrums now and mentioned transferring out of headquarters because Mia failed to give her a proper answer. These young people these days sure allow their emotions to overwhelm them, Dongfang Zhuyu said, shaking his head in resignation. Gu Zhanghua gave him a sardonic look and said, how dare you mention about others? You were just like them when you were young as well. You were so desperate when Xiaoqian rejected you that you ran all the way up to the rooftop and threatened to jump off the building, don't you remember? Cough, cough, stop it, stop it. Stop talking about the things I did when I was young. Dongfang Zhuiyu's face turned red instantly. I'm going to be really angry if you keep talking about these things again and again, he warned. Gu Zhanghua raised his eyebrows and laughed a little. He then looked out the window once more and furrowed his eyebrows again. Xiao Luo drove past dozens of red lights as he rushed his way to the new district airport as fast as he possibly could. He was still getting a signal from Ji Xiying's phone, which meant that she had yet to board the plane. Then she suddenly answered. Where are you? Xiao Luo asked as he walked briskly toward the departure hall. His tone told her he wasn't going to allow anyone to disobey him. Ji Xing kept silent for a while before she said, Mr. Xiao Luo, I'll be leaving soon. You better get along well with the new liaison. I'm sure the headquarters will arrange and send a really outstanding person for you. Where are you? Xiao Luo interrupted her, and his tone became sterner. At the same time, he scanned the entire departure hall of Terminal 1 but couldn't catch sight of Ji Xing at all. He then rushed towards the other departure hall. With a trace of sadness and pain, Ji Xing said, Mr. Xiao Luo, stop asking me where I am, alright? I won't tell you anything. The reason why I picked up this phone was to say goodbye to you. Spending time with you throughout this entire period has been one of the happiest moments in my life, but now, it's time for me to leave. I wish you all the best, and may you be blessed in all your endeavors, Mr. Xiao Luo. Then, without giving Xiao Luo the chance to respond, she immediately put down the phone. Xiao Luo lost it and nearly smashed his phone on the ground. He tried calling her again, but she had already switched off her phone. Xiao Luo was in a desperate hurry, and the rubbish bin in front of him took the brunt of his fury. He kicked it so hard that he left a dent in it, and trash was strewn all over, causing a mini commotion. Some of the airport staff noticed the situation and kept their eyes on Xiao Luo. As he arrived at the departure hall of Terminal 3, Xiao Luo finally saw Ji Xing. Her black hair was tied in a neat ponytail, and she was dressed in a black-colored deep-necked tunic top. She paired it with a rose-patterned skirt and a pair of black high-heel leather boots. Her makeup and the sunglasses that she had on made her look gorgeous and chic. She had a tall and slender figure, and she naturally attracted much attention from guys around her. Ji Xing was about to pass the security checkpoint, but at that moment, a hand grabbed onto her. She turned around and was greeted by the stern face of the man she had been trying to avoid. She was so shocked that she could only gape at him. Mr. Xiao Luo? Come with me. Xiao Luo didn't give her a chance to decline. He grabbed her and pulled her back toward the departure hall. Mr. Xiao Luo, what are you doing? Let go of me, please let go of me. Ji Xing cried. She was exasperated. Being nowhere near as strong as he was, she couldn't stop him from dragging her out. Xiao Luo kept on looking ahead and simply ignored her. All he cared about was making sure she could not leave and bringing her back with him. Mr. Xiao Luo, let go now. Ji Xing was suddenly a little bit afraid because she didn't know what Xiao Luo intended to do. So, she did what most girls would do in a situation like this, bite. She opened her mouth and sank her teeth into Xiao Luo's wrist in an attempt to make him let go of her. Despite biting down hard, Xiao Luo did not let go of her hands, but he did stop walking. When he stopped, she lifted her head, and all she could see was Xiao Luo's impassive face. He just stared at her without saying a word. I beg you, can you please let go of me? Ji Xing was flustered, and despite her distress, nothing could take away her grace and elegance. My liaison can only be you. Xiao Luo was adamant and said, whatever your reasons are, if you really want to leave my side, you can do so in your next life. After saying that, he once again dragged Ji Xing away and did not allow her to struggle or resist. Ji Xing was shocked, and what Xiao Luo had just said played on her mind. She thought, just what in the world was he saying? Not allowing her to leave his side? Was this a confession? No, how could this be? He was already married to Suli and was someone else's husband. How could she be with him? Frustrated, Ji Xing shrieked, just what do you want from me? Xiao Luo did not turn his head around. I don't want anything, he said. You're being unreasonable. Well, I'm an unreasonable person to begin with. Surely, this the first day you are meeting me? Let go of me. No. My luggage and ID, they're still over there. Forget those, and just make new ones. How can you do this? Ji Xing was about to cry at that point. But Xiao Luo did not care and continued dragging her along with him. "Sir, please show us your ID card." Xiao Luo was stopped by 3 members of the airport staff, who were also the security personnel responsible for the airport's safety. They already had their eyes on him when he kicked the rubbish bin, and now that he was dragging around a female passenger who was about to board the flight, they found him exceptionally suspicious and thus approached him. "It's none of your business. Get lost." Xiao Luo shouted at them immediately. His mood was already terrible, to begin with, so his attitude was appalling. "Sir, please cooperate with us," the security personnel in charge repeated in a more serious tone. At the same time, some of the airport auxiliary police noticed the situation and headed over quickly. They placed their hands on the batons that were at the side of their waist. Xiao Luo was slightly annoyed and was about to push them away, but Ji Xiying held on to him tightly. She shook her head, indicating for him not to create any trouble. Trying his best to suppress the frustration, he quickly found an excuse and said, "She's my girlfriend. We had a small argument, and she got so angry that she said she wanted to leave. You guys should stop overthinking, it's nothing much." "Girlfriend?" Ji Xiying's face turned red, and she thought to herself, "Who the hell is your girlfriend?" At the same time, she pinched Xiao Luo's waist. Xiao Luo turned his head. "Why did you pinch me?" "No. No reason why." Ji Xiying was already blushing. She looked down and tried to avoid looking into Xiao Luo's eyes. She no longer had any intentions of leaving anymore when this man appeared here and then forcefully dragged her away from the security checkpoint. She knew that she had already occupied a significant position in this man's heart, and it didn't bother her anymore even when she wasn't clear about where their relationship would lead. She was satisfied and happy as long as she could stay by his side. The security personnel noticed the intimacy between them and no longer had any suspicion toward Xiao Luo. It's normal for couples to have small arguments, but don't take your anger out on the airport rubbish bin. We'll let you go this time around, but don't ever do that again. The head of the security personnel coughed a little and reprimanded. Ji Xiying quickly laughed along and nodded her head. "Yes, we won't do it again, we won't do it again." The 3 security personnel then walked away. The airport auxiliary police that came over from a distance also stood down and holstered their arms. Xiao Luo continued dragging Ji Xiying with him and headed for the airport exit. "You can let go of me now, I won't leave anymore." Ji Xiying gave in to Xiao Luo. Although it felt good having Xiao Luo grabbing onto her hand, she kept thinking of her luggage and ID that she left behind. It was going to be quite troublesome if she were to really lose them. Xiao Luo stopped and turned around to look at her with a bit of doubt. "You're not lying to me?" he asked. "I'm really not lying to you. Look, the security checkpoint is already closed, and the plane is about to take off. Even if I wanted to, there's nowhere for me to go." Ji Xiying sighed and said, "My luggage is still there, and there are many important things inside. I can't lose them." Xiao Luo could tell that she meant it and finally believed that she would no longer try to leave. Hence, he let go of her. Ji Xiying looked at her wrist that was numb. There were still some marks that Xiao Luo left behind, and with a grievous look, she said, "It's so painful." "I'm sorry." Xiao Luo avoided Ji Xiying's accusing eyes and said, "I didn't do it intentionally." "That means you did it on purpose then," Ji Xiying said, pouting her lips. "It wasn't on purpose. Your hand is just too fine and tender," Xiao Luo replied. PFT. Ji Xiying couldn't help but laugh a little, and for the first time, she thought that this man could be rather cute. "Because of you, I couldn't even work properly. As long as I'm not doing something else, images of you keep appearing in my head again and again. That's why I was thinking of changing my workplace and adjust myself to a new environment." In the car, this was the answer that Ji Xiying gave when Xiao Luo asked her why she chose to leave. She had already taken off her sunglasses, and her eyes resembled a pair of peaches and looked as gentle as clear water. She gazed at Xiao Luo as sitting in the driver's seat with deep admiration. Xiao Luo stepped on the brakes and stopped the car immediately. He turned his head to her and said, "Ji, please take note of the things that I'm about to say. Stop thinking of leaving. When you became the liaison for a demon, your destiny has already been closely tied together with that demon. Even if you try your best to escape, you can never run away from his long reach. Even if you escape till the ends of the earth, he will still be able to find you and bring you back, do you understand?" The tone he used made it sound like he would never allow anyone to defy him. Ji felt her heartbeat race. Her face started becoming warmer, and she was about to turn red. Her eyes were a little bit teary, and she said, "You're bullying me. You can't blame me for that. You asked for it." Xiao Luo couldn't make her any promise, but there was something that he was really sure of, and it was that he'd never allow this woman to leave his side. He recalled the night of the Lantern Festival, at the roof of the house in the countryside. He lent her a shoulder to cry on as they gazed at the colorful fireworks that filled the night sky, and he was very touched. That was the very moment that Ji left a mark inside his heart. He never gave it much thought, but it all changed when he found out that she was about to leave. He stepped on the pedal after he said that, and the car screeched away like an arrow. The speed was insanely fast. "Nemesis, you'll turn out to be my nemesis." Ji shed a tear, but she chuckled to herself. She stared at Xiao Luo with much affection, and she could see nothing else right now. In her eyes, all she could see was Xiao Luo, and she would forever remember this warmth that she felt right now and was resolved to do her best as his liaison officer. When he sent Ji back to NSA headquarters, Xiao Luo went to meet Gu Zhanghua. Gu Zhanghua and Dongfeng Shuiyu welcomed him with smiles on their faces. But when Xiao Luo stepped into the office, he only had an indifferent look on his face. Gu Zhanghua still had a sly smile on his face. "Why the long face? You've already completed the first mission successfully, and Nightbird is back too, but yet you don't seem very happy. What's going on here?" he said. Dongfeng Shuiyu opened his mouth and pitched in as well, "Mia, you're still young. It's natural for you to be trapped in love, so try to look on the bright side." Xiao Luo stared into both of their eyes. "Director Gu, Director Dongfeng, I shall not beat around the bush. I'm sure you assigned that woman from the Bai family as my liaison on purpose. I can clearly remember all the things she said," he said. "She said that as a member of the NSA, I have to follow the orders and arrangements that the higher-ups have given. This is the most basic rule that I've to follow, and if my guess is correct, those are also the words you're trying to tell me. You're just making use of her and had her deliver that message to me, am I right?" Gu Zhanghua and Dongfeng Shuiyu stiffened up, and their faces turned pale. They looked at one another with a bitter smile. "That's not true. You're a super talent from our country that only surfaces once in 100 years. There's no way we looked at you in that manner, and I can assure you that that wasn't our intention," Gu Zhanghua said. Yes. "That's way too despicable, and that's something that only narrow-minded people would do," Dongfeng Shuiyu said. "Despicable? Narrow-minded?" Gu Zhanghua cursed at him inwardly when he heard that. Of course, with Xiao Luo in their presence, he couldn't speak his mind and could only smile along, nodding his head in agreement. Otherwise, wouldn't it be obvious what they did? Xiao Luo's intuition told him they had something to do with it, and he didn't buy the arguments Gu Zhanghua and Dongfeng Shuiyu put up. But, he remembered the great kindness that Gu Zhanghua had once shown him, and if it weren't for him, Xiao Luo would have been thrown in jail when he was in Jiangqing. This would have brought great shame to his family. In a certain sense, the NSA did serve as a safety net for him. Being born into this country and being one of the nation's top fighters, he was all too well aware that he was sometimes quite extreme in his actions. "I will take into careful consideration your Well, let's call them advice, for now. But if they keep asking for it, then I will have no choice, Xiao Luo said. Sure, Gu Zhanhua said. He sighed and patted Xiao Luo on the shoulders. I hope you can understand. The country must have some order, and certain rules have to be observed. I could protect you while you were in Jiangqing, but now that the Bai family is involved, if they really choose to go after you, then even I can't protect you. Since they had already reached an understanding, there was no need to cover up any longer, and Gu Zhanhua chose to be candid. I understand, Xiao Luo said. That said, if the Bai family really intends to touch you again, they will have to consider whether they have the capability to do so carefully. We at the NSA are definitely no pushovers. The Bai family only have themselves to blame that you hurt that girl. If they dare to target you again, I will mobilize an entire division and blast them out of their family mansion, Dongfang Zhuyu said. Dongfang Zhuyu's words shocked Gu Zhanhua, and he turned quite pale. He gave a dry cough and said, Old man, do you think that you are still young and vigorous? Do you wish to start a civil war and become the nation's enemy? What civil war or nation's enemy are you talking about? So what if we beat up the Bai family? Dongfang Zhuyu retorted. But he quickly realized the severity of what he had said after being prompted by Gu Zhanhua. Speaking of civil wars, I should bring up the case of Libya, an African country. They are currently divided into two armed forces, black and white. The entire country is caught in the dark shadow of civil unrest, thanks to politics and power. Dongfang Zhuyu found himself trying to steer away from the topic of the Bai family and bringing up the case of Africa. The more he spoke, the muddled his thoughts became, until he latched onto a name he knew would interest Xiao Luo. In a land of war, it is a paradise for the mercenaries. As one of the senior executives in Blackwater Company, Kun Sa is currently leading his underhanded team of mercenaries and recklessly fishing for gold in Libya, he said. Kun Sa? Xiao Luo asked. He squinted his eyes instantly, for it had been some time since he last heard this name. It was one that had been listed on his kill list from a long time ago. He was bound to kill this man if he even dared to harbor any thoughts of harming his family. Well, it seems like you have a strong desire to kill him. The moment you heard his name, there was a clear murderous intent in your eyes, Dongfang Zhuyu remarked. Xiao Luo didn't deny it. He is a long-time enemy, and it's also about time to end this, he said. I assume my second mission should be related to him, if not, Director Dongfang would not have wasted such time on this. Well, perhaps it's more accurate to say that it was coincidental. Your second mission is to protect a war correspondent and make sure they make it out alive, Gu Zhanhua responded. The white forces are a governmental army, while the black forces belong to the rebel army. That war correspondent has detailed pictorial records of the rebel army brutally killing the government forces, prisoners, and the people. Once exposed, they will face a lot of pressure due to negative international public opinion, and it will be very detrimental to the seizure of Libya's politics and power. As such, this war correspondent has been on their blacklist, and they have even issued a kill order to prevent this war correspondent from getting away. But they had already exhausted all their resources dealing with the government and the army. As a result, the assassination of the war correspondent was entrusted to mercenaries, and the group they entrusted the job to was none other than Kun Sa and his gang. The corners of Xiao Luo's mouth arched upwards into a devilish smile. Interesting. This is getting interesting, he said. Gu Zhanhua and Dongfang Zhuyu both shuddered when they saw him smile. Usually, other agents would turn pale with fear when they heard of this kind of war, but not Xiao Luo. He seemed to relish it and even laughed cynically. Cough, cough. I shouldn't have to explain the dangers of this mission. You should already know the dangers involved. You won't know exactly when a bullet will hit you or when a shell will drop next to you in a land at war. Are you mentally prepared for this? Gu Zhanhua asked. We understand if you wish to reject it, Dongfang Zhuyu added. Xiao Luo laughed and said, why would I want to reject? I've been waiting all this while to meet Kun Sa. Also, I would like to confirm, there are no legal restrictions in Libya at all, right? The country is already on the verge of falling apart. Even if there are legal restrictions, who will be left to enforce them? Dongfang Zhuyu said. Haha, well, that's great. Xiao Luo could feel his blood rising. He already knew that there was a beast living in his body, always ready to unleash itself. And now, in Libya, a war zone, the shackles would be released. Gulp. Gu Zhanghua and Dongfang Zhuyu looked at one another, then swallowed their saliva hard. Xiao Luo was emanating an aura of bloodlust and evil once again. Xiao Luo left the NSA headquarters after being briefed thoroughly on the mission. During this period, he had not seen King Kong or Drug Lady at all. According to Gu Zhanghua, they had both gone off to perform tasks assigned to them by headquarters. King Kong had gone off to another country to fight a civil war and help the government forces deal with the rebel armies. Drug Lady was in Japan to deal with the Isu family. The clan had meddled in their national security, and retaliatory action had to be taken to send out a strong message. Xiao Luo didn't show much interest in their missions. Anyway, they always carried out their own missions and did not get in each other's way. After returning to Crescent Bay, Xiao Luo made a phone call home. His father, Xiao Ziyuan, who told him that the farm had already opened for business. Of course, only the farm was in operation first, and they were developing the business by phases. The other aspects of the business were still under construction. His father also sent him many pictures of the farm, and Xiao Luo took a quick look at them. The farm had changed a lot. There was a clear lake that served as a reservoir. Ducks were waddling around and swimming on the lake, a flight of pigeons was making its way across the blue skies above, meandering roads led into the mountains, and there was a fishing platform, a sightseeing platform, a car park, among others. Everything was there, and the concept that had been envisioned initially was slowly becoming a reality. It's all good, Dad. You'll be the chairman from now on, Xiao Luo said. Your name is on the farm's business license. You are the real chairman. I'm just helping you take care of it, Xiao Ziyuan replied, in a rather stern tone. But there was joy in his voice. Xiao Luo laughed dryly and switched the topic. Is Jinyun still helping out there? He asked. Yeah, that kid seems to have become a changed man ever since returning from Shanghai. He has become more diligent and more willing to endure hardship. I am prepared to hand over the farmhouse business to him once he gets the hang of it. By the way, I heard from your aunt that he was part of some pyramid scheme in Shanghai? Xiao Ziyuan asked. There's nothing to worry about. He just made some bad decisions, that's all. Xiao Luo chose not to speak of the matter. For Ding Jinyun, it was a painful experience, and he knew very well that this cousin of his was a prideful person. It was all in the past, and there was no need to mention them again. When Xiao Luo ended the call with his father, Xiao Ziyuan, he had wanted to call Su Li to inform her that he would not be in Shanghai for some time. Suddenly, the apartment door swung open, and in came Su Li. She donned a sweet light blue lapelled collared dress with a sleek belt, exposing her fair and slender arms, and she wore a brilliant platinum necklace that added an exquisite touch to her already elegant neckline. She looked divine and resembled a goddess when she entered the room. Xiao Luo had already gotten used to her random intrusions, but he was still rather shocked when he saw her this time and asked, "You're back already?" Su Li had been away from Shanghai on location for a shoot for her TV series, and it was indeed a surprise for Xiao Luo to see her here. I happened to have 2 days off and I needed to settle some stuff for Liu Media personally, that's why I am back, Su Li said as she approached him. Xiao Luo felt a light touch of a breeze on his face and caught a waft of her sweet scent. It was unmistakably Su Li. Sometimes, that was all he needed to know that Suli was nearby without having even seen her. He walked to the water dispenser and poured 2 cups of water, one for each of them. That's great. One thing I have to tell you, I am leaving Shanghai tomorrow for probably more than half a month, Xiao Luo said as he handed her the cup of water. Suli showed no signs of surprise by that as she took the cup of water from him. She sat down gracefully on the sofa, with her long and slender legs slanted slightly sideways, and she asked, "To where?" "Nowhere exactly, I am just going for an impromptu trip," Xiao Luo said, raising his brows as he came up with a random excuse. "A trip?" Suli frowned and responded, you sure know how to enjoy life, don't you? No wonder you could resign from Huayao Corporations." "I have my own plans and ideas for my career path," Xiao Luo said. Suli glanced at him. "I know, so I won't interfere with that anymore." "I am expecting you to make it big on your own," she said. As they spoke about careers, Xiao Luo's thoughts naturally wandered back to Luo Workshop. Xiao Luo's expected return from Libya would coincide with Luo Workshop's launch of its outlets in the Shanghai market. When that happened, he would be competing with Suli Summer head-on, and it would undoubtedly be a tough contest. Thinking about it only gave him a headache. "By the way, a friend of mine in Luo Workshop told me that they would be entering the Shanghai market in half a month's time. I've known that a long time ago." Suli interrupted him Xiao Luo, before he could finish his words. Xiao Luo frowned. "You knew about it?" he asked. Suli looked up, stared at him, and said, "Procurement, retail marketing, store design, and building of factories. Luo Workshop has been preparing well for its launch in Shanghai. As the owner of Summer, if I did not even take notice of such things, I might as well hand the market share over to them." Xiao Luo did not know how to react to her words. Suli did not show any signs of emotion, but it was clear that she knew every detail about Luo Workshop's development effort in Shanghai. Suddenly, Xiao Luo felt a great deal of pressure. Curious to find out how much Suli knew, Xiao Luo tried to probe a little deeper. "I wonder, suppose that Luo Workshop intends to form a strategic business cooperation with you, would you agree?" Suli took a sip of the water as she shared her views. The key to forming strategic business cooperation between any 2 companies is that there must be gains for both parties. Luo's workshop has no roots in Shanghai and they have nothing to offer us. An appropriate analogy would be like you're enjoying an entire cake all to yourself, and along comes a complete stranger who proposes to share the cake. Would you agree to that? She said. Xiao Luo shook his head and replied, no. Inwardly, he let out a long sigh, as from to his understanding of Suli, for their 2 companies to cooperate, he really needs to convince this woman. She had already clearly implied that Luo Workshop was in no position to even propose a collaboration with her company. Suli kept silent for a brief moment as she pondered and wondered why Xiao Luo would suddenly show so much interest in Summer. She put down the cup and asked, "You seem to be very concerned about my Summer recently, is there a reason behind that?" Xiao Luo was caught off guard and could only smile. "Well, although we aren't a real married couple, we are still husband and wife on paper. I know it's weird, but I was concerned about you and your company when I heard that Luo Workshop was entering the Shanghai market. You don't have to worry about such a trivial thing. Jing and I can handle it." Suli replied. "That's great." Xiao Luo answered awkwardly and then changed the topic. "It's pretty late now, why don't you stay here and get some rest with me?" he said. The moment he spoke, he instantly realized how wrong it sounded. This was not his usual style, for he was a lost puppy when it came to love. As the thought lingered uncomfortably in his mind, he decided to push the blame to Zhang Dashan. Since they were such close friends, the fact that some bad habits had rubbed off on him couldn't be helped, he convinced himself. Predictably, Suli blushed and even rolled her eyes at Xiao Luo. "Since when did you become so frisky?" Xiao Luo laughed nervously and attempted a smart riposte. There ought to be one person in the conversation who should heat up the atmosphere, right? It's better than a random, awkward silence, he said. It failed miserably. Psycho. The prudish Suli responded with a sneer and immediately stood up to return to her apartment. However, as she got up from the sofa, a spell of giddiness overcame her. She dropped back on the sofa and suddenly felt weak as she broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing Suli's condition, Xiao Luo quickly went to her and touched her forehead with the back of his palm for temperature. He then kneeled down beside her and took her pulse. Xiao Luo quickly diagnosed that Suli had overexerted herself with work, for her symptoms showed a deficiency in qi and blood circulation. You even know how to take pulses? Suli moaned. I know a little about it. You've been overexerting yourself too much lately. Although it's hard to tell from the outside, internally, the condition within your body had been deteriorating for quite some time now. It is your body's way of warning you to take a break, Xiao Luo said. Liu Media is finally progressing well now, and my schedule is very packed. Do you actually think that I could get a break? Suli replied. Don't be such a martyr. You're a woman, so why are you so tough on yourself? Besides, the money you have earned is more than enough to last you the rest of your life, Xiao Luo chided her. Suli remained adamant, but she did not push Xiao Luo away. I just need a quick nap. Fine, I'll help. Xiao Luo reached out and placed 2 fingers between her brows, sending a gentle force of inner power into her mind. Suli closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep immediately. This was a unique technique from the I Ching that helped put one into a deep sleep. Since high-quality sleep was the best way to solve qi and blood deficiency, it would completely recharge a person. Workaholic. Xiao Luo shook his head, carried her into the bedroom, put her down on the giant bed carefully, and tucked her into the soft blanket nicely. He left the room quietly and closed the room door. Later, he called Zhang Dashan and informed him about his mission in Libya. Old Xiao, you better be careful, don't make me carry your coffin, Zhang Dashan said. Carry your *SS. Xiao Luo retorted. He then decided to mention what happened earlier and said, by the way, stop spewing your usual verbal harassment crap in my face. I accidentally said it to a woman just now, all thanks to you. Zhang Dashan was stunned for a brief moment, and then he roared back, F***ck, so you're pushing the blame to me now? Suli slept through the night, and it was undoubtedly a rare occasion for her. When she awakened, she felt rejuvenated entirely and was in exceptionally high spirits. It felt so unlike her other nights where she would be tormented with horrific nightmares even though she could sleep for the whole night. She'd always feel exhausted after getting up instead of feeling fresh and ready to go. Did I fall asleep on his bed? Suli tried to stay calm but realized that she had spent the night in Xiao Luo's apartment last night. She checked her clothes unconsciously and was relieved that she was still fully clothed. At the same time, she felt a little insecure about herself and began to doubt if she still had her charm as a woman. This was the first time in her life that such thoughts gnawed at her. She gathered herself, then got up and left the room. There was nobody in the living room, and breakfast was already prepared for her on the dining table, milk, toasted bread, and sunny-side-up eggs, which were still warm. There was a note beside her breakfast, I'm off, take good care of yourself. Who needs your concern? Suli chuckled and felt a warmth soothe her heart. After staring at the breakfast for some time, she broke into a joyful smile. In the Libyan civil war, Huan Nation's army and navy worked closely together to execute an evacuation mission to help their compatriots to return safely home. Xiao Luo and Ji Xing sailed down the South China Sea through the Straits of Malacca before traversing the Indian Ocean. From there, they traveled up the Red Sea and the Mediterranean Sea for a couple of days before finally reaching the coast of Libya and making landfall. The entire trip covered some 10,000 miles. Under normal circumstances, they would have traveled by air, but due to the conflict, that airspace was now restricted by the international community. Standing on the warship deck of the Hua Nation Navy while looking at that land that was embroiled in the internecine war, one could detect the ghastly smell of death in the air even from the coastal area. There were rising plumes of black smoke everywhere, and the civil war, a conflict between the government and the revolutionaries, had spread across the entire country like a plague. They could see soldiers afar in their combat fatigues facing off in gun battles with their naked eyes. The Hua Nation's flag became the only safe haven unaffected by the war in this coastal region. Hundreds of thousands of the Hua Nation expatriates were boarding the ships assisted by the Navy and Army personnel. Every one of them had the look of despair on their faces and found themselves shivering uncontrollably from the post-trauma of war, despite finally reaching safety. Many of them had sustained injuries, and the one thing that Xiao Luo saw in their eyes was fear. During their evacuation, they must have witnessed countless ghastly scenes of carnage. That war correspondent is Sarah Michelle. She's a citizen of Mei Nation, white, 175 centimeters tall, and 22 years old. She's the youngest daughter of the head of the Michelle clan. Mei Nation has also dispatched a SEAL team for the exfil mission this time. Ji Xiying reported the situation to Xiao Luo. She actually wanted Xiao Luo to digest this information on their way here, but he did not want to do that. Xiao Luo came here with a tourist's mindset, and she could only brief him on the mission now, which was fine as it was still not too late. She held a black briefcase in her hand, but she still looked stunning. Her beauty was unique, she was a warrior and yet alluring and charming. Since the SEAL is involved, why are we needed? Xiao Luo asked. Our country has always been leaning toward peaceful co-development. Based on this, Sarah Michelle's videos will be a catalyst for ending the Libyan civil war. In addition, the Michelle family has had a long history of friendship with our country, and this is their personal request for help. They trust the warriors from our country more than the warriors from their own, Ji Xiying replied. We're here as their backup plan? Xiao Luo asked. Ji Xiying nodded. That's right, she said. Mr. Xiao Luo, if you run into that SEAL team, please be aware of them. Although the Michelle family is an ally, the soldiers of the Mei Nation have a tendency to be hostile towards our soldiers or agents. Mei Nation plans their military exercises with a view that we are a potential enemy, and this has conditioned their soldiers to see us as so. Okay, got it. The last appearance of Sarah Michelle was in Stantine, that's about 600 kilometers away from here. There are some 50 of our compatriots trapped in a factory over there, and we are mobilizing a special operations team consisting of the Army and Navy troops to hightail to Stantine. Mr. Xiao Luo, you can ride along with them. Must I follow them? Can't I work in solidarity? Xiao Luo frowned as he prefers to fight alone. Being with a group of people would only make him feel restricted, and it would be an added responsibility for him to keep his compatriots safe in a foreign land. He could not possibly leave them when they were being assaulted. Mr. Mia, in this war-torn land, it would be terribly difficult to make it out alive all by yourself, let alone reaching the city of Stantine 600 kilometers away. With us, we can take care of each other on our trip, isn't that a more logical arrangement? Before Ji Xiying could answer, Xiao Luo, a deep, masculine voice spoke. It belonged to a middle-aged man who looked like he was in his 40s. He was smartly decked in a spotless white navy uniform with an impeccable smile, making him extremely charismatic. There were a few other soldiers in camouflage fatigues and helmets accompanying him. Xiao Luo had stayed on the ship for 5 days, and he knew who this man was. He was Gong Gaofeng, the captain of this warship and one of the key officers in charge of this evacuation mission. Chief. Ji Xiying greeted Gong Gaofeng politely as he was the commanding officer here. It's okay. Gong Gaofeng laughed candidly and peeked at Xiao Luo. It seems like the NSA agents like yourself are very confident of your abilities, It's great, truly great, ha ha ha. There was an underlying meaning in his words, and of course, Xiao Luo could read in between his lines and understood what he actually meant. Please don't mind us, Chief. Mr. Mia did not mean anything else, Ji Xiying responded, attempting to explain Xiao Luo's statement. Don't worry, kiddo, I didn't mean anything either. Gong Gaofeng waved the matter off. Let me introduce you guys to the leader of this special operations team, he said, Jiming. The man was at least 1.83 meters in height and with the martial bearing and confidence of a highly trained soldier. He stood tall and straight like a pine tree, and his eyes looked as sharp as an eagle. He saluted Xiao Luo and Ji Xiying and introduced himself with a booming voice. I am Jiang Jiming and the commander of this special operations mission. It is nice to meet you. He then extended his hand out to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo responded in kind. NSA agent, codenamed Mia. After they had exchanged a handshake, Jiang Jiming shook hands with Ji Xiying but quickly let go. It is my honor to be able to fight alongside you. Jiang Jiming said, looking into Xiao Luo's eyes steadily and respectfully. He appeared humble. Xiao Luo was quite taken aback and replied, the honor is mine. I think, you guys will have a memorable mission together and I shall anticipate your triumphant return. Before they depart, Ji Xiying pulled Xiao Luo aside and tidied up his collar as she could no longer hold back the worries she had for him. Mr. Xiao Luo, I will be waiting here for your return. Promise me, you must come back, she said. Sure. Xiao Luo nodded stiffly as they were both aware of each other's feelings and did not need to say it out. It was enough that they knew what the other felt. The scorching sun beat down mercilessly on Libya's war-ravaged lands, and the skies were darkened with billowing smoke from countless fires. Buildings were left in ruins from the constant bombings, leaving behind a landscape of despair and desolation. Winds carried the fine sands of the sprawling Libyan desert far and wide, adding to the woes of travelers and ever threatening to turn into sandstorms. A tight convoy of 5 military vehicles was making its way through trunk roads of Libya's interior, no more than 20 meters apart from the first vehicle to the last. To a pilot looking from high above, it would appear like a furious snake winding its way through the vast desert, as dust clouds trailed behind it. They were the special operations team that Xiao Luo was embedded in. The last vehicle was a FAW 5-ton truck, which carried 12 soldiers, and the other 4 were jeeps with 3 passengers and the driver. In total, they had 30 members in the group, which was equivalent to a platoon. Libya was a land at war, and everyone was armed to the teeth. Xiao Luo donned a bulletproof vest over his camouflage fatigues and wore a ballistic helmet. For self-defense, he was armed with a rifle and a few hand grenades. The lead jeep of the convoy flew a Huan Nation flag stretched over its bonnet, and its primary purpose was to alert the Libyan government forces of their identity to avoid an inadvertent exchange of fire. It was not in the interest of the government troops to blatantly attack foreign soldiers who had ventured deep into Libyan territory to evacuate their compatriots. Likewise, the rebel troops saw no reason to pit themselves against any foreign forces they came across, as any reckless attack on these forces would only compel them to side actively with the government, which would be to the rebels' disadvantage and minimize their chances of securing victory in this civil war. The rebel troops are ruthless, and given a chance, they will pounce on any party not aligned to them. Jiang Jiming was speaking to Xiao Luo as they sat together in the second military jeep. This was not his first time leading an evacuation mission, so he had a better grasp of Libya's situation. However, going as far inland as Stantine City was surely a first, even for him. Xiao Luo nodded, acknowledging the team commander's input. He looked out of the window and occasionally saw bodies of civilians killed indiscriminately, strewn by the roadside like the dead stray cats or dogs. The bodies were badly decomposed and filled the air with a putrid stench, attracting large swarms of flies hovering around them. Along the way, Xiao Luo also saw throngs of Libyan civilians in exodus trying to escape from the war zones with their families. Their clothes were torn and tattered, and they were covered in dirt and dust, mixed with their sweat to form thick crusts that clung onto their skins. They all wore forlorn looks from the never-ending trauma of gunfire and bombing that dulled their senses. The look of fear was etched into their lifeless eyes, and they appeared like they had lost all hope to get through this war. Many of them were terrified when they saw the convoy roll by and instinctively raised both of their hands in surrender. It was impossible for Xiao Luo not to feel for these people after he had witnessed for himself the living hell they had to live in. He empathized with them as fellow human beings who shared the same skies and lived in the same age, for many people in other countries were fortunate enough to live in a stable and safe environment, and they did not need to worry about the possibility of dying in a conflict. But here, in this corner of Earth, embroiled in a raging war, no one could isolate himself from the cruel realities of death. These people had lost their homes, and their families were torn apart, just like the seeds of wild grasses carried in the wind. They had no idea where they will resettle or what lied ahead for them. Who was to say that they would become another cold and lifeless body in the very next moment, consumed by this monster called war? Jiang Zhiming sighed. Nobody knows about the cruelty of war better than us. One could only appreciate the value of peace after experiencing the pain of war, he exclaimed. Don't overthink it, or you'll be asking for trouble, Xiao Luo replied. He felt the need to allay Jiang Zhiming's concerns. We just need to focus on our immediate task and take everything else like a passing cloud, the kind that will dissipate into oblivion in a heartbeat. As long as even a hint of humanity remained in a person's heart, he was bound to be touched by the people's plight in Libya. However, Xiao Luo did not wish to expend his energy and mind on such matters, for there were many more tragedies taking place in many corners of the world right now. It was simply too much for a mere mortal to worry and mourn every mishap that occurred in the world. Jiang Zhiming nodded in agreement as that was indeed the case. They were not the saviors of the world, so all they had to do was focus on completing their mission and leave the rest of it to others, as there was nothing they could do about it. Mr. Mia, I've heard that everyone in the NSA is a monster, so you sure are powerful, right? At the front of the vehicle, a soldier sitting in the passenger seat excitedly turned around and asked Xiao Luo. He was a relatively younger man, and Jiang Zhiming had introduced him to Xiao Luo after boarding this car. He was Jiang Zhiming's assistant, Kong Hongyun. Xiao Luo smiled and did not answer him. Kong Hongyun continued to press on and said, since you chose rifle as your main weapon, then it must be your forte. Our captain is also a great sniper. He took out the chief of the Blue Army from 1 kilometer away with just one shot and completed the assassination mission with outstanding results, then escaped the encirclement of a few hundred blue troops successfully. This made the Blue Army thought that they had run into a ghost, and ever since then, he was known to everyone as the Ghost Bullet. Am I right, Captain? Ahem. Jiang Zhiming dry coughed and put up a stern face. How is it that I've only come to discover that you're such a gossip? You should keep your thoughts to yourself, he chided. He did not like to flaunt his personal achievements, and his intuition was that this Mia from the NSA was somebody special. Even trained soldiers like them felt slightly nervous, going deep into Libya's central region, but Mia remained calm and indifferent as if such missions were a common thing to him. This complete lack of nervousness could not be faked, and his unflinching eyes said a lot about this man. I am not gossipy, but just stating all the facts. Kong Hongyun frowned and shrugged it off. He was quite close to Jiang Zhiming and knew his temperament very well, so he was not intimidated by Jiang Zhiming's admonishment. Fine, just shut up now. If you are really bored, just go to sleep, Jiang Zhiming snapped. Kong Hongyun replied, how can you be this mean, Captain? This is a land of war. What if I took a bullet while I'm asleep and never wake up again? Wouldn't that be so unfair? Glad that you still know that. Jiang Zhiming sighed. His jaws dropped when he turned over and realized that Xiao Luo had closed his eyes, leaning against the window. His still position looked as if he had fallen asleep. "Oh, my God, this Mr. Mie is truly unwavering." Kang Hongyun was so shocked that he forgot to close his mouth. Jiang Jiming was dumbfounded, and since Xiao Luo was not his subordinate technically and had completely different missions, he did nothing. If any of his subordinates dared to do that, he would definitely have slapped them and put some sense into their heads. That was undoubtedly the most effective method to keep his confused subordinates alert. Of course, Xiao Luo did not fall asleep, but it was his way of ending a conversation. Jiang Jiming wasn't too bad, but Kang Hongyun was simply too chatty once he started talking. As it turned out, Xiao Luo's approach proved to be very useful in keeping the car quiet. When he finally opened his eyes, he observed the situation outside carefully. They were near the Libyan hill, which was located close to the edge of the desert. The ground was entirely covered with drought-resistant plants. After 3 kilometers, he noticed a signboard by the road with a unique symbol scratched into it. When they advanced further, he saw another board with those markings. Suddenly, Xiao Luo sensed something was wrong. "Stop the cars," he shouted. What made Xiao Luo shout with such urgency? Kaboom! The lead jeep in the convoy suddenly swerved right as it was engulfed in a flash, sending out a deafening explosion and waves of extreme heat from soaring flames. The second vehicle, where Xiao Luo was in, had its entire windscreen shattered from the impact. Numerous glass shards and debris blew through the cabin like a raging tsunami, hitting the driver, Kang Yunhong, Xiao Luo, and Jiang Jiming in their faces. It was fortunate that the driver was quick to react and had stepped on the brakes at the moment of explosion, and avoided being in the blast zone. Arg! The shrill shrieks of the wounded pierced through the air, sounding like ghouls being tortured in hell. 2 survivors scurried out of the lead vehicle, escaping from a sea of fire, but their entire bodies were engulfed in flames. It wasn't long before they collapsed, writhing on the ground, and died an excruciating death from severe burns. Enemy attacking. Kang Hongyun was overwhelmed by fear and panic, and he screamed hysterically in a state of panic. Jiang Jiming got off the jeep immediately and dashed toward the 2 soldiers who had escaped the burning wreckage in front of him. He took off his clothes and used them to beat the flames out. The soldiers from the vehicles in the rear of the column were already approaching, and several were assisting Jiang Jiming, while the others fanned out defensively to provide cover. It did not take too long for the troops to smother the fire on the 2 bodies, and as expected, they had long lost their life. Some parts of their bodies were charred, and much of their exposed skin was covered in blisters. Their twisted faces were blackened and literally unrecognizable, and the acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air. In the burning wreckage, the men in the front seats were killed instantly when the vehicle was struck. Their bodies were fused to the tangled frame of the wreck. The special operations team was in shock, for even though they were trained soldiers, they had never actually been in combat and had never witnessed the horrors of actual war. Here in Libya, they were to experience it firsthand, and for them, it would be a tour to hell and back. It had never crossed their minds that they could be so close to death, for it was only moments ago that their comrades were joking with them, and now they laid on the ground, nothing but burnt corpses. The realization hit them hard, and they felt a sense of anxiety and fear, but at the same time, their hearts wept for their dead compatriots. What's going on? What the heck is going on? Where did the explosion come from? Wasn't it a smooth ride? I didn't see any enemy nearby either, Kang Hongyun cried. He could not make sense of the situation as he kept questioning his colleagues, looking quite puzzled. It's a landmine. Jiang Jiming lifted his head and stared into the road ahead. He had some superficial injuries on his face from the shattered glass debris that flew into the cabin. The entire 2 kilometers of the road ahead is likely mined. We need to take a detour. Xiao Luo said as he walked up with his hands on his back. His constitution of king of mercenaries helped him notice those nondescript symbols on the road earlier, and now he decrypted their meaning clearly. They would be meaningless to those unfamiliar with the territory, but he knew very well that they indicated the locations of landmines in this area. Those were likely buried by the rebel troops, and they had left those warning signs to alert their comrades. How did you know? Kong Hongyun. Although Jiang Jiming was silent, his eyes also beckoned for answers. Xiao Luo's order to halt coincided with the first explosion, and he was very sure that Xiao Luo had noticed something unusual. The question was, how did he detect the signs? Xiao Luo sighed and did not plan to dwell on that topic. Let's take a detour, he said. He turned back to his jeep right after he spoke. They had no choice but to take a detour. Jiang Jiming did not bother him further but told his subordinates to throw the bodies into the flames as a symbolic cremation. They had no other options and could only settle with the most practical means. After making a detour around the landmine zone, they continued their journey towards Xianxia City. They soon left the burning wreck far behind, and many of the soldiers could not help staring back at it as it gradually disappeared from their sights. They pictured 4 heroic spirits saluting to them in the rising thick smokes. They had lost 4 warriors before even reaching Xianxia City, which affected every member of the special operation team. The fresh memory of the explosion served as a constant reminder that this was an actual war and not an exercise. Should any incidents occur, the only end for them was death itself. Everyone had to brace themselves for the worst, and they did not even dare to let their guard down. After the loss of the earlier jeep, Xiao Luo's vehicle led the convoy. It was very risky to put the commander's jeep in the lead, but Jiang Jiming chose to take the risk because he trusted himself, and he could rely on Xiao Luo's judgment. Should any sign of danger present itself that he did not spot, he was confident that Xiao Luo would be able to notice it and warn him. Except for the landmine incident earlier in the day, everything was relatively quiet on the first day. When will we reach Xianxia City? The campfire was flickering in the dark night, and Xiao Luo asked Jiang Jiming. We should be able to reach there by noon tomorrow. Jiang Jiming answered. All right, got it. Xiao Luo sat leaning against the tire of his jeep and rested. As they were in a war zone, he kept his ears peeled even when he was resting, and he would react immediately if there were any suspicious sounds or movements. But the night remained silent and incident-free. When the first rays of dawn broke, the special operations team prepared to depart. The terrain in Libya's central region consisted of countless hills, and staying in one place for too long presented risks and made anyone feel ill at ease. The events of the previous did not help as anxiety played on the minds of the troops. Captain, look, there seems to be a Libyan force ahead. Kong Hongyun pointed ahead and shouted, but, are they with the government, or are they rebel troops? Xiao Luo had seen them way earlier. There were 5 heavily armed vehicles with Gatling guns on top of their roofs. Regardless of their identity, prepare for battle. Jiang Jiming jumped off the jeep first and ordered everyone to get ready for action. He also adjusted the flag's position on the bonnet to make their identity more visible to the unknown force ahead. Looking through his binoculars, Jiang Jiming made out the approaching party and quickly identified them as rebel troops. It was easy to differentiate them from the government forces, as the rebels' flag and uniform were darker in color, whereas the government forces had a relatively lighter color scheme. The contrast could not be starker. When their jeeps had come to a halt, the Libyan rebel troops also stopped. Both leaders were using binoculars to observe the other party. They are giving hand signals, and it seems like they are asking us to go through. I think we can avoid a confrontation with them, Kong Hongyun said, letting out a sigh of relief. Jiang Jiming looked at Xiao Luo and asked, what do you think, Mr. Mie? Let them go first, in case we are forced into a kill zone in the confrontation. Xiao Luo answered calmly, as he would never expose his back to an unfamiliar group of people. Jiang Zhiming nodded in agreement. Had the other party turned out to be the government forces, it would be acceptable to go ahead. The fact was that they belonged to the rebels. It was prudent to take precautions and keep their guard up. But, before he could react, the Libyan rebel troops suddenly initiated their assault. Whump! 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 A dozen mortar rounds were launched and blasting towards them from the sky mercilessly. Hit the deck! Jiang Zhiming roared, alerting his special operations team to scramble into a defensive posture that presented a smaller target to enemy fire. Out in the open, they didn't have any other choice, as no man could outrun bullets, and they could only pray that the bullets would not hit them or shells would not explode on or near them. Boom! Boom! Kaboom! One after another, the shells struck the ground around them and exploded, sending blasts of extreme heat and energy. Hundreds of lethal fragments flew in all directions like a sandstorm within its blast zone. As explosions wreaked havoc and shook the earth around the soldiers, clouds of dust stirred up and obscured their view, adding to their despair. After the first salvo, every member of the Special Operations team, lying prone on the ground, was covered by a thick layer of dust and soil. Jiang Zhiming patted off the dust on his cap and got up immediately. He could not care about checking on the casualties now and glared at the rebel troops with a fury in his face. Counterattack! Now, he yelled. Although the enemy was well armed, the Special Operations team was also equipped with powerful small arms and rocket-propelled grenades. After getting the order to fight back, the Special Operations troopers responded immediately with all the firepower they had. RPGs started streaking toward the enemy lines, automatic gunfire suppressed enemy movements, and snipers started to pick off the Libyan rebel troops right away. But the rebels were only calibrating their distance with the first salvo, and soon, the second wave of shells started to land with greater precision. The second salvo landed dangerously close to the Special Operations troops, and each shell kept creeping closer as the rebels fired away. Whump! 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 The blood-curdling familiar sound of incoming mortar shells shrieked as they propelled through the skies, and dozens of them were homing in toward the Special Operations team trapped helplessly in the kill zone. The soldiers were horrified when they looked up at the shells being lobbed in toward them, and they could only react to the lethal threat by lying flat on the ground, taking cover in a prone position. Then, all they could do was close to their eyes and await judgment. None could ascertain if he or she would live through this attack, and the wait was a long, excruciating one, worse than death itself. Xiao Luo's eyes began to transform, and they turned red like a demon's. Suddenly, he dropped the sniper rifle in his hands, and stood up. He stomped his right foot on the ground, then raised his arms to the sky with his palms wide open. Roar! The air vibrated, and a deafening sound came from where Xiao Luo stood, as loud as a dragon's roar. The air swirled above Xiao Luo as the tremendous force emanating from Palm turned the twisting winds into a terrifying tornado. He pushed his forward, and the tornado shot upward and raged toward the salvo of shells in the sky. The twister smashed into the shells as they were about to hit the area where the Special Operation team had left their jeeps, and instantly, those shells were blown off their trajectory and fell 30 meters away from the vehicles. Boom! 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 Sand and dust were lifted into the air, forming a vast cloud, and the ground trembled from the immense force of the explosions. Jiang Zhiming opened his eyes in shock as he glanced at the explosions that had landed a fair distance away. He was in utter disbelief as he knew those shells should have landed into them, but instead, they blew up at a safe distance away. Everyone was stunned, and none of them could explain the reason behind it until they turned around and saw a lone figure standing upright in their midst. Against the backdrop of furious explosions and flames, that figure looked like a titan supporting the sky, calm and resolute like an unwavering mountain. The besieged soldiers could only look up to him. What did he just do? Where did that dragon roar come from? Everyone was befuddled and could not understand what had just happened, but one thing they were sure about, it definitely had something to do with Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo took a quick glance at the rebel lines, then without any warning, he suddenly dashed in their direction. He sprinted at them in a straight line and appeared like a lightning bolt. He was so fast that their eyes could barely see him and could only make out after images trailing behind him. While the Special Operations team members were still in a stupor, they were even more shocked when they saw Xiao Luo running right into the enemy lines. Was he on a suicide mission? Mr. Mia, come back. Jiang Jiming called out to stop Xiao Luo, but he did not even respond. He charged forward with an indomitable will like a well-honed dagger, cutting through the enemy's vital spot. Knowing that he could not stop Xiao Luo, Jiang Jiming quickly decided on the next course of action. Attack, he yelled. Jiang Jiming charged forward to lead the assault as soon as he gave the order. His team members had regained their composure by now and reacted instantly to the order. They rose in unison and started to shout with great fortitude. Fearlessly, they followed closely behind Jiang Jiming, ready to give up their own lives for their comrades. On the rebel side, the commander and his troops were stunned when they saw a lone soldier from their enemy lines charging at them alone. They could not believe that any trained soldier would retaliate in this manner. Fire and kill him, the Libyan rebel commander roared. The dazed rebels then recovered from their shock and loaded their firearms and machine guns to bring Xiao Luo down. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Whump. Whump. Boom. Boom. Bullets were flying thick and fast, hitting the ground in sprays of sand and ricocheting of rocks, throwing debris all around. A wall of lead headed in Xiao Luo's direction, seemingly impossible for him to pass. RPGs streaked toward him, leaving trails of propellant gases discharging from their rear nozzles. But Xiao Luo did not decrease his speed in the face of enemy fire. His sharp eyes tracked the incoming rounds, and he deftly evaded the hail of bullets as he found gaps within the sea of projectiles before him. A series of zigzag movements brought him closer to his enemy with a scratch on his body. But Jiang Jiming and his troops were less fortunate. 2 soldiers were blown to bits which prompted the rest to take cover by lying prone on the ground. Suppression fire by the Libyan rebels kept them quiet, and from where they laid, they could see Xiao Luo charging into a hail of bullets without taking a hit. Oh, my God, how is he even dodging all those bullets and shells? Everyone in the special operation team was dumbfounded at that moment, as they would never believe that a man can actually outrun bullets had they not seen it themselves. This had toppled their understanding of common sense. The commander of Libyan rebel troops started feeling anxious as he saw Xiao Luo approaching. He yelled. The 5 machine-gun-mounted vehicles moved up. The lead vehicle was an armored car with a roof-mounted gun, while the other 4 were technical pickup trucks with guns mounted on their cargo beds. These were Gatling guns, a type commonly used by the Mei nations, and started to open fire relentlessly. Its fire rate exceeded 1,000 rounds per minute, and when the trigger was pulled, its multiple barrels rotated at high speed, sending a hail of bullets flew at Xiao Luo like a giant swarm of wasps. Wherever Xiao Luo went, the bullets followed, and when they hit the hard ground, sprays of sand and dust were kicked up, demonstrating the terrifying power of Gatling guns. The special operations team feared for Xiao Luo, to the point they almost forgot to breathe. If he was hit, he would be instantly turned into a pile of meat, for they knew better than anyone the capability of a Gatling gun. Swoosh! Xiao Luo had no expression on his face as he continued to advance on the rebels, keeping his eyes locked on the commander who was giving battle orders by the armored car. Suddenly, he bounded high into the air toward the rebel commander, landing some 4 meters away like a ferocious beast ready to strike down its prey. Before the rebel commander could even react, Xiao Luo had summoned the terrifying power of Ghost Claw, and his right hand smashed into the commander's forehead. Thud. The commander's brain exploded like a squashed tomato, and instantly blood and brain matter splashed everywhere as the body flew back like a broken kite, smashing into the door of a 5-ton truck before bits of flesh sliding down to the ground in a puddle of slime. The gruesome sight of their commander being pulverized right before their very eyes had a terrifying effect on the Libyan rebels. It was a complete shock to them, and they wavered in their lines. In that split second of confusion, Xiao Luo punched and kicked 2 Libyan rebels in their chests and sent them flying off as if they were hit by a train. After landing hard on the ground a few meters away, they vomited quantities of blood and struggled for a brief moment before they dropped dead. Xiao Luo's strikes had crushed their sternums and smashed their hearts to a pulp, killing them instantly. There was no doubt about their cause of death, as blood streamed copiously from the cavities in their chests, much more than oozing out from their mouths. The Libyan rebels were stupefied, and in a panic, they suddenly reacted. Bang! Bang! Plink! Bullets flew in all directions as the rebels fired indiscriminately, striking the armored plates of the vehicles around them and ricocheting off, sending sparks flying everywhere. Not a single shot hit Xiao Luo, but instead, killed several of the Libyan rebels in the close-quarter fight. Xiao Luo had redeemed an agility-based kung fu skill from the system, Lingbo Weibo. Fast as the bullets were, Xiao Luo easily evaded them with his newly acquired speed and anticipation. He was unstoppable, dashing through the mass of rebel, before he locked his eyes on a nearby gunman. The rebel gunman had his aim sights aimed at Xiao Luo and was about to shoot, but Xiao Luo had miraculously closed the gap between them in the next instant. Xiao Luo pounced on him like a fierce tiger and delivered a deadly kick to his chin. Erg! The rebel gunman hardly had the chance to scream when his jaw was torn apart, and a stream of blood sprayed in the air. Xiao Luo grabbed his chin with his hand and squashed his jaw to pieces before thrusting him away with his open palm. The rebel flew back a distance and was already dead before he hit the ground. The other rebels were demoralized and terrified by the prowess and cruel nature of this unknown man. Most of them dropped their weapons and ran for their lives, but a few remaining ones continued to shoot at Xiao Luo hysterically. But, no matter where they shot, the bullets were always missing Xiao Luo as if by some strange design, for it seemed like Xiao Luo could predict every bullet's trajectory. He looked like a nimble dancer waltzing through a wall of lead, impervious to the dangers he faced. As he continued dodging, he was gradually closing the gap with his enemies, and once within killing range, he took them out without breaking his stride. This was repeated time and again, thinning out the rebel lines. Xiao Luo was transformed into a cold and inhumane killing machine whose sole purpose was to reap the lives of all these Libyan rebel fighters. Jiang Jiming and the Special Operations team watched from afar, shocked, and unable to process what they had seen. Their wide-opened eyes were the only signs of expression as they froze in a silent stupor. This guy, is he a monster? Kong Hongyun's voice trembled as not only had Xiao Luo's strength and cruelty terrified the Libyan rebels, but even the Special Operations team felt a chill run down their spines. The people from the NSA are absolute monsters. He is non-human. He could annihilate an entire platoon just by himself. The other members of the Special Operations team trembled, and their faces were painted with indescribable fear and confusion. Even Jiang Jiming, who was usually calm and composed, began to wonder if he was dreaming. Regardless of how powerful a man was, he could not possibly be that powerful to disregard bullets and bomb fragments. Even well-armed soldiers were defenseless, seeming to him like civilians whose lives he could extinguish as he wished. This was just ridiculous and unbelievable. Next, Xiao Luo punched a Libyan rebel's head, and his eyeball popped out, dragging blood vessels along before it fell to the ground. It rolled a short distance away and was soon covered in dust as the owner suffered an inglorious end to the battle. In all, nearly 30 Libyan rebel troops were killed. Everyone stared at Xiao Luo. He was soaked in his enemy's blood with the same old calm face and breathed heavily. No one could keep their cool, for this man had just turned this skirmish into a carnage of unimaginable proportions, something that only existed in stories. Jiang Jiming ran up to Xiao Luo, with concern written all over his face. "Mr. Mia, are you okay?" he asked. Xiao Luo raised his brows and glanced at him as he quelled his killing intent. He laughed and said, "Do I look like I am not okay? That's great, look out. Be careful." Jiang Jiming nodded in relief when he suddenly noticed a Libyan rebel who had pretended to be dead getting up and taking aim at Xiao Luo's back with a gun. Jiang Jiming quickly reacted and raised his sniper rifle immediately to shoot at the rebel's right shoulder. The power behind a high-velocity sniper round was lethal and many times more potent than ordinary rifles. The shot ripped off the rebel's entire right arm, and as blood spurted out from the wound, an anguished scream pierced the air. Xiao Luo turned around and looked at the rebel soldier, then turned back to thank Jiang Jiming. "Thank you." "You're welcome, Mr. Mia," Jiang Jiming replied. Kong Hongyun and a few men headed over and secured the soldier before bringing him back. Most of the rebels were tanned from spending long periods in the scorching sun, and this man was no different. He had deep-set eyes, sported a crew cut and a tattoo on his chest. As he was being carried over, he looked at Xiao Luo with deep fear and continued to mumble. Both Jiang Jiming and Kong Hongyun did not understand what he meant, but that word in English meant demon. The man was correct about Xiao Luo. This Mr. Mia was indeed a demon who came out of hell searching for human lives. Xiao Luo looked down at the surviving Libyan rebel soldier and asked. The Libyan rebel soldier responded, looking a little hesitant. Xiao Luo turned to Jiang Jiming and said, "It seems like we are in trouble." The Libyan rebels had obtained the information about the mission to rescue that war correspondent from an unknown source, so they planned to kill any Hua Nation personnel they come across at all costs. The orders are from their high command, and they are to let no one through. They've been instructed to kill everyone and are taking no chances. Damn it, aren't they afraid that our navy and army will intervene in their war and wipe them out? Kong Hongyun said, clenching his teeth. If our navy and army set foot on Libyan soil, this would be the equivalent of interfering in the internal affairs of other states, which might serve as a catalyst for a greater international conflict. Jiang Jiming answered. Xiao Luo did not comment on this. He glanced at that rebel soldier and said, "It's your time to go." After he spoke, he kicked his chest. The Libyan rebel flew back like a broken kite with blood all over his face. He died immediately from the kick. "Mr. Mia, what are you doing?" Jiang Jiming could not understand the motive of that kick, and he questioned Xiao Luo. To be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Do you actually think that I was unaware of this man earlier on? I wanted to let him go, but he chose to waste this chance and even wanted to shoot me, so there's no reason for me to show mercy, Xiao Luo replied. Your bullet should not have landed on his shoulder, Xiao Luo said, then pointed at his head. It should land here. The sole objective of a sniper is to achieve one shot, one kill. You do not give the enemy the chance to recover, and in this aspect, you are still too naive. In the face of Xiao Luo's accusations and taunts, Jiang Jiming gritted his teeth and tightly clenched his fists. But in the next second, he just relaxed them and sighed deeply in resignation, like a deflated ball, because he knew Xiao Luo was right, which the same as his instructor had told him. As a sniper, when the decision to shoot was made, the only thing in his mind would be to take the target's life. But when Jiang Jiming pulled the trigger, he hesitated, realizing that he was about to extinguish the life of a living being and showed mercy on him. Unlike his experience during training, the gun was loaded with blanks, so even though he knew the bullet had struck their critical areas of the target, it would never actually kill them. We are in the real battlefield now, and this is a matter of life and death. As the team leader, I hope you adapt yourself to the realities of war as soon as possible. It is a soldier's duty to defend his country and comrades, and that makes you a war machine. I think your military instructor would have drilled that thought into your head. There's no peace in the military world, and once you become a soldier, you have to always be ready to fight on the battlefield. Do you agree with that? Xiao Luo felt it was necessary to shake Jiang Zhiming up, for his attitude could cost lives. He needed to understand the difference between empathy in everyday life and the job he was entrusted to carry out in a war. If he still harbored thoughts of playing fair in battle, then his naivete could likely result in his entire team being annihilated because of it. When rebuked, Jiang Zhiming felt an overwhelming shame with his lack of mental fortitude. Doubts were cast on his ability to perform like a professional soldier, and he didn't even come close to matching an NSA soldier. After the encounter, 2 more members of the Special Operations team were killed, and 3 more were seriously wounded. One was wounded by shrapnel, which caused a gaping wound in his thigh, another had his right hand blown off with his whole palm almost severed from his wrist, and the third had his back seared the heat by an incendiary round and looked bloody and mangled. Fortunately, combat medics were well equipped with first aid kits in the team and were on hand to provide emergency treatment. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo gave them acupuncture treatment with his silver needles to relieve pain immediately and stabilize their vitals, but this was merely temporary measures. They had to be evacuated to the hospital in Xianxia City as soon as possible to receive proper treatment. Otherwise, the wounds could be fatal once they festered and became infected. The night sky was overcast, and the moon obscured as if a storm was brewing. Anyone familiar with the conditions there knew that it wasn't a storm, but the smoke from fires rising through the skies of Libya. It created a dense haze filled with soot, smothering the whole area. All the members of the Special Operations team did not dare to underestimate Xiao Luo again, especially Kang Yunhong. He recalled how he had first doubted Xiao Luo's strength and even deliberately used the achievements of Captain Jiang Zhiming to provoke him, only for it to backfire, and he nearly died of shame for that. They now realized that Xiao Luo was really a strong man who single-handedly wiped out a small group of armed Libyan rebels with his bare hands. Simply put, he was as powerful as a god, and in Jiang Zhiming's mind, Xiao Luo was like a mountain and someone he could look up to. As they progressed further, Jiang Zhiming provided Xiao Luo with an update of their whereabouts. There's a small town up front. After the town, 7 kilometers further north is the city of Xianxia, he said. Xiao Luo nodded slightly. I will stay on until you have located and secured our nationals. After that, I will go my own way. Mr. Mia, if the reporter you seek is in Xianxia City, we can return to base together, Kang Yunhong said. The reality was that Xiao Luo's presence gave him a great sense of security, and he felt that there would not be any unanticipated incidents during the journey. I hope she's there, but I'll still part with you, Xiao Luo said. Why? Don't we? Shut up, Kang. Mr. Mia is doing this for our own good. Jiang Zhiming interrupted Kang Yunhong's words, looked at Xiao Luo with a determined gaze, and said, compared to the rebels, the threat of the mercenaries is even greater, especially when we have to protect more than 50 of our compatriots. If Mr. Mia returns with us, those mercenaries will sink their teeth into us like a pack of hungry wolves. But Mr. Mia is powerful, isn't he? He can definitely handle those mercenaries, Kang Yunhong replied, convinced of Xiao Luo's strength. Xiao Luo gave him a wry smile and said, I'm more than 90% sure of dealing with those mercenaries, but there's no guarantee that you won't get hurt by them, do you understand? Chang picked up the conversation and pitched in, if Mr. Mia goes separately, we can avoid being attacked by mercenaries. Just dealing with the rebels we encounter will greatly reduce our risk. Those mercenaries only need to pass on the information of the war correspondent to the Libyan rebels and me, and they will stop their fighting to hunt me. So, on your return, even if you encounter the rebels, it is possible that they would not attack you, Xiao Luo opined. As soon as Kang Yunhong heard that, he made up his mind and said, right, that makes sense. Mr. Mia, maybe it's best to return via a different route. Xiao Luo cast a glance at Kang Yunhong. You have a lot of nerve, Jiang Jiming scowled. Well. He. Kong Yunhong rubbed the back of his head and laughed in embarrassment. When they arrived at the location, they were met with a town in ruins. There were broken bricks, bullet holes, and garbage was strewn everywhere. Even the street lamps in the middle of the road were riddled with bullet holes and stained with smoke. The town looked like a scene from a post-apocalyptic movie, and the burnt-out cars the team occasionally came across lent to the dystopian atmosphere. Stop the vehicle. Xiao Luo suddenly raised his hand. The authority of Xiao Luo was supreme in the special operations team, and the driver stopped immediately before even getting an order from Jiang Jiming. They were in the lead vehicle, and as soon as they stopped, the whole convoy came to a standstill. Stand by. Jiang hailed his section commanders through his intercom. Although he did not find any hostile threats, Xiao Luo must have noticed something wrong for him to instruct them to stop. Kong Yunhong looked around, then turned back and asked, Mr. Mia, what's the matter? Shut up. Xiao Luo snarled at him, and then he closed his eyes as he tried to detect the sound he heard earlier. He heard a man's sinister laughter as well as a woman's cries for help, but it was so very faint. Xiao Luo could hardly pick it up even with his senses enhanced by King of Mercenaries and the I Ching Jing. But he heard enough to tell him that the language the woman spoke was English. Perhaps that was Sarah Michelle? Xiao Luo wondered as his two ears wiggled like a radar dish searching for signals. Jiang Jiming and Kong Yunhong didn't know what had happened. They couldn't spot any threats, just the occasional cry of a raven. The sound must have been quite a distance away and would have been barely audible. Even Xiao Luo had only inadvertently heard it as they drove by only moments ago. After a while, Xiao Luo finally determined its position and distance when the sound carried on another gust of wind. He opened his eyes, turned his head to the northwest, picked up his sniper rifle, and stepped out of the car without a word. Jiang Jiming didn't say a word but used his hands to direct the special operations team members to follow in battle formation and stay vigilant. About 500 meters to the northwest of where Xiao Luo and the others were, 5 slovenly dressed local thugs surrounded a woman. She was an attractive and well-limbed woman with a trim waist and slender legs that were very eye-catching. She wore a tank top and mini shorts and had wavy blonde hair as well as graceful features. Although her face was not especially attractive, in a war zone, she was like a delicious meal. Next to her, an obese man laid in a pool of blood. He looked like he had been stabbed more than a dozen times as blood flowed copiously from his body, soaking the ground around him. His glazed eyes, gaping mouth, and the twisted look on his face was evidence that he had died a horrific and painful death. I am a journalist of Hua Nation. If you guys dare to lay a finger on me, the troops from my country will come and tear this place apart. The woman spoke to them in fluent English, but she was so terrified that she trembled, and her voice shook. Seeing her companion, the cameraman, brutally murdered by these thugs, she was almost on the verge of breaking down. But her assailants could not understand a word she said, and they didn't need to understand either. Their eyes glinted with nothing but lust. They were talking in a language that the woman couldn't understand and touching her all over. What are you doing? Don't touch me. The woman's body could not stop trembling in fear and despair, like a deer surrounded by 5 drooling beasts. She was overcome by the vile and pungent bodily odors of these thugs. It was the stench of filth as if they had not changed their clothes or bathed for a couple of months. She could even see the dried yellowish crusts that had formed around the corners of their eyes. They were so filthy, they were stank. She wasn't like a teenage girl just out of society. How could she not know precisely what these thugs intended to do to her? The woman struggled as she fought back and screamed hysterically. One of them was enraged by her resistance that he brutally pushed her to the ground. Suddenly, the woman became aware that her right foot was being pulled by a large, rough hand, and the next thing she knew, she was dragged across the ground. Obscene laughter filled her ears as the other thugs crowded around her, and she felt a burn on her back from being violently dragged across the graveled ground. "Let go of me, you **RD. Let go of me." She was screaming at the top of her voice, but there was nothing she could do. She felt like a pig being led to the slaughterhouse by a rowdy crowd of butchers. She was unable to fight them off and break free. She knew what was to come, but what could she do? Tears flowed from her eyes, and she suddenly realized how far away from the civilized world she was. Her head was in a spin, her hair was disheveled, and all she could hear was their evil laughter. "No. Stop it. No, please." Someone slapped her across her face, and it sent her into a daze. Her face throbbed, leaving a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. It broke down any resistance she had to offer as she just laid on the ground sobbing desperately. Tears streamed from her cheeks, and her makeup was smudged. The 5 thugs gulped excitedly at the sight of the scantily clad woman on the floor. They were so engrossed that they did not even realize they had been surrounded. One of the men got on top of her. Suddenly, a cold, black muzzle was pressed against the back of his head, and the realization of what was happening instantly washed away any lecherous thoughts he had. The thug raised his head and found a group of soldiers in camouflage uniforms standing around him. He then noticed that his companions were also held at gunpoint and had lifted their hands above their heads, looking at him in horror. Gulp. The rebel thug gulped again and immediately broke into a cold sweat. A chill shiver ran down his spine. The thug, who was atop the woman, stared wide-eyed in shock and slowly raised his hands up. "How fu *King dare you bully the women from our nation? Are you tired of living?" Kong Hongyun was so enraged that he slammed the buttstock of his rifle into the head of this thug. Filled with rage, he used a large amount of force, and when the buttstock hit the thug's head, blood spurted out, and the man was thrown off the woman's body, collapsing in a heap on the dusty ground. Jiang Jiming quickly took off his camouflage uniform and covered the woman lying on the ground, helping her sit up. "It's over, you're safe," he said, assuring her. Hearing a familiar language, the woman opened her teary eyes in surprise. When she saw that there were markings of the Huan nation on their camouflage smocks, she cried tears of joy and threw herself into Jiang Jiming's arms, weeping uncontrollably. She was still in shock and was lost for words, just crying her eye out. What she had just experienced was like a terrifying nightmare that would haunt her forever. Xiao Luo was the first to detect what had happened here, yet the last one to turn up. He thought that Jiang Jiming and his squad were more than capable of dealing with the 5 thugs who had taken advantage of the war to commit this horrendous act. But when he got closer to her, he found that this woman looked quite familiar. "Are you Tang Wantian?" he asked. The woman was still in tears, nuzzled Jiang Jiming's arms, and when she gazed at him, she was shocked. "Xiao Luo," she cried. They stared at each other briefly, in stunned silence. Xiao Luo never thought that he would come across Tang Wantian in Libya. He remembered the last time they met was at a class reunion in Jiangqing last year. At that time, he recalled her telling him that she was a journalist. It suddenly dawned on Xiao Luo what a small world this actually was. Despite not seeing an old acquaintance for a long time, there was always a chance of bumping into them again someday. For Xiao Luo, in most cases, he'd end up meeting old classmates as most of them worked in the same area since graduation, so it wasn't hard to meet them by chance. But, in Tang Wantian's case, it was different. He furrowed his eyebrows and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Aye." Tears started rolling down Tang Wantian's face right after he asked her. She looked forlorn and full of regret. All the things that she had experienced was a nightmare that she would never forget for the rest of her life. After talking to Tang Wantian, Xiao Luo was able to get a rough idea of how she got there. Tang Wantian had spent some money to hire a black ship and found her way to Libya. She came with her cameraman, and her goal was to capture and record the war in Libya to give viewers an on-the-ground report of the conflict. This assignment would give her career a significant boost and set her on the way up the hierarchy. Oh, God, how did you even dare to come here? Xiao Luo could understand her passion for journalism but shook his head at her preparation for such an assignment. To him, it was not bravery but foolishness. This is a war zone. To think that you're wearing such a revealing and sexy outfit, do you think this is some tourist spot? Have you gone mad, Tang Wandian? He was quite piqued and lost control of his emotions somewhat. They had been university classmates and spent 4 years together, so he still treated her as a friend. It was a fact that couldn't be erased no matter how much time had passed. Tang Wandian put her head down and had nothing else to say. She did consider her safety before coming here, but she also heard that the Libyan government and rebel army had their principles and would not hurt the innocent. So, she gritted her teeth and came here, in the hope of getting the latest news and updates on the Libyan war. It was her path to becoming a gold-level reporter. It was also this dream that kept driving her to achieve more in the industry. But she had not expected to experience something as cruel and horrifying as this incident in a small town. Seeing that her entire body was still trembling, Xiao Luo couldn't bring himself to reprimand her anymore. Bearing in mind that she was almost raped by the 5 thugs earlier on, it was undoubtedly a terrifying experience for any woman. Jiang Jiming walked over to Xiao Luo. "Mr. Mia, how should we deal with the 5 of them?" he asked. There was no doubt that he was the person in charge of this team, but the encounter with the Libyan rebel army group in the afternoon changed all that. Xiao Luo naturally was seen as the alpha of the special operations group, and therefore he decided to ask Xiao Luo for his opinion. "We'll have to give them a good beating, of course. How dare they try to bully a woman from Hua Nation? If I don't break them apart, there's no way I can swallow this anger," Kong Yunhong growled. The other members of the special operations team grunted in agreement as they all felt that these 5 thugs could not be let off that easily. Xiao Luo looked skyward, and his eyes seemed focused in the far distance. He had a stern look on his face that appeared like he was harboring a 1,000-year-old vendetta. His eyes glowered with cruel intent. After a brief moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "Kill them all." "What? Kill? Kill them?" Jiang Jiming, Kong Yunhong, and the other group members from the special operations team shuddered at the thought. They eventually managed to calm themselves down but were quite shocked by the decision that Xiao Luo had made. Tang Wantian opened her eyes wide and was stunned as well. The Xiao Luo she saw in front of her now felt so unfamiliar and cold. Those eyes were sharp and intimidating. Though the 5 deserved to die, she found it hard to remain calm when she heard Xiao Luo give the kill order so nonchalantly. It was as if he was the Grim Reaper responsible for the life and death of these men. He stood high above everyone else and was shrouded in enigma. "Team leader Jiang, why are you hesitating?" Xiao Luo turned around and looked at Jiang Jiming with both of his hands behind his back. Looking into Xiao Luo's eyes, Jiang Jiming trembled a bit. He was reminded of his old instructor, who had taught him how to snipe. "Kill them all." Jiang Jiming turned around, grabbed, pointed his gun at the 5 thugs, and gave the command without any expression on his face. "Team leader, this is not according to the rules. We've already taken them down, and we're holding them captive," Kong Yunhong responded, trembling and showing a slight hesitation. The 5 thugs could also tell that they were about to die soon. The color on their faces turned pale, and they started begging in their local tongue, pressing their heads on the ground as they pleaded. Jiang Jiming took 1 step forward and kicked Kong Yunhong to the ground. "Follow your orders," he yelled, looking at his troops, and emphasizing each word. "As soon as we made landfall, we ceased to be soldiers capable of only charging into battle and training. We are now true warriors, capable of facing the cruelest opponents out here. If you want to finish this mission with outstanding results, then you'll first have to turn yourselves into demons. If you show them mercy, then who's going to show us mercy? He pointed to the corpse of the cameraman on the floor and said, then who is going to pity our friend here, who lost his life doing his job? With those words, the eyes of the special operations soldiers hardened, and it felt like something in their minds had been awakened and unleashed. This was not a training exercise, but this was war, and they were not soldiers living in an era of peace, but killing machines that had to dispatch their enemies in conflict. Kill them all. Jiang Jiming repeated. Ah! With a ferocious cry drawn from the depths of their soul, 5 of the soldiers, including Kong Yunhong, pointed their guns to the head of the thugs. Then, they pulled the trigger. 5 gunshots reverberated in the quiet street, and 5 thugs fell in a pool of their own blood after letting out a muffled cry. Tang Wantian screamed in horror, and she fell back sitting on the ground. The members of the Special Operations team sighed as they looked at the sprawled bodies of the men, and the stress of carrying out the command showed clearly on their faces. Xiao Luo patted Jiang Jiming's shoulder and said, "You're now competent enough to lead your team. I believe that under your leadership, the probability of success for this team to return to the coastal base alive has gone up." Since the day they embarked on the mission, he had never really acknowledged Jiang Jiming. Xiao Luo felt that he lacked situational awareness, and his special operations team was constantly falling short. This killing was their baptism by fire, and from here on, this band of soldiers would undoubtedly become a force to be reckoned with after the war. Jiang Jiming forced a smile on his face and said, "Mr. Mia, what were you doing before you joined the NSA?" "Working in the private sector," Xiao Luo replied, giving him a wry smile. The journey back could very well turn out to be dull and uneventful. Tang Wantian was to be embedded into the special operations team now. She changed into an army uniform and tied her hair neatly into a ponytail, making her look all sweet and soldierly at the same time. She glanced at Xiao Luo occasionally and had a heap of questions in her head. What was Xiao Luo doing here? Was he not the boss of Luo Workshop? What did the NSA do? Why are these soldiers addressing Xiao Luo as Mr. Mie? As for the killing, why was Xiao Luo so calm back there? Had he killed many people before? All these questions hung like a cloud of doubt over her and were bothering her. She couldn't figure anything out, but one thing she knew for sure, her university classmate was not an ordinary person. She realized she didn't recognize him anymore. He was just an enigma. She carefully opened her mouth to ask, "Xiao Luo, I know you have a whole bunch of questions, but please don't ask me anything at all. Even if you do, you're not going to get a proper answer. And, please don't tell anyone that you met me here when you return back home. You can report on the Libyan war, but you must remove any part of me from your report, do you understand?" Xiao Luo said. Tang Wantian was a little bit shocked initially but then nodded her head. I got it, she replied. Was this really the Xiao Luo she knew from university? In the vehicle, Tang Wantian was lost in her thoughts as she sat silently next to Xiao Luo. She took a glance at him. He had sharp-looking eyes and a handsome but grim face that had the edge of a steel blade. He seemed so familiar, but yet unfamiliar at the same time. She suddenly realized that this man was the hardest to read among her circle of university friends and the most enigmatic. At around 2 in the afternoon, they finally arrived at their destination, Stantine City. The city was already in ruins, torn apart by relentless artillery fire. Shops, buildings, roads, almost everything they saw had been destroyed. It was a disaster zone. Bullet holes, bomb craters, bricks, and debris were strewn all over the place. It couldn't be called a city anymore, but was more like a wasteland. Desolation was the central theme when one walked here. After the special operations team arrived, they met up with elements of the government army. Their troops were decked up in light-colored uniforms. They had already driven the rebel forces out and taken back the city, and the Hua Nation soldiers were rightly impressed by their splendid performance. On hearing that the special operations team was coming, the government army's supreme commander ordered a non-commissioned officer, acting as a guide, to welcome them. They were then brought to the Xiahe Electronics Manufacturing Factory, where the 50 Huan Nation citizens were located. "Have you seen this American woman?" Xiao Luo asked the Libyan army guide in the local dialect and showed him a picture of Sarah Michelle. This guide had earlier introduced himself to Xiao Luo and his group. He was a sergeant, and his name was Hamis. Unlike everyone else they had met on their way here, he was a Libyan who had very East Asian features. Hamis took a close look at the picture in Xiao Luo's hand and shook his head. "I'm very sorry, but I've never seen anyone that looks like her. In fact, we've never met anyone from America," he said. "The American embassy shut down at the start of the war and they brought all their citizens with them and left our country." "Thank you." Xiao Luo slid the picture back in his vest pocket, and although the guide did not provide any sort of useful information or help, he thanked him anyway. Hami smiled and said, "You're welcome, it is my honor." Xiao Luo could actually speak the Libyan language so fluently? Tang Wantian was shocked. The things that she had learned about Xiao Luo had far exceeded her expectations. But she snapped out of it when she saw the picture that Xiao Luo showed earlier and asked, "Xiao Luo, are you looking for Sarah Michelle?" Xiao Luo turned his head around in surprise and asked, "Do you know her?" He was startled that Tang Wantian recognized Sarah Michelle and hoped she knew her whereabouts. Tang Wantian nodded her head and said, "She is a famous personality in journalism. Regardless of which part of the world it is, she'll be there as long as there is war. Every reporter respects her, and although she is pretty young, she's brave, fearless, and is a role model for reporters the world over. She will get in no matter what, to discover and report on the latest news." The reason why I decided to come to Libya was partly because of her inspiration. Xiao Luo couldn't help but reprimand her once again. "That's why I said you're so foolish. She has strong and powerful backing from the Michelle family. Going to war zones to take pictures for news, she most probably has a dozen well-trained and armed bodyguards right behind her. But you're just here by yourself. It's like walking on tightropes, she has a safety rope, but you don't. If you fall, you're going to be smashed to smithereens. Do you even understand that?" Tang Wantian's face turned red after listening to this. What he had just said was right, and it just went to show how naive and foolish she was. If God had not protected her, she'd have been humiliated and perhaps even slowly tortured to death. Just the thought of it made her shiver. "We've arrived." Hamis pointed straight ahead to let them know they had arrived. When the vehicle stopped, Jiang Jiming and his crew immediately disembarked. Their wounded had already been treated, so they planned to depart once they rounded up the 50 citizens in the factory. They were going to head directly back to the coastal base. The factory had the same layout as those back home. The main door was equipped with an electric sliding door, but it had already been badly damaged. There was a large gap wide enough to allow a full-sized truck to pass through. The security booth by the side had also been obliterated by a shell, leaving a massive hole on its wall with web-like cracks extending around it. The floor was strewn with bricks. Hamis was the first to enter, followed by Xiao Luo, Jiang Jiming, and the rest of the troops. Hamis had an awful look on his face. "My friends, your citizens are right inside the building over there. I'm sorry, my stomach isn't feeling too good, you have to excuse me. But you please do go ahead and reunite with your people," he said. Hami suddenly grabbed his stomach and looked in great discomfort, and without waiting for Xiao Luo and Jiang Jiming's reply, he turned around and scuttled off through a small path at the side of the building. Kong Yunhong had a disgusted look on his face. "What, are these Libyan soldiers that weak? Is he having diarrhea?" he said. "Be careful, something does not seem right here." Jiang Jiming warned them, "Stay alert, release your safety locks, and get ready to fight at any moment." Leader, stop scaring yourself for no good reason. What danger is there when the government troops are in control of Constantine City? They're friendly towards us, as you can see. They've even brought us all the way to Shaha Manufacturing Factory, Kong Yunhong commented. While he was trying to convince his commander, it appeared more like he was trying to calm himself. What if they are rebel soldiers disguised as government soldiers? Xiao Luo said. As soon as he said that, everyone broke into a cold sweat. If they were rebel soldiers, then they were heading into an ambush. Kong Yunhong smiled awkwardly and said, This is not possible, right? Why is it not possible? The rebel army and government army are all from Libya. They can easily switch identities, and all they have to do is to change into the other uniform, Xiao Luo said. Gulp. Kong Yunhong struggled to swallow his saliva, and sweat rolled down his head like a waterfall. He had not even considered the possibility of such a scenario, and if the situation was like Xiao Luo described, and everyone here was a rebel soldier, then they were in terrible danger. Suddenly, Xiao Luo's ears sharply caught the slight sound of firearms scraping against the floor. He scanned the surroundings, and on the second level of the building right in front of them, he saw a black muzzle sticking out of a darkened window. Just one look and he could tell that it is a Type 62 general machine gun. Spread out. Xiao Luo shouted out as he grabbed Tang Wantian, who was just standing there, staring blankly into space. Like a bolt of lightning, he quickly hid behind a wall with her. Jiang Jiming and the rest have become a lot more alert after listening to what Xiao Luo had said earlier. As soon as they see Xiao Luo taking cover, they reacted really quickly and stayed low, crawling toward cover. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The Type 62 general machine gun began firing away from the second floor and pinning down the special operations team on the ground. Bullets hit the ground relentlessly, causing sand and gravels to splatter everywhere. Two of the special operations team members got shot right away, and their bodies disintegrated like bursting bags of blood bags, and they collapsed into heaps of minced meat, with blood spurting out from their mouths and noses. Quickly, every one of those remaining managed to find cover and hunkered down in safe positions. Damn it, still not dead even after this? These Hua Nation soldiers are quite tricky. Hamis exclaimed. Hamis had already found himself a place to hide and was observing Xiao Luo and the special operations team through a pair of binoculars. Hamis was surprised at the reaction speed of Xiao Luo and the special operations troops. It was time for the next phase of the assault. Hamis gave out the orders to his subordinates hiding around the factory premises, waiting to ambush Xiao Luo and the team. Kill all those dogs, and spare no one, he yelled. The moment Hamis gave his order to kill, hundreds of rebel soldiers rushed into the factory through the main door, with assault rifles at the ready. They were planning a two-prong attack on Xiao Luo and the team, attacking them from behind while the rebel soldiers already entrenched inside formed the second front. There was the distinctive report of a high-velocity rifle shot, then a bullet tore right through the head of a rebel soldier as he exposed his head. The round pierced through his head and continued in its trajectory to hit the heads of two more rebel soldiers behind him. A single bullet ended 3 lives in an instant. Blood and brain matter splattered all over the faces and bodies of the rebel soldiers around the 3 men. Shocked, they literally jumped out of their skins and bolted out through the main door as fast as lightning while trying to stay low. The head of the rebel soldier said with a nervous look on his face. Reporting to the lieutenant colonel, our opponents have a sniper, our opponents have a sniper, he screamed. He was frantic as he fumbled with his walkie-talkie, trying to report on the current situation to Hamis. What are you scared of? They only have roughly 20-odd people, while there are more than 100 of us here. We can drown them to death even if everyone here spits phlegm at them. Go get them, finish them off. Hamis shouted, fuming at his men. Understood, sir. The assault team leader had a frightened look on his face. He turned to his men and made a hand gesture, signaling for his subordinates to attack. Two of the rebel soldiers followed their orders and dashed in from both sides of the main door. Zing! Zing! In a flash, 2 shots rang out and struck the rebels clean through their heads. Both fell with gaping holes in the middle of their foreheads. Fresh blood oozed out of their wounds, forming pools of blood on the floor around them. Charge, all of you, charge at them! The head was shocked and furious at the same time. He motioned with his hand and ordered all of his subordinates to charge into the building. But the charge never gained momentum, as the moment the men showed their heads, a bullet would fly toward them, and all it took was one bullet. The headshots were extremely accurate, hitting the rebels like a horrifying curse, and the attackers had no way of getting through this invisible wall of sniper bullets. Huh? The head gasped as he looked at the 8 bodies lying at the entrance, with their heads hewn open by a bullet. Aghast, he could only marvel at the temperament of the opposing sniper. How in the world could he be this accurate? Inside the factory, Jiang Zhiming, Kang Yunhong, and the special operations team watched in shock as the sniper took out any man who attempted to break through the main door. Xiao Luo had lined up his sights to cover the main door of the factory. Of course, there was no way a standard assault rifle should not be able to land a shot that was that far away. Xiao Luo was using a 7.62mm high-precision sniper rifle. Just what kind of reaction speed was this? And what kind of accuracy was this? He never missed and was getting a kill with each shot. Everyone in the special operations team stared in Xiao Luo's direction as if they were looking at some kind of monster. He was definitely the supreme soldier in all of the Hua nation. Tang Wantian covered her ears with a look of shock on her face. This was the first time she experienced the war with gun blazing around her, and she was terrified. This version of Xiao Luo, nestling a sniper rifle and killing all the enemies outside the factory, suddenly felt unfamiliar to her again. She couldn't help but think to herself, how is the existence of such a man even possible? Team leader Jiang. Xiao Luo suddenly shouted to Jiang Zhiming. Mr. Mia, what's the order? Jiang Zhiming responded. I'll leave the enemies inside the factory to you, is that all right? No problem. Jiang Zhiming acknowledged and then ordered his team to get ready for action. At the same time, he carefully kept track of where the enemies inside the factory were located. His shooting skills were admirable as he took out the rebel soldier on the 2nd floor who was operating the machine gun, with just one shot. All the other rebels who had taken cover then tried to rush toward them but were also taken out by a hail of gunfire from the rest of the special operations team. About 7 or 8 of them fell, sprawled in pools of blood. Everyone only had one life. Of course, the rebel soldiers cherished their own lives as well. They initially thought the people they were up against were nothing but pieces of meat on an iron plate and only waiting to be chopped up by them. But now they realized that their opponents were a powerful force to be reckoned with. They immediately stopped their mad charges and started to hide and take cover to avoid getting shot by return fire. These soldiers are skilled and dangerous. To think they are able to launch a ferocious counterattack despite the ambush we have laid. No wonder they say you can't provoke the soldiers from this nation. Every single one of them is a beast, Hamis muttered. He was in a state of shock as he had led them to a trap and all they managed was kill 2 of them. He initially thought that the well-positioned machine gun earlier would have cut down these soldiers and turned them into minced meat. Lieutenant Colonel, what should we do? A subordinate asked him. What should we do? Hami scoffed, gritted his teeth, and said, I refuse to believe that 100 of us cannot take down this small group of their soldiers. Give the order to Kaza and his men. No matter what it takes, even if they have to form a suicide squad, they have to take them out in the next 10 minutes. Understood, sir. That subordinate responded and straightened up with his chest out. When this order was conveyed, all the rebel soldiers, both inside and out, went into a frenzy. Jiang Zhiming and his team lined up their eyes and fired at the advancing enemy with their assault rifles in a disciplined fashion. After a while, the relentless firing of the automatic rifle took its toll as its recoil force gradually transmitted from their arms to the other parts of their bodies, causing the muscles on their face to quiver with every shot. Bang! 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 Xiao Luo's sniper rifle fired at a rapid speed, and he was able to take out an enemy with every single shot, and each one was a shot head to the head. With the work he was putting in, all the rebel soldiers' corpses at the factory's main door were already piling up into a small mountain. The rebel soldiers from outside the factory no longer chose to enter from the main door. They split up, gathered at the factory walls, and prepared to enter by scaling over the walls. But this method was not effective at all. Anytime 5 of the rebels got over the wall, 5 would get shot instantly and fall off the wall. If 10 of them tried climbing the wall, then 10 of them were going to get shot, and they were all killed by headshots. Bloody hell, just how many snipers are there inside? The head of the Libyan soldiers was beginning to feel terrified. He knew clearly that it was the same person responsible for shooting down all his men. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for all of them to be shot in the head. But he just couldn't figure out how his opponent was able to use just one sniper rifle and create the kind of impression that made it look like he had dozens of sniper rifles operating at the same time. Tang Wantian looked at the pile of bodies lying at the main door, and they already formed a heap like a small mountain. The top of the walls was also stained with blood and brain matter that came from the head of the dead rebel soldiers lodged at the top of the wall. This bloody action taking place in a hot war zone had given her an indescribable sense of horror. But since she had a natural inquisitiveness as a reporter, she took out a mini video camera and recorded the entire scene, despite shaking uncontrollably. Use the bazooka. The head of the rebel soldiers outside the factory was about to go insane on account of Xiao Luo. This marksman was like a nightmare for his troops, and if they kept charging in like this, they were undoubtedly all going to get wiped out. One of the rebels heard the order and immediately placed the bazooka on his shoulder. He moved out quickly, aimed into the factory, and was about to pull the trigger. As the command to pull the trigger was being transmitted from his brain to the finger, a bullet streaked through the air and hit the rocket inside the bazooka launch tube. It's over. 2 words flashed in the head of the rebel soldier as he opened both of his eyes wide and was filled with despair. Boom! The rocket inside the bazooka launch tube exploded and reverberated in a deafening report, sending waves of the blast through the entire area. The Libyan rebel, who had positioned the bazooka on his shoulder, died in an instant. He literally disintegrated, and burned flesh and broken bones splattered everywhere. Fire and smoke filled the air, and the Libyan rebels who were within 4 or 5 meters of the explosion sustained injuries as well. They fell to the ground, groaning in pain. The remaining Libyan rebels stared at the mayhem and their injured compatriots writhing in pain. They were dumbfounded and had a look of horror on their faces. They all had the exact same thought that the sniper inside was none other than the Grim Reaper. There's no way they could defeat such a terrifying force. What are you pussycats huddling here for? A strange, unfamiliar voice suddenly came from above, and they were all shocked. That person was mocking them in their own language. The Libyan rebels instinctively lifted their heads and could only see someone standing at the top of the wall. The unknown man was wearing a Black Hawk camouflage coat. He had a handsome face and a pair of steady eyes, and he was looking at them with a smile on his face. As they looked up, they realized that he was holding on to 2 grenades. The safety pin had already been removed, and white smoke was emitting, giving off a sizzling sound. The rebel commander's eyes dilated as he screamed, "Watch out! Stay down! Get down!" Xiao Luo casually dropped the 2 grenades down and then leaped off the high wall, quickly. He casually walked back toward Jiang Zhiming's position, cradling his sniper rifle in his arms. Boom! Boom! The blast of energy swept through like a hurricane, following the two explosions. Thick smoke rose over the blast zone, throwing a cloud of sand high into the air, along with broken arms and legs. The limbs and body parts were strewn all over as they dropped back to the ground. Strangely, the fingers of some of the severed arms twitched as it lay on the ground due to neural reflex, and all the broken body parts were charred black because of the intense temperature. Xiao Luo didn't even bother turning his head around. All the Libyan rebels outside the factory had grouped up too close together, and 2 grenades were all it took to wipe them all out. "It's time to retreat," Xiao Luo said as he walked toward Jiang Zhiming. "Retreat? Our compatriots are still in there. Are we not going to go and save them?" Kong Yunhong asked, looking a little confused. "They're already dead. Since the Libyan rebel soldiers chose to ambush us here, they would have set up the kill zones to turn this place into a trap. They wouldn't have risked the hostages giving them away, so the easiest and most direct method would have been to kill them all," Xiao Luo responded. After hearing that, the bodies of all the members of the Special Operations team trembled a little. It became a little bit hard to breathe when they realized just how cruel the Libyan rebels actually were. The soldiers now realized what Xiao Luo said was right, and the reality was that all their citizens they had come to rescue were already dead, and their effort was all for naught. Jiang Zhiming clenched his fist tight, gritted his teeth, and said, "Listen to Mr. Mia. It's time we retreat." There were more than 20 of them. While one group kept a lookout on their surroundings, the other group dashed toward the factory's main door. Xiao Luo made a point to take care of Tang Wantian since they used to be classmates. He kept a close eye on her as they were retreating. This woman was so scared that her legs were shaking, and her head was in a daze. She would definitely impede the entire team's progress if he didn't give her special attention. "Bloody hell, chase after them!" Hami screamed into his walkie-talkie as he barked out his order. He then gave instructions to the Libyan rebels that were patrolling Stantine City as well. He reported what had happened and told them the direction Xiao Luo and his team were headed toward. Right now, Xiao Luo and the Special Operations team were nothing but a growing threat to this city. "Abandon the jeeps. The Libyan rebels have heavy machine guns, RPGs, and bazookas, so driving a car is only inviting them to shoot at us." Xiao Luo stopped Jiang Zhiming and his troops from getting into the vehicles. He then looked at his surroundings, pointed toward a small alley, and said, "That way." Then, he dragged Tang Wantian along with him and headed in that direction. "Follow them," Jiang Zhiming commanded and waved his hands at his other team members. It was a really dark alley, roughly 10 meters long. The width was only a little more than a meter, and by chance, they found a map of Stantine City on top of a rubbish bin by the side that was still in good condition. Xiao Luo quickly opened it up and had a discussion with Jiang Zhiming. "We should split up and break up the strength of the Libyan rebel soldiers. We'll gather at this church. Are there any problems?" Xiao Luo said as he pointed at a particular location on the map. They had adequate military knowledge and were well-trained soldiers, so they were familiar with reading maps and quickly pinpointed the location. Xiao Luo's suggestion was clearly the best strategy for them to break out of the situation they found themselves in. They were going to be an easy target if they retreated as a group. Even if there weren't tens of thousands of enemy troops, Stantine City could still hold at least 5,000 or 6,000 Libyan rebel fighters. The Special Operations team had no choice but to split up. It was similar to the strategy used by the 8 immortals when they crossed the sea to deal with their enemies, except here, it was a vast city, and they had to find an escape route. "No problem." Jiang Zhiming nodded his head and then raised his hand as he split the group into 4 teams of 5 to 6. Tang Wantian was naturally with Xiao Luo. Considering that Tang Wantian had never undergone any military training, Jiang Zhiming didn't want to burden Xiao Luo with any other members, so Xiao Luo only had Tang Wantian with him. thud, thud, thud. Heavy footfalls could be heard coming from the alley. Xiao Luo didn't even lift his head. He grabbed a grenade from his waist, pulled out the safety pin, and threw it in the alley. Boom! With a loud explosion, 7 to 8 of the Libyan rebels were instantly killed and slumped into a pool of blood. A cloud of dust and sand filled the alleyway before it settled over the bodies of the fallen men. Jiang Zhiming and his team clicked their tongues and couldn't help being impressed by Xiao Luo's quick thinking and fast reaction. They were only beginning to react to it now. Let's go. They could no longer stay there. Xiao Luo held on to Tang Wantian, still in a state of shock, and ran through the alley. Mr. Mia, take care. We'll meet up at the church. After getting out of the alley, Jiang Zhiming and his special operations troops ran in the opposite direction of Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo turned back and looked at him but didn't say anything at all. He knew this was going to happen, and had he been by himself, he would not have been laden with this many responsibilities on his shoulders. But right now, there was no way he was going to allow all of them to die, and more importantly, he wouldn't let Tang Wantian die in this forsaken land. The Special Operations Team's decision to split up caused the Libyan rebels to split into different groups and pursue them. Gunshots and bomb blasts broke the silence of Stantine City. Tang Wantian, who was being dragged along by Xiao Luo through this ravaged city, had not looked away from Xiao Luo for a single moment. This man had shocked her again and again with his excellent skills, profound military knowledge, and ability to make swift and correct decisions all the time. All the things that he had done only told her one thing: this man was a National Secret Department member. Oh, Xiao Luo, just what have you been through these past few years? Tang Wantian thought to herself, wishing she could dig everything out from this man. All of a sudden, Xiao Luo stopped and let go of her hands. He crouched on the floor. It looked as if he was trying to listen to something from the ground. What are you doing? Tang Wantian asked as she couldn't understand what he was doing. Shoo. Xiao Luo made a gesture, signaling for her to keep quiet. He then closed his eyes and tried to listen carefully. Sound could be transmitted through the ground, and an experienced soldier could make sense of the weak vibrations picked up and determine potential threats and locations of his enemies were. Xiao Luo had this kind of ability. Pressing his ears to the ground, Xiao Luo could make out 2 groups of rebels heading their way, a group coming in from the front of them and another from 3 o'clock. Wait here quietly and stay down. Do not leave this spot, and I'll be back soon. Xiao Luo assured Tang Wantian and left the sniper rifle with her. Firstly, it was for her to take care of it, and secondly, it could provide her with a sense of security. After saying that, he pulled out his dagger, and like a hungry wolf seeking food, he headed right for the group in front of him. Tang Wantian squatted down hidden from view and held tightly to the sniper rifle that Xiao Luo had handed to her. She was too anxious and was frequently checking her surroundings. At that moment, she finally understood what the adage, treat everyone like an enemy, really meant. She wanted to shout for Xiao Luo to come back, but she knew that she had to remain silent, or else by doing so, she would be exposing her location and putting herself in danger. A gust of wind blew, and she could feel a chill penetrating to her bones. Even the cawing of a passing crow was enough to cause her body to shiver. She was becoming more anxious as time went by and was feeling unsafe and a little insecure. She had the constant fear that a terrifying group of Libyan rebels would discover her at any given moment and violently beat her to death. Why was he not back yet? Just why had he not returned? The waiting was testing her patience, and she kept repeating those words again and again in her mind. She kept looking towards the direction that Xiao Luo headed towards earlier on and was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. A cold sweat broke out from every single pore in her body, and she regretted ever coming here. As she recalled her earlier decision to make the trip, she wondered if she had been possessed by a ghost then. To think that she was foolish enough to step into this war zone. She only wished that she could return to her peaceful home, the dull and boring Hua nation, and complain about her uneventful life every day. Although life was dull and boring back home, right now, she missed those days. Seconds and minutes passed, but Xiao Luo was still not back yet. Tang Wantian was becoming more and more anxious. She thought of several possibilities in her head, but all of them had tragic endings. If Xiao Luo were killed, she would be left all alone in this unfamiliar and dangerous war zone. She was feeling helpless and desperate. Xiao Luo. She softly whispered Xiao Luo's name, stood up, and slowly walked towards the direction that Xiao Luo went. Because of her fears, her arms and legs were trembling uncontrollably. She had undergone some military training in the past and was familiar with the use of a rifle. She kept her finger on the trigger at all times, because she was so afraid that an enemy might appear all of a sudden. To her, each step that she was taking was like walking on thin ice. Tang Wantian could hear herself breathing heavily and felt her heart racing. She was practically on the verge of collapsing. She was already sweating profusely after walking for about 100 meters, and her clothes were soaked in sweat. Suddenly, she could smell the strong scent of blood carried on a light breeze flowing from the alley. She tried her best to suppress her fears and calm herself down, treading carefully to avoid making any sound at all. She slowly walked toward the alley entrance, her sniper rifle at the ready and prepared to shoot as soon as she spotted an enemy. She froze in shock when she reached the alley and looked in. It was like a scene from a ghastly and gruesome painting. The alley, roughly 5 or 6 meters long, was filled with the bodies of a detachment of Libyan rebels. On each corpse, there was a fatal wound on their neck. It was as if some horrifying beast had bitten them with its fangs and ripped their necks apart. Fresh blood was still flowing from their neck wounds, indicating that they were just killed not too long ago. Oh, God, this is... It was as if an explosion just occurred in Tang Wantian's head. All she could hear was a loud boom, her ears were humming, and she could feel chills shooting down from the top of her skull to the soles of her feet. Her entire body shook, and when she caught another waft of the pungent smell of blood again, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She held herself up against the wall, tilted her head down, and vomited. At that moment, a hand from behind her touched her shoulder. Tang Wantian, like a startled cat, reacted quickly and jumped in shock, turning around as if she had just been electrocuted. She tried to point the sniper rifle at this person behind her and shoot whoever it was. "It's me." When she heard the familiar voice, Tang Wantian calmed down instantly and steadied her nerves. She took a second look to make sure that the person standing in front of her was not one of the rebels. She was relieved that it was Xiao Luo. His clothes were stained with blood traces, but he had that same impassive look on his face, with eyes as cold as ice. Tang Wantian sat right back on the ground and started sobbing. "What took you so long to come back?" "I thought you were all ready," she said. Xiao Luo calmly looked at her, then bent down to pick up the sniper rifle on the ground. He shook his head and said, "The Tang Wantian, who used to be such a strong woman, seems to have disappeared." "Hey, I'm already doing pretty well here, okay? If it was any other girl, I'm sure they would already have peed their pants by now," Tang Wantian responded. "Is that so? But I have to admit that you're stronger than an average woman. At least screaming is not the only thing you can do in this kind of situation." Xiao Luo nodded his head in agreement. After hearing that, Tang Wantian realized that the Xiao Luo she used to know was back again. There was a sense of familiarity which prompted her to stand up and grumble, "Where did you go?" "I got rid of this bunch of people," Xiao Luo said in an indifferent tone, using his eyes to indicate toward the bodies of the Libyan rebels in the alley. "They? You mean they were all killed by you?" All of a sudden, Tang Wantian realized that Xiao Luo felt unfamiliar once again. How was it possible that all of them died by Xiao Luo's hands? It was just unbelievable and terrifying. Xiao Luo nodded his head without any comment, feeling there was no need to beat around the bush. Besides, there was no way he could hide it. Oh, my God, was this guy a demon? Tang Wantian couldn't believe that this was the Xiao Luo that she had known since her university days. Strong and powerful, killing without any hesitation, and remaining calm and collected despite having killed so many people. It was scary, and it made her a little bit afraid of Xiao Luo now. Xiao Luo looked at Tang Wantian, knowing what was going through her mind. This is a war zone, and the country has no more laws. If you want to live, then you'll have to kill all your enemies before they killed you. It does not matter how you look at me, but I had to do what was necessary. Unless, of course, you want to stay here forever, he said. Although Tang Wantian understood his logic, she couldn't accept this version of Xiao Luo in such a short time. Xiao Luo, will you protect me? She asked. We were classmates, and you've helped me out a lot during our university days. Since we've managed to meet up here, then you can be assured that I'll protect you, Xiao Luo said. Tang Wantian was reassured now and asked, do you think we'll be able to go back to our country alive? Xiao Luo thought for a bit before giving a firm reply. Yes. Tang Wantian forced a smile on her face and said, although I know you're merely trying your best to comfort me, I'm still going to trust you. Comfort? Xiao Luo furrowed his eyebrows and then laughed helplessly. He didn't explain what it meant either. He was confident that he would help this woman depart Libya in safety and added, remember, when you're here, you will have to do what I say. Just like earlier on, I made you wait there, so no matter what happens, you have to stay there without moving, understand? I understand, Tang Wantian said, nodding her head. Hamis could not believe the news his subordinate just told him. What, 2 teams in the Dongqing area were wiped out, all with a slashed throat, he said. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel, all were killed. We have investigated the area very carefully, and most of them had their throats slashed before they could even take a shot. The technique he used was immaculate and neat, the trachea and esophagus were both cut in a single stroke, the subordinate reported, talking through his walkie-talkie in a wavering voice. *T, what the hell is happening? I will be right there. Hamis hung up the phone, hopped into the military jeep, and instructed the driver to get to head toward the crime scene as quickly as possible. There were no longer any traffic rules or any more laws, so they did not even need to care if they destroyed any public infrastructure. 3 jeeps sped to the crime scene recklessly, leaving a dusty trail behind. When Hamis saw the bodies of his soldiers strewn all over the street, he gasped and clenched his fists tightly. There is no doubt that the person who did this is the NSA soldier that the Bai family from Huan Nation mentioned to me, Mia. He is here to protect the F*King war correspondent. We have to find a way to stop him, we absolutely can't let him escape. These are my orders, ignore the other group of soldiers from Huan Nation for now, and I want everyone to focus on pursuing this Mia. Yes, sir. His subordinates responded loudly. Hamis stood there, grimacing with clenched teeth as he looked into the eastern sky. I should have known that it was Mia, or else he would not ask me about the news of Sarah Michelle. NSA soldiers are indeed exceptional, but this is my territory, you will not get away even if you have wings, he muttered. A subordinate came running over with some information to report. Lieutenant Colonel, there is a message from the chief. He says that the government army that we defeated has managed to gather 5,000 soldiers, and they are marching towards the Stantine city. They will be here in about half an hour. The chief ordered us to eliminate those Huan Nation soldiers as soon as possible, and then help him to fight the government army, he said. 5,000 government soldiers? Hamis was quite startled, but still, he had a look of confidence on his face. He stood with his hands behind his back as he raised his chin and said, tell the chief that half an hour is enough for me to destroy the Huan Nation soldiers. They are already putting up a desperate struggle. And tell him that the NSA soldier who was sent by Hua Nation to protect the war correspondent is also among the soldiers and are now sitting ducks. They have no way to escape. He was so confident because he had already sent someone to lock down the key entrances to Stanton City. There was no way for the Hua Nation soldiers to break out. Every gate was heavily guarded and equipped with machine guns and RPGs that could kill any who dared to break through. Yes, sir. The subordinate took the order, turned around, and passed the message to the chief. Stanton City was desolate, and there was hardly any building still intact, with debris from shell blasts, craters left by explosions, and bullet holes were everywhere. Swirling dust and gun smoke filled the air, and it felt like time had turned back to the Great War, and not in the peaceful age of the 21st century where people were protected by laws and did not need to worry about food shortage. Xiao Luo moved through the ruins with Tang Wantian. The more Tang Wantian spent time with Xiao Luo, the more mysterious and powerful he became. He had silently annihilated the Libyan rebel fighters they ran into on the way here with only a dagger. So far, at least 50 people were killed with that weapon, and it looked like a devilish blood-stained blade that was home to evil spirits that relished every kill he made. Using a map, Hamis marked the possible routes that Xiao Luo would take to break out of the city. He was working out the routes based on the trail of slaughter that Xiao Luo had left behind. A dragnet was being set up, and the encirclement was in progress as rebel fighters were already heading toward Xiao Luo from all directions, and soon, they would have him surrounded. Xiao Luo, how far are we from the church? After running for some distance, Tang Wantian couldn't take it anymore, as her physical strength could not compare to Xiao Luo's. She was panting heavily, and her legs felt strained and numbed from exhaustion. Soon, Xiao Luo said. We'll be safe when we reach the church? Tang Wantian asked. Xiao Luo shook his head and replied, the church is only a temporary refuge, and the plan is to use it as a safe house to break out of the city. All the gates would already be guarded by the Libyan rebel fighters, and there will certainly be a ferocious battle to break through. Tang Wantian's face turned white when she heard what Xiao Luo said. She did not know that escaping would be this hard, and she began to wonder if she would get away alive. Suddenly, she missed her home country so much. Xiao Luo, Hush. Tang Wantian was just about to speak when Xiao Luo suddenly cut her off. Observing his solemn expression, Tang Wantian knew that enemies were close. Nervously, she shut her mouth immediately and kept quiet. Xiao Luo laid prone on the ground and tried to detect any vibrations on oncoming fighters. In shock, he heard the familiar pattern of marching feet, not from one or two directions, but from everywhere, and there was even the rumble of heavy vehicles with them. The Libyan rebel fighters have given up on Jiangximing, and they're all coming for me? Xiao Luo frowned and realized that something unusual was afoot, for his enemies seemed to be targeting all their resources specifically at him. In Xiao Luo's mind, there was only one explanation for this. His mission here to exfiltrate Sarah Michelle must have been exposed, which meant that there was a mole in the NSA. He could not think of anyone else who would sell him out other than the woman from the Bai family, who was nicknamed Rose. And the situation he found himself in could only have been set up by the Bai family, leveraging the Libyan rebel fighters to eliminate him. What a great way to get rid of an opponent using somebody else's knife. A mysterious smile formed on Xiao Luo's lips, and his eyes glowered with a cold light. He scanned the surroundings, and, finally, his eyes were fixed on a 7- or 8-story residential building. Xiao Luo pulled his eyes away from the building and looked at Tang Wantian calmly. We are surrounded, he said. What? When Tang Wantian heard that, she was so shocked that she staggered back, almost collapsing to the ground. Xiao Luo looked around and noticed a manhole nearby. He made his way over and stomped on the edge of the manhole cover. The force popped the lid open right away, revealing a pitch-black access hole. Come here. Xiao Luo waved at Tang Wantian. Tang Wantian obeyed and walked towards him. Without saying anything, Xiao Luo suddenly pushed her into the manhole. It was not very deep, but it was enough for a person to hide in there. Stay here, and when it is safe, I will come back and get you. Remember, no matter what you hear from out here, do not make a sound, and when I return, I will lift the cover myself. Tang Wantian unconsciously nodded and gulped. Xiao Luo was just about to close the manhole cover when Tang Wantian stopped him. Xiao Luo, don't forget about me, and, stay alive, you must stay alive. Tang Wantian's eyes were red, as tears started to well up in her eyes. She almost sounded like she was pleading for her life, for Xiao Luo was her only hope. Should anything happen to him, she would undoubtedly be captured and abused by her captors. Xiao Luo looked at Tang Wantian, her Iron Lady looked discarded, and he suddenly recalled the time when he was with Chiyu at Wild Boar Ridge. The rich girl said something similar to him as well. Don't worry. It's going to be okay. Xiao Luo replied in a leveled voice, and slammed the cover shut. The moment the manhole was closed, the small space plunged into darkness. Tang Wantian curled up with her back against the filthy wall of the enclosure, as fear played on her mind. Her whole body was shivering, and her teeth were chattering uncontrollably. In the close confines of the manhole, Tang Wantian was overcome by claustrophobia, feeling suffocated and having extreme tightness in her chest. She felt like she was being buried alive and was in agony. The only light she got was the one that shone through a little hole in the manhole cover, which was also her only source of clean air. As the minutes ticked by, it became unbearable, and she felt an overwhelming urge to scream out for Xiao Luo and ask him to lift the manhole cover. But, suddenly, she heard the disorderly sound of countless heavy boots marching right over her in the streets above. It frightened her, and she held her breath. Then, she heard vehicles rumbling nearby, and she knew that the Libyan rebel fighters had arrived. Lieutenant Colonel. A Libyan rebel captain saluted Hamis. Where is he? Hamis asked in an anxious, husky voice. Over there, atop the public residential building, the captain answered as he pointed at the 7 or 8-story building in the distance. Hamis pushed him aside aggressively and scowled, **T. If you know that he is there, why haven't you taken him down? Hamis glared at the captain, then stormed out and was ready to take matters into his own hands. The captain stopped him and said, No, Lieutenant Colonel, the man is a crack shot. Dozens of our men were already shot dead by him, all with one shot to the head. All with one shot to the head? Hamis was so shocked that his eyes opened wide. A captain had already reported to him a similar incident that occurred in a nearby factory. He was sure that the shooter hiding in the factory was also this Mia, and his marksmanship was not to be underestimated. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel, the captain said, nodding his head affirmatively, they have all taken cover, and we are awaiting your command. Please give us your orders. Hamis was furious and glared at the captain. **CK the orders. I want the men to storm the building, and I'll give whoever captures him alive $100,000, he roared. He had more than 800 men, why should he be afraid of a sniper whose location was known? There was no way that a lone shooter could stop an entire contingent of men converging into his spot in unending waves of fearless fighters. Yes, sir. The captain answered solemnly and passed down Hamis's order. Huge sums of money would turn any man into a hero. After hearing of the $100,000 reward, the Libyan rebel fighters rushed frantically toward the residential building from all directions. Come on then. No matter how many of you there are, I'll kill you all. In the building, Xiao Luo's eyes glowered murderously, and the beast in him had awakened. An evil essence manifested within him and a strange emanated from his body. A force of 200 Libyan rebels surged into the residential building's ground floor, with the intent of overpowering Xiao Luo with the sheer number of their men. But, without any warning, the ceiling above them came crashing down at precisely that instant. And dozens of them died on the spot. Massive blocks of concrete blocks with jagged edges and exposed rebars smashed into the rebels, cutting through flesh and bone and causing internal organs and intestines to spill out of their bodies. The scene was unspeakably gruesome. The other rebel fighters were momentarily startled before they regrouped and scrambled up the stairs to the upper floors. When they set foot on the third floor, a black object was thrown from a corner of the space. It sailed through the air, bounced off several steps before rolling down the staircase into the crowd of rebels. "It's a hand grenade." One of the rebel fighters screamed with his eyes bulging in horror. Immediately, the hand grenade blew up, sending shrapnel and a wave of heated gas rippling through the stairway. Piercing cries of anguish could be heard as smoke billowed and limbs were flung into the air. Dozens of the rebels died, and their badly burnt bodies were strewn all over the stairway. Hiss. They had been persuaded by the offer of a large reward, but the gruesome sight made the rebel fighters gasp, and many of them started to retreat in panic. Their opponent had the advantage of high ground, and if they continued to ascend the building without a plan, they would all be killed by grenades before even reaching the top floor. "Hey, what are you thinking?" Taking cover, the rebels heard a voice mock them from the above. The Libyan rebels looked up instinctively and saw Mia, the lone sniper, whom their lieutenant colonel had ordered captured alive with $100,000 bounty on his head. Bang! Bang! Rat-tat-tat-tat. They immediately reacted and started to shoot blindly. However, Xiao Luo was quicker and more agile, and he had already moved away from the stairwell entrance when they started shooting. The rebel fighters did not hesitate this time, and they went after Mia with a vengeance. Just as they reached the fifth floor, they saw a man wearing camouflage fatigue standing in a battle-racked and empty hall with his back to them. "Put your hands in the air," the captain yelled, keeping his gun trained at Xiao Luo. "Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha." Xiao Luo's shoulders were shaking as he burst out in cold-blooded laughter. The laughter made the rebel fighters cringe, and their hair stand on ends, for it was a mysterious, devilish laugh which struck fear into their hearts. "Did you hear me? Put your hands in the air," the captain yelled again. Xiao Luo slowly turned around. "You guys don't even know if you will still be alive in the next minute, and yet you think you have the right to ask me to put my hands in the air?" There was no emotion in his eyes, and they were blood-red and glowering, a sign to his enemies that he was lusting for blood. The temperature in the room suddenly plunged down to the freezing point. Red, his eyes had turned red. The rebel fighters felt their very souls leave their bodies in fear, for they had never seen a man with these blood-red eyes. Instinctively, the captain sensed the danger, and his will to survive kicked in. "Open fire, kill the man," he yelled. Even a reward of $100,000 suddenly did not seem like much, and in fear, the rebels pulled their triggers. Bang! Bang! Rat-tat-tat-tat. As their guns blazed away, bullets flew in all directions, and shell cases were strewn all over the ground. Hundreds of shots rained down on Xiao Luo in seconds. But it never occurred to anyone that the moment they opened fire, Xiao Luo was no longer where he was. He was gone? Where did he go? Was he a ghost? The rebel fighters were dumbstruck, and a sense of fear prevailed as they looked for Xiao Luo all over. Suddenly, the captain felt a strange chill at the top of his head, and as he looked up, all he saw was a steel rod smashing down on his head. He did not even have the time to react as the steel rod smashed into his head forcefully. Thud. The captain fell dead when he got struck. His brain disintegrated into mush when the steel rod cracked his skull into pieces. Quantities of blood and whitish brain matter flew from his head, and all that was left of him was a decapitated corpse slumped on the ground. The rebel fighters were horrified when they saw their captain lying dead without his head. This unknown man needed only one blow to do that. Was he a human or a monster? In fear, they started to shoot wildly. But Xiao Luo turned into a phantom, and no bullets could hit him. He ran through the rebel lines in a flash and struck each one of them with a staggering blow to their heads using a steel rod that he had picked up. Every blow took a rebel fighter down, and they all had their heads smashed in, splattering blood and brain matter all over the floor. They were looking at the devil himself. The devil. That was the first thought that flashed into the Libyan rebel fighters' minds, who rushed into the residential building. A man who did not fear guns and could simply and brutally kill anyone with just a steel rod mustn't be considered a man. He must be the devil that broke out of the deepest level of hell. His blood-red eyes were evidence enough. The one-sided killing went on without abate, and at least a dozen or more rebel fighters threw their guns away, scared out of their wits. They ran toward the ground floor, screaming at the top of their lungs all the way down. They only had one thought in their heads: run. Run from the devil. They only wished that they had been born with more legs at that very moment. After they escaped from the residential building, they went back to their unit. The fleeing rebel fighters collapsed to the ground immediately, looking weak and pale, and they were gasping for air. Their faces and foreheads were covered in a cold sweat, and some wet their pants, losing control of their bladders in fear. What the hell is going on? Where are the others? Hamis walked up to them and kicked one of the soldiers as he questioned them. They are all dead. He is not a man, he's the devil himself. One of the escaped rebel fighters said as he gazed blankly into space, and his voice was shaking as he explained, He used only a steel rod, he smashed our heads open like they were watermelons, blood and brain matter were. It was a nightmare. Barf. Recalling the carnage he had just witnessed, he couldn't hold it in anymore and started puking up, spewing vomit on Hamis's shoes. Useless ****. The corners of Hami's mouth twitched, then in a rage, he kicked the soldier right in his chest. Boom. The Libyan rebel fighter was sent flying back with a sickening thud. After landing heavily on the floor, not only did he throw up what was in his stomach, but also a tremendous quantity of blood along with it. Hami stopped showing any concern for the dozen or so soldiers who had fled the carnage. He turned and glared at the residential building from a distance, gritted his teeth, and yelled, "Blow it up. Blow that ****MN building up with all the shells we have. I want him buried in rubble together with that building." He was furious because only about a dozen out of 200 soldiers he sent into the building came out alive. Together with the number of soldiers who perished previously, the loss was more than what he expected. The chief would not be happy, and he could forget about any reward him even if he killed all those Xuanhuan soldiers. Instead, he would be severely punished because of that. Yes, sir. His adjutant turned around and passed on his order. Whump. 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 Boom boom. A dozen explosive shells were lobbed from the battery of heavy mortars, landing on the residential building, rounds after rounds. Nothing was spared as the barrage of mortar rounds continued unabated, striking the building as if they did not cost a penny. After continuous bombardment, a massive cloud of smoke and dust billowed from the building. Debris from the shattered concrete walls fell to the ground as the residential building took on more damage than it could bear. After 5 or 6 salvos, the structure lost its integrity and began to shift precariously. Soon, it collapsed, slowly at first, then suddenly everything came down in a heap of rubble. It looked like a controlled implosion in a demolition project. Lieutenant Colonel, even a robot that's constructed from reinforced steel would be crushed into a pulp under that building after it collapsed, let alone a man who is flesh and blood, the adjutant said, trying to lift his commander's spirits. But Hamis was in no mood for that and gave him a slap across his face. "It's a bit too late for your F***king comment," he scowled. The adjutant nodded repeatedly and quickly moved aside. Yes, sir, I talked too much. Huh. So much for this highly regarded NSA agent, yeah. Did he think he could protect the war correspondent and help her escape Libya? He's King daydreaming. Hami stared at what was left of the residential building, now nothing but rubble, then spat and said, "Send a message to the chief, tell him that the annoying fly has been taken care of." Yes, sir. The adjutant nodded, turned around, and walked toward the communication set in the command vehicle. Thud. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a bullet from a sniper rifle ripped through the air, and entered the adjutant's head from his left temple, and blew a large hole on the right side of his face, spattering a stream of blood and brain from his skull. The adjutant's eyes looked dull and blank as he collapsed to the ground even before he could cry out in pain. Hamis jumped in shock and quickly ducked to take cover. His heart was in his throat when he saw that the expressionless face and dull, opened eyes of his late adjutant. "Lieutenant Colonel." A captain walked towards him. Thud. Another bullet streaked from the same sniper rifle for another clean headshot, and a second body dropped on the ground. "Idiots, King duck and take cover. Do not show yourselves." Hamis was an experienced and competent military commander, and he was not overwhelmed by this fearsome adversary he faced. He yelled for his men to take cover, and immediately, those who had initially wanted to run toward him checked their actions and took cover. They bent and stayed behind the cover of the vehicles as they made their way to their commander's side. The Libyan rebel fighters were shocked that Mia had survived the collapse of the building. After a barrage of high explosive rounds, the building was now nothing but rubble, and yet Mia was still alive. Only God knew how he had escaped to the adjacent residential building during the bombardment. The rebels now realized that they were up against something that was not a human. "CK, is there another sniper?" Hamis growled, keeping his back flushed against the side of the truck. "Every shot he makes strikes the head. It seems like it's that Mia from Hua Nation again. He is still alive." Slap. Hamis thwacked the man brutally across his face for saying that and glared fiercely at him. "Are you still asleep, or are sleep-talking? How can he not be dead? Try hiding in the residential building yourself after 50 or 60 shells were launched at you, and see if you would die," he growled. Hamis then looked in the direction where the sniper rifle bullet came from and said, "The two residential buildings are 20 to 30 meters apart. Unless he can fly, he couldn't possibly have moved to the other building, could he?" "Yes, sir. There must be another sniper, it could not possibly be Mia." Hamis's other subordinate quickly agreed with him, unwilling to be struck by his superior. But, deep down in the men's hearts, it was apparent that there was no other sniper. The new sniper could be no other than Mia. If there really was another sniper, then why didn't he shoot until now? It did not make any sense, but no one dared to voice out their hypothesis in the presence of their commander. Ha ha. Hami started to laugh aloud, satisfied that no man dared to challenge his views. But despite his bravado, the fear in his eyes could not be concealed from his men. "Continue launching, blow him and the residential building into pieces," he roared. "Yes, sir." The order was passed down, and again, a barrage of shells was laid down on the other residential building. This time the target area was no longer restricted to the residential building but the whole built-up area. The rebels kept dropping mortar rounds into the heavy tubes and did not rest until every last shell in the crate was used. Boom. 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 The earth shook with every explosion, reverberating like the roar of thunder. A cloud of dust and sand rose into the air as the barrage extended outward to level a wider area around the building. When the barrage stopped, the whole area was obscured by a haze of fine dust, and visibility was no more than 5 or 6 meters. It looked like countless smoke bombs had been discharged in the area. The Libyan rebels were on the verge of losing their minds, for Xiao Luo had become their worst nightmare, and that was why such extreme measures were taken. Xiao Luo was like a phantom decked in camouflage fatigues, lurking in this hostile environment. Under cover of the haze, he started to reap the lives of the rebel fighters. The dagger in his hand was the Grim Reaper's scythe, and wherever he went, not a single soul would be spared. Every rebel there saw Death himself reaping their lives in the smoke-filled hall. Xiao Luo's unbelievable speed and irregular movements were like those of a specter, and fear crept into the souls of every Libyan rebel on the third floor. Bang! Bang! Rat-tat-tat-tat. Most of the rebels were in a panic, and hysterically started to shoot without aiming. But it resulted in countless casualties from friendly fire as stray bullets scythed through the ranks of the Libyan rebels. Blood splattered as bullets ripped through the bodies of the men, screaming in agony and horror, unable to escape the hail of lead fired from close range. It was a ghastly sight, as men tried to escape the line of fire, but there was nowhere to go as bullets came from every direction. Bodies slumped to the floor, writhing and soaked in blood. Stay calm. Everyone, calm the hell down. Hamis roared, desperately trying to regain some control over his men. Finally, Hamis pointed his pistol in the air and fired a shot. But that did not have the desired effect, for his men were too far gone to regain their composure. Having seen in Xiao Luo a mysterious spectral-like being who was unsusceptible to any bullets or shrapnel, they had lost it completely. They stood frozen, firing away even as they watched Xiao Luo slitting their throats one after the other, and there was no way to even catch up with his speed and movements. They were just waiting for their turn to lose their necks, and it was nigh impossible to keep their composure under such extreme circumstances. Moments ago, gunfire was thick and fast, resounding across the hall in deafening bursts. But the din was dying down, and it indicated that Xiao Luo had dispatched more of the rebel fighters, leaving fewer survivors. Hamis opened his eye wide as he scanned through the haze of smoke and realized that there were only a few soldiers left, and they were screaming in fear. Soon, corpses were strewn all over the entire ground. How could this have happened? This can't be. Hamis himself was close to a breakdown. He had deployed more than 800 soldiers to encircle and kill just one warrior from the Hua nation. His troops were supported by vehicle-mounted machine guns, RPGs, and heavy mortars, and despite a full assault, Mia was still in fighting condition. Not only that, he mounted a counter-offensive that had taken out virtually all his troops. It was nothing short of carnage. Is he a human, or is he something else? Hamis was stunned. As experienced as he was on the battlefield, he had never encountered such a terrifying opponent, and fighting such a man was no different than facing Godzilla. Rat-tat-tat-tat. All he could hear was a submachine gun firing at this point, and soon that too stopped, ending with a shriek as another life was extinguished. The haze and smoke had finally settled, and the visibility started to improve. Everywhere Ka looked, Hamis saw countless bodies of his soldiers, and the blood that had drained from them formed a ghastly river of blood, soaking the ground. No rebel fighters remained standing. More than 800 of them had now turned into corpses, lying cold on the blood-soaked ground. Hamis's eyes widened even more as a cold sweat started to break across his forehead, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. Even Tang Wantian, hiding in the sewer system, could detect the overpowering odor of blood. She soon realized that thick blood was dripping through the tiny perforations in the manhole cover. Ah! Trembling, she screamed in fear. Tang Wantian could no longer keep her composure, and she pushed the manhole cover with all her might, trying to escape from the well. But debris and rocks had fallen on top of the manhole and weighed the cover down. She could not move it even an inch, regardless of how much force she used. Xiao Luo! Xiao Luo! She cried and called out for Xiao Luo continually. Compared to Tang Wantian, the fear in Hami's eyes was more evident, as, without warning, a figure suddenly appeared in his vision. He donned camouflaged combat fatigues and held a dagger in his hand as he approached his quarry in measured steps. Hami stared in abject fear, and what shook him most was that his executioner had a pair of blood-red eyes, resembling two eerie red lanterns. The demonic eyes were cold, bloodthirsty, and completely inhuman. Die, you demon! Hami's mustered what little courage that remained and pulled the trigger. At this distance, surely, he could not miss. Bang! 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 He repeatedly fired until he had expended all the rounds in the clip. But, to his surprise, none of the bullets even grazed Xiao Luo as he teleported from the line of fire, effortlessly avoiding every shot. A feeling of doom fell over Hami's, and he began to lose his will to fight and quickly backed away. As he frantically did so, he attempted to change his gun's magazine. But panicking, he fumbled with it as he tried to reload and even dropped the magazine several times. As he reached out to pick up the magazine, he saw a pair of sand-colored military boots before him. When he looked up, he was met with those blood-red eyes. Thud! He dropped to his knees, and his courage finally abandoned him in the face of Xiao Luo's presence. Hami's turned completely pale as he broke out in a cold sweat. Hami's trembled as he looked at the man. Are you a man or a ghost?" he asked. "That is not important. What is important is that you have to tell me where Sarah Michelle is," Xiao Luo said, looking down at him coldly as if he was the commanding officer. She is in Brule's town." Hami's answered with no attempt to hide the truth, for he had utterly lost his will to resist any more against such a supernatural being. Xiao Luo nodded without any emotion, and with the flick of his wrist, the blood-stained dagger in his hand slit through Hami's throat in a flash. It was mercilessly and so quick that even Hami's did not realize. Having extracted the information he needed, he threw the dagger on the ground and turned around. Hami's was still kneeling on the ground, thinking that his enemy had shown mercy on him. He did not feel any pain, but as he tried to get up, a gush of warm liquid oozed out from his throat, and he instinctively touched it. When he looked at his hand, his eyes suddenly widened in shock and fear. Blood! He was bleeding. A stream of blood began to spurt out of his slit throat, and Hami's suddenly felt the pain in his throat. His body started to lean sideways as he twitched and struggled, then began to lose his sight, and all he saw was darkness as the life force left his body. Xiao Luo shook his head vigorously to quell his murderous intent, unsure where this rage had come from. Perhaps it was always there in his subconscious and had been aroused by the system's abilities. After Xiao Luo suppressed his intense need to kill, his eyes returned to their normal state. But traces of blood stained his face and body after dispatching more than 800 Libyan rebels single-handedly. Tang Wantian was still screaming hysterically in the well when the manhole cover opened with a clang, and daylight poured into the dark enclosure. The light dazzled her, and she had to put her hand over her eyes before they acclimatized. Then she made out who it was. Xiao Luo had removed the cover and reached down to pull her out. Xiao Luo. As self-reliant as she was, she couldn't help bursting out in tears when she saw him. "Come on, let's get you out of there," Xiao Luo said. "Okay." Tang Wantian held on to his hand tightly. Xiao Luo easily lifted Tang Wantian out of the manhole, to her great relief. She gasped as she saw the carnage. There were mountains of corpses, and the ground was covered in blood. Suddenly feeling nauseous, Tang Wantian doubled over and started to vomit. Xiao Luo could understand how she felt and gave her some time to recover. He was not an indiscriminate killer, but he could not let any one of them live, for his foes had been hellbent on taking his life. "Xiao Luo, did you kill all of them?" Tang Wantian looked like she was in great pain as she faced Xiao Luo. She could still accept him massacring the Libyan rebel troops as they were trying to kill him, but what she saw now was beyond what she could morally accept. There were hundreds, and perhaps even thousands of corpses before her, and she could not fathom how cold-blooded and cruel a person must have been to be able to kill so many people at once. She was in awe of Xiao Luo's strength, that he could take out so many opponents all by himself. This is war. If these rebels were not killed by me, they would be killed by their other enemies. There's no difference. Xiao Luo said coldly. No difference? You have killed them. Don't you have any remorse in your heart? Tang Wantian shrieked. She stared at this man with fear, and in her eyes, he was no different from a demon. Xiao Luo glanced at her coldly, and then in a mocking tone, he replied, Tang Wantian, you should be glad that you are still alive, instead of taking the moral high ground after seeing all these corpses. Had they survived and killed me off, can you imagine where would you be right now? Tang Wantian stared at him with her eyes wide open, and she was trembling. He was right, for had the Libyan rebels won the fight, torture and death would have been her end. Do not try to criticize anyone from a moral high ground. This is war, and survival is the number one priority, am I wrong? Xiao Luo said with a wry smile. Although he could see where Tang Wantian was coming from, he rejected such a naive thought. Tang Wantian remained silent and closed her eyes in an attempt to calm herself down. Rat-tat-tat. Boom. 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 Suddenly, there was gunfire, and explosions were heard from afar. A cloud of dust and smoke stirred up again, forming a thick haze, and the whole of Xianxia city seemed to be shaking. Tang Wantian looked at Xiao Luo in fear. What happened? Are Captain Jiang and his special operations team being attacked by the enemies? She asked. Xiao Luo looked into the distance and shook his head. I don't think so. It seems like they are two contingents from opposing armies exchanging fire. If I am correct, the Libyan government troops have launched an offensive, he said. You mean that another war is about to start here? Tang Wantian looked as white as a sheet, for she had already had a taste of war and knew how cruel it could get. She did not even dare to imagine how to survive the hail of bullets and artillery bombings in Xianxia city, let alone leaving the place. This is an opportunity for us. Let's go. Xiao Luo grabbed her arm and hurried toward the church, the rendezvous point he had agreed to meet with Jiang Zhiming and his special operations team earlier. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the church. It was almost in ruins with its rooftop destroyed and only had a few walls left standing. Jiang Zhiming and his team had arrived earlier as most of the rebels were reassigned by Hamis to deal with Xiao Luo, so they hardly encountered any enemy troops on their way here. There met little resistance, coming into contact with only a small group of Libyan rebels. Nevertheless, there had been some casualties, and those who survived, including Xiao Luo and Tang Wantian, now totaled only 19. Mr. Mia. After seeing Xiao Luo, Jiang Zhiming and the special operations team were elated. Xiao Luo nodded in acknowledgement, then he gazed toward the sound of battle some distance away. Mr. Mia, it seems like the Libyan rebel troops and the government troops are fighting. What should we do next? Jiang Zhiming said, seeking Xiao Luo's advice on the matter. Everyone else unconsciously glanced at Xiao Luo, for he had command of their respect. They looked up to him as their de facto leader. Wait, Xiao Luo answered. Wait. Everyone was surprised when Xiao Luo said this. They stared at each other, speechless. I was planning to break out from the west, but the situation has changed, and they have started fighting, so we shall let them fight. If the government troops win this, we can walk out of this building openly. But, if the rebel troops win, they'd not be in any condition to fight us, so it is still promising to leave this place alive. So, regardless of how the fight turns out, it would be favorable to us one way or the other, Xiao Luo explained. Everyone seemed to be very relieved after hearing that. The special operations troops remained behind the safety of the church walls. As time passed, they spotted fleeing rebels driving jeeps through the streets, they were being pursued by victorious government troops. As the entire street was devastated by the relentless small arms and automatic gunfire and massive bombings. There were corpses strewn everywhere, and the reek of charred human flesh filled the air. Tang Wantian finally understood Xiao Luo's previous words as she stared at the thousands of corpses from both the rebel and government forces. It was indeed no difference, and they all looked the same, a heap of dead bodies. If Xiao Luo was a cruel cold-blooded killer, wouldn't these soldiers be considered cruel too? In the end, Stantine City was back in the control of the government forces. When they saw the special operations team from Hua Nation, the government troops were very friendly. Not only did they provide medical assistance for the Hua Nation soldiers, but they also replenished ammunition and provided vehicles. On top of that, every vehicle was equipped with a Gatling gun, far superior to their own equipment. The high command of the government forces was a man who was in his 50s. He had a head of silver hair, and his age showed. However, he looked rather hale and hearty in his military uniform. "My friends from Hua Nation, did you wipe out about 800 rebel troops at the central square?" their commander asked. He looked at Jiang Jiming, the senior officer present, being of the rank of captain of the special operations team. 800 rebel troops? Are you referring to the Libyan rebels? Jiang Jiming asked, looking a little confused. The commander nodded and said, "That is correct." Wiped out 800 Libyan rebel troops? Jiang Jiming looked at Xiao Luo in disbelief. Kong Hongyun and other team members also turned and stared, suddenly understanding why they did not encounter many rebel troops on their way here. The commanding officer of the government forces could not be joking with them on such a matter. The only explanation that they could think of was that Xiao Luo had single-handedly eliminated those rebel troops. 1 versus 800? Oh, my God. It must have been a joke, as nobody could believe that this was possible. How could one man wipe out some 800 well-armed and trained rebel soldiers? Not forgetting that the Libyan rebels were experienced and had been fighting a war. The government forces commander was a brilliant person, so he immediately read the situation when everyone stared at Xiao Luo in shock. He smiled and asked, "Great warrior from Hua Nation, may I know your name?" "Don't you already know it?" Xiao Luo replied. "I do," the commander replied. He frowned and was somewhat confused. Xiao Luo smiled and explained, "Warrior from Hua Nation, that is my name, also all our names." The commander was caught off guard, but he soon laughed and said, well said, indeed." Xiao Luo did not continue the chat with the commander, but turned to Tang Wantian and said, "Leave with Captain Jiang. The Libyan government forces commander has marked out a safe route on the map that will bring you to the coastline. This route is guarded by their troops, so you guys will be safe." "What about you?" Tang Wantian asked, "Are you still looking for Sarah Michelle?" "This is my mission, so we should bid farewell here. We can catch up some other time back in our country." Xiao Luo smiled and put his hand out. "Give it to me," he said. "What?" Tang Wantian replied. She blinked and pretended to be confused. "You recorded many things with a GoPro along this trip, right? Most of the footage has me in it. It is not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust your occupation as a reporter. So, I am asking you to hand it over," Xiao Luo said. Tang Wantian was speechless, and after a brief hesitation, she handed over the GoPro in her pocket to Xiao Luo. "Xiao Luo, I swear that I would never publicize your photo and speak about you if I can bring this back," she said. "I believe you would do so, but I have to do this too." Xiao Luo nodded, and he squeezed his hand, squashing the camera forcefully and turning it into a mess of broken parts. Xiao Luo's actions gave the commander of the Libyan government forces a bit of a scare. Although the GoPro camera was only a small device, it was protected by a metal shell, and seeing it being crushed into smithereens was absolutely shocking. Hua Nation was indeed a mysterious country with such unusual talents. Mr. Mia, the government forces will be heading to Brule in 2 days. Why don't you join them? Jiang Jiming said. He had learned about these Libyan government troops' movement plans from their conversation, so he suggested this to Xiao Luo, thinking it would provide him with some useful security cover. I like to work alone. Xiao Luo preferred not to work with any other parties as it allowed him to act as he saw fit and not be encumbered by the limitations of people around him. Besides, he liked operating alone, and if he managed to find Sarah Michelle, he did not wish to be burdened supporting others. Jiang Jiming felt somewhat taken aback as Xiao Luo's emphasis on working alone implied that the whole lot of them had become a burden to him. And indeed, they were of no help to Xiao Luo on this mission, so he could only smile awkwardly. Jiang Jiming and his special operations team then left, and Xiao Luo now prepared to make the journey to Brule on his own. Besides the 3 military vehicles given to Jiang Jiming and his team, the Libyan government forces also provided Xiao Luo with a jeep. Xiao Luo drove his jeep towards Brule, speeding along the meandering roads of the Libyan interior. The wheels of the jeep threw sand and dust in its wake, and the vehicle appeared like a mini sandstorm maker. Xiao Luo felt at ease now that he did not have the additional responsibility of looking over others, and it also helped that there were no emotional bonds that could affect his decisions. Perhaps this was the reason he was speeding off on his jeep. Despite driving at breakneck speed, he was paying close attention to the road for the signs of landmines. Both the Libyan rebels and the government forces would definitely leave signs to warn their comrades of any landmines they had planted. Xiao Luo passed by a few villages along the way, and not surprisingly, he saw only women and children around. Their eyes were exactly the same as the other civilians he had encountered before, dull and robbed of the will to live. The war had stolen their homes and laden them with famine. Xiao Luo had enough combat rations in his vehicle, but it was only enough for himself. Unfortunately, he was no Mother Teresa and could not donate his food supplies to these starving people. It saddened him to see children starved to the point where their ribs were showing so prominently through their skin. This was beyond his control, and he quickly accelerated to get through these villages to avoid seeing the people. Soon, it was night time, and Xiao Luo parked his car in a discreet location by the corner of a sandy knoll, preparing to rest for the night. The nights in Libya were very quiet, and there was a total absence of bugs buzzing or the sounds of night birds. On this night, the skies were devoid of stars, and it felt like this land had even been forsaken by the gods. Xiao Luo lowered his seat and laid on it to rest. Suddenly, the phone rang, and it was Su Li. His phone was enabled for global voice messaging, so it was no surprise that Su Li's call could get through. He wondered, what business would this woman have with me now? Xiao Luo raised his brows and picked up the call. Where are you? Su Li asked, cold and abrupt, as was her way. Didn't I tell you that I am traveling? Xiao Luo replied wimpishly. So, where are you now? Su Li said. Overseas, Xiao Luo responded, deliberately being evasive. You are overseas? Su Li was surprised as she thought that what Xiao Luo had meant was he'd be traveling within the country. Yup. Which country? The Maldives, Xiao Luo replied, coming up with a random answer. Maldives? Isn't that a place where newlywed couples would go for honeymoons? Su Li said, a sudden feeling of suspicion getting the better of her. Xiao Luo coughed and said, who said that the people who come here must be on a honeymoon? The scenery here is charming, and it totally makes sense for me to relax here. Of course, it totally makes sense. You just keep having fun there all by yourself, okay, . Su Li responded. She then hung up on him right after that. Huh, she's mad again? Xiao Luo stared at his phone and frowned. He evidently had no clue what this woman was thinking most of the time, allowing himself to play into her claims that their relationship was tied by a contract. So, it was not strange that he couldn't understand why she had made such a sarcastic remark before ending the call. And, as expected, this made Xiao Luo really confused, and he thought to himself, what in the hell was she thinking? Back at the Crescent Bay condominium, Suli put down her phone and clenched her teeth in frustration. This fool. Doesn't he know how to invite me along? He'd rather goes to the Maldives alone and be some other's third wheel, she hissed. She was so mad, and nothing else in this world could upset her so much. She had long wanted to go on a honeymoon to make up with her man. Luo Pingxiong, standing beside her, did not even dare to comment as this was the first time she had seen Suli this angry. Suddenly, Suli's phone received a message. Suli glanced at it, and it was from Xiao Luo. It read, I'll find a great place next time, we can travel together. She thought, so this dumb *SS finally got it? Suli was caught off guard, though it was a pleasant surprise. But being the prudish, spoilt person that she was, her response was like cold fish, humph, as if I wanted to travel with you. Is she throwing a tantrum? Over in Libya's war-torn lands, Xiao Luo received her message, and he was slightly surprised. It was easier to communicate with this woman through text, after all, and replied immediately. Xiao Luo, you'll have to come even if you don't want to. Suli, fine, bring me to the Maldives right now. Xiao Luo could feel Suli's resentment coming through his screen, and he was beginning to understand what irked her. It took him this long to realize that she was furious, because he had gone to the Maldives all by himself. So, he had nobody but himself to blame as he had used honeymoon as his excuse while he was stuck in a war zone. Xiao Luo, that's not happening. How about this, let's come here again once I am back, is that alright? Suli, no. Xiao Luo, Miss Su, stop sulking. Let me tell you a joke. Suli, what do you mean by that? Suli, so, are you telling the joke? Xiao Luo, yes, of course. Xiao Luo used the voice message function to tell her a joke he could recall. Of course, he would never crack Zhang Dashan's sexual jokes. Suli texted back, that's not funny at all. Xiao Luo, then I'll tell you one more. After Xiao Luo voice messaged her the joke, Suli texted back, it's still boring. Xiao Luo, my fair lady, you are really tough to please, you know that? Xiao Luo then used voicemail to tell another one. Suli, on the other end of the phone, burst out laughing. So this man has a silly side, after all, she thought. A genuine smile appeared on her face, and the dismay she felt earlier vanished after Xiao Luo's series of text messages to comfort her. They both exchanged their thoughts with messages and voicemails, and it somehow seemed like they were not so far apart from each other. After they have ended the communication, Xiao Luo looked at the long chain of messages and was surprised. There were many words which he would never have uttered, and telling jokes was never his forte. What was wrong with him? Why did he suddenly decide to tell her jokes today? That wasn't him at all. It must be Zhang Dashan's bad influence. Xiao Luo decided to blame Zhang Dashan for it, as only Zhang Dashan would try to put someone at ease with jokes. At Jiangqing, Zhang Dashan sneezed and woke up from his sleep. He wiped his nose with a napkin and cussed, damn, who's thinking about me? He fell back into a deep slumber soon after. The next day, Xiao Luo continued moving toward the city of Brule at first light. He expected to reach in an hour. Brule, like Stantine City, did not escape the ravages of war. However, it was not a primary node within its transportation hub, and therefore it was not occupied by Libyan rebel fighters or the government army troops. Is the woman found? In an abandoned warehouse in the city of Brule, a middle-aged man, some 45 or 46, looked at a map of the city that hung on the wall with his hands behind his back. He was wearing a black Chinese tunic suit and a pair of glasses. He was as tall as a pine tree and burly like a bear. He had the naturally imposing bearing of a leader when he spoke. Two young foreigners were standing beside him, both clad in camouflage fatigues. One of them had a beard, and the other was clean-shaven. They were of similar build and had bright, piercing eyes. Their sleeves were rolled up, revealing tattoos on their arms. One of them had a tattoo of a bipedal winged dragon, bearing its fangs and ready to tear its prey into pieces, and the other man had a skull tattoo that looked eerily ferocious, like a monster that came from hell. The bearded man straightened up respectfully when he spoke. "No, boss, not yet. One can very easily find a place to hide in this city. It takes time to canvass the area," he said. The other man pitched in and said, "Yes, the woman has gone into hiding like a rat, but she will not escape. We have released a dozen bloodhounds, and I believe we will soon get news of her." The middle-aged man turned around, and his response was almost like a sigh. "Boss, what should we do with the woman's bodyguards?" The bearded man pointed at 4 burly men, each of them tied to a pillar in the warehouse. They were all severely tortured. One of them had his nails pulled out, leaving all his fingers bloodied. One of them had the flesh on his arms sliced off, exposing his bones. One of them had his nose cut off, and the last man had 3 or 4 stab wounds in his body. Sarah Michelle had 10 bodyguards who were all military veterans. Most of them died protecting Sarah Michelle, but the 4 surviving bodyguards were severely tortured and interrogated to determine Sarah Michelle's whereabouts. When the 4 of them heard what would happen to them, they stared at the middle-aged man blankly like an accused who stood in the courtroom helplessly waiting for the court's judgment at the end of a criminal trial. The middle-aged man glanced at the 4 men casually with his sharp eyes. "They no longer have any value. Why even bother to keep them alive?" he said. "Yes, sir." The bearded man nodded in acknowledgement and then gestured to his subordinates. After getting the green light, his 4 men took out a short knife each and approached the 4 men ominously, fixing them with murderous looks in their eyes. The 4 men knew that they would soon be dead and were about to meet their creator, and one of them yelled hysterically at the middle-aged man. "Kun Sa, the Michelle family will not let you get away with it. You will soon face the wrath of the Michelle family." "Good, I'll be waiting." Kun Sa gently massaged his wrinkled forehead and replied casually. The 4 mercenaries, holding short knives at the ready, stood in front of the 4 bodyguards. Without warning, they grabbed the bodyguards' hair with their left hands, exposing their throats completely, and slashed their throats with the short knives using their right hands as if they were slaughtering chickens and ducks. The 4 bodyguards of the Michelle family tried to struggle, but they died a slow death in pain and despair. "Boss, according to the information we obtained from the Libyan rebel fighters, an NSA soldier was sent by the Huan nation to protect our target. The soldier's name is Mia, and the Red Scorpion and Cobra teams were both killed by him. I cannot wait to meet him and kill him." The bearded man expressed his hatred without even looking at the 4 dying bodyguards. The clean-shaven man who had a pale face said, "Let's not finish that start off too quickly. We'll give him a slow, painful death." Kun Sa looked at his men with a solemn expression on his face. "I want him dead more than any of you, but you gotta do things step by step," he said. "Dragon, Skull, you have to remember the lesson learned from Red Scorpion and Cobra. They failed their mission mainly because they underestimated the enemy. This time you should not, under any circumstances, let your guard down. Treat that damn starred as your strongest enemy. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, boss." The 2 men straightened up stiffly and answered respectfully. When Xiao Luo pulled up 1 kilometer away from the city of Brule, he parked his vehicle at a quiet corner out of sight from searching eyes. He carried firearms with him, dived into the river that encircled the city, and swam unnoticed underwater across to the city of Brule. He knew that the enemy he would face here was not the Libyan rebel fighters, but one he made in Jiangqing, Kun Sa. Compared to the Libyan rebel fighters, the mercenaries were highly trained and competent killers, and they would undoubtedly have snipers within their ranks. It was likely one hidden sniper was already assigned to every entrance of the city of Brule. It was extremely dangerous for Xiao Luo to march into the city without taking precautions. That was the reason he chose to swim across the river and enter Brule city covertly. Walking on the streets in the city of Brule, desolation was everywhere, and the degree of destruction was no less than Stantine City. To Xiao Luo, the mission came second. The most important thing was to find and kill Kun Sa, even at the risk of compromising his mission. He had already decided the death sentence on Kun Sa when the latter sent mercenaries to assassinate his family. He could still forgive Kun Sa for only trying to kill him, but he would personally send whoever was trying to hurt them to hell when it came to his family. He would do it even if it was the Jade Emperor, not to mention a mere leader of a band of mercenaries. But the problem now was whether Kun Sa and his associates were still here in the city. As Xiao Luo moved further into the heart of Brule City, he observed the surroundings very closely. Anything that happened within a 100-meter radius around him could not escape his attention. Suddenly, a woman stuck half of her head out from a garbage container in a dump somewhere in the city. She looked from left to right, and when she ascertained that the coast was clear, she lifted the lid and climbed out. She gagged and coughed, choking for fresh air. The area was filled with garbage bags of all kinds of colors, and there was rotting matter everywhere, attracting swarms of flies. The woman's clothes were in terrible condition and covered in filth, but it was apparent that she was wearing a camouflage smock. She had shoulder-length blonde hair, her face was relatively clean, and grayish-blue eyes. She had panic and horror written all over her face. Woof! 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 Before she could even catch her breath, she heard dogs barking from a distance. In shock and desperation, she hurriedly climbed back into the garbage container filled with buzzing flies. The moment she pulled the cover down, the stink of the rotting garbage overwhelmed her senses. The pungent stink of the garbage was as bad as the smell of rotten fish. The flies in the garbage bin were crawling all over the woman's body. She felt like she had fallen into a manure pit. Every inch of her body was covered with putrefying waste, and flies crawled all over her body like maggots. She felt like puking and wanted so badly to get out of the garbage container, but she couldn't because she would be dead the moment she showed herself. She was Sarah Michelle. Earlier, her bodyguards helped her escape from the clutches of Kun Sa mercenary corps that were after her. Some of them were killed, while the others were captured. She knew that the men in the Kun Sa mercenary corps were cruel, and if she got caught, she would be as good as dead. Woof! 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 The dog's barking was getting closer and closer, and she estimated that they were about 10 meters away from her. She could even hear the mercenaries' footsteps. She did not even dare to breathe, and all that she could do was close her eyes and pray to God for help. Pooh, it's King Smelly. Even the dogs are losing their sense of smell. Do you think the woman would be hiding here? Sarah shuddered when she heard a man's husky voice from a short distance away, and it made the hair on her body stand on ends. Stop bullsh ting, that's impossible. Even men like us can't stand the smell, so do you think the Michelle family's darling daughter could? This would be worse than killing her. Haha, haha. You're right, let's go then and check elsewhere. When Sarah Michelle heard that, it took the weight off her mind. The barking and the footsteps were moving further away, and soon she couldn't hear them anymore. Only then did she push the garbage container lid open very carefully and stuck half of her head out like a mole. She looked left and right, and once she was sure that the danger was gone, she quickly climbed out. She climbed out of the container, and although the air outside was not the freshest and still reeked of garbage, it was much better than being in the garbage bin. But she could not stop vomiting, and she almost puked her guts out. Why, if it isn't the beautiful Miss Sarah who has just climbed out of a manure pit. Sarah was startled and froze when she heard the voice coming from behind her. It sounded like that of the devil, and when Sarah looked up, her eyes opened wide in shock. Two mercenaries, clad in camouflage uniforms, were standing nearby, looking at her with smirks on their faces, and one of them was holding on to a huge hound on a leash. They did not leave? They must have said that on purpose, to deceive her. Sarah was like a spooked rabbit, and she quickly got up, turned around, and ran. Bang! A bullet whistled past her ear at high velocity as it tore through the air. It made her skin crawl. Her survival instincts told her to stand still, and she did not dare to move. One of the men held a smoking gun in front of his chest, and a smile formed on his face. Oh shit, I missed. Miss Sarah, go on, run, let's see if the second bullet will hit you, ha ha, he sneered. The other man was pacifying the bloodhound, and he was also laughing scornfully as he glared at her. Sarah broke into a cold sweat, and she slowly turned around. She knew that the monster missed her on purpose. These mercenaries certainly could kill her with only one shot at such a short distance. She forced herself to calm down and tried to negotiate her way out. How much did the Libyan rebel fighters give you? I can give you twice as much. You mercenaries are guns for hire, right? Ha. Why, this is becoming interesting. The two men exchanged looks and stepped closer towards Sarah. The huge hound growled, baring its teeth, as it sniffed her all over, barking from time to time. Sarah was so scared that she froze, worried that a bite from those powerful jaws and sharp teeth would kill her. Her voice trembling, she said, "You guys will get twice as much money. I can also make sure that my family will not go after you. This is killing two birds with one stone." Ha. The two men burst out in mock laughter after they heard what she had to say. The man who took the shot earlier put his gun away and said, "We are indeed guns for hire, but Miss Sarah, what you may not know is that mercenaries have principles too. How can the target be the employer? And, do you know what the Libyan rebel fighters promised us? The ownership of an island. After we kill you and after the rebel fighters get sovereignty over Libya, we will have an island that belongs to us forever, and that will be our haven." Sarah was flabbergasted, for she did not expect that the Libyan rebels would be willing to give Kun Sa a reward of such scale. Coming from a renowned and affluent family, she was much more composed than ordinary women, and she tried to instill doubts in their minds. "Aren't you worried that the Libyan rebels will double-cross you? I mean, once they finish off by family soldiers, they would go back on their word and attack you guys instead. You don't have to worry about that. Just hand over the thing." "What thing?" Thump. The man punched Sarah in the stomach, so forceful that she doubled over and her body almost went into spasms. Her face was distorted from the pain. "I thought you were a smart woman. Who would have thought that you'd be this stupid?" The man sneered and gestured to his partner to body search Sarah thoroughly, but what they found was only a small video camera. The SD card that contained the Libyan rebels' acts of violence and cruelty was missing. "Where's the card?" The man pulled Sarah by her hair forcefully and questioned her, glaring at her with glowering eyes filled with fury. The hound sensed its master's anger and started to bark incessantly. The man pulled harder at Sarah's hair. She felt like her scalp was almost tearing off, and she cried out in pain. "Let me go! Let me go!" she shrieked. She struggled with all her might. Even a rabbit would bite when it was cornered, and Sarah was that rabbit. She grabbed the man's wrist and bit on it with all her might. Arg! The bite was so painful that he shouted out, "Sh*T." He immediately gave her a kick in the stomach. There was a sickening thud, and Sarah was sent flying back like a kite on a broken string. She landed heavily on the garbage-filled ground, and there was a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth. Furious, the man looked at the bite mark on his wrist, and finally, he showed his true colors. King bitch, you wanna die? He rolled up his sleeves, strode towards Sarah, then he started to kick her repeatedly. As a mercenary, he was well built and robust. In a fit of rage, he could not control the strength of his kicks. A desperate woman's cries of pain and anguish rang out across the dump site. The hound was barking furiously, but the other man merely smiled and tried to calm it down as he observed the beating like he watching a show. At the same time, he took out his walkie-talkie and reported the situation to his superior. Captain Dragon, Captain Skull, Sarah Michelle has been caught, he said. Location? The garbage dump, beside Huijin Plaza. Keep an eye on her, we'll be right there. Roger that. He released the talk switch on the walkie-talkie and continued calming the hound, oblivious to his partner beating Sarah Michelle. Ah. Sarah was lying on the ground and screaming in pain. The party of men hovering around her obviously intended to kill her. They wore military boots with soles lined with steel platings, and the kick she received to her body was unbearably painful. Blood was trickling down her mouth and nose after she had taken more than a dozen kicks. Suddenly, a man stepped toward her and ground his boot into her right palm, like he was stepping on a cigarette butt. The pain was excruciating, and her cries and moans sounded like she was on the verge of death. These men were as cruel as a demon. Sarah was severely tortured and had lost all hope. These assassins from the Kunsa mercenary corps were even crueler than the Libyan Black Army. These men were nothing but bloodthirsty beasts. Hear me. You one last chance, hand over the SD card, or else. The man who had his boot on her right hand bent over and grabbed her by the hair. He pulled her up and lifted her chin. He glared at her with a menacing and fierce look on his face. I'll repeat once more. This is your last chance, he growled. I've hidden. I've hidden it somewhere else, Sarah said as she shed tears of pain and looked at the man with fear in her eyes. Lead us there. The man shouted, letting go of her hair and finally taking his foot off her hand. Sarah trembled from the shock and slowly got up. Her right hand was shaking uncontrollably, and her entire body was bruised and aching in excruciating pain. She carefully nervously at the man. He was definitely the reincarnation of a cruel murderer. You better not even think about trying anything funny, or I'll finish you off with one shot. The man pulled out his pistol and pointed it at the back of Sarah's head as a warning. Through the layers of hair, Sarah could still feel the cold muzzle of the pistol. She closed her eyes, and her face went numb. She couldn't help feeling like she was being abandoned by God. Woof, 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 a colossal wolf dog barked aggressively. The man that was threatening Sarah with the pistol became annoyed and glared at his partner. Terrifying wolf, can you make him shut the hell up? He scowled. The dog handler who was given the moniker Terrifying Wolf, raised his eyebrows in mock surprise and had a wry smile on his face. There's nothing I can do. He can feel your anger, and that's why he's getting all worked up. I won't be able to calm him down no matter what I do, he replied. The man with the pistol had a nasty temper, and without wasting any more time, he turned toward the huge wolf dog and shouted, You shut up now. Bark again, and I'll beat you up. The huge wolf dog stopped barking all of a sudden. Perhaps it had been frightened by his angry voice and that fierce-looking face. It started whining like a little child that had done something wrong. There, you see, AB** starred is AB** starred, you just can't be nice to them, ha ha ha. The man with the gun found his own vile joke very amusing and couldn't stop himself from laughing. But at that moment, there was a sudden change. A bullet flew in and pierced right through the head of the man holding onto the pistol. The laughter stopped abruptly, and his body fell right onto the ground. His eyes were still wide open, looking like he was unable to die in peace. There was a neat bullet hole in the middle of his forehead, between the eyebrows. Sarah was so scared that she hurriedly got down and sat back on the floor. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at the corpse in front of her, unable to believe what had just happened. Sarah was a war reporter and had sufficient knowledge and experience to know what had just happened. As soon as she saw the hole between the man's eyebrows, she knew that he had been shot by a sniper. That would also mean that there was a sniper lurking nearby. Who was it? Was it the SEAL team that Grandpa sent? Although still in shock, she immediately knew what she had to do. The killing of one of her captors meant that there was the hope of her getting through this. It was like seeing the light at the end of a dark tunnel. Woof, woof, woof. The huge wolf dog began barking again, while the man known as Terrifying Wolf threw himself to the side and was already hiding behind a wall. Poisonous frog. Poisonous frog. He tried calling for his partner, but his partner was no longer replying to him. The huge wolf dog could sense that an enemy was nearby now and continued barking incessantly. Thud. The man hardly heard the report of the next shot before another sniper round whizzed through the air and hit the huge wolf dog, silencing it instantly. Blood splattered everywhere, and the large wolf dog's head was bleeding profusely. Lying on the ground, it twitched and struggled a little before eventually coming to a stop. Gulp. Terrifying Wolf burst into a cold sweat and struggled to swallow his saliva. He took out his walkie-talkie and quickly reported on the situation here. Terrifying Wolf to Commander, Terrifying Wolf to Commander. We are under enemy attack, an enemy attack. There's a sniper hiding in the 8 buildings of Huijin Plaza. Poisonous Frog is already dead, I repeat, Poisonous Frog is dead. Requesting for support, requesting for the support, now. Brewer Warehouse Base. I see him, boss. Mia has shown himself. Evil Dragon and Skeleton excitedly rushed into the warehouse one after another and shouted as they looked at Kun Sa, who was sitting on his chair, smoking a cigar and sipping some tea. After hearing that, Kun Sa stood up from his chair. He threw the cigar that he had barely smoked to the ground and asked, "What's his location?" "Near the garbage dump where we found Sarah Michelle. Poisonous Frog is already dead, and Terrifying Wolf is still there," Evil Dragon replied. They didn't even feel a little bit sad about the death of one of their compatriots. To the assassins who were used to tasting blood on the blade of a sharp knife, they were already used to seeing men die, and death to them was nothing out of the ordinary. "Very good, all of you head out. Get to the scene as quick as you can." Kun Sa clenched his fist tightly. He hated Xiao Luo to the very core. If it wasn't because of Xiao Luo, his position in the company wouldn't have plummeted, and he wouldn't have to personally bring his team to Libya to carry out their mission, exchanging the territory rights to an island to recuperate and expand his powers once again. Understood. Evil Dragon and Skeleton straightened their backs and gave a firm reply. Beside Huijin Plaza was a heap of rubble, and rancid, dirty things were strewn all over the place, and attracting a swarm of flies. Terrifying Wolf did not have the guts to show his head. He was very sure of one thing from the deaths of Poisonous Frog and the huge wolf dog, and that was the fact that this sniper was very accurate. He was afraid that if he showed his head for even a second, a bullet would rip right through him. Was the other party Mia, the one who killed Red Scorpion and Cobra? Terrifying Wolf was really scared, and cold sweat poured profusely down his face like a waterfall. He had already heard of Xiao Luo and that he was an old enemy of their boss. Though the 2 mercenaries that they sent might not be as strong as them, still, to be able to annihilate 2 of them all by himself meant that that person was more than qualified to put the fear of God into his soul. "Hey, is it comfortable hiding here?" All of a sudden, a voice with an American accent could be heard coming from behind him. Terrifying Wolf was in shock and disbelief. He froze in fear, knowing that this voice definitely did not belong to anyone in their mercenary group, and that could only mean one thing: it was Mia. But wasn't Mia inside the building out there in front of him? He had paid close attention to the exit and never noticed anyone coming out of that building. How did Mie get out, and how did he get behind him without making a sound? Right at this instant, there was a whole lot of questions inside Terrifying Wolf's head. But constantly living on the edge of death, he reacted quickly. He quickly drew out his gun and was about to turn around when he realized that he couldn't even complete the first action, because as he moved his hand to his waist, the pistol that was supposed to be holstered was missing. When he looked after turning around, a black muzzle was already pointing at him, aimed in between his eyebrows. It is the very same M1911 automatic pistol that belonged to him. When had his opponent taken his gun away from him? Terrifying Wolf was shocked. He had come right behind him without making a sound and taken his gun away without him even realizing it. Just what kind of person was he up against? Was this man a ghost? Bang! Xiao Luo did not even hesitate to pull the trigger. The bullet from the pistol pierced through Terrifying Wolf's head. Blood and brain fluids splashed out from the gaping hole on the back of his head along with the bullet and splattered on the ground. Terrifying Wolf fell back and collapsed in a heap, unable to rest in peace as he did not even get to take a look at his executioner's face. This man was simply too fast and denied him any chance of fighting back. After getting rid of Terrifying Wolf, Xiao Luo turned his attention to Sarah, who was a short distance away. Sarah was stunned when she saw Xiao Luo, for she had thought that it was the SEAL team that her grandpa had sent, and the last thing she expected was for him to be an Asian man. Could he possibly be the backup force that her grandpa had requested from Hua Nation? As she looked at the man advancing toward her and looking calm and collected, she started to panic again. This man was ferocious and managed to quickly get rid of two of Kun Sa's mercenaries just like that. Sarah Michelle? Xiao Luo asked, furrowing his eyebrows as he looked at the woman covered with dirt, and he could detect the foul odor coming from this woman's body. Sarah was stunned and nodded her head. Yes, that's me, she said. Allow me to introduce myself, I'm Mia from Hua Nation's NSA. I have received orders from above to protect you and ensure that you leave Libya safely, Xiao Luo said, in a perfect American accent. So, he was indeed from Hua Nation. Sarah was a little stunned but tried her best to calm herself down. She stood up, pointed at Xiao Luo, and then pointed at herself. You came here to protect me? She asked. She thought to herself, this guy was powerful, and he managed to get rid of two of Kun Sa's mercenaries without breaking a sweat. Having a guy like him protect her was definitely a dream come true and hard to believe. It wasn't too long ago that she even thought she had already been abandoned by God. Has the Michelle family never told you that besides the American SEAL team that came to Libya to rescue you, the NSA from Hua Nation is here to save you as well? Xiao Luo asked. He spoke with the same aloofness that he usually had. Sarah looked left and right. Just you alone? She asked. Xiao Luo nodded his head. Yes, he replied. But Kun Sa has two mercenary groups, and each mercenary group has at least 20 of them. Hua Nation has an abundance of resources, so how is it that they only sent you alone? Sarah raised her eyebrows. Although she acknowledged Xiao Luo's strength, it was evident that a ferocious tiger alone was no match for a pack of angry wolves. She earlier breathed a sigh of relief when she managed to survive and escape from the hands of the two mercenaries. But now that Sarah realized that there was only one man here with her, she suddenly felt nervous and worried again. I am more than enough. Xiao Luo took a look at his surroundings. He was sure that the reinforcements from this mercenary group were about to arrive soon, and he really hated staying longer than he needed to in this place. Let's go, let's get out of here first, he said. He turned around and was about to head towards another direction when he realized that Sarah was just standing there and not moving. Xiao Luo turned back and said, Are you not coming? Sarah finally got her senses back and quickly followed Xiao Luo. She did not have any other options, and still had to hold on tightly to what little lifeline she had, even if this was just a bale of straw and not a ship. "Mr. Mia, it's nice to meet you." She raised her hand out towards Xiao Luo. This was the guy who managed to rescue her from the very jaws of death, and she still had to rely on Xiao Luo to bring her to safety. She quickly realized that it was essential for her to maintain a good relationship with Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo took a glance at her dirty hands and said, "This is my mission, so you don't have to be this polite with me." "I know that, but you saved my life, so thank you." Sarah took the initiative, grabbed his hand, and shook it, with a smile on her face. With little empathy, Xiao Luo flashed a look of disgust at her. He really hated having to shake such a dirty hand. Sarah then hesitated and blinked her eyes. "Mr. Mia, I have to go somewhere else to take back the SD card. It has all the recordings of how brutal the Libyan Black Army really is," she said. "Where is it?" "Lead the way." Xiao Luo was becoming a little bit annoyed. Protecting this woman here was one thing, but his own goal here was to kill Kun Sa. He was carefully trying to assess the situation by looking at his surroundings, but this woman was continually disturbing him, and it naturally set him off quite a bit. Sarah nodded her head and quickly led the way towards the place where she hid the SD card. Her memory and sense of direction were pretty good, and they didn't take any unnecessary detours. Xiao Luo followed her, and they arrived at the place that she was talking about in about 15 minutes. It was an abandoned shopping mall. As the war had broken out for quite a while now, all the valuable items were long gone, either stolen or removed by the merchants themselves. The first and second floors were filled with rags, confetti, carton boxes, shelves, and the place looked a mess. Looking at this scene felt as if they were about to reach the end of days. Xiao Luo noticed the woman running into the female toilet and came out with a pendant hung around her neck, and the SD card was hidden inside. Sarah had a smile on her face. "Mr. Mia, let's go," she said. She put the pendant inside her pocket, feeling a lot more relieved. Xiao Luo nodded his head, but suddenly, he could hear the rumbling of a vehicle. Before he could even react to it, he sensed impending danger. Bang! A high-velocity bullet pierced right through the thick wall of the shopping mall and flew right toward him. Xiao Luo leaned the upper half of his body backward and simultaneously pushed Sarah to the side. The bullet streaked in a lethal trajectory, flying right over his chest, and although it didn't come into contact with his flesh, the high temperature it generated singed Xiao Luo's chest and created a superficial wound. The bullet hit then struck the wall on the other side of the shopping mall and easily penetrated right through it. That wall was roughly 15 centimeters thick, but it went clean through like a thin piece of paper. L115A3 sniper rifle? Sarah, who was on the ground, was utterly shocked. This kind of gun can kill an enemy from 2.5 kilometers away. It's the king of all sniper rifles, and it can even easily penetrate through an armored car, she said. Xiao Luo looked at her as if saying, "This woman sure knows quite a lot." This was indeed an L115A3 sniper rifle from America, and it held the record for killing an armed combatant from 2,430 meters away. A British soldier in Afghanistan managed to kill 5 Taliban fighters in 28 seconds from 1,600 meters away. No one should underestimate the power and killing range of this rifle. Xiao Luo was very sure that he didn't expose his own location and wasn't in the enemy's field of vision earlier on. That could only mean one thing, that the gun was equipped with a thermal sensor. It could detect targets based on heat signatures, despite obstacles to a shooter's field of vision. Using the thermal sensor, a sniper could identify the exact location of any sort of living being from a radius of 1 kilometer. Having such a device was akin to a tiger sprouting wings. Walls were no protection against this kind of weapon. Bang! Another shot was fired. The high-powered round penetrated the wall again and was locked onto Xiao Luo. It was impossible for Xiao Luo to find cover in the face of such a sniper rifle, and he couldn't ensure his own safety. He immediately picked up Sarah, who was beside him, and jumped off from the shopping mall's second floor. When he hit the ground, he instantly found his footing and dashed forward like a cheetah. As he bounded forward, he saw 4 military jeeps parked just around the shopping mall. That L-115A3 sniper rifle was placed at the top on one of those jeeps, and the one operating it was a bearded foreign man. Running, hiding, running, hiding. Xiao Luo pushed his abilities to the limit and rushed forward, all the while carrying Sarah Michelle with him. He constantly shifted to his left and right, running starts and stops to deceive the shooters. In this way, he was able to dodge the incoming shot from the small arms and the L-115A3 sniper rifle that used thermal imaging to detect targets behind cover. Even RPG rounds were fired to flush Xiao Luo out in the open. *T, is that guy a martial arts expert from the Hua Nation? He's carrying a woman with him and is still moving around with the agility of an ape in the jungle, Evil Dragon growled. He gritted his teeth and slammed his hands on the vehicle after the thermal sensor lost sight of Xiao Luo once again. In the other vehicle, Kun Sa lit up another cigar. He had a pair of cold, heartless eyes that looked aged due to the dark eye bags, visible even behind his glasses. Wouldn't it be very boring if we could kill him that easily? He said. They didn't use the thermal sensor when dealing with Sarah Michelle, because they clearly didn't need to at all. One wouldn't use a sledgehammer on a nut. Besides, he was waiting for Xiao Luo to appear and was not as anxious as to know whether they could find Sarah Michelle. Boss, the SEAL team must be on their way here. I reckon we'll be a bit of a pickle if they were to join the fight. We might have a hard time dealing with them, Skeleton said. Kun Sa smiled coldly. You're talking about babies who are still drinking milk. No matter how many of them there are, they're nothing but a bunch of trash. There's no need to be afraid of them, he said, but this, he's a thorn in our side, and we can't let him leave Libya alive no matter what it takes. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said this. Understood. Evil Dragon and Skeleton acknowledged their master. They then passed down the order to everyone else to conduct a thorough search. They secretly had people guarding every single exit, and unless they jumped into a river, there was no way they could escape from Brewer City. But Sarah Michelle was a landlubber based on the information that they had gathered. She couldn't swim, so it was almost impossible for her to swim across a river. Xiao Luo, carrying Sarah, stopped at an abandoned factory somewhere southeast of where they started. The advanced weapons that Kun Sa and his men had employed so far exceeded what he had expected. But, the most important thing here was that he still had to bear with him a woman who barely had the strength to truss up a chicken. It would be unprofessional to sacrifice this woman who had no relationship with him whatsoever, just so he could kill Kun Sa. But, Xiao Luo had other ideas, and he would do that if he was out of all other options. But, as long as there was an inkling of hope, he would still do all he could to protect and ensure the safety of this woman. As an NSA agent, he still had to do his best to fulfill the mission assigned to him from above. Here, this is something for you to eat. Xiao Luo handed some hardtack that he brought along with him to Sarah. Sarah sat on a beam on the floor and, with her eyes wide open, looked at the man of many surprises. When she was on this man's back earlier on, bumping and bouncing along with him, it felt like she was in a dream. Besides, he was still in complete control even after jumping off the second floor with her on his back, and she found it incredible. She took the hardtack from Xiao Luo. Mr. Mia, are the techniques you used earlier on the legendary Qinggong from Hua Nation? She asked. Xiao Luo replied without much thought. He focused on eating the biscuits to slowly recover the physical energy that he had expended. Wow, does that mean such magical martial arts techniques actually do exist in Hua Nation? Sarah's eyes glinted with excitement as she recalled his feats, and it wouldn't just be her, but everyone from around the world who would be interested in the rich history of their martial arts. Many people yearned to have the ability to leap onto roofs and vault over walls. "Miss Sarah, can you please be a little bit quiet?" Xiao Luo said, not too kindly. Sarah wasn't sure why Xiao Luo was so gruff, but she ignored it. "I'm so sorry to bother you," she said. Xiao Luo couldn't be bothered with her anymore. He was keeping vigil on his surroundings. He didn't intend to leave Brewer, at least not until he killed Kun Sa, before he left. But the thermal sensor was a considerable threat. With that thing around, it was as if the enemy had X-ray vision, and as long as he was within a 1-kilometer radius, there was nothing he could do. This meant that he first had to find a way to get rid of that thermal sensor. "Mr. Mia." Just as he was thinking about that, Sarah shouted at him. Xiao Luo said, "What now? Can I go over there and wash up a little?" Sarah pointed at the faucet in the distance. Xiao Luo was unnecessarily curt in his response. "It's not like I've tied your legs together." "You don't have to ask for my permission," he said. All right." Sarah was relieved that she could finally clean herself up. She stood up and walked towards the faucet and carefully washed off the dirt and grime from her hands, face, and body. She still had some injuries on her body, and if she was not careful, the pain could be quite unbearable. It was so painful that she gasped a little, but her body reeked from not being washed, and she could no longer stand it. She eventually took all her clothes off except her bra and underpants, wetting pretty much her entire body. She was not concerned about catching a cold since it was still summer, and Libya was naturally a hot and humid region. "The Americans sure are open-minded," Xiao Luo silently muttered to himself. To take off everything and casually taking a shower with only her underclothes in front of a man, this level of openness was something that women from Hua Nation could never match up to, no matter what. Sarah even brought soap along with her and treated this wide, open area like a bathroom. She washed her hair as well and carefully scrubbed off all the dirt on her body, making sure that her nose could no longer smell anything bad odors anymore. After she finished her shower, she wore her clothes and returned. Xiao Luo was slightly stunned when he saw her. She was wearing the same dirty clothes from before, but her feminine side had undergone a drastic change. If the woman he saw before was deemed as an ugly duckling, then the woman right now would be rightly called a white swan. Her blonde hair was still dripping wet, and her face was pale but reddish, like cherries. Her eyebrows were long, her blue eyes were shimmering, her nose was sharp, her lips were red, and her teeth were white. Her entire body had a pleasant soapy smell. It was hard to deny that she was indeed a really sexy woman. She had a slender and well-limbed figure as well. She wasn't as built as most Western women and looked more like a good-natured daughter from a humble family. Sarah noticed Xiao Luo eyeing her and knew that it was because of her appearance. She giggled a little and said, "Mr. Mia, do all guys from Hua Nation enjoy staring at a woman who has just finished bathing?" Xiao Luo smiled back and replied, "We do take a second look at beautiful things. This is the nature of all human beings." He explained everything in just one simple sentence. "Thank you for your compliments." Sarah chuckled, displaying a row of neat teeth. "If I can go back to America alive this time around, I'll make sure to find time to go to Hua Nation just to interview you," she said. Xiao Luo kept his opinion to himself and thought to himself that once I finish this mission, I will forget all about this, Sarah Michelle. What does she mean to interview me? She thinks too much. "Mr. Mia, is the injury on your chest serious?" Sarah noticed a burn mark on his chest, and it looked as if he was burned red by a hot iron. It was slightly charred, and blood was slowly oozing out from that injury. "It's nothing serious, don't worry about it." Xiao Luo gave a brief reply and then sat down with his legs crossed. According to the meridian path of the I Jigging, this was just a minor injury. It was like a scratch on the skin, and there was no need to spend points to have the system perform any form of healing for him. He just needed to practice the jigging, and it would recover really quickly. Sarah was amazed as she looked at what seemed like wisps of steam released from Xiao Luo's body. It was a pity that she dropped the only camera that she had with her because she wanted to record this scene. To think that such skillful martial arts experts actually existed in a country rich in history like Hua Nation. This was simply too unbelievable. The burn injury on his chest was a lot less painful after meditating for a while. Soon, Xiao Luo opened his eyes, walked toward the faucet, and carefully washed. At that moment, he could hear very faint footsteps coming from 100 meters away, and he could determine that there were two intruders. Why was it that they just never learned? Xiao Luo glanced toward where the footsteps were coming from. These were clearly from Kun Sa's mercenary group that had split up to search for him and Sarah, the American reporter. Splitting up their soldiers was actually a good thing for him, as now, he could take them down separately. Wait here and don't go anywhere. I'll go take a look and be back soon, he said to Sarah before bounding out of the abandoned factory like a cheetah. Take care of yourself, Mr. Mia. Sarah shouted with concern as she looked at the back view of Xiao Luo as he left their hideout. She wasn't sure what was going on, but she was certain that it wasn't anything good. Xiao Luo returned a little later, carrying two muscular men on his shoulders. There were coils of hemp ropes lying in the abandoned factory, and he used them to bind their hands and legs together. He then poured some cold water on their faces, and they woke up immediately. Mie? Both of them started to look a little bit worried after realizing that it was Xiao Luo. They had been tasked with carrying out reconnaissance in the area, and before they knew it, they lost control of their bodies and collapsed on the ground. All they could remember was seeing sand-colored military boots next to their faces just before losing consciousness. Tell me. What are your code names? Xiao Luo said, staring down at them with cold, unblinking eyes. The men looked at each other and didn't say anything. Both of them had their hands tied behind their backs, and they were desperately trying to untie the hemp rope. Xiao Luo squinted his eyes a little and took an ominous step forward before he stomped on the instep of one of the muscular men. Crunch! Under Xiao Luo's foot, the man's boots were literally flattened, crushing all his toes and breaking every bone in them, as fresh blood slowly seeped out from the seams of the boot. The man screamed in excruciating pain and was close to passing out. Xiao Luo glared at the man, and his face was cold as ice. Do you want me to ask you one more time? He said. Sarah gasped. She never imagined that such a polite, amiable, and good-natured man from Hua Nation could be this cruel and ruthless when he interrogated his captives. And how powerful he was, for the boots the man wore had a steel plating to protect their toes from falling heavy objects. When Xiao Luo stepped on those boots, the steel plate was crushed along with the toes they were meant to protect. This man was as powerful as a hydraulic press machine. How terrifying he was. My code name is Hyena. Seeing what had happened to his companion, who was still screaming in pain, the man beside quickly revealed his code name. What is yours? Xiao Luo asked the muscular man in front of him as he took his foot off. The front half of his foot was crushed, and the pain was unbearable. The facial muscles on this muscular man's face kept twitching. His entire body was drenched in a cold sweat, and he was trying his best to speak. Lie. Lynx, he mumbled. What about the code names of your leaders? Evil Dragon and Skeleton. How do you guys address Kun Sa? We call him boss. Both of them told him everything they knew after witnessing his cruelty. They initially thought that Xiao Luo would spare their lives, but after answering all his questions, Xiao Luo sent them to hell with just 2 strikes. He stomped on their temples with shattering force, pulverizing their heads into a paste-like substance and killing them on the spot. It was way too cruel. Sarah was utterly horrified. She opened her mouth, and it took a while before she could form the words. Mr. Mia, people of your nation, have always treated others with courtesy and respect, and virtue has always been the cornerstone of your culture. But you don't seem like that kind of person, she said. If your opponent is armed with a lethal weapon, even a saint would wield a butcher's knife. Xiao Luo smiled wryly and said, America claims that they are guardians and emissaries for maintaining world peace, yet they are always starting wars. Can you kindly explain the rationale behind that to me? Are you referring to the Iraq War? That's only because they owned many weapons of mass destruction and were also secretly supporting the terrorists. America had to do this to maintain peace and stability in the world, Sarah replied. It seems like your country has done a really successful job at brainwashing you. Xiao Luo sneered. Forget it. Let's not talk about these international affairs. Check and see which of their fatigues fit you better. Then take them off and change into that outfit. Mr. Mia, they're already dead. We should respect the dead. Isn't taking their outfits off a little bit too much? Sarah argued. Too much? Xiao Luo couldn't help but find it amusing. What does that even mean, he said. Humanitarianism, Sarah replied, somewhat righteously. Then, to hell with your humanitarianism. Xiao Luo was not in the mood and responded with a vicious remark, and he then walked over to the corpses and removed their uniforms. He tossed one set at Sarah and kept the other for himself. He then spent 800 points and purchased the ability to impersonate someone else's voice from the system. Right at that moment, a voice could be heard coming from the walkie-talkie. Evil Dragon for links. Evil Dragon for links. If you can hear this, please respond. If you can hear this, please respond. It was a person with a really hoarse voice, and Sarah was so shocked that she held her breath. Xiao Luo calmly grabbed the walkie-talkie and replied, Links here. What are our leader's instructions for me? Sarah's eyes were wide open, and the color on her face changed. If it wasn't for the fact that she was witnessing the voice coming out of Xiao Luo's mouth, she would have thought that the mercenary with the codename Lynx had been resurrected. Oh my god. Mia could actually impersonate someone else's voice? She found it really hard to believe. It was as if Xiao Luo was performing some kind of magic for her right now. Lynx, did you guys manage to find anything over at your side? The hoarse voice came across the walkie-talkie once again. No, nothing out of the ordinary here. Xiao Luo answered. Then continue searching. As soon as you find something, report immediately. Understood. Xiao Luo quietly hung up the walkie-talkie. He turned his head around and looked at Sarah. Are you not going to put on that outfit? He asked. There was probably a miniature tracking device on these outfits and equipment used to identify their own people. Xiao Luo couldn't be bothered to look for the tiny tracking device and put on the fatigues and gear as though they belonged to him. To be blunt and honest, as long as they didn't get too close, there was no way they could tell that they were impersonators. Sarah came to her senses, quickly took off the dirty camouflage coat she was wearing, and changed into the mercenary's outfit. It didn't really fit her well as it was a man's outfit, but it still looked fine as long as she pulled the trousers and sleeves up a little. I hate the sweaty smell on this outfit. Sarah complained. Xiao Luo glanced at her with a laugh. You can enter a garbage dump, but you can't stand the sweaty smell of a man, he said. Mr. Mia, that's not the same. I was trying to protect my own life back there. You're doing this to protect your own life now as well. Are we preparing to leave Brewer City by impersonating as their members? No, I want to get rid of Kunsa first before we leave. What? The look on Sarah's face changed. Mr. Mia, are you crazy? She cried. Xiao Luo trudged along the streets of Brewer City, a place now in complete ruin. Occasionally, the voices of Evil Dragon and Skeleton could be heard over the walkie-talkie, checking with their compatriots about the situation. Based on the replies he got and their conversations, Xiao Luo could triangulate the calls and roughly locate where Kun Sa was hiding. On the other hand, Sarah Michelle wasn't as assured walking alongside Xiao Luo. Of course, she was not as courageous as him and didn't feel safe walking on these streets in a city where a demonic mercenary could appear at any given moment. Besides, there was still a sniper that was hiding somewhere. Wouldn't they be sitting ducks if the sniper realized that they were just imposters? Mr. Mia, I strongly advise that we leave Brewer City as soon as we can. This place is too dangerous, and the chances of us running into Kun Sa's mercenaries is very high. Sarah kept looking left and right and was really anxious for their safety. Xiao Luo's casual demeanor really shocked her, from putting on the rebel's outfit and carrying their equipment to having the guts to amble down the street. This guy was a madman. The consummate professional he was, Xiao Luo couldn't be too bothered about this woman's feelings. Well, I'm not stopping you. If you want to leave, then please go ahead, he said. A confused Sarah asked, didn't you come here to rescue me? Before I do that, I've got to kill Kun Sa first, Xiao Luo said. Do you have a grudge against Kun Sa? Yes. Mr. Mia, Can you just shut up? Xiao Luo turned his head around and glared at her. Sarah was going on and on with her questions, and it was beginning to annoy him. Sarah immediately clammed her mouth shut, looking at him in distress, and nodded her head. Finally enjoying some peace and silence, Xiao Luo lifted his head up and looked at a row of low-rise buildings just up ahead. He thought about it for a bit and decided to walk in that direction. Xiao Luo chose a unit in the building, which gave him an uninterrupted view of the street, and set up the rifle rest for his high-precision weapon. He checked to see how much ammunition he had left and was pleased to note that there were more than 200 rounds, which should be more than enough. Just stay in one corner. Xiao Luo urged Sarah, and then added, don't say anything, okay? Okay, Mr. Mia, don't worry about it, I won't disturb you, Sarah replied, nodding her head. Xiao Luo adjusted his voice, then switched on the walkie-talkie, and spoke in Lynx's voice. Lynx, to Team Leader Evil Dragon. Lynx, to Team Leader Evil Dragon. I've located the target, they're at 12 o'clock from where I'm positioned. Hyena is injured, please provide support, please provide support. Lynx, stay there. Don't act recklessly, we'll be there soon. Evil Dragon's voice could be heard over the walkie-talkie. Roger that. Xiao Luo turned off the walkie-talkie and waited patiently for his prey to show up like a poisonous snake poised for the strike. Sarah was shocked and thought to herself, this guy is seriously thinking about getting rid of Kun Sa mercenaries. She had assumed that Xiao Luo was just talking about it. A little later, 2 mercenaries and a huge wolf dog appeared in his sights. Xiao Luo finished them off with 3 shots to their head, sending them and the dog to meet their maker. 6 of them. A smirk could be noticed at the corner of his mouth, and then he turned around to look at Sarah. How many people did you say they had with them? Each mercenary group has 20 members, so 2 groups would mean 40. Including Kun Sa, the total would add up to 41, right? Sarah nodded her head. That's correct, Mr. Mia, she replied. Didn't your bodyguards try to fight them off when they tried to protect you? You mean they failed to even kill one of them? Xiao Luo asked. Sarah kept her head down, saddened at the thought. Yes, they failed to kill even one. Kun Sa's mercenary corps have unbelievable combat skills, and my bodyguards were no match for them. There was nothing much they could do in the face of their prowess and superior firepower, she said. Their prowess and superior firepower? Xiao Luo furrowed his eyebrows and refrained from saying anything else. Xiao Luo wasn't aware that Sarah was already treating him as if he was God. In her eyes, the difference between Kun Sa's powerful mercenary corps and this man from the Hua nation was like comparing a child with an adult. She found it hard to imagine that if America and Hua Nation fought one day, what could the American soldiers bring out to compete with the Hua Nation soldiers? Advanced weapons? Stop daydreaming. Hua Nation's weapon technology was not too far behind their own, and in certain aspects, they might actually even be more advanced than theirs. Why did their men keep getting killed? Evil Dragon and Skeleton noticed that something didn't seem right and hurriedly raised their concerns to Kun Sa. 8 casualties, and all of them were around where Lynx is? What is going on here? Kun Sa, who was in a jeep, furrowed his brows. Evil Dragon nodded respectfully. According to what Lynx had said, Mia is back, and all 8 of them were killed by Mia, he answered. Kun Sa chuckled as he thought out loud and said, how did he know that his opponent was Mia? If he was able to spot Mia, but was Mia not able to spot him, why didn't he just finish him off? Boss, are you suspecting Lynx? But I'm sure that was Lynx's voice. There was no way it could have been Mia, Evil Dragon said. Kun Sa raised his hand and cut him off. I'm not suspecting his identity, but I'm sure he's betraying us, he said. Evil Dragon and Skeleton glanced at one another. Since their boss had said that Lynx was a traitor, then he must be betraying them. Kun Sa had never ever made a wrong judgment, and when it came to traitors, they hated them to the core. Hurry up and rush to where Lynx was at. I don't care if it's Mia or Lynx, whoever you find there, just kill them. Kun Sa pulled on his cigar smoke and then exhaled the smoke out from his nose. Understood. Evil Dragon and Skeleton replied. Mercenaries from all over received Evil Dragon and Skeleton's order and slowly headed toward Xiao Luo's last known location. After a while, Xiao Luo had a nagging feeling that something was not quite right. The walkie-talkie chatter had suddenly gone quiet. It's about time we leave. Xiao Luo packed up the ammunition and his rifle and got ready to leave with Sarah. But at that moment, he detected a familiar sound, the whump of mortar rounds. A salvo of mortar shells was screaming in their direction, and before he knew it, they smashed into the top of the building they are at. Boom! 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 It was a relentless barrage as shells landed with violent explosions nearby, and the walls of the apartment unit collapsed one after another. Debris and falling concrete beams came crashing down as the entire building unit started crumbling. Xiao Luo rushed towards Sarah and threw himself over her immediately. They were crouched on the floor, and Xiao Luo took the brunt of falling debris and was slightly injured. Before he could even get up, a sniper bullet fired from an L115A3 sniper rifle penetrated through multiple obstructions and flew toward him. There was no time for Xiao Luo to avoid it, and he instantly raised his palms out. Roar! A force emanated from his hand with the roar of a dragon, as Xiao Luo placed his palm in the trajectory of the incoming bullet. Bricks and debris swirled around in a tornado above him, and Xiao Luo used the same force that changed the course of a mortar shell to slow the speeding bullet, although he couldn't completely stop it. Thud! The shot went right through Xiao Luo's left shoulder, and blood splattered on the wall behind him. Mr. Mia! Sarah cried. She was so shocked that her eyes were wide open. Lie down and don't move. Xiao Luo shouted at her and tried to ignore the pain in his left shoulder. He quickly rushed toward the balcony and aimed his sniper rifle at the thermal sensor mounted on the rail above the L115A3 sniper rifle. Bang! The sniper bullet flew out of the muzzle, carrying a potent destructive force within it as it streaked through the air, and it instantly shattered the thermal sensor. Oh, *T. The look on Evil Dragon's face changed. He pulled the bolt back to chamber a cartridge and continued to engage in a sniping battle against Xiao Luo. All the other mercenaries pointed their guns toward the balcony and fired in unison. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Flames shot from their muzzles like they were on fire, and a hail of bullets smashed into the apartment unit without mercy. Bullet holes marked the wall, with the L115A3 sniper rifle leaving exceptionally large gaps in it. But, even before they opened fire, Xiao Luo had already left from the balcony. Without the thermal sensor's help, the L115A3 sniper rifle could not pinpoint Xiao Luo's exact location. Infuriated, Evil Dragon continued aiming his rifle at the apartment unit incessantly, and the powerful impact of the sniper bullets left the unit's wall filled with holes. Along with the damage that the mortar shells caused earlier, the whole building began to crumble and looked on the verge of collapse as smoke filled the AIRD. It was a horrific scene with bullets flying, guns roaring, and thick smoke hanging in the air. It was a good 5 minutes before the gunfire gradually stopped, and all the members of the Kunsha mercenary corps remained behind cover, staring into the devastated building in front of them with only one question in their minds: is that guy dead or alive? Forward men, with me. Skull took the lead, rallying his men in a wild dash out of the gate. Kunsha got out of his jeep, chewing on the cigar in his mouth, but the moment he stepped out, his intuition sent alarming signals to his head. He immediately looked up and scanned the windows. What was that? He made out what appeared to be the muzzle on the building's top floor, and it was pointing directly at him. Right at that point, a shot was fired. Kunsha's eyes widened while his pupils narrowed suddenly. In this critical moment, he immediately turned his head to the side. The high-powered round whistled past Kunsha's left ear, too close for comfort, and smashed into the side of the jeep, ripping a clean hole through it. The corners of Kunsha's eyes were twitched nervously, and his malevolent eyes followed the trajectory of the shot to the roof of the building, where a man stood holding his sniper rifle in one hand and carrying a woman on his left shoulder. Partly obscured by the smoke, he appeared indomitable, like the god of war. Dragon snapped out his daze and immediately pointed his L115A3 sniper rifle at the figure on the roof. King son of AB TCH, go to hell, he cursed. He pulled the trigger, and the bullet from the rifle shot like a beast unbound, speeding toward Xiao Luo, intending to kill him. Carrying Sarah on his shoulders, Xiao Luo leaped more than 10 meters into the air, landing on the roof of another residential building, and then made several more successive jumps, before disappearing from their sight. Follow him. Don't lose him. Dragon had no intention of giving up and led his men on a chase. Skull, who rushed into the residential building but later returned with nothing to show for it. Seeing that Kunsha's left ear was bleeding, Skull was concerned and said, "Boss, you are injured." Kunsha waved his hand and looked gloomily at the direction Xiao Luo had taken. "It's just a slight injury, don't worry about that," he growled. Kunsha clenched his fists tightly. It was the first time he had a close encounter with Mia, his old rival Xiao Luo, and it almost finished him off. And still deeply imprinted in his mind, the maverick image of Xiao Luo haunted him. Shooting with a sniper rifle in one hand and jumping from building to building with a woman on his shoulders, Mia was indeed a formidable opponent, a beast bred by the NSA. Sarah Michelle had lost consciousness as a result of battle trauma. When she awoke, she only saw the glow of a flickering fire. It was already night. Startled, she sat up suddenly and shouted, "Mr. Mia." Just then, she saw the man from Huan Nation sitting across from her, cross-legged and meditating with wisps of white smoke rising from his body and curling in the air. She knew that she shouldn't disturb Xiao Luo at a time like this, so she wisely remained silent. Suddenly, her nose caught a waft of roasted meat. She looked at the fire and saw a piece of animal's thigh roasting over the fire, and the aroma was hard to resist. Grr. Sarah Michelle's stomach suddenly rumbled, and she couldn't help but swallow and lick her lips. "I left it for you, so just enjoy it." Xiao Luo spoke indifferently with his eyes still closed. "This is dog meat," he said. When he escaped from the building with her, he had spotted the wolfhound he killed along his path and picked it up. "Thank you." Sarah chomped down right away. She was so hungry that she grabbed the entire piece of the roasted thigh, still a little hot, and gnawed on it. As she swallowed, she looked around and noticed that they were in a hilly area, and there was a military jeep next to her. She looked surprised and said, "Have we left the city of Brule?" Xiao Luo responded to her with a slight nod. "How did we leave?" she asked. "By swimming across the river." "Pardon? Mr. Mia, do you mean that you swam across the river with me?" Sarah could hardly believe that. Not only was she a non-swimmer, but she was also unconscious at that time, so she couldn't imagine how Xiao Luo had managed to do that. Xiao Luo couldn't tell her that she was placed in an airtight trash can, so he decided to keep silent about that. What he was thinking about now was the shot he fired at Kunsa earlier in the day. Why did he miss it? Was it because of the lack of accuracy since he was fired with one hand? At that moment, Sarah approached him, and her blue eyes stared keenly at his upper body, and he was only wearing a tank top. "Mr. Mia, I clearly saw you get shot at. Why is there no sign of a gunshot?" "You're probably mistaken." Xiao Luo opened his eyes, withdrawing from the meditative state, and stood up. Then he walked to the car to get a new camouflage jacket to put on. Did she make a mistake? How could that be possible? When his back was turned, she still smelled blood, but why was there no wound? Sarah was very puzzled, and she felt that this man from Hua Nation was terribly mysterious. Being able to carry her and survive under such heavy fire from the mercenaries was unbelievable. It seemed that as long as he was there, she would never be in any danger. "Mr. Mia, are all soldiers from Hua Nation as strong as you? When you have time, come to my country and find the answer out for yourself." Xiao Luo slung the ammunition belt across his body, along with his short knives and personal weapons. "It should be safe here. I'm going back to the city of Brule, so you just stay here. If you are afraid, just hide in the car and lock the door. I'll be right back, okay?" "Are you going to kill Kunsa?" Sarah asked. Xiao Luo glared at her. "Sure," he said. "Mr. Mia, take care." "God bless you," Sarah said. Although she did not know what kind of hatred between Xiao Luo and Kunsa, she knew there was absolutely no way to stop Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo smiled at her as he adjusted the sights on his sniper rifle and did not say anything. It was a night devoid of stars, completely pitch black, the perfect time to hunt down his prey. Under the veil of the dark night, Xiao Luo moved like a shadow, weaving silently through the streets of Brule. It is time to end the feud between Kunsa and himself this very night. It was time for Kunsa to pay for everything he had done to him. Moving about the city of Brule, one could almost feel the despondent mood that seemed to reflect the anticipation of the massacre that was about to take place. Under the boundless pitch-black skies, it looked like a night that looked as if thick black ink had shrouded it. There could have been a few stars, but they were entirely blocked by the smoke from the ongoing battle. Brule was in a desolate state, and the silence which ensued gave one an eerie sense that some invisible force has suppressed all living things. After searching the city for the entire day, the Kunsa mercenary group had returned to their base to rest. "Boss, could it be that they have already left Brule?" Kulu spoke as he rested both his hands on his back and stared at the sandbox while Kunsa frowned in deep thought. He waited for a response, then continued when he heard none. "We have a dozen hunting dogs, and they have searched through the entire Brule today. Not even a fly could have escaped from their noses, but we still have not discovered their traces, so I suspect that they have already left," he said. "That's impossible. That son of AB*TCH was shot. There's no way he could escape from right under our nose, let alone escape with a woman," Xiao Long pitched in. "A person who is shot by an L115A3 rifle gets severely crippled. If Mie got shot, there's no way he could stay in one piece, and it'd be absolutely impossible for him to escape from us. Besides, he's got Sarah Michelle with him," Kulu said, analyzing the situation calmly. Xiao Long could not rebut the reasoning. From his understanding of the L115A3 rifle, he was very sure that Mia got shot. However, he could not understand why Mia could have escaped or survived this. When he recalled how Mia had destroyed the heat sensor and how he had even let him go, he was enraged. I have definitely shot him in any case. Ku Lu, do not doubt my marksmanship, he retorted. I do not doubt that. I am just analyzing the situation. Mia is indeed a formidable opponent. Ku Lu replied seriously. Kun Sa remained silent throughout the conversation as his shifty eyes scanned into the night beyond. Both Xiao Long and Ku Lu noticed his unusual behavior and stopped their argument. Boss, what's going on? Xiao Long asked. It's too quiet. Kun Sa closed his eyes as he tried to focus on something, then he let out a long sigh. There's something wrong tonight, it's too quiet, he replied. Ku Lu also sensed that something was odd, and he grabbed the intercom immediately to warn his men who were patrolling the perimeter. Ku Lu calling vampire, Ku Lu calling vampire, respond to this message if you hear me, respond to this. There was no response, only silence came through the intercom. Ku Lu panicked and immediately reacted by quickly contacting the other men, but none of them responded. Kun Sa was expressionless as he stopped Ku Lu. You do not need to continue trying. They are all probably dead, he said. Dead? Both Ku Lu and Xiao Long looked at each other confused and a little bewildered as they listened to Kun Sa's words. How could their people be dead? Could it be that Mia had returned? As they pondered on what Kun Sa has said, they sensed a hint of movement at the main entrance. Both sets of eyes quickly swung in that direction. In a shocked stupor, they stared straight at the intruder. A man in camouflage fatigue stood before them some 20 meters away. Danger stood before them, indicating that what Kun Sa had just said was correct. Their men who were on patrol were dead. The intruder had a fair face, with a pair of steely merciless eyes. He stood in front of them, looking like a bloodthirsty demon as he held a dagger dripping with blood in his hand. Huh, Mia? Xiao Long and Ku Lu's eyes widened in shock by Xiao Luo's unexpected return. Two of their mercenaries reacted instantly in that split second as they pointed their weapons to shoot. But Xiao Luo was faster. Before their fingers could pull the trigger, two steel blades flashed through the air across the room at lightning speed. The daggers fatally sliced their throats cleanly. In a blink of the eye, the two well-trained mercenaries collapsed in pools of spurting blood, and their bodies writhed for a short moment before they both laid still. Watching helplessly, Xiao Long and Ku Lu were in a state of shock. It happened so fast that both their men had no idea what had hit them. Confident he had dispatched of them, Xiao Luo did not even look at the two fallen men but instead stared directly at Kun Sa. With a malicious smile lifting one corner of his lips, Xiao Luo said, Kun Sa, it has been quite a chore to locate you guys. We spoke last year. I said I will trace you down, find you in person, and kill you. Do you remember? Quickly recovering from the slaughter of his men, Kun Sa laughed and said, I admit that you're quite capable, but do you know why I am their boss? Why is that so? Xiao Luo asked quietly in a tone belying the calm it exuded. The reason is that I am stronger than any one of them. Kun Sa answered confidently, and as he finished speaking, an explosive aura burst from his body and shattered his glasses. He let out a wild roar and charged at Xiao Luo. His right arm swung with formidable force and aimed to strike at Xiao Luo's chest at a vital angle. Xiao Luo was not fazed by it and met Kun Sa's fist squarely with his own. Boom! The two fists collided in an explosive thud, causing Xiao Luo to steady himself after moving a few steps back. He was calm and did not seem to sustain any injury from the impact of the punch. On the other side, Kun Sa retreated a few meters back and only regained his balance with Xiao Long and Ku Lu's assistance. Boss. Xiao Long was a bashful chap, but seeing their boss lose to a person he detested so much, he threw caution to the wind and bellowed, "Son of a bitch, die." He pulled out a sharp dagger from the sheath on his waist and charged forward to Xiao Luo like a feral beast. All in one breath, he attacked with a succession of moves, lunging with stabs, slashes, hacks, and chops at Xiao Luo. He used his inner power to enhance his strikes with more force. Xiao Luo managed to dodge every attack, and right before he was about to retaliate, Ku Lu joined the fray and charged at him like an angry rhino while expelling a roar at the same time. When he was 10 steps away from Xiao Luo, he leaped into the air and performed a high jump kick aiming at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo frowned, quickly darting his eyes from one man to the other. He spun his body to evade Xiao Luo's dagger. And then, with a wry smile, he deployed a forceful kick towards Ku Lu. Boom! Ku Lu took the impact and flew back like a broken kite, crashing hard against the wall. Upon impact, he vomited a mouthful of blood and realized that his right leg was broken. It was bent backward in a V shape with blood spurting out from the punctured wound like a fountain. He was in excruciating pain, breaking into a cold sweat from it. But he endured it with a determined grit of silence. He lay helplessly staring at Xiao Luo, wondering how this human could possess such a tremendous force of power. What kind of monster was this Xiao Luo? Xiao Long completely lost his head and attacked Xiao Luo frantically with his dagger. But he lost the battle as Xiao Luo landed a palm on his chest, unleashing a tsunami-powered strike onto him. Xiao Long flew backward while vomiting blood in the process and heard his bones crack as his body crashed hard onto the ground. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth down his throat was choking him, and he started to cough out blood while gasping for air. His dagger had flown from his hand with such impact that it broke into pieces. "You son of a bitch, I'll kill you." A coarse and vengeful voice cried thunderously. Xiao Luo turned towards that voice and saw Kun Sa's body growing like a balloon expanding as it was being pumped. The black Cheongsam suit he was wearing ripped to shreds as his body grew bigger. His transforming body became more muscular, and he shot up in height as well. Under the light, his eerie shadow continued to grow in length and size. Xiao Luo was shocked. There was no record of Kun Sa's style of martial arts registered in the system. Where Kun Sa had stood, there now appeared a monstrous ferocious man-beast. Kun Sa had morphed into this beast, with some torn shreds of his clothes still clinging onto his beast body. It was 3 meters tall, and its entire body and its face were bulging with muscles. The monster's face was full of muscular knots, and its eyes sunk deep into its sockets. Its mouth had become twice its original size, and there was a large amount of disgusting slime dripping from its nose. Its elongated and sharpened nails looked like daggers embedded in its hands. Who would have guessed that this being here was Kun Sa, the head of the mercenary group? For he had transformed into this horrifying demon form. "Boss." Xiao Luo and Ku Lu looked visibly scared as they held their breath in wide-eyed horror. This wasn't the first time they had seen his transformation. A few years ago, they had seen for the first time when Kun Sa, in his demon form, had taken down anyone in his way on a battlefield in East Africa. The memories of those horrifying scenes were still vivid in their minds. And what they recalled terrified them. "Son of AB*TCH, do you think that you are invincible after learning some cheap *SS Kung Fu? I will tear you apart right now." Kun Sa bellowed at Xiao Luo while locking his eyes on him, and his loud voice was piercing and deafening. The man-beast then strode toward Xiao Luo aggressively like a mountain, and the ground shook with each heavy step he took. Seeing Kun Sa approaching, Xiao Luo dashed forward and flew in midair to execute a flying dragon palm strike. Using his inner strength to enhance the power of his strike, he struck his right palm with an enormous force directly on Kun Sa's forehead. It was swift and executed savagely with precision. Kun Sa reacted with the deafening roar of a dragon. Sand and dust swirled about as if a raging tornado had hit the entire base. Kun Sa moved slower in his massive man-beast form. He was not fast enough to get into a defensive stance and took a full direct hit on his forehead from Xiao Luo's palm strike. Instead of splitting Kun Sa's head with his palm strike, Xiao Luo was momentarily surprised that he had struck a surface so hard that it felt he had hit a diamond-coated surface. Kun Sa's head was still intact, and the man-beast was unfazed by that forceful strike that would have killed a lesser beast. Xiao Luo slightly lifted an eyebrow, hinting a sign of surprise, as he realized that Kun Sa was a force to be reckoned with. This man-beast was different from all his past enemies. Roar! Kun Sa let out a ferocious growl and swung his right fist toward Xiao Luo's chest with tremendous force. Ka-pow! The impact of that powerful punch sent Xiao Luo flying backward, and he crashed into a concrete pillar. The pillar broke and smashed to the ground from the collision. Xiao Luo was sprawled on the floor with fallen debris all around him, and blood was spurting out from his mouth. He felt awful as he kept coughing out blood. His vision started to turn blurry, and he felt immense pain as if his internal organs suffered unimaginable trauma. Xiao Luo realized that he had underestimated the power of this man-beast, and he had sustained severe injuries merely by a single punch from Kun Sa. Xiao Luo needed to get his head together. He needed to focus as he now realized that this high-ranking personnel from Blackwaters was a formidable opponent. Gulp! Xiao Luo and Ku Lu swallowed their saliva as they cowered and broke into a cold sweat. No human could have survived from their boss's punch. But as they see Xiao Luo get up from the ground, they were shocked that he was still alive and seemed unhurt. They looked at each other in awe. That man has a body made of steel. He had crushed a refined concrete-made pillar and was still standing while that pillar had broken into bits. Xiao Luo is a monster as well. Kun Sa seemed to be winning the battle, and his men started to react with excitement. Xiao Luo cheered loudly, "Boss, kill him, kill this son of a bitch." Ha ha. Kun Sa was laughing hysterically as he advanced on Xiao Luo. The ground shook as the giant man-beast walked with deliberate steps. The notification sound of the system rang in his head as it indicated that he had completely healed. Xiao Luo wiped off the remaining blood from his mouth, and with his feet apart, he faced his opponent. "You can still stand up?" Kun Sa uttered in shock. Xiao Luo laughed mockingly. "You call that a punch?" "That was far from a killing blow," he sneered. Kun Sa laughed smugly. "Ah, that's perfect. We have all the time to get into a sparring match," he replied. "Very well, let's spar then." Xiao Luo's face turned hard and cold as he launched through the air like a specter, attacking Kun Sa at such extreme speed. Xiao Luo took several steps before he bounded in the air, then spun as he approached his opponent. His right leg lashed out in a succession of strikes aiming at Kun Sa's temple. The perfect combination of power and speed. Xiao Luo landed the blow on Kun Sa's temple with perfection. The speed in executing the kick was so intense that it created an energy storm that whirled through the area like a destructive force of nature. Kun Sa stood his ground and did not move an inch after receiving the kick. "I have perfected the hard qigong. There's no way you can hurt me physically," he scorned. "Is that so?" Xiao Luo used his teleporting power, appeared a few meters away to pick up a long sword on the ground, and then teleported behind Kun Sa. Xiao Luo channeled his inner power into the blade and hissed, "You old silly fool, die." Xiao Luo raised the sword with both hands and bore it down with all his might. Clink! A flash of light like a rainbow reflected off the shining sword as it cut through the air to plunge into the back of Kun Sa's head. The force of energy unleashed by Xiao Luo's inner strength caused the entire base to tremble, shrouded in a swirling sandstorm with peals of crashing thunder. Xiao Luo and Ku Lu turned as white as a sheet as they stared at the scene before them. Both men in battle were from the Hua nation. How did this country mysteriously produce such terrifying kung fu experts? When the energy storm subsided, and the dust settled, a gully was visible, gouged into the ground as a result of Xiao Luo's assault. Xiao Luo had used all his force in this attack, and he was stunned to see Kun Sa still standing like an impregnable mountain as sand and dust swirled around his body. "I've said before. You cannot hurt me. Do you believe me now?" Kun Sa turned around with a smirk on his face. He stretched his neck and said, "It's my turn now." Like a provoked bull, he charged towards Xiao Luo immediately after he spoke. With his greater size and height of now 3 meters, he moved with unrivaled speed. Xiao Luo quickly regained his composure. Kun Sa started his assault by slamming at Xiao Luo's head and clawing at his chest. Xiao Luo countered the attacks with his sword. Clink! 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 Kun Sa used his clawed nails to defend himself from the sword, producing a metallic ring every time the weapons clashed. It showed the hardness of his claws. The battle grew intense as they exchanged attacks with sword and claws in the midair. Kun Sa exuded terrifying power and became fiercer as the fight continued. He had gone into a full destroyer mode and was destroying everything in sight. He tore the walls apart as if they were as soft as bean curd. Strewn debris was everywhere on the ground as he rampaged through the base. Xiao Luo had redeemed the tyrant sword from the system, which enhanced his hacking skills. He wielded the sword like a third arm with this skill and moved like a tsunami. His formidable attacks looked like waves crashing onto the rocks and were visually impressive. The stark difference in sizes between the two battling men was an incredulous sight. Xiao Luo and Ku Lu held their breaths in trepidation as they watched the ferocious battle. Both men were bloodthirsty and relentless and used to blood and gore, but what they were witnessing was beyond their wildest imagination. The fight was so intense that it caused shell-shock destruction as the two men broke walls and everything in their path. Are these men human? They were so focused on their battle that they seemed to have forgotten the pain of their wounds. They were numb to it as they watched on. Clang! 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 Xiao Luo had exchanged moves with Kun Sa for what seemed to be more than 100 times. His long sword clashed against Kun Sa's claws so fiercely that sparks flew all over the path of the battle. Kun Sa let out a hoarse sinister laugh as he slammed his claws down hard. Xiao Luo tried to block the assault with his sword, but the impact broke his sword in half. At this moment, Kun Sa seemed to be dominating the battlefield. Kapow! Thick gushes of blood spurted out of Xiao Luo's mouth, and he trembled. Then he was thrown hard against a wall, flying through the air like a cannonball. The wall crumbled upon that forceful impact, leaving a gigantic hole. A sandstorm raged, and when it settled, a pile of debris and bricks had completely buried Xiao Luo. Kun Sa beat his chest like a gorilla and laughed scornfully. "Come out, you brat. Let's have more fun," he cried. His deeply sunken eyes gleamed with bloodlust in his frenzied rampage to finish off his opponent. As he grinned, slime oozed from his nose, continuously dripping down his face to the ground. It was a disgusting sight. Boom! The pile of debris burst apart as Xiao Luo emerged out from under it. As the cloud of dust settled, Xiao Luo stood covered in blood but looked calm and seemingly unaffected by that attack. "Oh sh*t, he is still alive?" Xiao Luo and Ku Lu broke into a cold sweat as they looked at Xiao Luo with a combination of wide-eyed admiration and shock, impressed by his tenacious vitality. He had undoubtedly exceeded a human's limit on sustaining injuries. Kun Sa was slightly puzzled, but he quickly recovered and sneered, "You are really tenacious, aren't you? Not bad. Not bad. Haha, haha. Kun Sa." Xiao Luo shouted with anger as he clenched his teeth, blood oozing out from one side of his mouth. With a seemingly weakened body, he charged like a raging bull toward Kun Sa. As Xiao Luo flew toward Kun Sa, his body started to get stronger. Fueled by his immense anger, he launched his attack on Kun Sa. Ha! Kun Sao lifted his head and roared toward the sky as he fully activated his hard qigong. He stood still, ready to take on Xiao Luo's punch, directly. His sole purpose was to make Xiao Luo fall into total despair so that he could crush him both physically and mentally. However, he was overconfident and paid the price with blood. Xiao Luo had channeled every bit of his inner strength into this punch, which resulted in his ability to unleash an explosively powerful hit that was far superior to a bullet. As a result, this punch punctured Kun Sao's torso right through his lower back, causing a massive spurt of blood. "Erg, you little brat." Kun Sao widened his eyes in disbelief and then became even angrier at Xiao Luo. Releasing a primal roar from his throat, he grabbed Xiao Luo's shoulders tightly with both hands. With his sharp nails piercing into Xiao Luo's flesh, Kun Sao forcefully thrust him away. Xiao Luo could not evade this attack, and his body started spinning as he flew through the air. Kun Sao was immensely enraged now, and he continued his attacks even before Xiao Luo landed. He choked Xiao Luo at his throat again with his hand. He then chose the most violent and cruel way to crush Xiao Luo as he launched toward the wall. Boom! 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 Ku Lu and Xiao Luo gasped as they watched the walls being torn down during the fierce battle. Their boss was unimaginably terrifying, and if his opponent had been any other ordinary man, that man would have turned into a puddle of meat sauce by now. A short period of silence ensued. Nothing moved. And then Xiao Luo flew out from the darkness. Evidently, Kun Sao had thrown him out. With his body covered in blood and dust and his clothes badly torn, he resembled those bodies from bombing attacks in a war zone. Cough, cough. Xiao Luo spat some blood as he struggled to get up. Xiao Luo and Ku Luo were utterly dumbfounded and felt chills running down their spines. They had expected Xiao Luo to be dead by now, but the man just would not die. His vitality was unbelievable, and what they had witnessed tonight defied logic. It was a terrifying sight. Huff. Huff. With short bursts of labored panting, the man-beast Kun Sao also emerged from the hole. Blood was flowing copiously out of his torso, and more slime was oozing and dripping from his nose as he panted heavily. Stomp. 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 He was walking toward Xiao Luo, and the entire base shook with every step he took. When he finally came before Xiao Luo, the man-beast stomped on his opponent's head cruelly. Crush. Xiao Luo's head sunk into the ground with such force that it created a gigantic hole. Debris flew all over the base. And as it subsided, half of Xiao Luo's head was seen buried in this hole. Little brat, do you admit defeat now? Why don't you talk? You better King open your mouth now. Kun Sao stomped on Xiao Luo relentlessly, making the hole on the ground bigger. Was Kun Sao going to stomp him to death? Ku Lu and Xiao Luo held their breath again as they watched their boss in his cruel act. All of a sudden, the temperature in the base fell to freezing point. The men shivered uncontrollably and heard a burst of cold, demonic laughter coming from the hole. Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. The voice was sharp and eerie, confusing everyone as to what was going on. The situation seemed weird. Kun Sao stared at Xiao Luo, who was under his foot. And he instinctively felt danger. Xiao Luo seemed to be on the verge of death and then clenched his fists and slammed them hard onto Kun Sao's foot. Crack! The blow broke Kun Sao's ankle, and the bone protruded through his hard muscular skin. A massive amount of blood spurted from the wound, and his leg resembled a broken stick now. What? Kun Sao's eyes widened as he stared at his broken right leg in disbelief. He had perfected his hard qigong, and even gunshots could not hurt him unless he was shot by a high-powered sniper rifle. What was happening now? Did his leg break? Was his right leg broken due to this brat's punch? That was impossible. While Kun Sao was still stunned, Xiao Luo maneuvered out of the man-beast's foot. He pivoted with his left foot and spun his body while executing a ferocious kick at Kun Sa's body with intense force. Kapow! The energy force emitted from the power of his assault exploded like a thunderstorm, and this time Kun Sa's gigantic body flew and crashed through a few support pillars made of hardened concrete. He landed hard on a wall at the far end of the base, but did not break it. Instead, his body had sunk into the wall. He had imprinted it with a human shape, and countless spiderweb-like cracks started to spread out from this indent. Both Xiao Luo and Ku Lu stared at the scene in awe, completely stunned as they broke into yet another bout of cold sweat. Who could have predicted that the dying Xiao Luo could still retaliate with such intensity? Looking through the cloud of settling debris, they saw the figure of Xiao Luo looking shaky as if he was about to collapse anytime soon. But Xiao Luo limped slowly and deliberately toward Kun Sa. Although he looked like he would collapse any time, they started to feel a sense of fear creeping into their hearts as Xiao Luo's aura had changed entirely. Violent, bloodthirsty, destructive. At that moment, it felt like the gates of hell had broken open and the acrid smell of brimstone and death loomed in the air. The shaking body and the menacing blood-red eyes did not resemble a human. His demonic laugh rang out eerily in the night. With a blood-stained face, Xiao Luo looked terrifying. Seeing that Xiao Luo had turned into this state, even Kun Sa, who had turned into a monster himself, felt a piercing chill run down his spine. He looked slightly in awe and mumbled, "This brat is a little odd." In the next second, both of his eyes angrily narrowed, and he screamed, "So what? You're about to become a heap of minced meat under my crushing blow." His roar echoed throughout the base, and it sounded unearthly and hoarse. The man-beast Kun Sa charged up toward Xiao Luo with enormous hatred. The punctured wound on his torso and his broken ankle did not seem to affect him at all as his speed was as quick as ever. He charged toward Xiao Luo and intended to take him down. Hee hee. With a mirthless laugh, Xiao Luo started to move forward to meet his oncoming opponent. He was not about to dodge or evade Kun Sa's attack. He planned to meet him head-on. Kun Sa was taken aback by Xiao Luo's course of action, but he smiled with disdain. "Have you finally lost your mind? Can't you tell the difference of power between us? How could you choose the silliest way to face me?" He scowled, then suddenly, "Arg." Before he could complete what he wanted to say, he gave a long and painful howl instead. In a blink of an eye, from a distance of a few meters away, Xiao Luo had teleported himself toward Kun Sa with such high speed that the man-beast felt like a train had rammed right into his chest. Kun Sa was proud of the hard qigong skill that made him almost impregnable. He had no fear of ordinary bullets. But Xiao Luo's attack suddenly made him feel like all of his internal organs had churned and disintegrated inside him. Erg! He coughed out a mouthful of thick blood as his gigantic body flew backward towards a wall like a cannon bomb. His 3-meter-tall body rammed through 4 walls, crushing them as if they were pieces of bean curd. How could this be possible? Both Xiao Long and Ku Lu widened their eyes in amazement. They watched as the two men with the vast difference in sizes collided. Their boss, who was the larger man, had flown through those walls. What was going on? What had just happened here? Hee hee. Xiao Luo continued to chuckle in that eerie manner as he speedily dashed, like a bolt of black lightning, into the hole where Kun Sa was. Shortly afterward, a heated battle had begun. The two men fought hard, and their battleground began to shift out of the base. A trail of collapsed buildings dotted the path of their destruction as they fought in the streets of Brule. Their energy forces and battle cries created deafening sounds that could be heard around the entire city as these two sworn enemies hunted each other down. As they fought, the city felt as if it was going through a raging sandstorm. Xiao Long and Ku Lu could not see what was going on, but they could hear the intense battle. The sound coming from the relentless assaults gave them goosebumps. And every time they hear the force of an attack, their hearts leaped. Xiao Long, where are you going? The situation seems to be against our boss's favor. We can't sit here and expect a miracle to happen. We need to do something for our boss. Xiao Long was very loyal to Kun Sa. He endured the pain from his injury and limped towards a jeep equipped with an L115A3 sniper rifle. The situation on the ground was as he had expected. After a couple of minutes, the ceiling broke apart as a gigantic being fell from above like a meteorite. The ground trembled. And an enormous hole was created by its landing. Boss. When they had confirmed that it was Kun Sa, Ku Lu screamed uncontrollably. He was aghast and wondered, had he lost? Kun Sa had turned into such a ferocious monster. And yet he was still defeated? It was unbelievable and unacceptable. Their boss's rampages could destroy armored vehicles, so how could he have possibly lost to Xiao Luo? At that moment, another cold and devilish laugh came from Xiao Luo. Ku Lu stared into the pitch-black hole and found a pair of blood-red eyes staring back at him. They resembled the eyes of a demon and looked extremely scary in the dark. Covered with blood, Kun Sa got up with much difficulty. He panted as he stared in disbelief at Xiao Luo, who was emerging from the darkness. How could this be possible? Wasn't Xiao Luo weaker? How did he become so strong all of a sudden? Every single pore on Kun Sa was breaking out in an uncontrollable cold sweat as he wondered at the outcome of their epic encounter. The way Xiao Luo had fought him was like a war machine that had gone nuts, attacking with unchecked and irrational violence. Everything Xiao Luo did was out of survival instinct, and he had used his body as his weapon. There were deep lacerations everywhere on Kun Sa's body, and these were all Xiao Luo's work. Xiao Luo had torn his flesh apart, just with his fingers. Xiao Luo limped slowly, step by step as if he was about to fall any time. His arms were hanging loosely, and his eyes were still blood-red. His face bore that devilish smile. Xiao Luo was covered with blood as well, and his clothes were badly torn, a reflection of the equally dire straits he was now in. The sight of him as he emerged from the abyss shook everyone who saw him. Kun Sa clenched his fists and was prepared for another round of battle. "You little brat," he roared. Whoosh! Xiao Luo leaped into the sky like a bolt of lightning and crashed down like the almighty thunder god. Boom! The ground trembled, and the hole where Kun Sa was had widened twice its size. The intensified pain that the man-beast felt made him howl in pain again while spurting out more blood. Xiao Luo had kicked him down on his chest and then looked down at him with a mocking scowl, further enraging Kun Sa. Humiliation, fear, anger, such negative emotions began to well up into Kun Sa's head. Kun Sa no longer had any strength to retaliate, and he laughed in self-mockery. "Did I free this beast from within the little brat unintentionally? You freaking monster," he lamented. He would never have believed that this very man before him was Xiao Luo. In reply, Xiao Luo answered with a strong and heavy stomp. Kaboom! The diameter of the hole increased again as rocks flew all over. This last blow caused Kun Sa to return to his original state. His body deflated like a balloon, returning him back into human form. Son of AB*TCH, go to hell. At that moment, Xiao Long had climbed into the jeep and fixed the sights of the L115A3 sniper rifle at Xiao Luo. He grunted with desperation as he fired the shot. Bang! The bullet flew out the barrel, and an explosive flame flared as it escaped the muzzle, whizzing its way towards Xiao Luo's head. The piercing sound as the bullet traveled was similar to a beast's scream. A declaration that death was on its way. The menacing sound would give anyone listening goosebumps. Xiao Luo had his head looking down at Kun Sa, but reacted instinctively and held out an arm to block the L115A3 sniper bullet, which could pierce through a dozen centimeters of steel board. He snapped open his palm to stop the speeding bullet, and just like that, it fell onto the ground. And then, there was silence. Xiao Long, Ku Lu, and Kun Sa all gaped as all that registered in their brains was the distinctive sound of a metallic plink, the sound of the bullet as it fell onto the ground. It was a sound that pierced through the souls of the three men who watched, befuddled and in utter disbelief. Evil Dragon and Skeleton froze in silence, while Kun Sa's eyelids quivered a little, and they stared at their quarry with an incredulous look on their faces. He was their prey no more, and they were filled with trepidation and broke into a cold sweat. What was Mia made of? He had actually stopped the bullet from the L-115A3 sniper rifle barehanded. This was the most powerful sniper rifle in use around the world. It could even penetrate an armored car, and yet Mia had managed to stop the round just using his palm. A chill ran down their spines, and even their souls were shivering. This guy was not a human being. The three of them looked at Xiao Luo with a horrified look on their faces. No words could describe how terrified they really were at that moment. Xiao Luo chuckled, then raised his hands above his head. The air stirred, then swirled as a strange force began to emerge from his hands. Nearby, there was a military jeep that weighed around 2 to 3 tons, and it started to shake and shift toward Xiao Luo. It gradually began to move faster until it eventually lifted off the ground and flew toward his hands. In absolute shock, Evil Dragon jumped off the jeep and broke his fall by rolling on the ground. Boom! A deafening sound resounded across the air as Xiao Luo slammed his hand on the jeep's steel body. It was like the sound of two metal objects colliding, but the jeep was like soft tofu against the might of Xiao Luo. His 5 fingers penetrated the steel shell as he gripped the vehicle, taking 4 or 5 steps back to balance himself. Then he wielded it like a massive steel mallet with one hand and slammed it down on Kun Sa. Kun Sa was petrified and trembled with his eyes wide open in fear. His hard qigong had been broken, and he would die for sure if he received another blow like this. Wait, can we? Kun Sa started to sweat profusely and tried to talk his way out of the dire situation he found himself in. When he saw Xiao Luo slowly raise the jeep up with just one hand, he knew his only hope was to appeal to Xiao Luo's warrior instinct of releasing a vanquished opponent who could fight no more. But with a mocking laugh, Xiao Luo slammed down the jeep without showing any mercy at all. No! Kun Sa screamed, but soon his agonizing howl was muffled, buried under the jeep that came down heavily on him. Boom! The jeep was smashed up and now nothing more than scrap metal, and all 4 of its wheels were missing. Kun Sa's lay in a pool of blood after being smashed to a pulp. Devilish laughter escaped Xiao Luo as he grabbed the crumpled mess of a jeep, lifted it up, and then continued slamming it on the ground again and again. The ground shook with a series of loud thumps. Various parts of the jeep broke off and were strewn all over. Evil Dragon and Skeleton felt both awe and unbridled fear. They considered themselves brutal and cruel, but they were mere dwarves, compared to a giant like Mia, they were nothing. Xiao Luo stopped after a round smashing the jeep down another 5 times. Realizing that Xiao Luo was staring at him now, Evil Dragon panicked and gathered all the strength to get up and run toward the warehouse exit. Mia was a demon, he thought, and the only option he had was to get away from him. A cruel grin formed on Xiao Luo's face as he lifted the smashed-up jeep, now nothing more than scrap iron, spun it around, and using its momentum, threw it at the fleeing man with all the strength he had. Swoosh! The crumbled steel heap flew toward Evil Dragon, and true to its mark, it smashed into Evil Dragon, turning him into minced meat just like Kun Sa. Looking on at the carnage, Skeleton suffered from a mental breakdown and suddenly began to cry and laugh at the same time. Mucus streamed out of his nostrils, and tears rolling down his face. Without waiting for Xiao Luo to end his life, he put the muzzle of his gun in his mouth, pulled the trigger, and a bullet penetrated through his head, ending his life immediately. Hee hee. Xiao Luo let out a maniacal snigger like he was possessed and left the place like a phantom. His body was emitting an immense amount of energy. In the dark of night, he went on a rampage in Brule City. He was a beast and was unstoppable. Houses and buildings collapsed everywhere he went, and even 7- or 8-story high buildings were smashed to smithereens as he repeatedly crashed into them. It was as if he was carrying out some engineering blasting operation. This lasted for a good 3 hours, before he finally managed to use up the immense amount of energy that surged from his body. At that moment, Xiao Luo's body was so sore that he fainted and fell onto the ground. Just right before he closed his eyes, the blood-red color in his eyes dissipated, and they returned to normal once again. It was already daytime when he awoke. Xiao Luo noticed that the shirt he was wearing was torn up. And, had his hair been messy and disheveled as well, he would have looked exactly like a beggar. He could feel pain in his head after he awakened, and it felt like it was being pierced by sharp needles. Hence, he immediately crossed his legs and began meditating using the traditional method of I Ching Jing. At the same time, he used up 100,000 points to heal up all the minor and major injuries in his body. When he finally opened his eyes again, he lifted his head to look at the dark and obscure sky. He could not help but smile when he thought of all the things that happened the night before. Was this caused by the berserk state again? It felt like he completely lost control of his own body, and he was also experiencing its side effects, which came in the form of severe headaches. Even with the I Ching Jing and using the system to heal himself, he was only able to slightly relieve the pain and could not completely get rid of it. This made him feel really uneasy, but as he thought about it, had he not entered the berserk state last night, he probably would not have been able to take down Kun Sa. As he pondered those thoughts, he dusted himself, got up, and prepared to leave Brule City. Roughly an hour later, he arrived at the spot where he left his vehicle. But, to his chagrin, other than the traces of the fighting from last night, nothing else was left. The jeep was gone, and Sarah Michelle was missing as well. Did that woman take the car and leave because she thought I was already dead? Xiao Luo furrowed his eyebrows. It was hard for him to be in a positive state of mind. All his rations and clothes were inside the vehicle, and it would pose a problem for him if that American woman had really taken the car and drove off with it. But at that moment, 7 or 8 persons suddenly emerged from the brush. Some of them were white, while some were black. They all looked really muscular and threatening, but didn't look hostile, judging from the looks on their faces. All of them were in their camouflage fatigues, and the flag on their shoulder patches indicated that they were Americans. They were holding on to M4 assault rifles, and their muzzles were pointed at Xiao Luo. "Raise your hands up," shouted the muscular black guy who looked to be in charge. Xiao Luo sneered and spoke with an American accent, "You guys must be the SEAL team. I'm sure the reason why you're here to exfiltrate Sarah Michelle." The muscular black guy furrowed his brows and was still suspicious of Xiao Luo's identity. Xiao Luo smiled and said, "I have the exact same mission as you guys." "Are you a warrior from Hua Nation?" he asked. Xiao Luo nodded his head and replied, "That's right." "What do you have to prove your identity?" the black guy asked, giving Xiao Luo a severe once-over. Xiao Luo laughed and replied in Mandarin, "As soon as I say this, I think you can no longer doubt my identity. Just because you can speak in Mandarin doesn't mean you're from Hua Nation. Indeed, being able to speak in Mandarin doesn't necessarily mean I'm from Hua Nation, but being able to speak in a pure Mandarin accent like this definitely proves to you that I'm from Hua Nation." "Interesting." The black guy smiled wryly and gestured with his hand. "Stand down," he said. The men lowered their guns. As the SEAL team leader, the black guy was fluent in Mandarin as well, and he could tell that Xiao Luo was speaking in pure Mandarin. If he was an imposter, no matter how fluent their Mandarin was, he would have been able to detect anomalies in the accent. Besides, while they were in contact with the Michelle family, they already knew that there was someone from Hua Nation who was also here to watch Sarah Michelle, so there was no need to doubt Xiao Luo's identity. The roar of a vehicle could be heard, and it was getting closer and closer. Xiao Luo lifted his eyes to take a look and was filled with mixed feelings. Sarah Michelle had returned in the military car that he had, and another female member of the SEAL team was in the passenger seat. "Mr. Mia, I'm so happy to see that you're back alive." Sarah jumped out of the jeep. She looked genuinely happy and excitedly as she ran toward Xiao Luo and gave Xiao Luo a hug. Xiao Luo didn't say anything, but of course, he wasn't about to leave either. The mission that NSA had given him was of a top priority now that Kun Sa was dead. He had to ensure this woman in front of him left this war zone safely no matter what. Sarah quickly introducing Xiao Luo to the muscular black guy. "Captain Powell, he's the warrior from Hua Nation that I told you guys about, Mr. Mia," she said. "I already figured that, Miss Sarah." Powell nodded his head to show his respect and then extended his hand out to Xiao Luo. "My name is Powell Smith." "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Mia," he said. "I'm really pleased to meet you as well," Xiao Luo replied, shaking his hand in mutual respect. He thought it was just going to be an ordinary handshake, but as soon as he shook his hand, Xiao Luo furrowed his eyebrows a little. This muscular black man called Powell increased his grip all of a sudden. Although stunned for a bit, Xiao Luo remained calm and increased his grip as well. Powell had large hands, and he thought this would be enough to embarrass Xiao Luo, who looked weak. When it came to comparing the strength of their grip, he was confident that he had the upper hand, but in the next second, the color of his face changed suddenly. The other party's hand was like that of a steel plier that clutched onto him without letting him go. That kind of strength made it hard for him to withstand, and his 5 fingers were squeezed together in an instant. He felt the bones in his fingers were about to crack. "Mr. Mia, what are you guys doing?" Sarah asked. She was looking at the both of them, gripping tightly onto one another's hand, and noticed that something didn't seem right. Xiao Luo laughed a little and let go of his hand. "I think I'm getting along pretty well with Mr. Powell even though this is our first meeting. It feels like I'm meeting a really old friend," he said. Powell quickly recovered from his surprise and pitched in. "Mr. Mia is right. Although we're warriors from 2 different countries, we're getting along so well, despite it being our first meeting. How odd." Then, he tried his best to keep the smile on his face, but his hand was feeling sore and numb, and he was even trembling a little. He thought he could embarrass Xiao Luo, but almost made a fool out of himself, and he could barely control the look on his face now. Sarah Michelle may not have been able to tell, but the members from his Special Forces team could clearly see what was going on there. "That's right, this is so weird indeed." Xiao Luo smiled a little. To think that he tried to embarrass him even though they just met. This just went to show that what Ji Seeing had warned him about was true, and the members of the American SEAL team didn't have a good impression of the soldiers from Hua Nation. They were always treating Hua Nation as an imaginary enemy during exercises, and so it had conditioned the SEAL team to treat them as their enemy. At this moment, a very tall white man stood out. He looked at Xiao Luo with burning eyes and asked, "Mr. Mia, why do you look so pathetic? Your clothes are so torn up, even the nipples on your chest are showing. Were you robbed by someone?" After saying that, all the members of the SEAL team started sniggering. Xiao Luo looked at Sarah and asked, "This person is?" "Rice Broly, he's their vice captain." Sarah had only met the SEAL team members last night, but she was already familiar with every member, explaining why she knew his name. After replying to Xiao Luo, she then turned to Rice and said, "Lieutenant Rice, Mr. Mia went to Brule City last night to fight with Kun Sa's mercenary corps. I've already explained everything to all of you clearly, so why are you asking this question on purpose? Are you guys trying to mock Mr. Mia? Mock him?" He smirked and thought to himself, wasn't that obvious enough? Rice raised his eyebrows and displayed a wry smile on his face. He could only say that from within but couldn't say it out loud. He glanced at Xiao Luo and said, No, we're not trying to mock Mr. Mia. We are genuinely concerned about him. I mean, all of us here are nicely dressed, but Mr. Miao looks like a beggar you see in the streets, so we just feel sorry for him. If that's the case, then you don't have to worry about me, Mr. Rice. Xiao Luo's tone was a little bit cold. He walked straight toward his jeep and took out a new set of camouflage fatigues from his bag. Of course, he wouldn't be changing his pants in front of all of them, but then again, it still looked pretty alright, rather like a pair of stylish ripped jeans, so he would still continue to wear them. This Hua Nation soldier is pretty interesting, Rice thought to himself. Rice and the other members glanced at Powell, implying for him to take note of the kind of attitude he should employ when talking to Xiao Luo. Powell looked at Xiao Luo sternly and asked, Mr. Mia, what's the situation like with Kun Sa and his mercenary corps? You can forget about Kun Sa and his mercenaries. You won't have to worry about them anymore, Xiao Luo said, as he pulled up the zipper and began buttoning up his shirt. What do you mean by ignore them? Can they no longer track down Miss Sarah anymore? Powell asked, furrowing his brows. Xiao Luo continued to button up the button on his neck, then he smiled and said, I guess you could say that. Mr. Mia, you're underestimating them. Their individual combat skills are at par with ours, and their ability to track down someone is top-notch. This respite is only temporary, and it won't take too long before they start coming after Miss Sarah again like a bunch of hungry wolves, Powell said. Xiao Luo smiled a little, but didn't say anything. He couldn't be bothered to go into the details and explain everything to these bunch of American soldiers. He turned around to Sarah and said, I assume you're heading toward the coastal base that the Americans are evacuating from? Sarah nodded her head and replied, that's right. I'll escort you all the way then, Xiao Luo said. I'm ever so grateful to you, Mr. Mia. If I have the chance in the future, I'll go to Hua Nation and see you there, Sarah said. Although she had the SEAL team protecting her and making sure that she was safe, she still felt that it was much safer to have Xiao Luo around. Miss Sarah, we're here, you don't really need him anymore, the lone female combatant in the team remarked. Her facial features looked pretty good, but that was only if you looked at them separately and not if you looked at them as a whole. At first glance, she looked like a man. Her skin looked rosy, but it was rough, and both sides of her cheeks were wrinkled. Her appearance was really ordinary, and the only thing worth mentioning was her figure. She was curvy, but not fat. Mr. Mia is very capable. If it wasn't for him, those devils from Kun Sa's mercenary corps would have finished me off yesterday. He's also the guy that my grandpa sent from the Hua Nation to rescue me. As far as I am concerned, Miss Sarah, all you need is us. We're more than enough. Minna repeated herself in a harsher tone. She walked toward Xiao Luo and looked at him arrogantly. Mr. Mia, right? You've already completed your mission here. From now on, Miss Sarah's safety has nothing to do with you anymore. You can go now. Xiao Luo was stunned by her bluntness, but reacted with a smile. I listened to the orders given to me from above, and the mission they gave me was to guard Sarah Michelle. Before we arrive at the American coastal base, I won't leave, he responded. He reminded himself that he was a member of the NSA. Gu Zhanhua had given him this mission as an opportunity to kill Kun Sa. Now that Kun Sa was dead, protecting Sarah Michelle was a critical mission for him, and nothing else mattered. Besides, he couldn't stand this arrogant and male-looking like woman, and if he just did according to what she said, he wouldn't be Xiao Luo. Good, that's very good. In fact, that's extremely good. Mina, with a cold expression on her face, turned and roared as she took 2 quick steps, and in a flash, delivered a ferocious roundhouse kick. Her technique was perfect as she swiveled on one leg as she turned around and sent her foot right to Xiao Luo's temple. The kick was well executed and delivered with an immense amount of power. Powell, the muscular black guy, reacted immediately. Mina, stop right there, he shouted. Whoosh! Mina's right foot was barely 5 centimeters away from Xiao Luo's temple, but she stopped it in an instant. It sent a gust of air that blew aside the bangs in front of Xiao Luo's forehead. Xiao Luo glared steadily at this woman without even moving an inch. He would definitely make sure he made this woman regret being born into this world if her leg had moved even an inch more. "What are you trying to do?" Sarah shouted at Mina as she pushed her away. Coming to Xiao Luo's defense, she hurriedly stretched out her arms and placed herself in front of him. Mina glanced at her coldly and said, "I want him to know that even a woman like me can easily take him down, and there's no reason for him to tag along anymore. With him around, he's only going to be a troublemaker for the entire team, and he's nothing but a burden." "Mina, how can you say that?" Rice had a mocking look on his face. "I'm sure America and Hua Nation are two countries that are on good terms," he said. "How can you look down on Mr. Mia, who came all the way from Hua Nation? How can you say that he's going to be a burden? That's too much, you can't say such things." "He's right, Mina. You're way off there. Mr. Mia is a warrior from Hua Nation, how's he going to be a burden? Warriors from Hua Nation can easily take down 10 of us by themselves." "That's right, Hua Nation always finishes first place at the International King of Soldiers competition, held once every 5 years. Hua Nation is a nation known for producing the king of all soldiers. There's no way our country can compete against them." All the other members had a playful and mocking smile on their faces. They could clearly tell that Vice Captain Rice was just chiming in, from his emphasis on the 3 words, "be a burden." Besides, the tone that he used was patronizing and was filled with sarcasm. To be honest, Xiao Luo was not the least bit angry. Instead, he wanted to laugh. Xiao Luo wanted to laugh at how childish these American soldiers were. He wouldn't do anything to them as long as they didn't cross the line. But if they crossed it, God help them, for he would send them to meet their maker without any hesitation. Sarah stared angrily at the SEAL team. "I'm not leaving with you guys if you dare to mock Mr. Mia again. I'll see how you report this to your superior officer and what his report to the Michelle family will look like," she hissed. The looks on the faces of the SEAL team members changed instantly. They still had to spare a thought for Sarah Michelle's feelings. Cough, cough. Powell coughed a little, stood up, and tried to smooth things over. All right, Mr. Mia has the same objective as us. We're all here to protect and make sure that Miss Sarah leaves this place safely," he said. "We can be considered as comrades based on this shared objective, and since we're comrades, we've got to stay united." "Right, I totally agree with what he just said," Rice said, raising both of his arms immediately, placating his commanding officer. The rest nodded their head in agreement, but Mina glared at Xiao Luo and turned her head away from him. Powell laughed in an attempt to de-escalate the situation. "Mr. Mia, don't blame her. A few years back, when Mina took part in the International King of Soldiers competition, she was this close to winning the competition, but one of the soldiers from Hua Nation managed to overtake her. She ended up getting second place instead," he explained. "She has been brooding over it ever since, which explains why Mina isn't really friendly whenever she meets a soldier from Hua Nation, but don't take it to heart." Xiao Luo didn't say a single thing, snorted a little before hopping into his own jeep. Be it Powell or Rice, or any of the members from the SEAL team for that matter, they were all jackals in disguise and birds of a feather. What unique qualities did they possess that they could so blatantly belittle soldiers from Hua Nation? "Let's play around then, and we shall see who will have the last laugh," he thought. "I'll get in Mr. Mia's vehicle." Sarah chose to ride with Xiao Luo. She promptly opened the door and got into the passenger seat. "Colonel, this guy from Hua Nation is pretty arrogant. Should we find an opportunity to teach him a good lesson?" Rice whispered to Powell. Powell shouted at him, "Don't mess around. We're not fighting against Hua Nation yet. What are you trying to do here, trying to strike the flint that sparks a war?" Aren't you over-exaggerating a little here? Why would the Huan nation go to war with us over one soldier? Rice responded. Rice disagreed and went on to say, I bet they won't have the guts to do it. They're only capable of criticizing others on the international stage. You know nothing. The Huan nation now is not the same state that was influenced by fascism back in the past. They're no longer a country that will allow their dignity to be trampled on. They've already awoken from their unrealistic dreams that have lasted over 1,000 years. You can't belittle this country no matter what, Powell retorted. Yes, of course. Rice paid lip service, but deep down, he disagreed with what he just said. You should not have stopped me earlier. I wanted to make sure I embarrassed the crap out of him, Mina scowled. Mina, trust me, I feel the exact same way towards the soldiers from Huan Nation as you do. But sometimes we can't be too hasty. So what if you embarrass him here? All you're doing is satisfying your angst and making you feel slightly superior. This time, our objective is to protect Sarah Michelle, and nothing is more important than completing our mission. So right now, we have to put aside any ill feeling and work together with him, Powell said. Mina found it a little bit hilarious. What, work together with him? The 8 of us here have to work with this one guy, she cried. No, don't underestimate him. This Huan Nation soldier called Mia isn't as simple as he looks, Powell answered. Just thinking about how he gave Xiao Luo a tight grip earlier on, but yet Xiao Luo had gripped him tighter, he just couldn't seem to comprehend what was going on. He couldn't understand how such a weak-looking guy could have the brute strength of a beast. The SEAL team had 2 military vehicles with them, and to avoid being exposed, they had decided to hide them inside the forest. Now that they were heading towards the coastal base, they would need the vehicles, and on top of Xiao Luo's jeep, they would have 3 vehicles. Xiao Luo looked at the SEAL team as they boarded their vehicles: ballistic helmets, night vision goggles, bulletproof vests, assault rifles, silencers, 45mm sidearms, M79 grenade launcher, combat knives, a Gatling gun, and an exhaustive list of American-made weapons. Xiao Luo thought to himself, just here to complete this mission, and they've already brought all their household belongings with them, how interesting. Being armed to the teeth only gave them the appearance of being well prepared, but in actual fact, they were just making it much more troublesome for themselves to travel around. The situation on a battlefield could rapidly change, and for soldiers to successfully infiltrate their target zone, being lightly armed and mobile were the most crucial factors. Mr. Mia, why did you say that we could ignore Kun Sa and his mercenary corps earlier? Sarah asked Xiao Luo when she got in the car, for she had been curious about this for quite a while now. Xiao Luo laughed smugly as he looked straight ahead while driving. They're all dead. Do you think dead men can still come to find trouble with us? He said. What? They are all dead? Sarah's eyes were opened wide in shock, and she looked at Xiao Luo with an incredulous look on her face. She was sure that Xiao Luo was not lying to her, and the reason why Xiao Luo came back to Brule City last night was so that he could kill Kun Sa. She should have seen this coming right from the start. Sarah had already known that it was the case when she saw Xiao Luo returning back alive. It was just that she found it hard to believe that Xiao Luo could actually pull it off. The notorious Kun Sa mercenary corps was known as the strongest squad in the entire East Africa battlefield, and yet they were taken out by this Huan Nation soldier right next to her. There was no way anyone could believe this. Who could actually believe that to be true? As they hurried towards the American coastal base, Xiao Luo observed that the SEAL team's combat skills were excellent. They were quickly able to spot minefields, and on top of that, they had a mine detector that could accurately identify the mine's location, allowing their vehicles to carefully navigate around the danger zones. Dusk was falling, and soon they arrived at a small mountain village. Smoke could be spotted around the small mountain village. When they looked over, they saw only about a dozen huts made of loess soil. There were barely any trees in the surroundings, a clear sign of desertification, likely caused the low air quality rather than other factors. The area was a dust bowl, and villagers in ragged clothes were scuttering around the village. When they saw a band of armed combatants breaking in, the villagers stared at the strangers in trepidation with their eyes wide opened and cowered in fear. "I'm thirsty as hell. It's actually pitiful how little water they can provide. This entire country is turning into a desert. It's a miracle they can actually live here," Rice said gruffly. His throat was dry, and he wiped the sweat off his forehead in desperation. He was extremely thirsty, and his entire body was aching after a whole day of traveling. Everyone else was in pretty much the same condition. He turned his head and looked at Powell. "Captain, I think we should rest here for the night, but we've got to solve the water issue first," he said. "We can just ask the Libyan villagers here where we can go to get water," Powell replied. He used his eyes to indicate that he was referring to the villagers standing at the village entrance. Rice didn't notice it at first, but he got a shock when he had a look. "Oh, my God, these people are severely malnourished. Look at those kids. They all look so hungry that all you can see are skin and bones. That's just pitiful. As long as there's a war, the citizens are the ones who are going to suffer the most." Powell lamented and then turned to face his female team member. "Mina, since they're the host, let's share a bit of our food with them. After all, we'll be able to return to the base by tomorrow, and the quantity of food we have in the car should be sufficient," he said. "What we need the most now is water. Take some food and make friends with them. I think they'll be happy to let us know where we can get some water and would be more than willing to let us rest here tonight." "Understood." Mina nodded her head and asked 2 more members for help. They took out some nutritious canned food and compressed high-energy rations. Xiao Luo didn't say a thing, but he did raise his eyebrows a little. Call it intuition, but this small mountain village and all of its villagers gave him a strange feeling. It was hard to describe what he was feeling, but the atmosphere here was oppressive in general. The villagers were walking about staring blankly and resembled the walking dead who had already lost their souls. Their eyes looked dull and dead, and they looked like puppets that were being controlled by someone. Sarah looked at Xiao Luo curiously, blinking her eyes. "Mr. Mia, what's wrong?" she asked. Xiao Luo shook his head and said, "Nothing's wrong. Mr. Mia, this is just a small mountain village. The Black Libyan army isn't here, so you don't have to be too nervous. Besides, you don't have to worry about a single thing, and if an accident happens, we won't abandon you no matter what," Rice sneered. Xiao Luo laughed and didn't say anything. It was better to just ignore people like this, he thought. When the villagers received the food rations, the way their dull-looking eyes looked upon Xiao Luo, and the rest of the team transformed significantly. Sarah Michelle automatically acted as the translator, and through some communication, she realized that there was a creek just roughly 1 kilometer east of the village. The water there could be consumed, and the villagers agreed to provide a hut for Xiao Luo and the SEAL team to stay for a night. The hut had been damaged during a previous artillery bombardment, and there was a massive hole in the ceiling. Everyone here would undoubtedly be soaked wet by the rainwater if it rained. It was very much a courtyard surrounded by 4 walls, but compared to all the other huts in this village, this was probably the one in the best condition. Rice was gobbling down his canned food and looking at his surroundings. "These Libyan villagers are rather friendly, and they actually let us have the best hut in this village. When I return home, I must record the entire mission here in Libya in my log for posterity," he said. There was a bonfire right at the center, and the light from the fire was flickering gently and casting shadows on everyone's faces. "Lieutenant Rice, your writing is so bad. How will we be able to read and understand the articles that you write?" one of the members said jokingly. Rice snorted and replied, "Why would I need you to understand anything, as long as I can understand it myself? and if, took a glimpse of Mina, and said playfully, Mina can understand, then that's more than enough because I'm planning to give it to Mina as a gift, hee hee. Mina rolled her eyes at Rice and retorted, get lost. I don't want anything from you. Haha, haha. Everyone started laughing all of a sudden. Xiao Luo sat right at the corner without saying a single thing. He could tell that these American soldiers were trying to relieve their stress. This was a unique method to reduce stress, and he didn't rule out that Rice may have a liking for Mina. After all, to each his own. One man's meat was another man's poison. Rice could possibly like someone different, such as Mina. After a round of fun, the skies had turned completely dark. Didn't Hebrew and Adolf go to fetch some water? What is taking them so long? Why were they not back yet? Powell, the muscular black man, furrowed his eyebrows and looked out into the night sky. He had a bad feeling about this and immediately turned around to Rice and said, Rice, bring someone along with you and go look for Hebrew and Adolf. Captain, there are only a bunch of unarmed villagers here. What could happen to them? Let's wait a bit more, I'm sure they'll come back, Rice responded. Powell had a stern look on his face. This is a war zone. Anything is possible here. We've already lost 2 of our comrades on our way here, so we can't afford to lose any more people. Don't forget that besides the Black Libyan army, Kunsa's mercenary corps are our enemies as well, he growled. Yes, sir. Rice got rid of his lax attitude, called one more member, put on their night vision goggles, and headed out immediately. Captain Powell, Mr. Mia told me that he has already got rid of the entire Kunsa mercenary corps. There's actually no need for us to worry about them anymore, Sarah pitched in. As soon as they heard that, everyone in the room was stunned, but began laughing the next second. Sarah couldn't understand what's going on. You guys, what are you laughing at? She said. Mina gave her a cold glare and replied, Miss Sarah, how can you trust everything that this guy from Huan Nation says? Only this morning, I scared him so badly with one kick that he couldn't even move at all. If I wanted to kill him back then, there's no way he could have done anything to fight back. Just him alone, and he thinks he could get rid of the entire Kunsa mercenary corps? What a joke. They say that Huan Nation has rich and traditional values. Don't tell me that the traditional value they have includes bragging? Haha, haha, another person said. Haha, haha. Everyone started laughing along with him. Why are all of you being like this? Mr. Mia is powerful, and he even. Miss Sarah, do you know why he wanted to come along with us? Let me tell you why. Mina interrupted Sarah mid-speech, glaring unkindly at Xiao Luo. Because he knows that it'd be hard for him to survive in this place all by himself. That's why Mr. Mia over here needs our protection. As long as he's with us, the chances of him leaving Libya alive is going to be higher. Am I right, Mr. Mia? Xiao Luo laughed wryly and couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to such an annoying woman. He decided to refresh his spirits by closing his eyes, and except for Sarah Michelle, everyone else there was like thin air to him. Mina gritted her teeth. By keeping quiet, Xiao Luo was putting up the best counter against her tirade and just made her look like an unreasonable old shrew. Mr. Mia is not who you think he is. I don't want you to say things like that about him. Sarah was really protective of Xiao Luo. After all, this man was the one who saved her life. Besides, everyone else might not know, but she was well aware of Xiao Luo's capabilities. And they thought that Xiao Luo was following them because he needed their protection. That was the biggest joke of all. Mina stared at Xiao Luo with a look of disdain. Miss Sarah, the people from Huan Nation are extremely cunning, especially the Huan Nation soldiers. I've seen through all of them, and they're nothing but a bunch of bastards, she said. Cunning? Bastards? Xiao Luo wasn't planning on stooping down so low to this brainless woman's level, but this woman had insulted him time and again, and he could no longer bear to just sit still and not do anything. He stood up with a nasty smirk on his face. "You're Mina, right? So what idea? You slept with one of our soldiers from Hua Nation, and he got rid of you like trash after having enough fun with you. Is that why you have this kind of prejudices against us Hua Nation soldiers?" Mina's eyes were wide opened, and she clenched her fist tight. "What did you say?" she hissed. "How can you not understand what I just said?" Xiao Luo laughed coldly. "I said you're nothing but trash that was discarded by our Hua Nation soldier. If I knew who that soldier was or where he lived, I'd make sure to go find him and scold the crap out of him. Was he really that hungry? How could he just sleep around with anyone without having a proper look first? If he had contracted any sort of diseases, then wouldn't he be bringing more harm to our Hua Nation comrades?" Even Sarah Michelle was shocked that he could say something that crude. She could never have imagined that Xiao Luo would say something like that. All the other members of the SEAL team, including Powell, were stunned. They all thought that this Hua Nation soldier had crossed the line. What's more, they knew quite a bit about Mina and knew that she once had a Hua Nation soldier as her boyfriend. It was also true that she was dumped by him, so she hated the people from Hua Nation. To top it all, the International King of Soldiers competition was another fundamental reason she hated them. Mina had a bad temper, and after hearing that, she exploded right on the spot. "Good, very good, extremely good. You've successfully angered me, and you will have to pay the price for making me angry." She stares at Xiao Luo like that of a female leopard, and in the next second, she charged towards Xiao Luo. "Go to hell, you Hua Nation bastard," she shrieked. Pow! She slammed her left foot on the ground, stopped her charge, and rotated around using the momentum. Her right foot carried immense power, and swishing through the air, her kick homed in straight for Xiao Luo's head. The force behind her kick was terrifying. There was nothing womanlike in her execution, and it was vigorous, deadly, and powerful. Xiao Luo sneered, clenched his right hand into a fist, and struck with a simple punch using his body strength alone without using his internal force. The fist and foot clashed, and an explosive thud could be heard. Xiao Luo didn't move at all. He was as steady as mountain Tai, while Mina flew backward uncontrollably like a broken kite and fell to the ground roughly 3 meters away. Powell and all the other members of the SEAL team were shocked. Mina was known to be a strong fighter, and in terms of power, she was a match for any man. But she had already lost, despite being the first time she was clashing against this Hua Nation soldier. The SEALs were astonished. Mina was equally shocked as well. She stared at Xiao Luo with her eyes wide open as she lay on the ground. He hadn't even tried to defend against her kick earlier in the day. Wasn't that because he was so scared that he froze? Xiao Luo's eyes were filled with mockery. He took a step forward and said, "I'm not going to lower myself to a woman's level, because we Hua Nation men are gentlemen from head to toe. But don't take my patience for granted, just you alone, you don't have what it takes to challenge me." Jerk. Mina was extremely angry and got to her feet by performing a kip-up. She dashed toward Xiao Luo once again with a roar and vowed to give this Hua Nation man a good beating. She closed in really quickly, leaped upward, and made use of the momentum of the dash and her body strength to aim her knee toward Xiao Luo's chest. Xiao Luo sneered, shifted slightly, then jumped up vertically and kicked her in the abdomen. Arg! With a painful scream, Mina flew out like a cannonball and slammed into one of the hut walls, before dropping heavily on the ground. This time around, she could no longer get up that easily as she had earlier on. Her intestines felt like they had been squashed together. The pain was indescribable, and blood started oozing from the corner of her mouth. Veins were protruding from her forehead. The lower half of her body was on the ground while the upper half was leaning against the wall, and she groaned in pain. Huh? Is this Mr. Mia's real power? Powell and all the other members of the SEAL team gasped. They initially thought that this was another Hua Nation guy that they could casually make fun of, but never did they imagine that he was such a fierce and tough fighter. Swish! Swish! 2 guns were immediately pulled out and pointed at Xiao Luo by 2 members of the SEAL team. The smiles that they had on their faces earlier on was long gone, and their eyes were fixed on Xiao Luo. Those eyes looked like they were staring at an enemy. I honestly hate it when someone points their gun at me. I'll give you guys 5 seconds to put your guns down. Xiao Luo still had that smirk on the corner of his mouth, but the kind of killing aura that he was now emitting was enough to strike fear into one's heart. Before Xiao Luo could act, Sarah quickly shouted at the 2 members of the SEAL team. What are you guys doing? Put your guns down. Hurry up, and put your guns down. Powell shouted, Bob, put your guns down. It's an order. After hearing that, the 2 members of the SEALs reluctantly lowered their guns. Mr. Mia, I'm sorry that they were rude to you. Let me apologize to you on their behalf. Powell bowed respectfully toward Xiao Luo and quickly walked toward where Mina was and lifted her. Pain could be seen written all over that woman's face. She couldn't seem to understand how Xiao Luo could defeat her, and she couldn't accept this loss. No one could have imagined that this Hua Nation guy would be that skillful. The guy that she thought she could just mess around with easily had trampled all over her. There was no way she could accept something like this. Jerk, let's fight again. She roared at Xiao Luo. Mina, are you crazy? You better keep quiet. Powell scowled, and this time he was angry. He knew right from the start that Xiao Luo is not an ordinary man, and looking at it now, he was right. This Hua Nation soldier was mighty, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to defeat Mina that easily without breaking a sweat. Powell was a colonel and was also the person in charge of this entire squad. His words were carried a lot of weight. After her incident with Xiao Luo, Mina was inwardly in awe and was quite wary of Xiao Luo. She was simply just giving herself a chance to remove herself from an awkward position with her pride intact. If they were to fight again, she would definitely be smashed by him once again. So, she knew that she could only grit her teeth and stare at Xiao Luo without saying a single thing. Colonel Powell, keep your men in check, otherwise, you're going to regret it. Xiao Luo warned him. The only reason that Mina dared to be this arrogant was that Powell was silently condoning all of their actions. He knew right from the start that they were all jackals of the same tribe. If they really pissed him off, he wouldn't hesitate to wipe them all off the face of this earth. Although it would then be possible for Sarah Michelle to witness all of that and report it to the entire world, and cause him to have a bad international reputation, but so what if she did that? The corner of Powell's mouth twitched a little, and he then put on an apologetic face. Mr. Mia, I can assure you that something like this will never happen again. Mina, apologize to Mr. Mia, he scowled. Apologize? Apologize to the person from Hua Nation? It is King ridiculous. Mina couldn't believe what she had just heard, but looking at Powell's serious-looking face, she could tell that Powell wasn't joking and was dead serious. She couldn't ignore his order, so she gritted her teeth and apologized unwillingly to Xiao Luo. I'm sorry, I was in the wrong earlier on. Twack. The sound of a slap resounded in the confines of the hut. It came without any warning, and Xiao Luo didn't hesitate to do it for a second. Mina was in total shock. All she could feel was that burning pain on the left side of her face. You, she cried. Xiao Luo laughed as if nothing happened. It's all right, I'll accept your apology, he said. Powell, along with the 2 of the members of the SEALs standing by the side, was stunned. They could have never imagined that Xiao Luo would slap Mina across her face. Mr. Mia, there's no need for that. You've gone overboard. Powell growled. He couldn't allow the dignity of the SEAL team to be violated. I did? Xiao Luo couldn't be bothered to pretend to be courteous to these American soldiers. "I don't think I went overboard," he replied. "Jerk, I'm going to kill you." Mina has completely exploded at this point. Fueled with murderous intent, she grabbed the gun on her waist, pointed it at Xiao Luo, and pulled the trigger. She pulled the trigger, but there was no gunshot. The bullet that was supposed to fly out and penetrate through Xiao Luo's forehead was nowhere to be seen as well. After taking a closer look, she then realized that Xiao Luo had grabbed onto the tip of the gun tightly, preventing the gun from firing. "Huh?" Sarah Michelle and two of the members of the SEAL team gasped. This was just too shocking and frightening. If they weren't witnessing this in person, there was no way they would believe that anyone would attempt to prevent the gun from firing by doing something like this. "Kill me? Are you sure you have what it takes to do so?" Xiao Luo's eyes were filled with killing intent, and everyone at the scene couldn't help but feel a sense of chill. As soon as he finished saying that, the muzzle pointed upward and pointed at the hole right on top. The bullet that had yet to leave the barrel finally discharged with a loud bang. Mina broke into a massive, cold sweat. She had not realized the power of this person from the Hua nation until this very moment. Except for the word monster, she couldn't come up with any other name to describe Xiao Luo. He was able to stop her from shooting in such an incredible way. Powell unconsciously raised his submachine gun, but the next second he dismissed the idea and forced a smile. "Mr. Mia, this is all a misunderstanding. Mina was too impulsive just now," he said. "Mr. Mia," Sarah also interceded with Xiao Luo on Mina's behavior. Actually, Xiao Luo's aim was to support the Hua nation and trample on the SEAL's dignity. Otherwise, these people from Mei Nation, especially this woman named Mina, were always eager to slander the Hua nation's soldiers. "Our missions are independent of each other, you are not responsible for me, and I am not obligated to you too. We should just perform our own respective duties and keep to ourselves. It's best to maintain peace as long as we're heading the same way, but if any one of you insists on making trouble, I'll let you guys know that there is an enemy even worse than the Libyan rebel fighters here." Every single word of Xiao Luo touched the nerve of 4 SEALs. They really didn't expect the person from Hua Nation would be so dominant, brutal, and overbearing. Just because Mina abused him verbally, she was beaten up and slapped in the face. Bang! 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 At that moment, the sound of gunfire broke the silence of the night. Everyone in the room was shocked. Had Rice and his team made contact with the enemy? Powell responded quickly and waved his hand. "Go on alert," he cried. With that, he took the lead and rushed out. Mina and 2 other team members followed closely behind. Sarah looked at Xiao Luo and said, "Mr. Mia, should we take a look?" Xiao Luo nodded. "Let's go," he said. Instead of relying on these soldiers from Mei Nation, he preferred to check out the real situation by himself. The night was as black as pitch, deep and depressing. Following the direction of the gunfire, Xiao Luo, Powell, and the SEAL team came to a bare hillside about a mile outside the village, where a bonfire was set up. A strong scent of the aroma of roast meat wafted through the air from that distance. What a delicious smell. "There's roast meat." Sarah swallowed her saliva as the smell was so appetizing that she even forgot about the sound of the gunfire. "Roast meat? What kind of meat is it? Is it livestock's meat? If there were livestock, how come the villagers here were all skinny and weak from hunger? And what about the sound of gunfire?" That was clearly the sound of a shot from a 45mm pistol produced by Mei Nation, which meant that it was the Mei Nation's soldier who pulled the trigger. Who were they trying to shoot? The enemy or the villagers here? Xiao Luo's forehead nodded in a frown, and an extremely nasty feeling came over him. A dozen bodies were lying near the bonfire, all of them from the village. And it was Rice and another SEAL who fired the shots. "Rice, what's going on?" Why did you shoot them? Powell looked at him anxiously and asked, I told you to find Hebrew and Adolf. Where are they? His last words were even like a growl. Rice's face was ghastly white. He pointed to the two naked bodies lying by the bonfire and said, Aren't they right here? Everyone took a closer look and saw that the heads of the bodies were missing. They were disemboweled, and the thighs were missing as well. Then they chunks of meat being roasted on the bonfire on sticks, and they knew that they were chunks of human thighs cut into pieces. Were these villagers roasting human flesh to eat here? Every one of them shuddered and felt a chill run down their spines. Rice recalled with horror. When I found them, the villagers were chopping off their bodies piece by piece, roasting it and eating it, he said. The villagers dumped their heads in a ditch over there. I never expect them to suffer such a tragic death. Wekk. A surge of nausea rose from Sarah's gut, and she turned her back and retched violently. Remembering that she thought it was so appetizing just a moment ago when she learned that the roasted meat was actually human flesh, her stomach churned continually, and she couldn't keep it in. Devils, these devils are cannibals. As she vomited, she denounced the villagers with revulsion. How could they do such a thing? It's so inhumane, she cried. Although Xiao Luo was shocked by the inhumanity of cannibalism, he thought it was natural. A hungry man is no different from a wild animal, he opined. His forebodings had been justified. The village had problems, so did the villagers, and that was why he sensed the strange atmosphere hanging over the village. Powell was going crazy. How could those king wretched villagers kill Hebrew and Adolf? Where did they have the means? CK. Captain, we didn't even think these villagers would attack us, Rice responded, disclosing the cause of the trouble. Powell was furious. Where are the other villagers? Where are they? He scowled. The villagers have already run away. They were all sitting around here eating. When they saw us shoot and kill some of them, they ran away. Powell roared in murderous fury. Find them all. Kill them to avenge Hebrews and Adolf. He ordered. The 6 SEALs were searching for the villagers like madmen. With their night vision goggles on, they were like feline predators hunting in the dark. The villagers who thought they had hidden well under cover of the night were quickly found and shot dead. Half an hour later, the villagers' bodies were strewn across the ground. Driven by rage, these SEALs had shot them all to death in a flurry of executions. Many of them had been shot at least twice, and some of them even suffered a dozen shots. The bodies were just like pieces of burned tomatoes, too badly singed and mangled to be recognized. When Rice looked at the bullet-riddled bodies of the villagers, his eyelids quivered. He still remembered how the villagers had been so friendly and accommodating when they were given food rations, which was really ironic. But it wasn't just Rice, even Powell, Mina, and the other 3 SEALs found it a challenge to gather their senses. They might be able to accept the cruel act of a person dying from torture, but they would never accept such an inhumane thing as eating a person's flesh. Powell closed his eyes in pain, then heaved a deep sigh. Our comrades, Hebrew and Adolf, have sacrificed themselves valiantly for this mission. Let's bury them well, he said. Got it. The others replied in unison. Then, they started to dig graves for the 2 dead SEALs on the hilltop. They collected their heads from the ditch, placing them back along with the rest of their bodies in the graves. A deep and heavy sadness hung over them all. Xiao Luo remained silent throughout. Although he didn't have a good impression of these soldiers from the Mei Nation, he didn't gloat over their misfortune. The tragedy of humans eating humans wasn't just limited to these soldiers from the Mei Nation. It was a tragedy that belonged to all of humanity. Sarah Michelle's eyes were red. She clenched her fists and was resolved to expose such an incident to the world. I want to expose all of this. I want the whole world to know that war will only bring pain. It's the enemy of all mankind, she cried. You have the capability and the connections to do so. Xiao Luo nodded his head in agreement. In this regard, he totally agreed with Sarah. War only brought hunger and panic, and the problems it created were immensely complicated. Mr. Mia, you've suspected that these villagers would pose a danger from the very beginning, right? Sarah asked. Xiao Luo shook his head. No. I just thought something was a little strange, that's all. Sarah then asked, strange? What's strange? The eyes of the Libyan civilians I met along the way were not only dull and numb, but fearful. The villagers here had similar looks in their eyes, but they lacked one thing, fear. When they saw us in camouflage fatigues and armed with weapons, they didn't avoid us out of fear. Instead, they looked at us cautiously. That's why I thought it was a little strange, Xiao Luo said. Upon hearing that, Sarah and the SEAL team members were taken aback. When they arrived at the village at dusk, the villagers looked at them with cautious, but eager eyes. It turned out they were looking at food. Vice Captain Rice glared at Xiao Luo aggressively. Mr. Mia, since you found something wrong, why didn't you say something to us? What are your intentions? He shouted. Xiao Luo snorted. That was just my guess. What's more, would you have taken my words for it? Rice was unable to argue with Xiao Luo's words. Indeed, they had looked down on Xiao Luo since he joined up. Even if Xiao Luo raised his doubts at that time, they would only laugh at him for being too cautious. Don't count on him. He never treated us as comrades or companions, Mina said. Upon hearing that, Xiao Luo almost laughed. He was really bemused by their unfounded accusations. Even if these soldiers from the May Nation country treated him better and not so hostile to him, he would help them as much as possible because they were on the same mission. Like the tragedy they had just experienced, when he felt something wrong with these villagers, he would naturally help these May Nation soldiers avoid them. But in reality, just seeing Mina was enough to make him want to vomit. She, as well as the SEALs, were all birds of a feather. He was already gracious enough not to take advantage of tragedy or stand on the villagers' side to deal with them. Now they even ask him to do them a favor? What gave them the right to do that? He even hit Mina just now. One of the SEALs said with indignation. What? How dare he? When Rice heard that, he was immediately fired up. Mr. Mia, you must give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will let you know how powerful we SEALs are. He rolled up his sleeves and cracked his knuckles, looking like he was about to start a fight. Rice, stop being so full of yourself. Mr. Mia is part of the security detail. Right now, we need to unite against the enemies, not engage in internal strife. Powell growled. But he hit Mina. I swear. Shut up, Lieutenant. I ordered you here to dig graves for Hebrew and Adolf and give them our last respects as a team. Powell shouted, giving him a stern look. Generally speaking, when a superior addressed a junior officer by his military rank, it meant that he had reached his limit of patience. Rice gritted his teeth, and with great effort, he lifted his chest and raised his chin. Got it, he responded. They went back up the hill to help with the digging of the graves. Xiao Luo did not feel like doing that and went back to his room to get some rest. Sarah Michelle preferred to stay close to Xiao Luo as she felt safest to be near him, so she stuck by him wherever he went like his shadow. She stared at the man as he closed his eyes to rest with his back against the wall. The light from the fire lit up his cold but handsome face. He was like an eagle in the night sky, aloof and proud. He was radiating such steely confidence that would make the world bow to him. Grandpa, thank you so much for hiring such a great helper from Hua Nation. If it wasn't for him, I would be long gone by now, Sarah Michelle thought to herself. The next day, they took off and left the small mountain village. 2 lone graves appeared on the hill, and the villagers' corpses strewn across the field added a queerness to the atmosphere. The day was dark and dreary, with yellowish dust floating in the air. The place felt like hell. However, Powell and his team continued on the mission, and they soon got over the grief of losing their comrades. Powell had collected the badges of his 2 team members who had perished and kept them safe. It symbolized that they did not leave Hebrew and Adolf behind. Powell walked toward Xiao Luo and stuck his hand out to him, hinting that he would like to start over. Mr. Mia, I sincerely hope that we can bury the hatchet and work together since we are on the same team now. We should help each other, am I right? He said. Xiao Luo knew that his conduct would represent his country in the eyes of these Americans. As such, he accepted Powell's gesture of goodwill and shook his hand. Yes, you are right. I totally agree, he said with a wry smile. He would pretend to be polite and compliant once more because he knew that Powell was not someone to be taken lightly. Mr. Mia, you are such a gentleman. As the Chinese saying goes, a prime minister's mind is broad enough for a boat to sail in. Mr. Mia, you are the prime minister. Powell said. Xiao Luo smiled. Mr. Powell, your Chinese is excellent, he complimented. Compared to Mina and Rice, Powell was much more sophisticated and better at covering his tracks. Xiao Luo wanted to continue poking fun at him to see when he would reveal his true colors. The dark and gloomy day reflected the melancholic mood that was looming over Libya. On the road through the dunes that stretched toward the horizon, 3 green military vehicles were speeding, leaving clouds of sand billowing behind them. It's weird. Why hasn't the Kunsha mercenary corps made a move? Logically speaking, they would have caught up to us already. Rice said. Rice, the vice captain, frowned as he spoke to Powell, who was beside him. Powell, Mina, and he were in the last vehicle while 2 SEALs were in the first vehicle, taking the lead. Xiao Luo and Sarah Michelle were in the middle. Powell furrowed his brows in deep thought. He was ready to get into battle, but surprisingly the Kunsha mercenary corps had not shown up. What was happening? Those desperados were capable of easily tracking Sarah Michelle down. Was what Sarah Michelle said true, then? Have they all been annihilated by that Hua Nation guy? Did he take down the whole Kunsha mercenary corps all on his own? How could that be possible? He had a hard time believing the story. He calmed himself as he turned toward Rice. Do not let your guard down. The men in the Kunsha mercenary corps are very cunning and cruel. We have to be on high alert all the time, he said. Rice nodded, indicating that he understood. He turned around to look at Mina, who was riding shotgun. Mina, are you feeling all right? Rice inquired. I'm fine, she responded. Mina glared viciously at the military truck in the middle, knowing that she would never find it in her heart to forgive Xiao Luo and would never stop hating him. That's great. How dare that goddamn Hua Nation man do such a thing to a woman? I am looking at Hua Nation from a whole new perspective now, Rice said. That's enough, don't disregard what I just said. Powell interrupted. I can now see that this Mia is not an ordinary man. If we want to get back to the base, by the coast safely without losing any more of our members, we need his help. So stop picking on him. This is an order that I expect you to obey at least until we reach the base, by the coast, Powell warned them both. Yeah, Captain. We will do as you say, and we'll stop picking on him. Rice did not take it seriously. He thought that Captain Powell was giving that guy from Hua Nation far too much leeway. What was Powell thinking? That they couldn't complete the mission without Mia? Or get back to the military base on the coast on their own? Bullsh *T. Mina humphed, as she also thought that Powell was overestimating Xiao Luo. That scumbag was just slightly better than her at Kung Fu. Well, Kung Fu from Hua Nation was world famous. There was little doubt that he was better than her, but she would not lose to him if they were using thermal weapons. Out of the blue, the driver, a member of the SEAL team, stepped on the emergency brakes. The moving vehicle that was traveling at a steady pace came to a sudden stop. Powell, Rice, and Mina lunged forward, reacting to the inertia created by the emergency stop. Rice hit his head on the headrest of the front passenger seat. OSH*T. Thomas, do you F*King know how to drive a car? Rice screamed at the team member who was driving the car, spitting everywhere. Brother Rice, you can't blame me for this, it's the guy from Hua Nation who suddenly stopped his car, Thomas replied. He felt wronged and pointed at the jeep in front of them. That annoying guy from Hua Nation. Hearing that, Rice, who already resented Xiao Luo, became even more furious, and he forcefully opened the door and stepped out of the vehicle. At that same time, Xiao Luo was also stepping out of his jeep. Rice stormed toward Xiao Luo in anger, intent on questioning him. Mia, why did you stop the car suddenly? Didn't you know what you just did is very dangerous? Rice yelled. Xiao Luo completely ignored Rice as if he was invisible. He looked up and gazed off into the distant skyline. Sarah also got out of the truck, and she looked in the same direction that Xiao Luo was looking at with squinted blue eyes. It seems like a sandstorm, but the height of a sandstorm shouldn't be that low, right? It has already come so close to us, but I still don't feel the wind, she said. She sounded unsure as she bounced her thoughts off Xiao Luo. That's not a sandstorm. Xiao Luo disagreed with her right away. It looks like the dust trail made by vehicles when they are speeding through the dunes, he said. Hey, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Rice screamed. Rice was extremely angry, and he could no longer hide his fury as he did before. He reached out and grabbed Xiao Luo's shoulder. The moment he put his hand on Xiao Luo's shoulder, Xiao Luo turned around and kicked him in the stomach. Thump. Rice staggered backward, and he bent forward and held his abdomen. His face crumpled in pain, so much pain that it felt like his stomach was being pierced by an electric drill. The excruciating pain distorted his face. Xiao Luo squinted at him coldly. I hate it when someone grabs my shoulder from behind, he said. F***ck. Rice cried. Rice blew his top, as this felt as humiliating as taking a bad spill. However, when he looked up, a dozen military trucks came into sight over the horizon. The trucks formed a row and were speeding toward them like beasts, leaving a trail of billowing sand behind. At that moment, with his pupils dilated and his countenance changed, he started shouting as he pointed to the front. We've got a situation here, he continued to scream back to his team. The others also saw the trucks and did not need his warning. A dozen other trucks were moving at an insane speed towards them from the other direction. The enemy was not only closing in from the front but attacking from the back as well. The speeding trucks kicked up sand, creating what looked like a sandstorm. God damn it, it's the Libyan rebel fighters, shouted Powell. Powell had used his high-powered binoculars to assess the situation, and he couldn't help but cry out in dismay. The rebel fighters? With the thought that they would encounter the Libyan National Army, the commandos felt chills creeping down their spines. Powell reacted immediately. Mr. Mia, we are counting on you to protect Miss Sarah now. You two should go first. We'll bring up the rear, he said. Xiao Luo did not stand on ceremony. Before he could determine the number of Libyan rebel soldiers and what weapons they possessed, he was not about to act arrogantly and burn his bridges, especially with the enemy attacking from two directions. Together with Sarah, Xiao Luo fired up his jeep and pressed the accelerator pedal to the floor. He drove the vehicle off the road to make a right turn and accelerated toward the dunes. Rice had only contempt for Xiao Luo. F***ck. That Hua Nation man has got no balls, he's only good at running away, he scowled. Rice was left speechless by Xiao Luo's action. Xiao Luo's actions were so quick and precise that Rice felt jealous at the slick manner that he made his getaway. Shut up. You're still interested in quarreling in such a critical situation? Do you King wanna die? Enraged, Powell scolded him and then waved his hand urgently. Get in the car, fall back. Yes, sir. The other team members quickly responded. The two military trucks followed the jeep that Xiao Luo was driving. They drove as fast as they could to avoid being surrounded by the Libyan rebel fighters. The speeding trucks went over crushed stones that were everywhere on the dunes that stretched beyond the horizon, sending sand and dust flying up into the air. When Xiao Luo and his associates chose one direction to escape, the Libyan rebel trucks closing in from both directions also changed their course to pursue them, forming a fan-shaped convoy of vehicles. Whoosh! 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 Several RPGs were launched toward them, landing close to the trucks and exploding with loud booms. Upon its impact, the ground shook, and the surge of energy waves that rippled through the air inflicted pain on their eardrums. Their vision was also affected, and they could not focus. Boom! 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 The Libyan rebel fighters fired their RPGs and launched a barrage of rockets at Xiao Luo and the SEALs as they pursued them relentlessly. The trucks and jeeps from both parties were tearing through the sandy terrain. Although the dunes looked flat, the ground was rock-strewn and undulating, making their ride exceedingly bumpy, even with the heavy-duty shock absorbers installed in these military vehicles. It was not an easy task to hit a moving target while firing RPGs. Most of the rockets landed close to the rescue team's 3 military vehicles, but none hit them directly. Clouds of smoke belched from the blasts and rose into the air, creating an atmosphere of fear and anxiety. Xiao Luo, Powell, and the SEALs were in a dilemma as they maneuvered through the hazardous terrain with the rebels in hot pursuit. The bumpy ride was unpleasant. Their ears were ringing from the blasts, and pieces of the shrapnel hit the trucks as they sped through the dunes. Even though their windows were specially manufactured tempered glass, they started to crack after taking repeated hits. Mr. Mia, I'm going to puke, Sarah said. Sarah was sitting next to Xiao Luo. The bumpy ride made her feel sick to the stomach, and she badly needed to throw up. Go on, you can throw up wherever you want. Xiao Luo responded. Xiao Luo did not have time for niceties, for there were at least 40 or 50 Libyan rebel trucks hot on their trail. They were in the desert, and there was no place to take cover. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible to deal with all of the rebels in such an open environment. He could only try to get away at this stage and find a location where he could apply his battle skills. Then, without any warning, Sarah Michelle puked right on him. Xiao Luo's face hardened. He turned around and gave her a dirty look as if to say, there is so much space around the front passenger seat, so why the *CK would you throw up on me? Are you blindly doing whatever I asked you to? From his expression, Sarah knew what was in his mind and quickly explained, Mr. Mia, I didn't do it on purpose, the car was swaying around. I was trying to throw up beneath my feet, I swear to God. Xiao Luo did not have the time nor the inclination to argue with her in their present situation. He quickly directed his eyes back to the front of the vehicle and jammed his foot down hard on the accelerator. The truck's engine revved like a beast as it propelled the car forward. The rear window of the truck shattered due to the impact of the blasts. Powell blew his top and shouted, *T. Return fire. Destroy them. Yes, sir, came a response. All the SEALs responded instantly to the instruction with a clear understanding of what they had to do. Mina grabbed her sniper rifle, leaned half of her body out of their vehicle's window, aimed at one of the trucks closing in on them, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A high-velocity round from the sniper rifle ripped through the air and zeroed in on a military truck with a resounding crack. It went clean through the windscreen, leaving a bullet hole on it, and penetrated the head of the rebel guerrilla who was driving. The truck immediately went out of control. It rolled over on its side and continued tumbling for some distance, before crashing into another oncoming vehicle. Boom. Crash. Boom. 5 trucks smashed into one another in a sequence of domino effect. The trucks were all moving at breakneck speed, so when the vehicles collided and went out of control, they rolled over sideways, scattering broken vehicle parts all around them. Several trucks had turned turtle, while others lay on their sides. No rebel fighters crawled from the fallen vehicles, and they presumably did not survive. Great job. Atta girl, Mina, that's how you do it. Rice cheered. He was very excited, and he, too, got half of his body out of the truck's window and started shooting at the rebel fighters behind them. For a member of the SEAL team, doing such a thing from a speeding car was a piece of cake. The other 2 SEALs in another truck fired using laws. One drove, while the other popped his upper body out of the roof of their vehicle with the American-made rocket launcher on his shoulder and returned fire with steely resolve. Their laws were far more superior than those used by the Libyan rebel fighters. These were special weapons designed to destroy armored vehicles. Whoosh! The law rockets were 3 to 4 times more potent than the ones used by the Libyan rebel fighters. They left the launcher at extreme speed, leaving a smoke trail through the air, before it hit one of many military trucks in the Libyan rebel convoy. Boom! A heat wave blasted outward from the truck that took the hit, followed by an earth-shattering explosion, before it burst into flames. Smoke billowed out from the damaged vehicle with fiery crimson flames flaring from within the dark cloud of smoke. The truck was blown to pieces, and parts were strewn everywhere, throwing burning debris up some 10 meters high. Attaboy, Philip, haha, haha. Rice went a little crazy, and he could not stop laughing. He gave the team member who was shouldering the rocket launcher the thumbs-up sign. Bingo! The SEAL, going by the name Philip, flashed him a proud smile. In the first truck, Xiao Luo watched how the American soldiers retaliated against the Libyan rebels from his rearview mirror. He was quite impressed by them. These special forces operators were indeed extraordinary, as they did not panic in the face of danger. Instead, they calmly organized their return fire to good effect. They had strong mental fortitude and outstanding combat capabilities. Look, there's a small town up front. Sarah cried out as she pointed toward the front of the vehicle. She had been vomiting for a while and was finally feeling better. Xiao Luo gave her a quick glance. That's great, he replied. He offered a sympathetic smile as he replied in his American accent. He then turned the steering wheel and swiftly drove the truck toward the small town. Powell and his SEALs were coming up in the rear, providing cover for Xiao Luo and Sarah Michelle as they made their escape. They were doing their best to protect the truck that Sarah Michelle was in, ensuring her safety. Right after Philip destroyed 3 of the rebels' vehicles using the law, one of the Libyan rebel fighters' RPG rounds finally found its mark and streaked right into the top section of the truck that Philip was riding in. Boom! There was an ear-shattering explosion. In a split second, flames engulfed the speeding truck as it was thrown into the air by the powerful blast and dropped heavily onto the ground. Like a re-entry capsule that had fallen to the earth, the truck kicked up clouds of sand and dust as it kept rolling over. Thomas was in shock as he quickly turned the steering wheel. They barely managed to avoid the burning truck as it rolled over and burst into flames. Philip! Rice shouted hysterically. Another 2 of his team members, whom he spent so much time with, were now dead. He could not even stop to retrieve their bodies, but was forced to keep going without even looking back. It was a pain that was unbearable. Sorrow-stricken, Powell closed his eyes. They were a team of 12 when they landed on this continent. But now, only 4 of them were still left standing. As the captain, he could not help but blame himself. However, nothing could bring the dead back. Those who were still alive had to carry on with this fight. He took out a small explosive shaped like a plate from his bag and set the timer. His heart filled with hatred, and in a fury, he hurled the device behind his vehicle right into the path of the pursuing rebels. "Go to hell," he screamed. The explosive device was beeping. When the convoy of Libyan rebel trucks ran over the device, the beeping became more rapid, then exploded amid the pursuing vehicles. The explosion created a mushroom cloud. 4 to 5 trucks were thrown up in the air, carried by the force of the blast. The other oncoming trucks were also affected, and the well-coordinated posse of rebel vehicles that had been pursuing them suddenly broke formation. The trucks were now moving in disarray, like headless chickens, and dozens of them started to crash into one another. Footnote 1. Laws, light anti-tank weapon. It was called the Devil's Bomb. Rice and Mina both knew that it was the new explosive device invented by the Mei Nation. It was small, but its destructive power was not to be underestimated. And although it was still in the experimental stage, if it exploded under a tank, the whole tank would be shattered into a million pieces. That was why there were only very few of them available to the SEALs, and the one that had just exploded was probably the last one that Powell had left. "Keep up with Mr. Mia and head for that small town, quick," Powell yelled. "On it, sir." Thomas nodded stiffly as he pressed the accelerator to the floor, trying to stay on Xiao Luo's tail as his truck surged toward the small town. The thick, black mushroom cloud produced by the Devil's Bomb went up as high as 20 to 30 meters in the air and gradually dissipated. It looked like a monster that was laughing grimly from a distance, terrorizing everyone who saw it. The Libyan rebel fighters were badly affected by the powerful blast, and it caused them to momentarily stop the chase. Perhaps they were ordered by their superiors not to stop for their injured or dead compatriots, for after some quick reorganization, they restarted their vehicles. And soon, they were once again going after Xiao Luo and the SEAL team like a pack of starving wolves. The town was dilapidated, and the residents who lived there had evidently left or were perhaps on the run. The town was in ruins. The streets were strewn with rubble, and its damaged walls were full of holes caused by bombs. All the towns and cities in Libya could only be described as being in a state of dilapidation, as no other term was more apt. Xiao Luo drove around slowly as he explored the town. He had presumed that this town would be completely empty, so he did not expect that there was already a large contingent of Libyan rebels stationed here. As it turned out, the rebels had seized this town, and it was now a station for their fighters to recuperate. Bang! Rat-tat-tat-tat. They encountered some rebel fighters from time to time. Whenever that happened, bullets would instantly rain down on the trucks, making clunking noises and causing sparks to fly everywhere. "Mr. Mia, I think we are in the middle of the Libyan rebels' lair." Sarah's face was as pale as a sheet, and terrified, she cowered in her seat. A while ago, she thought this town would be their refuge, but now it seemed destined to be their grave. Xiao Luo's face hardened. It was just plain bad luck that they found themselves in a town full of Libyan rebel fighters. In addition to the rebels pursuing them, they were now up against a contingent of at least 500 more stationed in the small town, which was no bigger than a third of Stantine City. Even if the 500 rebel fighters were dispersed all over this town, they would still come in contact with 1 or 2 of them every 10 meters. Alone, Xiao Luo was fearless, but he was not operating by himself now. His concern was how Sarah Michelle was going to cope in such a dangerous environment. He suddenly slammed on the brakes and stopped his vehicle in an obscure corner where there were no rebel fighters around. He grabbed the sniper rifle and some ammunition and yelled at Sarah, "Get out of the car and stay close to me." Okay. Sarah repeatedly nodded her head like a chicken pecking at grains. Although she was a war correspondent, she was no soldier, and she did not have the mental fortitude of a soldier to survive in battle. Suddenly, a hail of bullets rained down on them, and it frightened her, making her shiver as she stayed close to Xiao Luo. When the trucks carrying the seals came to a stop behind them, Rice got out of his vehicle, and he was burning with indignation. He stormed toward Xiao Luo, with rage and resentment written all over his face. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed Xiao Luo by the collar and snarled, "You piece of sh*t. Look where you've led us to, right into the rebels' hideout. Are you trying to kill us?" Xiao Luo glanced down at Rice's hand that was clutching at his collar, and in the next second, what he did took Rice completely by surprise. Thwack! A loud slap resounded in the quiet street as Xiao Luo smacked him across his face. Rice cried out in pain and was sent flying to his side as two blood-stained teeth sailed out of his mouth. He crashed heavily into a wall and slumped to the ground. "Huh?" Powell, Mina, and Thomas gasped. If a mere slap was all it took for Xiao Luo to send a man flying, they couldn't imagine how strong he actually was. Mina suddenly realized that Xiao Luo had gone easy on her when he slapped her yesterday. If he had not held back, she would have ended up just like Rice, or perhaps even worse. "You motherf King Huabi starred, I'm so gonna kill you." Thomas was loyal to Rice, and he was the first to react. Holding up his submachine gun, he made ready to shoot Xiao Luo. But before Thomas could get his gun in a position to fire, Xiao Luo had already taken control of it and held its muzzle to Thomas's head. The eerie feeling of the gun's cold steel pressing against his forehead made Thomas break out in a sweat. "I have had enough of you people. King get up my nose once more, and I will kill you all." The expression on Xiao Luo's face was cruel, and he looked like he was about to kill them. If these American soldiers couldn't behave themselves in such a critical situation, he would finish them off with his own hands. Why bother to wait for the Libyan rebels to do the job? Gulp. Thomas shuddered when he saw the murderous look in Xiao Luo's eyes, and there was no doubt in his mind that Xiao Luo would not hesitate to shoot him given half a chance. Suddenly, Powell stepped in and kicked Thomas to the ground. "You bunch of idiots. So my orders are now meaningless to you, eh? How many times have I told you Mr. Mia is on our side, and he is not the enemy? Yet you're all still picking on him at such a crucial moment. You better know that I am this close to shooting you lot myself." Powell growled. Powell was infuriated. He turned to Rice, who was still bleeding in the mouth, with his left cheek swollen, and gave him a dirty look. "You piece of sh*t. I must have been blind when I appointed you as my number 2. The enemy is all around and has us in their gun sights, yet you choose to make a fool of yourself. Do you want to die, huh?" Powell took a step toward Rice and delivered 2 kicks at him, venting his frustration. After being kicked, the realization suddenly dawned on Rice, and he quickly regained his composure. With the rebel fighters crawling everywhere, instead of thinking about getting out alive, his first instinct was to blame the man they called Mr. Mia. He quickly realized that it was not how a SEAL was expected to react. So despite being in a lot of pain, he immediately got up from the ground and stood at attention with his chest out and chin up. It showed that he knew that what he had done was wrong. Suddenly, they heard a familiar sound, the heavy footfall of army boots. Without warning, a Libyan rebel fighter appeared from the corner of the street ahead. Mina was ready to take him out, and just when she was about to squeeze the trigger to end his life, a shot rang out. Bang! The bullet tore a bloody hole in the rebel fighter's forehead, and his shocked compatriots, trudging next to him, quickly jumped behind the street corner to take cover. Mina gawked at Xiao Luo with admiration in her eyes. He had reacted swiftly and shot with the precision of a marksman. Mina quickly realized how much more superior this man was compared to her. Dumbfounded, Mina was still in her firing position when she saw Xiao Luo bounding forward like lightning and wielding the dagger in his hand like a wolf's fang. Cries of fear and anguish were heard, and the Libyan rebels who had hidden behind the corner collapsed in puddles of blood before they even had the chance to shoot. This guy was powerful and exceptional at martial arts. Powell, Mina, Rice, and Thomas were astonished by Xiao Luo's strength and skills. The man from the Huan nation had already taken down the rebel fighters within the short period they were still trying to consolidate. It was a frightening display of raw power, and had they been the rebel fighters, they would undoubtedly have ended up dead as well. Let's go. Xiao Luo turned to leave, dragging Sarah Michelle, who was still in a state of confusion, along with him as he walked off rapidly towards the other end of the street. Follow Mr. Mia, instructed Powell, blinking as he returned to his senses. He waved his large hand in a gesture for his 3 remaining SEAL soldiers to follow Xiao Luo. They were not just trying to keep up with the man, for Mina and Thomas were both tasked with watching their backs, while Powell and Rice guarded their flanks. It was a military formation, and it was clear from this tactical arrangement that they were expecting danger to come at them in every direction. It had been a good move to ditch the trucks. Otherwise, the Libyan rebel fighters would be able to hear the sound of the engine revving. And that would have immediately given away their location and drawn the rebel fighters towards them. With Powell and his SEALs cooperating, Xiao Luo immediately put Sarah Michelle in the middle of the formation for protection. He took the point man position and prepared to deal with any enemies they might come into contact with along the way. Besides the dagger and sniper rifle he had on him, he was armed with an assault rifle as well. The assault rifle was naturally much more suitable for close combat and would come in more handy than the sniper rifle. He heard a group of Libyan rebels coming towards them from the intersection right up ahead, and Xiao Luo immediately drew his gun and opened fire on them. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. He executed the shots with military precision, and it left the 4 Nation SEALs speechless. The small squad, comprising roughly 10 Libyan soldiers, was left dead on the ground in an instant. Immediately after that attack, a dozen or so Libyan rebels ran out from the right at the intersection. They raised their guns to open fire at Xiao Luo and his party. Xiao Luo reacted quicker, and before the rebel fighters could fire at them, Xiao Luo got his shots off first. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. A hail of bullets flew in rapid succession and ripped into the bodies of the rebel fighters. They twirled as if they were performing some form of dance, before collapsing to the ground. Such quick reflexes. Such superior marksmanship. The skill that Xiao Luo had demonstrated left these 4 SEALs members in awe and shock. They had undergone a rigid selection and intense training before they could qualify to become a member of the SEAL team. And now that they had come to face with this person from the Huan nation, they felt inferior in comparison. At the individual level, his combat abilities were incomparable. Xiao Luo was not bothered by their opinions of him and was more focused on his surroundings. Based on his keen sense of direction, he picked out a route to break through the barriers. Libyan rebels were swarming in from all directions. Powell and the other 3 were highly competitive, so it was only natural that they started to compare themselves to Xiao Luo. They represented the Mei Nation, and there was no way they would allow one Huan Nation soldier to upstage them. And so, they fought more valiantly than they usually did, as armed with assault rifles, they dealt with the rebel fighters who attacked them from the back and both flanks. Xiao Luo was not the least bit surprised by their competitiveness. He was holding his own with the fighting at the front end of the pack. He would find it shocking if these powerful soldiers from the Mei Nation could not handle the mere remnant soldiers surrounding them. As they made their way forward, they came towards a long and deep alley, roughly 3 meters wide and 50 meters long. Logically, it would be a dangerous strategy to go down this alley as the enemy could attack them from both ends, sealing them off on both ends and trapping them in a kill zone. But, in the situation they found themselves in, Xiao Luo did not have much time to dwell on the matter for too long. The gunshots in the earlier assault had given away their location to the Libyan soldiers. He was quite sure that hordes of rebel fighters would be heading toward them anytime soon. Any further delay would give those soldiers more time to surround his party. And so, even though entering the alley was risky, they had no choice but to take their chances to make their way through. Xiao Luo made the call immediately, leading the team into the long alley. With his speed, it would barely take him 2 to 3 seconds to reach the other end. But Sarah Michelle would not be able to pull that off, so he had to slow down for her to catch up. Gunmen could appear at any moment, so he could not carry her on his back either, because it would hinder him if he needed to engage in a firefight. But their luck ran out. As the group reached the alley's halfway mark, a mob of rebels appeared in front of them. They were standing at the end of the passage. Powell and the other 3 SEALs reacted with quick reflexes, and they banded together to help Xiao Luo suppress the Libyan troops with their firepower. At present, this was their priority. They could not allow the soldiers to cage them in. Otherwise, no matter how quick they were with their guns or how lethal their weapons were, it would be difficult to guarantee that Sarah Michelle would remain safe amidst the exchange of bullets. Fighting their way out of this will undeniably consume a lot of ammunition. Within moments of the initial exchange, the 4 commandos had emptied their clips and replaced their magazines. As they were changing their magazines, they saw Xiao Luo firing shots with one arm while his left hand, as quick as lightning, fished out a new magazine. Immediately after releasing the last bullet from the old magazine, he pressed down on the magazine lock. As the empty magazine fell out, Xiao Luo pushed in the new one. He switched the magazines within a second without stopping his firing. It was a high-level professional technique that allowed him to fire his assault weapon continuously. My God, this guy is amazingly fast loading his magazine. The 4 members of the May Nation team were stunned. They had never seen such speed in loading magazines before this. It essentially meant that the assault weapon would fire continuously, as the speed of the loading fresh magazines would allow the shooter an unlimited supply of bullets. As long as the shooter carried full magazines on him, the assault rifle would fire without pause. The Libyan rebels in the alley were all equally surprised. What the F***ck kind of gun is that? How is it storing so many bullets, they wondered. Xiao Luo looked back at Powell and the SEALs. What are you lot doing standing around? Hurry and help me hold them back, he shouted in a deep voice. The 4 of them, as if roused from a dream, hurried to switch out their magazines for new ones. They needed to push the rebels back with superior firepower. Xiao Luo lowered his gun. He looked to his left and right before smashing his boot into the left wall of the alley. Crash! There was a loud sound before part of the concrete wall crumbled like a house of cards beneath his foot, and a large hole appeared in the wall. Once again, the 4 SEAL members were surprised. Xiao Luo had kicked a hole in the wall. Just like that. What was he? The king of all soldiers nurtured by the Hua Nation army? No one could be this powerful. There was no way this man was human. Xiao Luo pulled Sarah Michelle up. She was crouching in fear, covering her ears with both hands, and he hastily dragged her to exit the alley through that hole. Retreat! Powell gave the order, and they all hurriedly followed behind Xiao Luo. It was a long while after the gunshots had ceased before the horde of Libyan rebels dared to poke their heads out. They took a look into the alley, only to discover that it was empty. Their targets have escaped. They quickly ran into the alleyway and stood in shock as they gazed at the enormous cavity in the wall. They were baffled and could not believe that a man had broken that wall. They did not waste any time after they ascertained the direction their targets had headed and immediately turned around and continued their chase. Gunshots rang out incessantly from behind them. Xiao Luo took the lead as he weaved through the small town filled with rebel fighters, with Sarah Michelle and the 4 SEALs in tow. Powell and the other 3 SEALs finally saw Xiao Luo's combat skill for themselves. His unrivaled fighting mettle and supreme strength made them feel embarrassed, especially Mina. She had looked down on Xiao Luo with disdain at the beginning. But she realized now how foolish and ignorant she had been. Whether it was his reflexes or power, that man from Huan Nation was far stronger than her. Were all Huan Nation soldiers this powerful and terrifying? Plunder and kill, all the way. Xiao Luo had turned into the god of death, harvesting the souls of the Libyan rebels in this small town. Powell and the other 3 soldiers fought beside him as they kept Sarah Michelle safe. I can't run anymore. You go ahead, just leave me here, Sarah muttered while trying to catch her breath. After a long strenuous run, Sarah was panting and sweating profusely. Fatigue swept over her, so intense that she felt her heart pounding rapidly, and it felt like it was about to burst out of her chest. The strain was just too overwhelming. I can't run any longer, not even if that means the Libyan soldiers kill me, she pleaded. Xiao Luo took in the surroundings, before his gaze fell on a low damaged house, beside them with its 4 walls still intact. You guys head in there. I'll distract the soldiers who are on our tail. These were desperate times, and every second was too precious to waste. Powell did not object to Xiao Luo's suggestion. Besides, their mission was to protect Sarah Michelle. Since Sarah Michelle would be with them, he had no issue with that suggestion. You take care of yourself, Mr. Mia, he said, giving Xiao Luo a stiff nod. Then the 4 of them helped Sarah to get up and swiftly headed toward the house. Just as they ducked in, a dozen or so Libyan rebels appeared from the street behind. Xiao Luo fired a hail of bullets that immediately took down half the squad. He had intentionally left a few of them alive, to let the remaining soldiers return to base and report their coordinates to their boss. After firing that one burst, Xiao Luo stopped firing. Like a wolf, he bounded forward, disappearing into the end of the street in a blink of an eye. The Libyan soldiers scrambled to give chase. The gang of 5 who hid in the house heard a rush of footsteps approaching them, and then the footsteps moved away quickly. There was also the sound of military vehicles roaring as they flew across the road. Even though they had undergone rigorous military training, the 4 SEALs felt their hearts rise to their throats as they held their breaths in anticipation. What do we do, Captain? Rice asked Powell, immediately after everything had quietened down. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, but it was difficult to know whether it was cold sweat due to nervousness or just perspiration brought on by the vigorous exercise during their escape. We wait, came the whispered response. Powell heaved a long sigh. When night falls, this small town will be crawling with Libyan rebels. There could be a way the 5 of us can break through their ranks in the day. And even if we manage to make it out of this small town, it doesn't change the fact that we're in the Gobi Desert. There is not a single bunker in sight, not as far as I can see. It's going to be easy for the rebels to catch up with us. I have no desire to be a sitting duck, he continued. Rice, Mina, and Thomas all nodded as they listened. They knew that Powell was making the right assumptions. They had better chances of staying alive in this town. If the Libyan rebels went after them when they were in the middle of the Gobi Desert, they had little chance of holding them off. I'm sorry, this is all because of me. I'm the reason why so many of you have lost your lives. Sarah muttered. In her anguish, Sarah Michelle went into a state of self-reproach. She had seen far too much death on this journey, first, her family's bodyguards, and now, the SEALs, whose lives were lost, one by one, and it was all because they were here in Libya to protect her. If she were not here, then all those people would not have had to sacrifice their lives. Miss Sarah, this is our mission, and it's also our duty. As a soldier, we have to be prepared to bleed and sacrifice our lives at any moment. Any one of us can die, but it is imperative that you return to our shore base safely, Powell said. Tears started to roll down Sarah's face. She was deeply moved by what Powell had said. These soldiers were just as human as she was. Who was she that her life was more valuable than theirs? Who was she that these people had to lay down their lives for hers? This was not fair, not in the least bit. Will that Huan Nation guy return? Mina remarked indifferently. Everyone was slightly stunned. Mr. Miao will definitely return. Nothing will happen to him. Even the Kunsa mercenary corps could not handle him, and there's no way the Libyan rebels are any more powerful than them. Sarah replied with a resolute gaze. I'll admit that Mia is extremely powerful. He's like a one-man army. But this is one of the Libyan rebels' strongholds. He's drawn all the firepower to himself, and even if he were Superman, there's no way he would be able to survive such intense firepower, Mina said. Silence. Everyone chose to remain quiet. It was just as Mina said, the chances of Xiao Luo's survival were dismally slim. Damn it, why did I always insist on opposing that Hua Nation guy? In a moment as crucial as this one, he stepped forward and volunteered to draw all the enemy fire to himself. It shows the indomitable will of the Hua Nation. I owe that man an apology, Rice said. He deeply regretted his past words and actions. The people of Hua Nation have this Buddhist saying, who will enter hell if not me? Mr. Mia is the very embodiment of this saying. Thomas pitched in. He was already quite impressed by how honorable Xiao Luo was, and all his misgivings and prejudices towards the man had faded away. Powell said in his low drawl, personally, I hope he doesn't die, but on a national level, I hope he does. Upon hearing this, everyone stared at him, wide-eyed and with a look of shock. Powell ignored their change of expression. He continued, we've all seen how powerful of a fighter he is. I can say with no hesitation at all that, even if we were to comb through the whole of the SEAL squad and pick the best of our soldiers, they would undoubtedly lose to him. If our two countries were to go to war with each other, this sort of person would be a nightmare. I don't know how the Hua Nation managed to train such a war machine, but they definitely won't have too many of them there. So if he dies, this would be something worth celebrating for us, and not. Enough. Sarah broke in resentfully. She glared at Powell. Captain Powell, you once said that we're all brothers in arms, that we're all comrades, and this is how you treat your brothers in arms, your comrades? If I were Mr. Mia, I would definitely be disappointed, and it would affect my impression of the Mei Nation. Powell did not refute her statement. He knew that, no matter what he said, nothing would change Sarah Michelle's view. After all, the Michelles had always been friendly with the Hua Nation. But they were different. They were soldiers, and the things they considered were naturally not something a civilian like Sarah would understand. Boom! At that moment, a deafening explosion rang out from the center of the small town. The entire town shook. Scarlet flames were flickering from within the thick, billowing smoke that was rising high up into the sky. Even from such a distance away, the party could feel the shockwave of the impact from the blast. What happened? Why was there such a large-scale explosion? Thomas asked, looking in shock at the smoke billowing from the center of the small town. Powell and the other four got up to observe immediately. You don't think the rebels' ammunition depot blew up, do you? Rice volunteered a guess. As soon as he spoke, there was another explosion. The small town shook violently again. Powell furrowed his eyebrows. There was no doubt that this was Xiao Luo's doing. Did the guy perish along with the soldiers? With such a massive explosion like this one, it was difficult for one to escape from the blast radius on their 2 feet. They could feel their faces heating up even from such a distance, and that was enough evidence of the size of that explosion. Just as Powell and the SEALs were recovering from the shock of the large-scale explosion in the center of the small town, a dark green military vehicle sped noisily towards them from a distance. Then it suddenly halted right in front of the house they were hiding in. Vroom! 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 They raised their guns instinctively, taking aim at the vehicle, ready for action. And in the next second, the car door swung open, and a figure dressed in camouflage fatigue stepped out, waving at them to come over. It's Mr. Mia, he's back! Sarah cried. She was elated to the point of tears. There was a cheery smile on her face as she raced over to Xiao Luo. Powell and the other 3 seals stood rooted to their spots in disbelief. The look of bewilderment brought color to their faces. "He's back in one piece?" Mina said, stunned. "This man is terrifying." "How did he pull that off?" Rice exclaimed. It was evident that Xiao Luo was coming from the direction of that massive explosion triggered by him. How did he return in one piece and not sustain any injuries on his body? Powell did not lower the gun he had raised. His finger was still resting on the trigger as he thought about putting up a fight. If he fired this shot, there was about a 90% chance he would kill this unarmed Hua Nation citizen. But they were still a long way from the shore base, and killing Xiao Luo would mean they would have no one else to turn to for help. If they were to run into any more soldiers, the situation would be dire. Forget it. The team had to rely on Xiao Luo for the time being. He made his choice and lowered the gun. He waved his hand to his team and said, "Come on, let's go." Turning to them, Xiao Luo went straight to the point. "Get in. We have to leave this place now," he urged. "Leave this place?" Powell and the other 3 soldiers visibly blanched at that suggestion. If they left this town for the desolate Gobi Desert, what if the Libyan rebels caught up with them? They wondered if they would all be annihilated. As if knowing what the team was thinking, Xiao Luo said, "You don't have to worry about the rebels here anymore." He had said his piece, then took the lead and opened the door, sitting behind the wheel. They did not have to worry about the rebels anymore? What did that mean? Yesterday, the man told them not to worry about the Kun Sa mercenary corps, and now he was saying the same thing about the rebels. Just what did he mean? The 4 of them felt chills run down their spines, and they were shocked. They understood what Xiao Luo was saying, but it was just that they could not believe what they were hearing. Sarah Michelle, on the other hand, hopped into the vehicle without question. That assurance of his made it clear that they were out of the woods. "Mr. Mia, did you cause that explosion?" Sarah asked. "Yes," Xiao Luo responded. "Was that the ammunition storehouse?" she was eagerly asking him. "Yes," he replied. "And the town's rebels? Did you wipe them all out?" "No," he answered with a slight frown. In the car, Sarah Michelle continued to pose questions at Xiao Luo. He responded curtly with single-word answers. As the questioning went on, the team seemed more and more surprised at what they were learning from him. They heaved a sigh of relief when Xiao Luo answered that last question with a negative response. There were about 500 soldiers in that town. If Xiao Luo had wiped out all 500 of them alone, then he was something that was far more terrifying than seeing a ghost in broad daylight. It was impossible to imagine how he had done that. He had almost wiped out the Libyan rebels, leaving only a handful of them alive. After spending 2 to 3 hours, they finally got out of the Gobi Desert, and the surrounding landscape started showing more greenery. After close to 4 hours into their journey, they ran into a contingent of Mei reinforcements who were there to back them up. There were close to 200 soldiers, all armed to the teeth, and there were also helicopters equipped with weapons. Powell and his 3 SEALs were overjoyed as they left the truck to meet the soldiers. "Look, Mr. Mia, it's the Mei army. We're close to the shore, I can already smell the sea in the air," Sarah said. The first thing Sarah Michelle did when she stepped out of the vehicle was to breathe in the air. They were no longer in the Gobi Desert. There was a dense layer of the forest and a heavy blanket of security forces that surrounded them. "You're safe now. I should take my leave, then," Xiao Luo said to Sarah. Xiao Luo did not want to hang around amid such a large force of Mei troops, so he bid her goodbye and quickly prepared to leave in the truck. At that moment, Powell hurried over with a slight smile on his face. "Mr. Mia, are you taking your leave already?" he asked. "Can I help you?" Xiao Luo replied. The Hua Nation's shore base is more than 200 miles from here. I think it's best you stick with us. We're heading in the same direction anyway. I'll personally send you to the airport once we return to Mei Nation, Powell said. Yeah, Mr. Mia, come with us. I want to invite you back home as a guest to thank you for all that you've done for me, Sarah said, eager to extend an invitation to him. Xiao Luo stared right at Powell for a brief moment and then gave him a smile. He shook his head and declined them both. That's all right, but may we meet again, he said. Without waiting for Powell or Sarah to respond, he drove off in a hurry. Trying to run? Sorry, Mr. Mia, but we are going to need you to stay here forever. There was malice in Powell's gaze. He waved his hand as he gave out a command. Listen up. All of you are to escort Miss Sarah back to the shore base immediately, he barked to his men. Yes, Captain, the soldiers called out in unison. Sarah Michelle noticed that something was amiss with Powell. Captain Powell, what are you planning? Why aren't you returning with us? She asked. That's a military secret. There's no need to concern yourself with this, Miss Sarah, he responded. Powell waved a hand, and 2 Mei soldiers immediately went over, to forcibly take Sarah Michelle away. The sound of her struggle to break free gradually began to fade as she was dragged off until it could no longer be heard. Powell turned to Mina and asked, You hate the Hua Nation soldiers, don't you? There was an insidious smile on Powell's face as he said, Well, I detest them too, especially the kind of Hua soldiers who are exceptional with their fists. I'm giving you a chance to reciprocate the disrespect he showed you before. Use that sniper rifle of yours and blow a hole in his head. Sir. Mina responded in a booming voice. It was Rice who seemed hesitant this time. Captain, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't have accomplished this mission. Enough. Powell interjected and cut him short. There was a fierce and guileful look on Powell's face. He reached out a large hand to grab Rice by his collar. If you can't do it, then you can get the hell back to the shore base. Have you forgotten how he humiliated you when he slammed you into that wall with just one slap? With Powell's reminder, Rice recalled the shame he had had to endure earlier. He saluted Powell and said, I haven't forgotten, sir. Powell relaxed his grip on the man and gritted his teeth. Then raise your weapon and kill the man. Make him pay with his life, he bellowed. Sir. Rice responded in a loud voice. Go, ordered Powell. On his orders, around 20 military vehicles headed out in Xiao Luo's direction. 2 attack helicopters had their coordinates locked in on Xiao Luo's truck in the air, which was about a mile away from them. That man cannot be allowed to leave this place alive. Keep in mind that this is a ferocious beast we're dealing with, so don't lower your guard. Powell had a range of weapons prepared. He communicated with his soldiers through the walkie-talkie he held. That man was a monster who single-handedly annihilated the Kun Sa mercenary corps and a war machine who escaped unscathed after being chased by more than 500 Libyan rebels. No matter what, they could not allow Xiao Luo to get away, he thought as he prepared his assault on Xiao Luo. This is Iron Eagle 1, to Captain Powell. We are locked on the target, I repeat, we are locked on the target. Do we open fire? Do we open fire? The helicopter pilot's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie with that request. Blow that vehicle up along with him. Powell responded with a tone that was close to a growl. Once he had accomplished the mission of escorting Sarah Michelle, Xiao Luo had become nothing more than a thorn in his side. If he did not remove that thorn, he would not feel safe even after returning to his country. Roger, the pilot responded. In the next second, an anti-tank guided missile was launched from the base of the helicopter. This would completely blow up Xiao Luo's jeep to smithereens. Whoosh! With intense flames bursting from its back end, the missile accelerated quicker than the helicopter's flight speed. In an instant, it had crossed several hundred meters, leaving behind a trail of propellant fumes behind it. It hit that vehicle that was dashing down the road, right on target. Boom! The guided missile smashed into the jeep and exploded, sending a resounding blast echoing across the land. The vehicle turned into a sea of flames in an instant, as the explosion sent it flying several meters into the air before it finally came to a rest. Its parts were scattered about, and a sea of flames seemed to reach the sky, growing larger as it engulfed the whole wreck, sending billows of rising smoke from it. Iron Eagle 1 to Captain Powell, "We're on target, it's a strike." Iron Eagle 1 has neutralized the target. There were excitement and exhilaration in the helicopter pilot's voice that crackled over the comms. Had they hit the target? It was too easy. Powell sat in the truck as he stared out into the smoke-filled sky in front of him. It had not sunk in yet, and he found it difficult to believe that Xiao Luo could have been killed by them this easily. He commanded the driver, "Hurry, drive at full speed." "Yes, sir." The 20 or so vehicles very quickly reached the site of the explosion. On the road, a wreck was being swallowed by pillars of flames that reached 3, almost 4 meters in the air. Simultaneously, there was the sound of crackling, not unlike the sound of a pile of firewood burning. "Don't go any closer, Captain. The vehicle could blow up a second time, it's dangerous." Rice called out as he hurried to warn Powell when he saw the man step closer to the vehicle. But Powell wanted to ascertain for himself that Xiao Luo was dead. Every second he spent with his eyes off of Xiao Luo was a second of uneasiness. And so he completely disregarded Rice's warning, slowly advancing toward the burning wreck. The closer he got to the car, the higher the temperature climbed. When he was barely a meter away from the vehicle, the burning sensation he felt on his skin was almost unbearable. Powell forced himself to bear this terrible heat and let his gaze pierce through the veil of flames, looking toward where the driver's seat of the jeep would be. He took a glance and immediately broke out into a cold sweat. There was nobody in the driver's seat, and the entire vehicle was empty as could be. Even if it had been hit by the guided missile, there was no way he could have turned to dust, right? The only plausible explanation for this was that the Hua Nation man had not even been in the vehicle. But if there was no one in the jeep, then who was driving it? And when he took a closer look, he realized that there was a rock in the jeep that was scorched black. Instantly, he realized there was nobody in it, and the reason why the vehicle had continued on was that there was a rock lodged to the accelerator pedal, forcing the throttle to be pressed down. Once the car was put in gear, it would be as if someone was driving it. This was all done by that Hua Nation man? Why did he have to do all this? Did he realize that someone was making an attempt on his life? The more Powell thought about it, the more cold sweat poured from his body. He had hidden it so well, so carefully, and he had waited until his own troops appeared before revealing any hint of animosity. How did Xiao Luo realize Powell wanted his head? Deep in the dense forests, Xiao Luo leaned against a tree, kneeling down on my knee. There was a hard edge to his expression. He shone his true colors. He looked at Powell, his lips curled into a sinister smirk. "Then allow me to execute you lot, one by one," he muttered. As soon as he said that, he had the chopper, Iron Eagle 1, in the scope of his sniper rifle. As the helicopter was hovering roughly 200 meters in the sky, and he fired a shot. Bang! The lethal round tore through the air, with an immense and incomparable amount of energy behind it, and tore right through the rotor mast. The rotor mast was made of high-strength metal, and it was strong enough to withstand a shot from small arms fire. Even the high-velocity bullet from a sniper rifle like the one Xiao Luo employed had not been able to pierce through it, but it caused superficial damage to its structure. The rotor mast housed the mechanism that powered the propeller, and any change, no matter how minute, was fatal for the helicopter. Iron Eagle 1 was out of control instantly, and it started plunging to the ground. Kaboom! Iron Eagle 1 smashed into the ground, breaking up into bits instantly, accompanied by a deafening explosion, and billows of smoke filled the air. "Quick, be on your guard!" Powell shouted out a command. At this point, Powell finally snapped out his senses and tore himself away from pondering if Xiao Luo was not in the wreck. Bang! Another shot was fired. The rotor mast in Iron Eagle 2's propeller had also been hit, and it lost its control in the air. It plunged down at a skewed angle, following Iron Eagle 1's fate into a fiery death. "He's at 3 o'clock. Mina was a sniper herself, so she was adept at picking out the direction of the shots. She was the first to determine Xiao Luo's hiding place, and then she fired a shot at 3 o'clock. "Go, take him down." Powell waved a large hand furiously, ordering more than 100 of the Mei soldiers to charge toward Xiao Luo's location. These Mei soldiers were actually rather brave. They charged onward valiantly and fearlessly, only to realize upon reaching the spot that Xiao Luo had long vanished. "Scatter and do a sweep. Stay on your radio at all times and report to me the moment you detect any movement." Powell roared into his walkie-talkie. This was a ferocious tiger of the Huan nation, and there was no way they would allow this monster to return to his home. They had to do all they could to kill the man here in this war zone. Even if Huan nation were to pursue the matter, all they had to do was pin it on the Libyan army. At that point, Huan nation would only be wasting their energy if they tried to kick up a fuss. "Sir," the various squad leaders responded through their walkie-talkies. Rice stayed by Powell's side. Mina, on the other hand, tapped into that special intuition she had as a sniper and tried to deduce where Xiao Luo was hiding. This was a dense forest. As soon as they stepped in, it felt like the sky had darkened. There was a sinister vibe to this place. Xiao Luo was like a venomous snake as he lay without a single sound or movement on the leaf-covered ground. His gaze was fixed in front, and his lips curled into a sly smirk. The hunt has begun. After stepping foot on this land, he always had the nagging feeling that he could not allow himself free rein of his instincts. Just as well, then, that these Mei soldiers would soon fix that for him. Perhaps, if it had been the Gobi Desert that he was stranded in and facing such a crisis, he would have frowned a little. But there was no sort of pressure on him in this dense forest. On the contrary, the blood in his veins was slowly stirring. Whoosh! He struck, quick as lightning, brandishing the black daggers in his hand. They shot out like a flash of lightning, and 3 of the Mei soldiers who were combing the area had their throats slit. Blood gushed out of their wounds, and there was no other sound but the blood-chilling gurgles as they choked. The Mei soldiers close by heard the sound and immediately turned about with their guns raised, shocked. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire filled the air, shattering the silence of the forest. But Xiao Luo was too quick for them, and they were only firing in vain. Ugh! As the daggers flew from Xiao Luo's hand and glided through the air, all of the soldiers suddenly gripped their throats and convulsed as they hit the ground. "Captain, Squad 1 down, Squad 1 down. Requesting backup, requesting backup." There was a frantic voice coming from the walkie-talkie. The gunshots rang out without end in the forest, shattering the silence, and the leader of Squad 1 was shouting through his walkie-talkie, but then all sound ceased suddenly. Soon after, he could make out several grunts, and it was clear as day that he had been killed, most likely by having his throat slit. "Damn it, all of you head toward the area that Squad 1 was combing. Hurry!" As the whole company's commanding officer, Powell quickly gave out the order, then headed toward where Squad 1 had been at top speed. As soon as that order was given out, there was another voice coming from the walkie-talkie. "Captain, Squad 2 has been hit. He's too quick, we can't hit him." Why was it Squad 2 this time? There were at least 500 meters between the areas that Squads 1 and 2 were combing. Just how had Mia managed to cross the area and take out the Squad 2 members in such a short time? Just what are we fighting against, Captain? A ghost? Rice could not help the cold sweat forming on his entire body. It was at this moment that he realized just how terrifying Xiao Luo really was. He came and went like a ghost, killing people and leaving no traces. Was this the same Hua national who had been introverted and seemingly harmless throughout the entire journey? Powell's forehead was lined with cold sweat as well. He could finally say for certain now that the Kunsa mercenary corps were dead and that they had been single-handedly wiped out by a Hua national by the name of Mia. But now, they were 100-strong force, all SEAL soldiers, no less, and he refused to believe that they could not subdue this bloodthirsty beast. "Captain, we've discovered the enemy's tracks, he's heading north to escape." Mina's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie at this moment. Powell was elated. He immediately responded, "All right, make sure to hold him back properly. I'm going over to back you up immediately." "Roger that." Mina led a small squad and headed into the forest in pursuit of Xiao Luo. In this sort of environment where gloomy and dense layers of trees populated the woods, she realized that there was something very unsettling about Xiao Luo's form. It was as if he was a wild wolf adept at roaming the forest. It was difficult to lock on to the man, so the countless bullets she fired at him had all missed. After tailing him for a few hundred meters, she realized they had lost sight of the man. She immediately raised a hand, then said, "Stop. Spread out in combat formation and pay close attention to your surroundings. The enemy is extremely skilled at ambushing, and he's definitely hiding in some corner nearby." "Ma'am." The group formed up and spread out, the distance between each man not exceeding 3 meters. Everyone was on high alert and paid close attention to their surroundings. The longer the wait, the more tormenting it was. It was as if there was a formless power exerting pressure on their hearts, forcing anxiety to brew ceaselessly within them. "Get out here, you be ****. I know you're right here, so stop hiding. Let's have a fair fight." The enemy lurked in the shadows while she was out in the open. Mina forced herself to stay calm as she shouted, "Get out here, you coward. You're nothing but a scum who sneaks about." Whoosh. At this moment, the brush in the distance shook a little. Mina and the rest immediately turned to open fire in that direction. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The concentration of gunfire looked like a snake of fire dragging its long tail, heading towards the brush manically as they opened fire. Countless branches and leaves were sent flying into the air. As for whether they hit the target, no one was aware. "Hold your fire," Mina called out after they finished firing. When the firing stopped, the entire place fell silent. Gesturing with her eyes, Mina signaled for the 2 soldiers beside her to take a look. The 2 of them nodded as they accepted the order and watched each other's backs as they headed towards the bush. All their focus was devoted to detecting their enemy, and neither of them had noticed a thin cord stretched across their path. The one in front realized his leg had snagged into something, but before he could react, all they heard was the sound of a grenade going off. The explosion was deafening, and the pair of them were immediately blown up along with the clumps of earth. Mina and her team noticed something was flying toward them, and someone caught the object instinctively. But then they got a good look, and they realized that it was a bloody severed arm that belonged to one of their squadmates, the very same arm that had been blown off by the grenade. And their 2 squadmates were already lying motionlessly on the ground, their bodies scorched black and covered with a thin layer of dirt. They felt chills and were already tense and high-strung, on the verge of a breakdown. Aside from Mina, the other 3 soldiers raised their assault rifles and swept the entire area with reckless and maniacal gunfire. They believed that they would somehow hit the enemy as long as they covered the arc of fire around them with enough bullets. But this was obviously ineffective. Xiao Luo had already silently crept behind them. The Reaper's scythe struck out again, and the 3 Mei soldiers collapsed in their own blood without even knowing when their throats had been slit. Their eyes were wide open in their last struggles to cling on to life. Mina was overwhelmed with shock. When she realized that Xiao Luo was right in front of her, just barely 3 meters away, she immediately raised her gun to open fire. Bang! The high-velocity bullet shot out, but there was no explosion as one would expect. Mina's eyes were wide with fear as she stared at Xiao Luo, who was rooted to the ground, unmoving. She was convinced that her aim was true, so why did the bullet not hit him? Had the man managed to dodge the bullet? A shot from a high-powered rifle, from just 3 meters away? A gust of chilly air descended from above, blanketing her entire body with ice. She immediately snapped to her senses. She took aim again and fired. But this time, before she could pull the trigger, Xiao Luo had already appeared in front of her. He grabbed her sniper rifle with a strong grip and kicked her abdomen. Arg! A scream, and then Mina was sent reeling back helplessly as a kite cut from the string. She crashed heavily into the ground 4 meters away. All of the bones in her body felt like they had shattered, and an overwhelming pain consumed her. She choked and then spat out the blood in her mouth. When she raised her head, she was staring right into the muzzle of her rifle. Huh? Mina's face paled as she stared right at Xiao Luo, who was looking down at her indifferently. She swallowed painfully and then breathed heavily in fear. How's this, for a fair fight? There was a wry smile on Xiao Luo's face. He hated this woman from the first time he saw her, and now that she had become his enemy, it made for quite a pleasant sight. You. Mina refused to admit defeat and grit her teeth, but it was difficult to conceal the fear she felt. In the end, she simply put on a brave face and kept her head up. Cut the crap and kill me if you want to. I'm not a Mei citizen if I even flinch. All right then. Xiao Luo nodded and granted her wish. He steadied the sniper rifle with one arm and squeezed the trigger with his index finger. Bang! A single bullet cut through Mina's head and exited through the back, taking her life in an instant. The woman collapsed with her eyes wide open, refusing to believe that Xiao Luo would really open fire with no hesitation, not even at the last moment of her death. He was a downright cold-blooded killing machine. And to think that she hoped this man would remember the camaraderie they had forged during their perilous journey. After killing Mina, Xiao Luo did not loiter. He turned to leave and continued on with his hunt. If these Mei soldiers wanted him dead, well, then he was afraid that he'd have to send them on their way to their maker. An eerie sense of bloodlust permeated the forest. Some of the Mei soldiers were blown up into bits and pieces as many tripwires attached to grenades had been laid across many paths, while some of the others had been left strangled in the air by the vines that dangled from trees, and some had their throats slit by Xiao Luo, who came at them out of nowhere. These were gruesome deaths, and a company of more than 100 people was soon reduced to just a few dozen strong within less than half a day. And still, they were not any more aware of the whereabouts of Xiao Luo. He was a phantom and the worst sort of enemy. Powell was on the brink of breaking down. He had struck on his own without any authorization. If he managed to kill Xiao Luo, it was undeniable that this would earn him a promotion. However, if he failed, what he would face was a court-martial, and this was why there was only had one path open to him, and that was to kill Xiao Luo. But the situation now was growing increasingly bleak. That Hua National is the Grim Reaper. There's no way we can defeat him, no way at all. Rice was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Mina's death, as well as the deaths of his many comrades, had pushed him into a bottomless abyss of fear. That man was not human at all, he was the collector of souls who had walked out of hell with his scythe in hand. They were mere human beings, so how could they be a match for that Grim Reaper? Shut it, you be *starred. Powell's face was contorted in a fury. With both of his hands, he grabbed Rice's collar in a death grip, as savage as a demon. There's no turning back for us here, so it's either he dies or we die. To hell with all your bullsh*t about Grim Reapers, I'll take him out, even if he's God himself. He was just like a madman who had fallen too deep into insanity. You've gone mad. If it weren't for your ridiculous order, we would have already been back at the shore base, and it wouldn't have been long until we returned home. We didn't have to provoke such a terrifying beast. Mina's dead, everyone's dead, and this is all your fault, Captain. Being pushed to the very edge of terror triggered adverse reactions. Rice did not resent Xiao Luo for being cruel and savage, and he blamed Powell. Were it not for the fact that he gave out such an absurd order, things would not have ended up like this. ****. Consumed by his rage, Powell kicked him to the ground. He brandished his pistol and took aim at Rice, before emptying the clip. Bang! 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 All the bullets lodged into some part of the ground near Rice's head, and the sound of the bullets whistling past his ear paralyzed the man with fear. He could not help but shriek in horror, and by the time the gunshots stopped ringing in his ears, tears were already rolling down his face as he glared at Powell in disbelief. Thomas stood by the side silently as he shook uncontrollably. "I'm not crazy, you're just too much of a ***king coward." Powell bellowed, his eyes glowering with fury. "That man is a tiger raised by the Hua nation, and if we don't get rid of him now, he'll come back to devour us and turn us into nothing more than a pile of bones," he screamed. Turning his head, he glared at Thomas and scowled. "Contact the headquarters right now, and tell them to make sure this entire area is leveled by artillery fire, and make sure they don't miss a single blind spot. I want that damned Hua man to turn to dust in the barrage." Thomas staggered and almost fell to the ground when he heard this. "See, Captain, our men are still in there." "I'll request the highest of honors for them," Powell said. "That's an order." This man was the devil. He had gone insane. Thomas and Rice were astounded by Powell's state of mind. That manic look in his eyes, the way he did not care about how cruelly his own men had died, this was not at all the same Captain Powell they knew. "What the ***ck are you doing just standing around?" "I said that's an order, hurry and move." Powell growled, kicking Thomas so hard the man was sent sprawling. Thomas immediately scrambled up and saluted. "Sir." And then he ran into the truck and hurriedly contacted the headquarters at the shore base, requesting for artillery fire and providing them the coordinates. There was the sound of gunfire breaking out every now and then, and suddenly a frantic voice called through the walkie-talkie requesting for backup. All of this seemed very much like signs of defeat. They had been a company of more than 100 soldiers, and yet they could not handle a single Hua Nation man. It was both terrifying and deeply disappointing. "Captain, headquarters has responded. They will lay down artillery fire in 5 minutes." Thomas rushed to report to Powell, leaping out of the vehicle as soon as he contacted the shore base. "Excellent, let's go. Let's leave this place." Powell chuckled coldly. And then he grabbed Rice, who had been lying on the ground, and pulled him up by his collar. He kicked the man in his butt and bellowed, "Get in the vehicle if you don't want to die." Obviously, Rice did not want to die. After he returned to his senses, he rushed into the vehicle as quickly as he could. The three of them drove off and headed toward the road outside the forest. As soon as they hit the straight road, there was the shrill, hair-raising sound of something tearing through the air. They looked up and saw a flight of guided missiles that looked like mini rockets. There was a tail of flames trailing behind each of the missiles as they streaked through the air, plunging toward the forest. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering explosions resounded and rang in their ears. Tons of earth and trees were blown up and turned into nothing more than dust. The earth shook, and the entire forest was buried in the sea of flames. No living creature would be able to make it out of the explosions alive. "Ha ha, ha ha." Powell laughed uproariously and manically. His smile was savage and horrifying, but at the same time, there were still traces of pain and insanity in his expression. Thomas and Rice were dealing with their own mental breakdown. There were still dozens of their own men in there, and now they were trapped in the strike zone. Nobody would be able to return alive, and they would all be blown up there, their bodies never to be recovered. They were completely devastated, and this was taking a toll on their conscience as well. A few minutes later, after the barrage of guided missiles stopped, there was the thick smell of explosive fumes that permeated the air. The forest in front of their eyes had been thoroughly leveled and destroyed, and the roaring flames were leaping fiercely, feeding off all the wood. There were no two ways about, nothing could survive this. Is he dead? Thomas's gaze was wavering as he stared at that area, in a trance. The entire area had been bombed by the guided missiles. Powell and Rice were both awed by the devastation. What person in there would make it out alive? Powell said. That's right, who would survive? Our own men are all dead, Rice muttered. His gaze was blank and listless. As long as Mia dies, then all the sacrifices would have been worth it. Powell calmed down a little. He patted Rice on the shoulder and consoled him. I have no doubt that you'll be thanking me once we go home and receive our commendations and promotions. Rice laughed, a derisive sort of chuckle. No matter how he looked at it, rising up the ranks, by sacrificing his own men, was unacceptable. Arg! Suddenly, Thomas screamed in shock and collapsed onto the ground. His eyes were wide as he stared ahead in shock. What the F***ck you are screaming for? Powell roared. Thomas raised a trembling hand and pointed into the distance. He's still alive, he mumbled. Powell and Rice let their gazes follow the direction Thomas was pointing in. They were frozen, as if they had been shocked by electricity, and their fear was palpable, as if they had seen a ghost. The color drained from their faces, and in their field-off vision they could see a man walking out of the forest with burn wounds and blood covering his entire body. There were bleeding blisters covering his face and arms, as if he were a bloody corpse that had crawled its way out of hell, like he had been skinned alive. But they could see that the surface wounds were healing quite steadily, the flesh that had been charred fell off on its own and new flesh grew in its place. The bloody corpse headed towards them, one foot in front of the other. In this moment, it felt as if the temperature had suddenly plunged to freezing point. As the corpse came closer, his face was almost entirely healed. A dashing face formed, and who was it but Mia, who they wanted to kill? It was eerie and sinister, as if the gates of hell had opened. When Xiao Luo made his way to them, all of the burns on his body had been healed by the healing powers of the system. He was topless, only wearing a pair of black military-issued briefs. It had barely taken him a moment to transform from a horrifying, bloody corpse to a dashing and aloof young man with all his skin and flesh intact, but the horror that this had dealt to the three soldiers was firmly imprinted into their souls. Just what kind of a monster was this? Powell and Rice were so spooked they were sitting on the floor, unmoving. They raised their heads and looked at Xiao Luo, consumed by their fright. Blowing up the entire forest, good move, king good move this was. Xiao Luo laughed coldly. Had he not found himself a gigantic rock to hint under, and were it not for the system's healing ability, his journey might have come to an end here. He had thought of every sort of attack, but this was the only one he did not think the Mei army would have dared pull off. After all, this was tantamount to triggering a war and leaving things up to international opinion. The Mei army should not have resorted to this just to kill him. Besides, there had still been 30-40 other SEAL soldiers in the forest. You people from Mei Nation really see yourselves as the top of the world, huh? And you think you can just do as you wish? Xiao Luo mocked, and then changed the topic. Whose idea was it? He let his gaze sweep over Powell, Rice, and Thomas, a scarlet bloodlust flickering in his gaze. It's him, it was his idea, Mr. Mia. We didn't have anything to do with this. Rice and Thomas immediately pointed at Powell. They were trembling in the face of such a supernatural existence, down to their very souls. Rebel? They would end up becoming an international laughingstock. Even if all the Mei Nation soldiers took part in this, it was likely they would not be able to destroy this man. Powell's heart lurched. Cold sweat was forming. Mr. Mia, I surrender. He addressed Xiao Luo respectfully. Now that he had come face to face with absolute power, he was completely subservient. On top of that, there was this rule in war that you did not kill he who surrendered, so he thought this was the best course of action. Surrender? Xiao Luo looked at Powell as if he were staring at an idiot, and then he said impatiently with a wave of his hand, "All right then, I accept your surrender. But the Hua Nation's rules of surrender requires you kowtow." Kowtow? Powell was stunned, and also elated. There was nothing more important at this moment than protecting his life. Yes, I'll kowtow to you. Powell immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiao Luo. The moment his forehead hit the ground, Xiao Luo's right leg swung down viciously on the back of his head. Crack! His head exploded like a watermelon under pressure, blood and brain juice spraying everywhere. Quite a bit of it splashed onto Rice and Thomas's face as well. The sight of Powell's head cracking into pieces with blood dripping everywhere triggered their nerves. Even though they had undergone what they referred to as demonic training, they were terrified out of their wits in this moment all the same. They screamed until their throats were hoarse. Thomas lost control of his bladder. Xiao Luo stared at them apathetically. "You guys want to surrender too?" Shivering, their souls were shivering. Who would dare mention anything about surrendering? Mr. Mia, on account of how we've came all this way from the city of Brule, why don't you let us go?" Rice muttered, begging for mercy. He was kneeling on the ground, snot and tears streaming down his face. Thomas had the cross he wore in a death grip, praying with no stop to the Lord. His face was completely drained of blood. "Let you guys go?" Xiao Luo laughed, mocking and cold. "I really do want to let you guys go, but you just insist on seeking death." As soon as he spoke, he swung an open palm down on Thomas's head. Thomas, who had been kneeling on the ground and muttering in prayer, died without even keeling. His body fell, ramrod stiff, and although Xiao Luo was enraged, he knew that Thomas had only played a small role, so he left the man's corpse intact and made sure his death was painless. Driven by fear, Rice abandoned all thoughts and escaped. A combat knife followed after him like a shadow and lodged into his back, and then came back out through his chest. At the same time the knife passed through his back and chest, it pierced through his heart as well. Rice fell bodily into the ground, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. Xiao Luo did not pay any more attention to a man who would eventually die. He donned the SEAL camouflage uniform, got on the car, and set out towards the Mei Army shore base. Night fell. At the Mei Army shore base, soldiers holding patrol lights were sweeping over every inch of the place like a radar. There were 2 aircraft carriers here. Like Hua Nation, they were here to evacuate their nationals. The commander-in-chief here was a rear admiral. Currently, Sarah Michelle was locked in a heated debate over Xiao Luo with this rear admiral. Mr. Mia is an assistant we Michelle hired from Hua Nation. If it weren't for him I would have died in the hands of the Kunsa mercenary corps, and yet you want him dead. I'm going to sue you once we return, and that Captain Powell under your command. Sarah's emotions were out of her control. She just could not understand why the Mei Army wanted to make an attempt on Xiao Luo. I've said before that this is something we absolutely have to do, Miss Sarah. There is absolutely no way that soldier by the name of Mia can be allowed to return to Hua Nation, or he'll become a nightmare for us in the future, the rear admiral explained with both hands behind his back. Nightmare? What do you mean, nightmare? You lot have deluded yourselves into thinking Hua Nation is the enemy for too long, and that's why you're treating a Hua Nation soldier as a potential threat. This is an issue of politics, And it's only natural you wouldn't understand, Miss Sarah. That's enough already. I've explained all that I needed to. Please return and get some rest, Miss Sarah. Sarah grit her teeth. I'll make sure you're brought to justice. Then I shall wait, the Rear Admiral said with a smile. The corners of his lips were twitching, but he forced himself to remain calm. Knock. In this moment, there was someone knocking on the door. Who's there? The Rear Admiral asked rather impatiently. There was no response, just more knocking. D***, who is it? The Rear Admiral was fuming. He strode over to the door and was ready to viciously admonish the incompetent subordinate that was waiting outside, using them to vent all of the anger Sarah Michelle had hurled at him. As soon as the door opened, a black muzzle was forced right against his head. Mr. Mie? Sarah's face was contorted with shock as she looked at the man holding the gun. No one would believe the man was here, not even God himself. This was the Rear Admiral's office, and there had been so many soldiers outside who were on guard or on patrol. Trying to infiltrate this place was even more difficult than trying to walk on water. It was simply unbelievable. A task that was as impossible as trying to walk on water had been accomplished by this man so easily. Sarah Michelle froze in shock and wavered slightly as she gazed at Xiao Luo. You're Mia from Hua Nation? The Rear Admiral glared at Xiao Luo with glowering eyes. He had a full head of white hair and, although there was a gun pointed to his head, he kept his calm and maintained an air of dignity. Xiao Luo laughed. You are correct, but no prizes for the right answer, he replied. You single-handedly wiped out the Kun-Sa mercenary corps, and you were able to escape a small town filled with more than 500 soldiers in one piece. You're a powerful soldier. What do you think about becoming a Mei national and using your talents for Mei Nation? As long as you agree, I can immediately arrange for you to have a green card. The Mei Nation green card is universally recognized as one of the hardest ones to obtain, but with your skills and qualifications, getting this green card will be a piece of cake, the Rear Admiral said. Xiao Luo scorned at that man with a derisive smile. I couldn't care less about becoming a Mei Nation citizen. The only reason I came here was to kill you. As soon as he said that, he pulled the trigger with his index finger. Bang! A bullet passed through the Rear Admiral's head, leaving a bloody gaping hole in its back. The Rear Admiral's eyes opened wide and his body stiffened before slumping to the floor in a heap. Sarah paled and stared uneasily at Xiao Luo in fear. You killed him?" she cried. "Is it not obvious enough?" Xiao Luo responded. The Rear Admiral had approved Captain Powell's request for artillery to rain on the forest, which was the main reason he had almost been killed in that forest. If Xiao Luo did not pull the trigger, he would always rue this opportunity to exact his revenge on the Rear Admiral. "I'm leaving, Sarah. See you again the next time." "Well, actually, no, I won't ever see you again." Xiao Luo waved at Sarah, then turned around and left the way he entered. Sarah Michelle was stupefied and had her gaze fixed on the Rear Admiral's corpse. The next afternoon, Xiao Lu returned to the shore base, where the Hua Nation was repatriating their nationals. Jiang Jiming and his company of men had returned to base some time ago, and Tang Wantian was safe and sound as well, having made friends with Ji Xing after they met. Gong Gaofeng, captain of the ship, expressed his gratitude to Xiao Luo because he had heard from Jiang Jiming the events that had transpired. Gong Gaofeng chuckled, patting Xiao Luo's shoulders. The combat prowess of an NSA soldier is indeed not something to be trifled with. "You'll have to forgive me for underestimating you in the past," he said. Xiao Luo merely laughed without the need to make any reply. He was the last Hua national from Libya to reach the shore base, and amid the cheers and shouts of the passengers as soon as he embarked, the fleet set sail for home. At night, the wind blew across the deck. Xiao Luo and Ji Xiying stood beside each other on the bow against the railing, looking out into the pitch darkness of the vast sea. "You didn't get injured, did you, Mr. Xiao Luo?" Ji Xiying asked, looking at him in concern. A light cast on her, and her delicate face made it difficult to focus on anything else. Xiao Luo shook his head. "I'm all right," he replied. He paused for a beat, and then continued, "Oh, right, be sure to report to the bureau as soon as you can that the Beys wanted to use the Libyan army to kill me." "All right, I will," Ji Xiying said with a gentle nod. And then they said nothing else. Xiao Luo's gaze was fixed in front as he let the sea breeze caress his face. Ji Xiying stepped closer and closer, leaned up against him, and then finally pillowed her head on his shoulder. Ahem. Ahem, ahem. There was a faint sound of coughing. Xiao Luo and Ji Xiying turned around and saw Tang Wantian standing not too far away behind them, looking rather awkward. Initially, Tang Wantian was assigned to berth with the nationals below, but she had been allowed to stay on this level because of her relationship with Xiao Luo. Tang Wantian chuckled. "I'm not interrupting anything, am I?" she said. "Did something happen?" Xiao Luo replied, cutting right to the chase. "I came here to thank you." Tang Wantian walked a little closer and then lowered herself into a deep bow to Xiao Luo. "Thank you, Xiao Luo. If I hadn't met you, I would probably have been dead." "You don't have to thank me. We're classmates, even friends, and it was well within my ability to save you," Xiao Luo said. "You're right, but the fact remains that you saved my life. How about this, after we return, I'll buy you a meal." "This might not be much, but it's the only way I can think of to repay my gratitude," Tang Wantian said. "There's no need for that." Xiao Luo responded and shook his head, then smiled and said, "Of course, if you ever come to Shanghai, you're free to call me up on my phone." "All right then," Tang Wantian said, nodding enthusiastically. When he mentioned phones, Xiao Luo immediately cocked his brow. The phone assigned to him had been specially made by NSA and was destroyed by the explosion in the forest, and he was not too sure when he had lost it either. He made it a point to take a note of requesting another one from the NSA as soon as he returned home. After all, his phone was quite an important tool. One could even say it was indispensable. 5 days later, Xiao Luo and Ji Xiying walked out of the Shanghai airport. Gu Zhonghua had personally come to welcome them. He immediately held Xiao Luo's hand as soon as he saw them. "Congratulations on completing your mission, Mia," he said. Then he waved a hand, and an NSA agent came forward with a new phone. Gu Zhonghua took it from the agent and said, "The number's the same. We've helped you restore your contacts according to your call log, and I don't believe we've missed anyone out." Xiao Luo took the phone. "How are you going to handle the Bai family?" "Don't worry, I'll keep you posted, you just take some time to rest up. I'll have Night Sparrow notify you if there's a mission," Gu Zhonghua said. Xiao Luo nodded. "All right, I'll just observe the Beys for now. I believe in the Bureau's power, but if they pull another stunt on me, I'll deal with it myself." "Absolutely." Gu Zhonghua had no doubt that the Bai family was not just challenging Xiao Luo, but the NSA's authority. Xiao Luo returned to Crescent Bay after he had dinner with Ji Xiying. He finally started up the WeChat app after he was bored out of his mind. There were dozens of messages waiting for him, and they had all been sent by Zhang Dashan. F***CK, man, why aren't you picking up? I'm coming to Shanghai today, hurry, and come get me at the airport. I'm gonna crush your nuts if I don't see you at the airport. Xiao Luo furrowed his brows as he read the messages, and then he looked at the date those messages were sent. They were sent this morning, which meant that Zhang Dashan had long arrived at Shanghai. He immediately dialed the man's number, and the call went through after 2 rings. "Dashan. Don't say anything, Lao Xiao, just hurry and come to the Longzhou Public Security Sub-Bureau and bail me out. Hurry, alright? I'm waiting for you, Zhang Dashan replied. His panicked voice crackled over the call right before the line cut. Langzhou Public Security Sub-Bureau? Bail him out? What was going on? Was he detained at the sub-bureau? Xiao Luo's head was swimming with questions. At Langzhou Public Security Sub-Bureau. Zhang Dashan, sitting calmly in his suit, hung up on Xiao Luo. With his cherubic round face and a convincing, clear voice filled with emotions, he said, growing up, my family was really poor. We could barely afford our 3 meals a day, and we had no phones. When I was 6, I fell in love with a girl who lived next door to us. She was really sweet and gentle, and just one glance or one smile was enough to make my heart race. At this point, tears formed in his eyes, were threatening to fall. He blinked through his tears and continued speaking, then, all of a sudden, she moved away and I finally saw her again more than 2 decades later. I was 90% sure that it was her, for I could never forget her. So I asked her, do you mind showing me your birthmark? And she said no, and then she started taking her clothes off. And then, Zhang Dashan spoke with a straight face and a pained voice to the officer opposite him who was recording his statement. And then you guys barged in, he said. The investigating police officer pointed at Zhang Dashan furiously and roared, I'd have bought that sh*T if I didn't see you with your pants down. D*Nit, Mr. Officer, can't you just respect me a little? I poured my heart and soul into putting up this performance. Can't you just take me for my word? Zhang Dashan said, besides, the young lady is struggling to survive in society, and this way, we are reducing the rate of rape cases. So, don't you think that it's understandable as long as they're not forced into it? Wouldn't it be good if we all just looked the other way and build a harmonious and civilized society? Bang! The police officer slammed down on the table with a heavy, open palm. He roared, I've had enough of you trying to talk your way out of this. You better come clean now, or it'll be more than just detention and a hefty fine you'll have to deal with. You're impossible to reason with. Zhang Dashan heaved a long sigh and shook his head helplessly. After 10 minutes, Xiao Luo walked in. He forked out the money and exchanged greetings with the sub-bureau chief before bringing Zhang Dashan out. Zhang Dashan sat in the passenger seat and then immediately launched into an impassioned tirade. D*Mnet, I'm slipping back into bad habits, and I ended up at the bureau this time. This is not a good start, he lamented. You've got a lot of nerve. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes at Zhang Dashan before he chastised the man. Can you get your act together? Is it that hard to find a good lady to settle down with? Prostitutes, really? Girlfriend, that was my girlfriend, can we remember this fact at least? Don't just spit out the word prostitute every time you open your mouth, my friend. Zhang Dashan tried to defend his actions. I may be like this, but I've never once tried to harass the women in the company. Department Head Li is so beautiful, and Department Head Luo is so adorable, and even though they spend most of their time in Shanghai, they still return to the headquarters in Jiangqing frequently enough. I've never once tried to make a move on them, so you shouldn't always be so negative. You gotta look on the positive side. Well, don't let me stop you, then. Xiao Luo took a good look at this guy. He had a body that was neither fat nor thin, and it was just that face of his that was chubby, and it gave him a look like an official. He started the car engine and changed the topic. I take it that you've already been to the branch in Shanghai to take a look, then? I have, and I've even had a pep talk with them. This campaign we're waging against Sumer is a tough one, and it will be a long one. We'll have to be prepared for it physically and mentally. Oh, right. The factory in Jiangqing had been handed over to Feng Wuhan and the gang to manage. The 5 of them picked up the skills rather quickly after all the studying and hard work, and they're doing a good job running the factory, Zhang Dashan reported. Xiao Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Jiangqing had Zhang Dashan and Shanghai had Li Ziming, but Luo Workshop's development plan was to expand to the entire country, even the whole world. As the people closest to him, Feng Wuhan and his 4 trusted men had to be shaped into talented people who could manage things independently. "Where are you staying?" "I'll drive you there," Xiao Luo said. "I was staying at the branch, but now that I've reunited with you, where do you think I'm going to stay?" "Of course, I'll be staying in your luxury apartment at Crescent Bay," Zhang Dashan said without much hesitation. Xiao Luo might not have told Zhang Dashan that he was married to Su Li, but he did say to the man where he was staying. Xiao Luo said, "Drop that girl, let me introduce you to a pretty lady." "Who's the pretty lady?" Zhang Dashan asked. "The chairman of Huayao Corporation." Xiao Luo replied. F***ck, beautiful and rich? I'm down with this, hurry and introduce me to her already. It's not like Luo Workshop is a financial titan, so if we manage to climb up to Huayao Corporation's level, we'll be on a stable footing in this match against Summer, buddy, Zhang Dashan responded, chuckling gleefully. "I think it's best that you give up on that idea. This chairman of Huayao Corporation is on rather good terms with the boss of Summer, so there's no way she'll help you fight Summer." "What's the deal? Who's the boss of Summer?" "Department Headley didn't tell you?" "She didn't. But then again, maybe it was because I was too eager to get one off and I left the office before she could explain it to me," Zhang Dashan said without flinching, not at all feeling like he had let it slip out, and he spoke as if this was just how things were. Xiao Luo's face turned serious. Had he not been driving, he would have sent this man flying with a kick. "It's Su Li," Xiao Luo replied. "Su Li? As in the goddess of our nation, Su Li?" Zhang Dashan's eyes were wide open. Summer, Su Li F***ck, were actually going to war against the nation's goddess. Had all of this happened a year ago, I wouldn't have even dared to think about it. Xiao Luo paused momentarily and gave serious thought to what he was about to say. "Well, you can think about it all you want now. There's this one other thing I have to tell you," he said. "What is it?" Zhang Dashan asked. Xiao Luo kept his gaze forward, then said, "Su Li and I have done our certificate of marriage and we're married in name." "What?" Zhang Dashan leaped in his seat, shocked as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, so much so that he started speaking in a foreign language. "You and Goddess Su have a certificate of marriage?" Xiao Luo knew he would react like this. He responded, nodding his head. "Holy sh**t, just what the hell happened during this time? Dude, are you trying to turn my world upside down?" Zhang Dashan was going insane. Although he was in charge of Luo's workshop, he still thought a mega celebrity like Su Li was beyond their reach, as a deity in the sky. Yet now, his good buddy Xiao Luo was married to this deity. No matter what, when such news broke out, it invariably came with an intense sense of disbelief. "We have, indeed, collected our certificate of marriage, but we're not actually husband and wife. Our relationship is complicated and I can't fully explain it in a short time. Just remember, when you meet her later, don't tell her that we're from Luo Workshop," Xiao Luo said. "How can I not? You and Goddess Su collected your certificate of marriage, which means you're husband and wife. Starting a D***MN war with your own wife, just say the word, dude, and Luo Workshop and Summer can become one," Zhang Dashan said. Xiao Luo raised his brows. "It's not that simple. This is not the time for us to show our hands yet." It was not as if he had not tried to probe how Su Li felt about Luo Workshop. The two of them were not on equal footing yet. If they were to join hands, Luo Workshop would only be a rung below Summer, and this was not what Xiao Luo wanted. "Alright, then. There must be a reason behind your words, but I still find it hard to believe you're married to Goddess Su, Lao Xiao. She is the dream of so many men in this country, and here you are betting her. Now, don't tell me you haven't slept with her." Even Buddha would be moved by his mortal desires if he had such a beautiful woman by his side. It'd be outrageous if you've not slept with her. I'd never imagine, not even in my wildest dreams, that you'd be the one goddess Su was married to. Zhang Dashan was envious, jealous, and to an extent, even hateful. And what could Xiao Luo say to that? There wasn't anything to tell because he would not have married her had they not fumbled their way into this relationship. Xiao Luo had actually sent Su Li a message as soon as he stepped foot in Shanghai, telling her that he had returned. Not surprisingly, all he got back in response was a single "okay," so he did not bring Zhang Dashan to meet Su Li when he returned to Crescent Bay. Instead, he returned right to his own apartment. Jesus Christ! A crystal chandelier, European-style furniture, gold color as your central theme, and a Mediterranean vibe permeate this apartment. Lao Xiao, this is essentially fit for a king. Zhang Dashan had been thoroughly shocked by the luxury of this apartment, but he immediately changed the topic. Where's Goddess Su? I can't wait to meet such a superstar, just thinking about it is already getting me excited. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes at him. Get yourself together. You're reeking of sweat, hurry and take a shower. The bathroom is over there, I'll bring you a fresh set of clothes. Do you have clean underwear? Give me a dozen or so if you do, Zhang Dashan said. Xiao Luo's expression soured. What he really wanted to give the man was a good punch in his face. Zhang Dashan could feel that something was not quite right. He hurriedly changed his tune, if not, I'm good with a pair of boxer briefs, too. You can't expect me to go commando after the shower, right? I'd make a fool of myself if little me acts up, and I don't have any underwear holding it down. I'll go look for some. Xiao Luo said impatiently. At this moment, he genuinely felt that he had gotten involved with the wrong crowd in his college days. There was simply no end to how crass this man was. Just as Zhang Dashan was whistling and entertaining himself in the bathroom as he showered, the doorbell rang. Xiao Luo knew that it was definitely not Su Li, as she would just let herself in without ringing the bell. He opened the door and saw Su Xiaobei and Su Caney standing outside. The girl was like a jade carving with a pair of glimmering eyes on her rosy face, her little braids tied up in curls. She was dolled up in a pretty white dress, making her look every bit as adorable as a princess in a fairy tale. Daddy, huggy. I want a huggy. The little girl had gone too long without seeing Xiao Luo, and she promptly stretched her arms out toward Xiao Luo for a hug. Xiao Luo had missed her quite a bit too, and so he bent down to lift her up. Bebe missed you so much, Daddy, Su Xiaobei said in her sweet voice with her lips pouted after she pecked Xiao Luo on his forehead. She nuzzled in his arms as she let Xiao Luo hug her. Xiao Luo pinched her little face. I missed you a lot too, he said, as he carried her over to the living room. Daddy brought some toys for you, see if you like them. He gently sat her on the stool and took out a box from his suitcase, opening it to reveal a toy electric piano. Wow, give me the toy, Daddy. I want the toy, Daddy. Su Xiaobei was at an age where she loved all sorts of toys, and seeing the electric piano naturally made her very excited. Xiao Luo smiled gently. He had wanted to teach her how to play, and he did not expect Su Xiaobei to reach out with her tiny little hands the moment the toy piano was placed in front of her. She pressed down on every one of the keys. Each of the keys created a different note, and the little girl was extremely entertained. Xiao Luo, I heard from Su Li you went traveling to the Maldives. Su Caney asked. He had blonde hair on her head, studs in his ears, pale skin, and black eyeliner around his eyes. He was wearing his iconic black leather jacket. It was typical of Su Caney to be decked out in such a hipster outfit. Yeah, Xiao Luo replied. D***mn, why didn't you bring me along with you? I heard the view there's to die for, especially the sea. They say it's heaven on earth, and I've wanted to go there for some time now. I can't believe you'd sneak out there on your own. Where's your sense of loyalty? Xuanhuan said, stewing in his own gloominess. Just go there with your wife after you get married. Why do you need me to bring you there? Xiao Luo said. Get married? Xuanhuan furrowed his eyebrows, then with a wave of his hand, he said, I wouldn't want to get married so soon. My youth cannot be wasted on a single woman, and I won't be thinking about marriage before turning 30. Isn't that right, little princess? Xuanhuan posed the question at Su Xiaobei, but she was too immersed in the joy of playing with the electric piano and did not even respond to his question. Suddenly, Xuanhuan's ears twitched. He heard the sound of running water in the bathroom. Huh, who's that showering in the bathroom? As soon as he said that, a shrill voice started singing. It was Li Yugong's Drunken Beauty. Xuanhuan's eyes widened as he pointed at Xiao Luo in disbelief. My goodness, it's a woman. Xiao Luo, You're cheating on my sister, he said. Xiao Luo was so angry, he almost laughed. Can't you tell it's a man singing? He quipped. A man? Xuanhuan listened carefully, still somewhat in disbelief, but he stuck to his guns. Xiao Luo, do you take me for a fool? That's obviously a woman's voice, how could it be a man? He said, this won't do, I have to tell my sister. She hasn't given me pocket money in a long time, but I'm sure she'll give me an endless supply once I do her this service. The thought of this was enough to send the man skipping out of the apartment. He shouted as he made his way out, Suli, your husband's cheating on you. Huh? Xiao Luo saw nothing but 10,000 donkeys trampling about in his head. And then, with his eyebrows furrowed tightly together, only one word escaped from his mouth, dumb *SS. The bathroom door opened, and Zhang Dashan stuck half of his body out, white foamy bubbles atop his head. Lao Xiao, what was all that noise about cheating I heard just now? I was asking Thumbelina to deal with things since my girlfriend isn't going to make it today. God *mn, all that noise really messed me up. Thumbelina? Xiao Luo's eyes were wide in shock. Even a fool would know what Zhang Dashan was up to in the bathroom. Xiao Luo was up to his limit. He glared sternly at Zhang Dashan and bellowed, get out here, you get the hell out here right now. *mn, I was just joking, and you're taking it so seriously. Zhang Dashan rolled his eyes, pulling his body back in and firmly shutting the door. What kind of joke was that? Xiao Luo felt himself reaching the verge of a mental breakdown. Zhang Dashan was growing more and more brazen these days. After the shower, Zhang Dashan put on the pajama that Xiao Luo had handed him and stepped out of the steaming hot bathroom. Hey there, little girl. Do you remember me? He waved at Su Xiaobei, who was playing with the toy piano in front of the table. Su Xiaobei had an excellent memory. She spoke in that babyish voice of hers and said, your Uncle Dashan. Haha, not bad at all. I'm your Uncle Dashan. No, actually, I'm your brother Dashan. I've only just turned 18 this year. Zhang Dashan was overjoyed, and he walked over to pinch her little face affectionately. He then turned his head to Xiao Luo and said, Hey, Lao Xiao, this little girl has grown quite a bit. She's such a pretty little darling now. Look at her, she looks just like a princess from a fairy tale, so cute, but she doesn't have any friends. Let me take another look at her. Ah, she actually looks a lot like you. Is the saying true, then? The one about how kids most resemble the person they live with the most? You're digressing again. Can you focus on the issue at hand? Xiao Luo growled. Hey, man, I'm always focused. Oh, right, hurry and arrange for me to meet Goddess Su. I can't miss my chance at meeting such a celebrity, Zhang Dashan said. Not long after, probably due to Xuanhuan carrying tails, the adulterer nabbing squad arrived. He had brought along Su Li, Shen Qingyan, Chai Jiying, and Luo Pingxiang. Su Li wore a pure white pleated dress, her face clear as running water, and not a single strand of her black hair was out of place. Her skin was so pale it could rival snow, and her exquisite and flawless face gave her an aloofness and distant aura, cold, yet beautiful. Xianxia wore a long, black dress. She had a tall figure, and her wavy hair cascaded down her back. It highlighted how perfect and pale her face was. She had an impassive gaze, and her eyes were clear as water, her voluptuous figure bringing out her wild charms. To Zhang Daxian, this moment was as unreal as a dream. The superstar Su Li, who he could only catch a glimpse of on television, magazines, or brand endorsements, was actually standing right in front of him, in the flesh. Beside Su Li stood another lady who was only slightly less beautiful, who had a smoking hot body, and a lady he could not take his eyes off. "Is this the woman you mentioned, Sucani?" Su Li frowned as she pointed at Zhang Daxian with a mocking expression and asked Sucani a rhetorical question. Sucani felt extremely awkward. He had searched the entire apartment but could not find anyone else. He smiled when he couldn't find my evidence. "Perhaps it was him," he said. "Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha." Xianxia was amused and could not help bursting out in laughter. "You're in trouble, guys. How dare you make fun of Su Li on such matters? I told you, didn't I? How can Xiao Luo be having an affair? Even if he is, he would never bring the woman back to the apartment unless he is a fool," she said. Sucani was embarrassed. "It's not my fault at all. It was because this man kept singing in a woman's voice when he was bathing, and I jumped to the wrong conclusion," Sucani said. "Bro, the drunken beauty is supposed to be sung in a female voice. Just because the man was singing in a falsetto voice does not make him a woman," Xianxia said, unable to contain herself. Zhang Daxian smiled. "But you shouldn't be the person to blame. It was my fault. It was because I was singing so well that you thought I was a woman," he said. F***ck, who is this guy? How could he be so confident? Sucani looked at Zhang Daxian as if he was some freak. "Xiao Luo, who is he?" Xianxia asked, showing some interest in Zhang Daxian. "He is my friend, Zhang Daxian," Xiao Luo replied. And then, he formally introduced him to Xianxia. He turned to Zhang Daxian, cleared his throat, and said, "This is the president of the Huayao Corporation, Miss Shen, Xianxia." As he introduced Xianxia, Xiao Luo winked at Zhang Daxian, to hint that he should behave. Otherwise, he would miss the opportunity to impress her. When Zhang Daxian saw that, he immediately ran into Xiao Luo's bedroom and quickly came back. When he returned, he had put on a suit and tie, and his hair was neatly combed back, which made him look like a successful individual. He offered his hand towards Xianxia like a suave gentleman. "Nice to meet you, Miss Shen," he said. Out of courtesy, Xianxia reached out to shake his hand. "Nice to meet you too," she responded. "I have heard about you for a long time. According to Forbes, you are one of the top 10 marketing persons in Huan Nation and one of the most powerful women in the Asian business world. You are almost on the same level as Chu Yunxiong, the boss of Chongshan House in Jiangqing. It is my honor to meet you today. By the way, you are an exceptionally gorgeous lady. Even being compared to Goddess Su, Miss Shen's beauty is not inferior to hers," Zhang Daxian crooned, unable to stop praising Xianxia. Xiao Luo let out a sigh. This guy was finally showing his true colors. "Oh my god, brother-in-law. Your friend is really good at buttering up a person," Sucani said, matter-of-factly. Zhang Daxian immediately waved his hand and responded, "Buttering up? Don't you agree with what I just said?" Sucani attempted to answer, but was stumped. Wisely, he remained silent. If I said I did not agree, then it would offend Xianxia, he thought. Ignoring them, Su Li had already sat down on the sofa with her gaze fixed on Xiao Luo all this while. In her mind, she was upset with him for not bringing her anything when he returned from the Maldives. After receiving such flattery, Xianxia laughed softly and said, "Mr. Zhang, what do you do?" "I also run a company. But compared with Miss Shen's Huayao Corporation, mine is a small business, nothing to talk about," Zhang Dashan said, making an attempt to be modest. "Run a company? Huh, stop bragging. The last time I saw you, you were still living in the slums of Jiangqing. It has only been less than a year, and now you say that you have a company? Who do you think you are talking to?" A disagreeing voice filtered across the room. It was Cai Jiying, and she crossed her arms in front of her chest with a caustic look on her face. Never judge a man who has made great progress by his past. "Miss Chai, you have no understanding of what a man can achieve," Zhang Dashan shot back and restrained his desire to curse. "Such a jerk. Do you think you can achieve such success?" Cai Jiying retorted as a woman scorned. Her face was full of disdain. "Huh, that's the stupidest thing I have ever heard. Don't make me laugh, you geek. If you don't have a company, then say so. How dare you pretend in front of Miss Shen?" she berated him. She thought that Zhang Dashan was so full of himself. She might have believed him if he had said he was running a small shop or had set up a stall. But run a company? How dare he? Was he trying to impress Miss Shen? She could tell, just by the way he acted, that he was trying to impress Shen Qingyan. "He's my friend. If you insist on being rude to him, then get out of my face." Xiao Luo scowled. Cai Jiying did not dare to talk back at Xiao Luo. She would never forget how Xiao Luo's eyes looked when he was angry. They made him look fearsome, like a wild beast, and she immediately kept quiet. "Old Xiao, what are you doing?" "She's Goddess Su's agent. For Goddess Su's sake, do not be so rude. After all, even if you want to beat a dog, you should consider who its owner is," Zhang Dashan sneered. "Even if you want to beat a dog, you should consider who its owner is?" Shen Qingyan, Su Li, Su Caney, and Luo Pingxiang were all slightly stunned. They looked at Zhang Dashan in astonishment. This guy had sarcastically put Cai Jiying in her place with this harsh insult. And he did that with a smile on his face, like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Cai Jiying's face turned red. "Bast *RD, what are you saying?" "What did I say?" "I am reprimanding my bro for his inappropriate behavior toward you." "What is the matter? Did I say something wrong?" Zhang Dashan said with an air of innocence. Cai Jiying glowered at him. "The vulgar will always deserve to live at the bottom of the heap," she sneered. "I am vulgar?" "Well," Zhang Dashan replied, laughing. "Isn't the word bast *RD vulgar? It seems that you are not any better than me. And not to mention, such language coming from a woman." "You," Cai Jiying hissed, gritting her teeth in outrage. "What the heck, this guy is awesome." Su Caney was full of admiration. He had such deep respect for Cai Jiying and her tenacity to hold her own. But this guy gave Cai Jiying as good as he got. He was something else. Shen Qingyan found Zhang Dashan interesting. "Mr. Zhang, since you said you owned a company, can you tell me the name of your company?" she asked. "Luo Workshop," Zhang Dashan replied. Xiao Luo almost spewed out the tea he was drinking. What the hell? Didn't he agree not to say anything? What the *CK was he doing? Xiao Luo felt betrayed by Zhang Dashan. Luo Workshop? Upon hearing the company name, Su Li, Shen Qingyan, and Cai Jiying's expressions instantly changed. "Is it the Luo Workshop from Jiangqing?" Shen Qingyan further questioned. "That's right. Jiangqing's Luo Workshop," Zhang Dashan replied. Shen Qingyan gazed at him closely and finally remembered something. "So it was you. The one who fought the lawsuit against Taste Buds last year. Did you act on behalf of Luo Workshop?" There was even a video on the internet. Oh, Miss Shen has seen that video? Zhang Dashan was overjoyed and said, "It seems like I have something in common with Miss Shen. Are you the boss of Luo Workshop?" Su Li, who had been sitting on the sofa, spoke this time. After all, she was Summer's real boss. Meeting her competitor, it was natural that she could not stay calm. To be precise, I'm the person in charge of Luo Workshop, fronting the business. Above me, there is a big boss who is the real owner of Luo Workshop, Zhang Dashan replied with a smile. Su Li asked, "So, who is he?" Xiao Luo could not help but get a little nervous suddenly, worried that Zhang Dashan would reveal his identity as the owner. Well, if Goddess Su wants to meet him, I can introduce him to you. And you can sit down and discuss the matters pertaining to our cooperation in Shanghai City. What do you think? Zhang Dashan said with a cunning look on his face. Discussing cooperation? Do you think your Luo Workshop has the leverage to talk about collaboration with our Summer? It is preposterous. Cai Jiying sneered. Zhang Dashan was enraged. Auntie, please stop. If you can't talk sense, then can you please keep silent? Listening to your words makes me want to throw up everything I ate tonight, he retorted. You. Cai Ji was quivering with rage. Oh, my God, the guy is so amazing. Su Caney started to respect Zhang Dashan. It was the first time he saw someone who could stand up to the ferocious Cai Jiying with words. Zhang Dashan turned around and looked directly at Su Li. Goddess Su, you're Summer's boss, so I'll just ask you for your opinion. Luo Workshop has the intention to cooperate with Summer in the Shanghai's market. What do you think about such an arrangement? He asked. Su Li stood up, and in a clear voice, she said, I admit that the Luo Workshop is very powerful in Jiangqing. If Summer tried to get a slice of the market in Jiangqing, I'm afraid that we would have to withdraw within a month. Jiangqing is your Luo Workshop's home ground, but Shanghai is Summer's home ground. Here, we're in charge. To put it simply, Goddess Su doesn't think we're qualified to collaborate with you. Is that what you mean? Zhang Dashan asked. The meaning of Su Li's words are already clear. Why do you insist on asking? Do you want to embarrass yourself? Cai Jiying snorted. Su Li did not say anything, acknowledging Cai Jiying's words tacitly. Zhang Dashan smiled and glanced at Xiao Luo discreetly. I get it. Goddess Su is right. If someone comes to Jiangqing to take a market share of our Luo Workshop's business, we will also see them as a thorn in our flesh and will do our best to pull it out as quickly as we can, he said. Su Caney went over and patted Zhang Dashan on his shoulder in a friendly manner. It is good, you know that. So, big-faced bro, although I admire you, I am still going to warn you that you should not try to encroach into this business in Shanghai City, he said. Luo Workshop will not be able to withstand my sister Summer. So, it's not too late to stop now, before you suffer a greater loss. If you guys proceed to open for business, you will lose all your investment. Zhang Dashan did not respond to his words. Instead, he took a good look at Su Caney from top to bottom with an expression of surprise. Wow, such a handsome young man you are. You are indeed Goddess Su's younger brother. You are so handsome, just like Mr. McDreamy in every girl's heart. If you break into showbiz, you will most definitely charm all the young girls. Bro, I admire your astuteness and good taste. Nice to meet you. My name is Su Caney. Just call me Xiao Su, Su Caney responded, visibly impressed by Zhang Dashan's words. He put out his hand and took the initiative to make Zhang Dashan's acquaintance. Your brother-in-law already introduced me just now. If you don't think I'm offending you, then just call me Big Brother, said Zhang Dashan. Big Brother? Everyone's expression changed slightly. Xiao Luo immediately flew into a rage. What Fu**King Big Brother are you talking about? Don't act like you are the head of a gang. Zhang Dashan looked at Xiao Luo calmly. No, I'm certainly not. My name is Zhang Dashan, isn't it? Da means big, and add that word to brother, isn't that the big brother? It is not the big brother that you had in mind, he explained. Haha, haha. Shen Qingyan, amused by Zhang Dashan's quick response, broke into laughter. She had the feeling that this man was an interesting person to get to know. Xiao Luo was speechless at Zhang Dashan's brazen-faced response. Don't you have any shame? He retorted. Before Zhang Dashan could say anything, Sukeini cut in first. Brother-in-law, I think it's a good idea to call him Big Brother. Zhang Dashan chuckled. That's amazing. Xiao Su, I appreciate you even more now, he replied. Sukeini said, Big Brother, I want to ask you a question. You must tell me the truth. Go ahead. If there's anything you need to know, feel free to ask. I will definitely tell you the truth. Zhang Dashan patted his chest and vowed. Am I really handsome? Sukeini asked, and evidently, that was what he was most concerned about. Zhang Dashan placed his hand on Sukeini's shoulder and said, Yes. I think you are bloody handsome. And he truly meant it as he marveled at the young man's good looks. Sukeini was overjoyed. Big brother, I just admire your honesty and straightforwardness, haha, haha. If being handsome is a sin, then you have committed a heinous sin. Zhang Dashan piled it on. Big brother, come on, let me hug you. You have such fabulous taste. You know me, indeed. Here, man. The two of them hugged each other, feeling as if they regretted not to have met sooner. Everyone in the room was speechless. I've never seen such a shameless person. Chai Jing could not endure it anymore. After saying that, she turned around and stormed out of the place. Shen Qingyan giggled as she walked out after Chai Jing. Xiao Luo, your friend's very interesting, she said. Indeed, he is interesting. The news that you knew Luo Workshop wanted to break into Shanghai's market. You got that from him, right? Su Li's red lips gently opened as she spoke to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo nodded. Yes. Thank goodness, you're different from him. Su Li seemed to sigh with relief, then she stood up and carried Su Xiaobei out. Luo Pingxiang followed behind her. The little girl waved at Xiao Luo and said, Good night, Daddy. Xiao Luo, Zhang Dashan, and Sukeini were the only ones left in the apartment. Xiao Su, you're really handsome. You're even much better than those popular young hunks, Zhang Dashan said, continuing to tease Sukeini. Big brother, you're too profound. It was a great privilege to be able to get to know you. He he he. It seems that we are two of a kind, Xiao Su. Big brother, I wish to propose one more hug to seal our friendship. Sure. Come on. The two of them hugged each other again. Xiao Luo couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped toward them and delivered each a kick to separate them. Ouch. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Lao Xiao, is there something wrong with your brain? Why are you kicking us? Sukeini and Zhang Dashan both reacted with angry scowls on their faces. Kicking you? Not only will I kick you, but I will also help you guys loosen your muscles for free. Damn it, you guys are F***ing disgusting. Xiao Luo stretched his neck a few times and cracked his knuckles, revealing a devilish smile. Sukeini and Zhang Dashan's screams echoed throughout the apartment. After receiving a good thrashing from Xiao Luo, Sukeini dashed from the apartment helter-skelter. On the other hand, Zhang Dashan laid on the floor cursing Xiao Luo, for he could not believe that Xiao Luo would actually hit him. We had a deal to keep Luo Workshop a secret, but your loose lips just announced to the whole world that you're the key man. Your credibility has just dipped by half as far as I'm concerned, Xiao Luo chided his friend, taking the matter quite seriously. Zhang Dashan rose to explain himself. Bro, did you not see how aggressive that woman was? She's in menopause, I tell you. Don't be afraid of them, let's just do it, he said. Xiao Luo did not bother to talk to him anymore. He decided to head for a shower and planned on going to rest right after. As he was about to walk off, he saw Zhang Dashan sitting up and smiling to himself dreamily. Old Xiao, Xuanhuan really hits all of my check boxes, and I have a very strong hunch that she is my destiny, he said. Xiao Luo looked amused and said, didn't you say the exact same thing about Sis Huang? F***ck, this is not the same. I gave up on her a long time ago, and Xuanhuan is my new love. Look at her curves, she's full of wild and seductive vibes, and if I can conquer her successfully, I would happily donate half of my life away. Zhang Dashan said starry-eyed. You better stop dreaming and start quitting your bad habits if you are really serious about her. Xiao Luo cautioned. No. Zhang Dashan shook his head and said, love is in the eyes of the beholder, and if I happen to be Xuanhuan's cup of tea, then there's no point for me to change. Xiao Luo thought that was sensible, as he also agreed that one man's meat is another man's poison. He was also not sure what Xuanhuan's preference was when it came to dating, and maybe she was indeed into a wild maverick like Zhang Dashan. If not, she would not have commented on him with such interest just now. You can keep everything but patronizing social escorts. If you are ever caught for doing that again, do not expect me to bail you out, Xiao Luo said, making it clear that was his last caution, then went to the bathroom to shower. F***ck, are we still brothers or what? Zhang Dashan got up from the floor. Then, Xiao Luo's phone, which was left on the table, vibrated, and the screen lit up. It was a WeChat message. Oh, dear, it was from Lady Su Li. Old Xiao, Lady Su had sent you a message. Zhang Dashan yelled. Tell me what she had said. Xiao Luo opened the bathroom door, and he appeared to have just rinsed his hair and had a towel wrapped around his waist. He cared a lot about how Su Li felt and wanted to reply to her in the shortest possible time. He was also sure that Su Li's message would not involve personal stuff, so it was quite safe for Zhang Dashan to read. F***ck, close your door, you flasher. Zhang Dashan rolled his eyes and picked up Xiao Luo's phone to check the message. Bro, she had sent you an emoji of an angry ball. An emoji of an angry ball? Xiao Luo was stunned, as this did not appear to be what Su Li would do. Could it be that this was really her texting style? What do you want to reply? Hurry up. Zhang Dashan spat. Just text her ? Xiao Luo answered without hesitation. Okay. Zhang Dashan texted back a ? Immediately. It did not take too long for Su Li to text back. This time, she sent another emoji, an angry little girl with her teeth clenched and throwing out a punch. Bro, she had sent you another angry emoji. Zhang Dashan yelled again. Xiao Luo was completely puzzled, as he could not figure out what that woman was thinking. Just leave it and don't bother with her. I'll ask her personally, Xiao Luo called out to Zhang Dashan, then closed the door. He continued with his shower and did not wish for Zhang Dashan to be in the text loop. However, Zhang Dashan did not do as he was told. He was very curious about the reason behind Su Li's anger, so he replied, "What's the matter, honey?" After a while, the phone vibrated again, and Su Li replied. "You have been leaving me alone and cold all these nights after you returned. Do you still see me as your honey?" "Oh, my God, old Xiao, you ***rd. How dare you ignore Lady Su, you are not a man." Zhang Dashan felt bad for Su Li, and he cursed at Xiao Luo, then replied, "You've misunderstood me, honey. I am just exhausted from the trip and feeling physically drained. How about this, I'll come right over to your place after showering, and we can have some quality time together, love you. That's all I can do to help you, brother. Zhang Dashan put down Xiao Luo's phone and feeling quite satisfied with himself, as he believed he had just done Xiao Luo a great service in resolving his potential marriage crisis. Back at Su Li's apartment, Su Li had just finished bathing and entered her bedroom. Her bestie, Xianxia, was looking very amused, staring at Su Li's phone. "What's the matter?" Su Li asked, looking at Xianxia quizzically. "Li, it never crossed my mind that you have become that close with Xiao Luo." Xianxia passed the phone back to Su Li to let her have a look. "I wanted to test Xiao Luo, but he even replied with such mushy words. This tells me that your relationship with him wasn't that cold after all. Seems to me you guys are pretty lovey-dovey." Su Li's cheeks blushed immediately after reading the texts, and she was confused about why Xiao Luo would say something like that. However, she was aware that she had initiated it, so Xiao Luo's response was sensible. "Xianxia, look at what you've done." She yelled at Xianxia and stormed out of the bedroom. The first thing that came to her mind was to explain to Xiao Luo and prevent the misunderstanding. At the same time, right after Xiao Luo learned about the texts, he decided to immediately go to Su Li to explain what happened. Knock. Knock. They both met in the hallway, and their eyes met. She was draped in a long snow-white bathrobe, which exposed her long and jade-like legs. Instead of covering it, the bathrobe showed off her bosom well and highlighted her exquisite curves. Xiao Luo was only covered in a white towel below the waist, his toned muscular upper body was fully exposed, and he looked like a work of art. He was lean, but he did not look weak at all. Instead, his body looked combat fit with a dash of wildness. Why was he dressed like that? Could it be that he really planned to? Su Li was blushing vividly, and even her ears were burning red now. Xiao Luo was equally stunned and thought to himself, was she actually serious about what she texted? If not, why would she wear such an inviting outfit to meet him? They both mumbled simultaneously. Finally finding the words, they blurted out at the same time, "You can go first." They were stunned again as they spoke in unison. They stared at each other in shock and then smiled awkwardly. "You should go first," Xiao Luo said, with a gentlemanly gesture. Su Li replied, "The WeChat messages were sent by Xianxia, not by me. I was having my bath just now." Xiao Luo felt relieved as he was puzzled by her texts, and he knew she could not possibly text like that. He laughed nervously then said, "Actually, the replies did not come from me as well, as I was showering too." "Really? Then you should be more careful with your phone next time, don't let other people use it anyhow." "You too." They did not exchange any more words and turned to return to their respective apartments. "Old Xiao, why are you back already? Are you a 1SEC man?" Zhang Dashan said, approaching him with a frown. He expected Xiao Luo to have lasted longer with Su Li. Xiao Luo forced out a smile and asked, "Dashan, look, what's behind you?" "Behind me?" Zhang Dashan turned and realized there's nothing, old Xiao, what? At this time, Xiao Luo lashed out a heavy kick at his enormous butt, and Zhang Dashan let out a high-pitched scream as he flew across the room and landed on the sofa perfectly. That he flew like a projectile in a perfect arc made his landing more dramatic and funny. The purpose of Zhang Dashan's arrival at Xiaohai was more than catching up with Xiao Luo. He also intended to share some of Xiao Luo's workload here. After all, the business of Luo's workshop headquarters in Jiangqing was pretty much stabilized, and it would not make a difference with his absence. However, Xiaohai was different. The work in Xiaohai was as good as venturing into an unknown land, and a tough fight with the local merchants was expected. It was the beginning of the month and Luo's workshop's grand opening in Xiaohai. Before this took place, Luo's workshop had already employed plenty of marketing and public relations strategies. The promotional events in various retail stores have been kick-started too. Guided by their market research, the sweetness of all their pastries and cakes was reduced to suit the preference of Shanghai consumers. On top of that, the variety of their products had been increased based on the feedback of their prodigal researcher, Luo Qi. Luo Workshop now offered at least 30 more varieties of products, compared to summer. However, besides the initial popularity, thanks to their grand opening, the retail stores of Luo Workshop had seen a major plunge in sales and could not retain the consumer base as good as summer. On the other hand, summer was totally unaffected by Luo Workshop at all. At Luo Workshop Shanghai Division, Xiao Luo was seated on the center chair in a smart black suit, his right hand drumming on the table rhythmically. Before this, he would never believe that Luo Workshop could have failed miserably like now. Everyone knew very well that Luo Workshop had ample time to prepare themselves in this war, and they had spared no effort in the research and development of products, marketing, and retail store decorations. In summary, Luo's workshop had changed substantially according to Shanghai's historical and cultural basis to better attract the Shanghai customer base. Everyone, tell me about your take on this issue. Xiao Luo announced slowly as he knew that Luo's workshop needed more than just himself now. They had to brainstorm and relook at their brand strategy and determine the root cause of the problem. Besides Zhang Dashan, Li Ziming, and Luo Qi, key members of Luo Workshop's higher management and the retail managers were also present. They even did a simultaneous video conference with the senior management members from the Jiangqing headquarters. In other words, every key stakeholder was present at this meeting. Zhang Dashan had solidified his position as the second in command, so Xiao Luo did not have to worry about overshadowing his power in this meeting. A man stood up and expressed his opinion. President Xiao, I believe that the people purchase products from Summer out of a habitual reason, he said. 5 years ago, there was a bakery franchise named Feishuo trying to enter Shanghai's market, and they too were met with the same reaction as we have. Xiao Luo nodded and asked, what do you think we should do to solve this problem? Old habits die hard, and trying to change the habits of Shanghai consumers would undoubtedly be a lengthy process. Besides, we cannot allow this deficit to drag on too, so we have to change from within, the man answered. Go on. According to my research, 80% of the consumer demographic belong to senior citizens. They are more concerned about healthy eating and physical well-being. So if our company could come up with a pastry made of traditional Chinese medicine and sell it with the effects of reducing high blood pressure and cholesterol, I strongly believe that this product would be a hit. Luo Qi reacted immediately and responded, we are no doctors and know nothing about Chinese medicine. How could we develop such a pastry? Director Luo, that is a form of marketing strategy. Our pastry doesn't really need to possess such effects. All we need is to have our customer to believe that it is true. Isn't this lying? Luo Qi frowned and turned to Xiao Luo, big boss, this is a bad move. We cannot do that, ever. The company's credibility must come before all else, especially in the food and beverage industry. If our name is ever tarnished, then it would be extremely difficult to regain our customers' trust. Many nodded as they agreed with Luo Qi. They could not accept using deceit even for the sake of increasing the company's sales. Xiao Luo instructed everyone to settle down and asked, anyone else? A female manager stood up and said, I have conducted a survey myself too. I picked 10 retail stores randomly and surveyed 50 customers from each store. When asked why they chose Summer over Luo's workshop, their answers were exactly the same. Summer was a trusted brand in Shanghai due to its long history here. Many believe that many money-grubbing businesses in the Huan nation were willing to replace dried meat floss with cigarette filters to extend their products' shelf life. On top of that, they would also add in a lot of preservatives in the pastries for the same purpose. Don't they know that Luo's workshop is a trusted brand with a long history too? Zhang Dashan asked. President Zhang, we are indeed a trusted brand with a long history, but that is based in Jiangqing. However, in terms of national reputation, Luo's workshop is indeed a very minor company. Although we did have great national coverage last year, people would naturally forget about us after some time. To the people of Shanghai, we are just another unfamiliar name with no background. To put it into an individual's perspective, a familiar man would always win our trust over a stranger, isn't it? As he heard that, Zhang Dashan was speechless, and he was humble enough to know that Luo Workshop was not a national name. The female manager then said, "The key to raising our sales is to earn the trust of the people of Shanghai. I think we can publicize the images and videos of how the pastries were made in the factories. Leaving these materials in the retail shops all day round and showing them every step in our production process. This would help them understand how our pastries are made from start to end. Of course, we have to display a positive image and pay attention to details such as hygiene issues." After she finished speaking, everyone started discussing, for that was a really bold idea. Would this cause a leak of our business secret? These products are the researchers' hard work, and our rivals could gain these recipes without any effort. This is to our disadvantage, right? Li Ziming put down her pen and raised this question. The female manager replied, "That is a very relevant question. So we would take out the most important steps of the process, as most of our customers are not professional bakers. They will not notice if we did not reveal all the steps, and believe that what we are showing them our entire process openly." Everyone nodded as this sounded sensible. "President Xiao and President Zhang, allow me to share my 2 cents, another manager said. He was a male manager, and he stood up before he continued. As compared to summer, we are considered outsiders. Besides the issue of cultural adaptation, we actually had no advantage in terms of our pricing. Just like what Manager Wang had said, 80% of our customers are senior citizens, he said. The senior citizens have a vastly different view on pricing compared to the younger generation. Pricing will be prioritized over everything, and they will be inclined toward lower-priced products. To their understanding, pastries are all the same, and this being the case, why wouldn't they choose the cheaper option? This is totally in keeping with their frugal nature. Do you mean that we should lower our prices? Zhang Dashan asked, puzzled. The male manager nodded and replied, yes. We should not be focusing on profits now, but build our roots and ingrain our brand in the Shanghai market. We should redefine our financial objectives to be able to cover the total operating cost. After we have secured market share, then we can think about higher margins. We might not win in a price war against Summer. Li Ziming was calm in her response and said, on top of Summer's impressive cash reserves, its owner, Su Li, has a very close friend. She is the president of Huayao Corporations, and if we ever wage a price war, we would not stand a chance against both of them. The executives of Luo Workshop had presented their respective solutions and opinions. Then, they all waited silently for Xiao Luo to make the final call. Xiao Luo stopped drumming onto the table, stood up, and in a firm tone, he said, I see all your points, and I have concluded 3 key points based on everyone's ideas, habit, trust, and price. Speaking of pricing, Director Li is right. Luo Workshop will definitely lose should we ever engage in a price war with Summer. On top of Huayao Corporation, Summer itself is already a force to be reckoned with. Our assets are nothing compared to theirs, so the only outcome of a price war would be a one-sided defeat for us. Hence, there's not much point in lowering our prices. Everyone nodded as they took down these points. But Xiao Luo smiled as he qualified his statement with his own views. Price war is not all about lowering the prices. We can compete on the more expensive products, he said. Compete on the more expensive products? What kind of theory is that? Did he mean that we can increase our price to give ourselves an edge in the market and win over more customers? The Luo Workshop executives were dumbfounded as they could not follow Xiao Luo's argument in its essence. Xiao Luo continued to explain, for bread and pastries, we can aim to be on par with Summer. But what we need is to differentiate our brand with a product that gives us an absolute advantage, and this revolves around the keyword habit. There is no hard and fast rule on what products we can sell in the bakery business, besides bread and pastries. Of course, we can sell other products, just like the Chinese medicine product mentioned by Mr. Wang earlier. We shall develop a TCM health drink, a traditional Chinese medicine-based health supplement drink that aims to lower blood pressure and cholesterol. We will position the TCM health drink as our flagship product and use it to complement our other bread and pastries. The price of this flagship product must be sold at a premium price, otherwise, it will not convince consumers. I believe this will help to increase the overall sales across our product range. Big boss, this idea might actually work, but we specialize in baking, and nobody knows about Chinese medicine. Are we recruiting a medical team? Luoqi was the head of the research and development department, so she was in charge of developing new products. She had no background in Chinese medicine, nor was she well versed in beverage production, which was also not her forte. Even if we could develop such a product, how should we go about promoting it? How can we convince the people of Shanghai to believe that the product indeed has the claimed effects? Li Ziming questioned. Decision-making at the top management level required thorough due diligence, and key managers needed to take responsibility for raising sensible questions, otherwise, it would be the negligence of duty. Xiao Luo smiled and replied, I will take charge of the R&D of the product personally. For marketing and promotion, he turned to the head of the marketing department, Song Jiame, and said, Director Tsong, I shall leave this to you. I am acquainted with the president of Maternity and Child Care Hospital, Guotaining. Look for him as he is very well versed in the medical field. If he agrees to help, then it should be a breeze to obtain endorsement from authorities for our products. Noted, President Xiao. Song Jiame responded and nodded stiffly. As for the trust issue, Director Chui's suggestion of showing a video of our production process in the retail store had been implemented in other companies as well, am I right? Xiao Luo asked as he looked toward the second female manager who had expressed her view. That is correct, President Xiao. I have seen it before at a personal gathering with friends in a hotel. We could observe everything they did from the room, so we were very confident with the quality of dishes in that hotel. Take a serving of stir-fried Chinese crawfish, for example. Although it is extremely tasty, crawfish are also known to thrive in unhygienic habitats. However, we were able to observe how the chefs process the crawfish closely, which reassured us to a large extent. Hence, we were not worried about eating any unhygienic crawfish at all. This has made many who were cautious of crawfish to feel relieved. The hotel chefs showed us the entire process of cleaning the crawfish. On top of rinsing it with a strong water pump, they would brush its body shell and submerge it in vinegar and salt water to kill any remaining bacteria. Lastly, they would remove the intestines and the unedible parts of the head. We did not have to worry about the threat of food poisoning from eating it. Sure, then we shall proceed with this as you advised. I am leaving this totally in your hands. Alright, that's the end of this meeting. Xiao Luo said. Since he had taken charge of the R&D for the TCM health drink product, Xiao Luo did not stay idle for long. He had spent most of his time in the R&D department, and Zhang Dashan followed him around like a shadow. What the heck is going on with you? What do you even know about Chinese medicine? How could you actually have enough professional knowledge to lead product R&D? Weren't we in the same major back in college? Zhang Dashan had so many questions as they majored in engineering management, which had nothing to do with traditional Chinese medicine. However, everything Xiao Luo had displayed was highly professional, as if he was a PhD in traditional Chinese medicine. Xiao Luo did not bother to explain as he continued to study the effects of combining several Chinese medicines. He was trying to infuse the essence of Chinese medicines through extraction from high-temperature heating. Luoqi was very impressed as well, as she carefully observed Xiao Luo. Big boss, you really know your stuff. If I can marry such an outstanding man like you, I would be more than happy to make tons of children with him, she said. She always believed that Xiao Luo knew everything and was really respectful of him from the bottom of her heart. Xiao Luo responded only with a smile. Researching such health supplements was no easy feat for him as well. There were many things to consider for the infusion of Chinese medicines, such as the compatibility issues between different ingredients or the safety issues of whether there would be any potential toxin produced as a byproduct. They have to be extremely careful as such matters concerned consumers' health. 5 days later, they have succeeded in synthesizing the prototype of the TCM health drink. They randomly selected a couple of volunteers to consume the drink daily, then instructed them to go for medical screening after 3 days. The results showed that their blood pressure and cholesterol levels had improved. Those with high blood pressure found their blood pressure had decreased, while the ones with low blood pressure had their blood pressure had increased. This proved that the drink was effective in normalizing blood pressure and had an overall adaptive healing effect. The marketing department then went on to do a marvelous job of promoting this product. Guotaining had sought the assistance of the director of Shanghai Chinese Medicine Hospital to endorse this product. The product was also tested and verified by the hospital itself, and the National Medical Products Administration then issued a license to permit the sale of this product. It wasn't long before this novel Chinese medicine product had attained the highest possible standard of endorsement. As such, this product was highly sought after by Shanghai consumers right after its launch. The increase in customers visiting their stores for the TCM health drinks had a spillover effect on the sale of pastries and cakes, pushing up Luo Workshop's revenue significantly. After the consumers had tried the drinks themselves, they became the product's best ambassadors through word of mouth, further attracted more consumers. Shanghai's bakery market was limited by the city's capacity, and as Luo Workshop sales skyrocketed, Tsundere inevitably had a drop in sales. After half a month of consecutive low sales, Cai Jiying, who managed Tsundere on behalf of Su Li, could no longer remain idle. She rushed to Crescent Bay to report Su Li, who was at breakfast with Su Xiaobei and Luo Pingxiang. Li, we have a big situation. Cai Jiying was a hot-tempered woman as she started yelling right after entering the apartment. Who would have thought that Luo Workshop would recruit a Chinese medicine expert to help them develop a Chinese medicinal drink that could greatly improve the health of senior citizens? They call it TCM health drink, and it has eaten into our market share. Those buying this drink also spend on pastries, and Tsundere is experiencing a drop of close to 2 million in sales in just half a month. Su Li was feeding Su Xiaobei porridge, and she looked as calm as usual. She still looked mesmerizing, and her eyes were bright and alert even when she was doing such a mundane chore. Hearing Cai Jiying's words, she frowned and replied, 2 million in just half a month. She thought she had heard her wrongly, as Tsundere had always been profitable. Tsundere was her fallback plan should she lose her influence and position in showbiz. And if that happened, she'd have to rely on Tsundere for a living. How could they be losing so much money? Luo Pingxiang was also shocked as she was convinced by Cai Jiying and Su Li that Luo Workshop was not a big threat. On top of that, they had vanquished the threat from Feishuan many years back, which further strengthened her belief that Luo Workshop would follow in its footstep. However, nobody expected that Luo Workshop could have overtaken Tsundere within such a short period. This was indeed a formidable opponent. Luo Workshop's TCM health drink, that new Chinese medicine drink, has the effect of lowering blood pressure and cholesterol and has been specially concocted to target the majority of senior consumers in the Shanghai bakery market. It drew that segment of the market over after its launch, and naturally, it provided an impetus to the sale of their bread and pastries as well, which drastically affected our own sales as we're competing for the same market. It's a zero-sum game. We are making a loss every day, forget about profiting. If we cannot come up with a solution soon, Tsundere would be making a loss of 80 to 120,000 a day. Cai Jiying was very anxious, and she did not want to get Su Li involved initially. Her earlier assumption on Luo Workshop was that they would be able to temporarily attract customers due to their promotional discounts after opening, but they would not sustain it. However, after assessing their performance, she realized that things were not as simple as she believed them to be. Su Li's calm eyes finally showed a hint of surprise as the turn of the event had caught her off guard too. "Is their Chinese medicine drink really that good?" she asked. Cai Jiying nodded and said, "According to my research, every consumer who tried that product had spoken highly of it. I even conducted an experiment with a person with high blood pressure. I instructed him to take the drink for a few days and then proceed to the hospital for a health test. The test really showed that his blood pressure was lowered." She then let out a sigh and said, "It had never crossed my mind that Zhang Dashan would have such a trump card up his sleeve. We have grossly underestimated him. Li, what do we do now? Have you eaten breakfast?" Su Li asked. "Not yet. I came right to report right after getting up," Cai Jiying said. Su Li showed no noticeable change in expression and was her usual calm self. "Then have your breakfast first," she said. She continued to feed Su Xiaobei, and the little girl acted like a cute little birdie with its mouth opened as she waiting for Mama Bird to feed her. Cai Jiying did not continue discussing the topic of Luo Workshop, but sat down and dug into her breakfast. She was quite hungry, so she wasn't about to argue with Su Li. Losing 2 million in half a month was merely a forewarning of what was to come for Summer. 2 million to them personally was a small amount, and it did not matter much. Even if they had misplaced the money, they would at most be a little bothered for just a few days, and not something that would steal their attention. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. "It's Daddy. It must be him." Su Xiaobei, still having her porridge, became visibly excited. Aunt Li went to answer the door, and it was indeed Xiao Luo. He was wearing a pure white shirt with the 2 top buttons unbuttoned, making him look rather casual and sexy. He strolled in like a well-mannered gentleman who came right out of a fictional novel. "Daddy." Xiao Luo went to her and pinched her tiny nose. He then sat down, and Aunt Li had already laid for him a set of utensils. He was not awkward at all as he grabbed a bun and bit into it immediately. "Xiao Luo, where's your friend, Zhang Dashan?" Cai Jiying asked. Xiao Luo pretended that he was unaware and frowned. "He should be at his company, I guess." "Are you looking for him?" he said. His Luo Workshop had encroached into Summer's market share. Cai Jiying cried. She said it like it was a personal insult to her and could not imagine that jerk would have such capabilities. "Really?" Xiao Luo smiled and said, "I remember you didn't take Luo Workshop seriously before and even declared that it will definitely fail. Why are you so anxious now?" Cai Jiying choked as she could not explain her past actions, so she sat there with her face flushed red. Xiao Luo did not bother with her anymore and continued eating his breakfast. "What were you doing recently? I haven't seen you here at breakfast?" Su Li asked as she gazed at him. "Nothing, I was just running a lot of errands," Xiao Luo answered. Su Li nodded and continued to feed Su Xiaobei. Cai Jiying could not restrain herself anymore and asked, "Xiao Luo, give me Zhang Dashan's contact. I want to see him." "He might not want to see you even if you wanted." "And what can you do if you see him?" "Question him about why he had snatched Summer's share of the market?" Xiao Luo shook his head mockingly and said, "You can forget it if you want to do that. That only shows how naive you are, as this is a free market here in Shanghai. Everyone can come in, and Luo Workshop did not violate any rules of unfair competition. Summer cannot put the blame on Luo Workshop for losing its own customers and should reflect on its own inadequacies and find a solution." Cai Jiying clenched her teeth. Summer has monopolized the Shanghai bakery industry since we started. Had Zhang Dashan not barged in, we would still have a monopoly," she cried. Xiao Luo turned to her to offer his rebuttal. When you are sailing against the current, you'll either go ahead or keep falling back. He who does not advance loses ground. Don't you understand such a simple rule? He said. Summer had indeed monopolized the Shanghai market all these years, but it did not make any innovative breakthroughs. Time is constantly changing, and any organization can be outrun if it does not strive for constant improvement. You are Zhang Dashan's friend, and you'll speak up for him for sure. His Luo workshop broke into Shanghai by force and stole our customers. This is nothing but a despicable act of robbery. Haha, haha. Xiao Luo could not be bothered to argue with her as his intention was to check on Suli. He was still contemplating the timing to come clean as he did not want to face Summer head-on. His hope was to work out a strategic partnership by forming an alliance between Luo Workshop and Summer. Suli remained quiet until she had finished eating breakfast. She then spoke after telling Antli to clean the table. Sissing, lower all of our prices to cost price. She had successfully given Xiao Luo a shock with just a line as she had identified Luo Workshop's weakness immediately and utilized it. Xiao Luo had come a long way to avoid a price war at all cost, but she was able to shatter all of his strategies in a blink of an eye. A price war. This was his biggest concern as Luo Workshop could never match up to Summer's assets, and they have not even involved Huayao Corporation yet. Once Summer started a price war, this would be tough on Luo Workshop's cash flow. Lili, are you sure that you want to start a price war with Luo Workshop? Chai Jiying was shocked and said, but their flagship product is a Chinese medicine beverage, the TCM herbal drink. It is because of the drink that our customers end up buying bread and pastries from them. Summer cannot replicate such a drink, she continued. It's okay, just do as I say. Suli said nonchalantly, as she tidied Su Xiaobei's collar. Chai Jiying nodded, okay, I'll call the head of sales right now and tell him to lower our prices to cost price. Xiao Luo, on the other hand, was already thinking of a counter-solution. Although their main product was the TCM herbal drink, the bulk of their revenue came from their bread and pastries. If Summer lowered their prices to cost price, customers would only buy the Chinese medicine drink from Luo Workshop and everything else from Summer. Based on Luo Workshop's current financial standing, it is not the time yet to go head-on against Summer. How should they deal with the coming challenge? As he expected, when Summer lowered the prices of their products, the customers went back there. Of course, they still purchased the Chinese medicine drink from Luo Workshop, but that was it. For bread and pastries, they bought those from Summer. Some alert media had detected the competition between the two companies, and they started reporting on the battle for market share between Summer and Luo Workshop. They would go onto the streets and interviewed random citizens of Shanghai for their opinions on this battle between Summer and Luo Workshop. Opinion? Of course, we are going to sit back and enjoy the battle, said one customer. I am neutral. Let the big corporates fight. We will get the best bargain for bread and pastries, said another customer. I think Summer would eventually emerge as the ultimate winner. Although Luo Workshop is a big name in Jiangqing, Shanghai City is Summer's home ground. Summer has a huge group of loyal customers here. Luo Workshop won over customers because of their Chinese medicine drink. Since Summer has lowered their product prices to cost price, Luo Workshop is pretty much done for, an interviewee commented. According to my analysis, Luo Workshop will definitely fail. Firstly, Luo Workshop cannot match up to Summer in terms of economic strength. Secondly, Luo Workshop has actually affected the sales of Huayao Corporation to a certain extent due to the Chinese medicine drink. Just watch. Huayao Corporation will join in this battle in no time. Lastly, oh, never mind, there's no lastly. In summary, Luo Workshop is heading for doom, commented another observer. There were two kinds of interviewees, the indifferent ones, and those who believed that the Luo Workshop would definitely fail. Old Xiao, what should we do now? Your wifey has started a price war, and we stand no chance of winning. If we can't come up with a solution, we will turn out to be just a beverage company. If our competitors know about this, we will become the biggest joke in the industry, said Zhang Dashan, who was at Luo Workshop's Shanghai office. Seeing that their business had been deteriorating severely, he had to call Xiao Luo for help. Xiao Luo ignored the lame jokes and asked, "Is the product appeal of our TCM herbal drink to our customers high?" "Yeah, it's pretty high, and that's all that they are interested in. They wouldn't even spare a second look at the bread and pastries. All of them would buy the drinks from us and going to summer for their bread and pastries. Although our drink does produce a significant profit margin, the main bulk of our profit still lies in the baked stuff. If we can't find a way to increase the sale on those, then just selling the Chinese medicine drink cannot get us out of this situation," Zhang Dashan said. Xiao Luo looked at Zhang Dashan with a gleam in his eyes. "Then we shall come up with a promotional event. Anyone who purchases $200 and above worth of baked stuff will get a Chinese medicine drink as a freebie," he said. OF*CK, how could I have missed out on such a simple trick? "Okay, we'll do that," Zhang Dashan said, ending the call and going ahead to execute Xiao Luo's suggestion. At this point, the TCM herbal drink was no longer the center of the competition. Summer had initiated the price war on the bread and pastries, and Luo Workshop could not last against Summer due to its weaker financial strength. So lowering their prices was out of the question. The key to retaining their customers now was the drink itself, so they must make use of its demand. After Xiao Luo's idea was launched, people felt that purchasing from Luo Workshop was a better option. They wanted the highly sought-after Chinese medicine drink. And they could only get that if they bought the baked stuff. Hence, Luo Workshop ended with customers flooding into their retail stores again, leaving the retail stores of Summer relatively empty. When Xiao Luo went over to Su Li's apartment for breakfast again, he realized that not only Cai Jiying was there, but Shen Qingyan was there as well. She was decked in a black high-cut power suit and wearing a pair of heels decorated with silver-gray crystals. When she saw Xiao Luo coming, she immediately strutted over and gave him a dose of her sarcasm. "Xiao Luo, your friend Zhang Dashan is so amazing," she said. "What's wrong? Why are you pissed so early in the morning?" Xiao Luo had guessed the reason, but he pretended innocence. "What's wrong?" she asked. Shen Qingyan stood with her arms akimbo. They are a baking company, but decided to sidetrack into the health supplement industry. It is as good as taking the meat directly from the mouth of a tiger. "Why doesn't he just die?" she scoffed. Xiao Luo laughed awkwardly and said, "He didn't mean to take Huayao Corporation's market share. It was his last resort to outplay Summer in the battle for market share. Rest assured, after Luo Workshop settles down, Dashan will surely return the market share to you guys. I want him to stop immediately," Shen Qingyan told him in a hyper-aggressive manner. It made perfect sense that she was furious, as Luo Workshop's action was equivalent to snatching the cake from the person who had always had it. Xiao Luo frowned and said, "I don't think that he can do that now. Then I won't feel sorry to start a war from my end. It's not just my Huayao Corporation, but Renhe Medicines is joining in as well. The entire Shanghai will be standing together to oppose Luo Workshop. Can Luo Workshop survive that?" Shen Qingyan hissed. Xiao Luo remained quiet and went straight to the table for breakfast. "Fine, let them all join in, let's see who the winner will turn out to be." Su Li stared coldly at Xiao Luo. "You're not going to talk to your friend," she said. Xiao Luo smiled and said, "There's no such need. Dashan knows what to do." "He knows?" Cai Jiying smirked. "His Luo Workshop will soon become the public enemy #1, just like a rodent. Soon, there won't be a place for Luo Workshop in Shanghai," she said. "I don't think it's that serious," Xiao Luo said. "Huh. Do you actually think that Luo Workshop can win over the combined forces of our Summer, Ms. Shen's Huayao Corporation, and Renhe Medicines?" The boycott from the three giants will destroy Luo Workshop to its very core. Save your witty talk, as I have investigated Luo Workshop's business information. Its total assets worth is at most 60 billion, and its liquid asset does not exceed 2 billion. When Luo Workshop's financial strain finally breaks, they are bound to borrow from the banks. With the three of us intervening, there's no way any bank in the entire Hua nation would lend to Luo Workshop. Chai Jiying scowled, predicting Luo Workshop's destiny. Xiao Luo just smiled and replied, "It's pointless to tell me." "I know, but you are a good friend of his. I hope you will tell him this, and convince him to get out of Shanghai as soon as possible before he incurs a huge loss." Chai Jiying said. Exit the Shanghai market, exit the Shanghai market? Of course, this was impossible. Xiao Luo planned to conquer the national market, and Shanghai was essential as its key transportation hub base. Since that day, both Huayao Corporation and Renhe Medicines started to make strategic moves against Luo Workshop. The rivals had teamed up to battle the outsider, Luo Workshop. Xiao Luo had not expected this. He had only foreseen that Huayao Corporation would join forces with Summer because of Shen Qingyan and Su Li's friendship. Huayao and Renhe had a simple strategy in bringing down Luo Workshop. It was to give a massive reduction in the prices of their health supplement products. They would include products that helped to improve blood pressures and cholesterol levels in their price reduction exercise. They even came up with a series of promotional events in collaboration with Summer. As long as a customer would spend $200 or more at Summer, that person could come to either Huayao or Renhe with Summer's receipt for a discount on purchases there. It was as high as 90% discount, which was an extremely generous bargain for the customers. These promotions from his rivals had rendered Xiao Luo's Chinese medicine-based TCM health drink unattractive to the consumers. Huayao and Renhe sold a plethora of health supplement products that improved blood pressures and cholesterol levels. On top of that, they are trustworthy and renowned brands in the health supplement industry. With such low prices, people purchased health products from them. Since Luo Workshop had lost the competitive edge of its TCM health drink, its sales plunged overnight. At that same time, a media outlet exposed a shocking piece of news. It revealed the identity of Summer's actual boss, who had always remained behind the scene. It stated that it was none other than the beloved diva of the nation, Su Li. After the insider leak, this news quickly became the headlines of various media, and it was the most heated topic of discussion. "Oh, my gosh, Su Li is indeed our nation's treasure. Not only is she already at the apex of showbiz, but she is also a giant in the field of commerce," a fan commented. "I finally know why Our Lady Su is so stunning. A successful person like her would exude confidence from within, and that is the secret of her invincible charisma," said another fan. "I am all for Su Li this life, and even more so in the next life." "Li, we love you," said another ardent supporter. The netizens rallied and left numerous comments under these threads. On top of that, the legion of Su Li's fans had taken over her Weibo feed as they declared their loyalty and support for Summer. With the effect of Su Li's celebrity status, Summer's sales completely thrashed Luo Workshop. Every day, there were large gatherings of Su Li's fans at Summer's retail stores to purchase bread and pastries. On the other hand, Luo Workshop's retail stores were mostly empty and so desolate that one could count the number of customers with the fingers on one hand. All the Luo Workshop executives such as Zhang Dashan and Li Ziming could not ignore this anymore and held an emergency meeting. Their main priority was to come up with a solution to deal with this crisis. As the owner of the Luo Workshop, Xiao Luo was invited to attend the meeting as well. Before this crisis had taken place, Xiao Luo had given instructions to halt any unnecessary meetings from being called. It was another morning, and Xiao Luo went to Su Li's apartment for breakfast. This time only Su Li, Su Xiaobei, Luo Pingxiong, and Aunt Li were present. Both Chai Jiying and Shen Qingyan were not there. Xiao Luo let out a sigh of relief. He would be spared from the unnecessary nagging and noise pollution coming from those two. There's something I have always wanted to ask you, Suli said. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail, exposing her fair and jade-like neck. Such beauty was so overwhelming, and it would overcome any ordinary man. Xiao Luo raised his head and looked at her. What's the matter? He asked. Suli frowned and said, didn't you work at Luo workshop in Jiangqing? Since your friend Zhang Dashan is the boss, why didn't he promote you? With your capability, it shouldn't be hard for you to at least acquire a managerial position. Xiao Luo was surprised as he did not expect that Suli would ask him such a question. He smiled and replied, I believe I have told you before, I want to develop my career in Shanghai. Why? Suli persisted. Xiao Luo turned to look at Su Xiaobei. She was sitting on the sofa playing some card game. Partly, it is for Xiaobei. And I studied in the local university here, so Shanghai is rather special to me, he said. Suli seemed relieved when she heard the answer and changed the topic. I assume you are fully aware of Luo workshop's situation, right? She casually asked. Xiao Luo smiled and replied, Yup, it's crumbling under your summer. Zhang Dashan is your close friend. Aren't you affected? She queried. Suli was still cold. But her beauty was perfect, even when she did not show any emotion. If you plead for mercy for him, I can consider collaborating with Luo Workshop and share Shanghai's market, she offered. It was truly unexpected, and Xiao Luo stared at this woman. Suli evaded his eyes. Do not misunderstand my intention. We are husband and wife nominally, and since Luo Workshop belongs to your friend, I should not be completely merciless for your sake, she explained. I see. Xiao Luo smiled and responded, I will tell him this. However, the battle is not over yet. We won't know the outcome until the very last moment, and I hope you won't let your guard down. Both Huayao Corporation and Rinha Medicines are already collaborating to put a squeeze on Luo Workshop's key health product. With Sis's influence, there's no way that Luo Workshop can turn the tide around. Luo Pingxiang pitched in. Who knows? Xiao Luo let out a mysterious smile and continued to eat his breakfast. Suli stared at him, feeling that something was amiss. Shortly afterward, a Chinese medicine hall named Jinitong entered the Shanghai market with an important announcement. A patient diagnosed with terminal stage cancer by a Western medical institution was cured by Jinitong. When this news spread, Jinitong became famous all over the entire Hua nation. More patients started to turn to Jinitong for medical treatment. This development created a market frenzy with more stories of medical miracles. F*CK, Jinitong is miraculous. They can even cure a crippled person, remarked a consumer. Cervical spondylosis, which is common among the elderly, can be completely cured within half a month. Oh, my God, now I can even lift things I couldn't before, declared an elderly patient. Jinitong has cured another case of senile dementia. Oh, God, are the doctors there the descendant of Huatua? Their skills are divine, asked a member of the public. Is Chinese medicine finally rising and reckoning again? Is this happening? World, behold, exclaimed an excited bystander who had heard these stories. After Jinitong had cured one incurable disease after another, its fame spread throughout the Shanghai district. The daily lines of queues for consultation at Jinitong were as crazy as the queues for the train tickets by passengers who wanted to travel back to their hometowns for the Chinese New Year celebration. Countless patients flocked to the clinics and had to queue outside the buildings. Due to the superior quality and the effectiveness of Jinitong's Chinese medicine, Huayao Corporation and Rinha Medicines saw their pharmaceutical sales plunge significantly. If one had any illness or felt unwell, all one needed to do was buy customized Chinese medicine packets from Jinitong. It would not take more than a few servings for the person to recover. Even with chronic diseases such as diabetes, Genie Tong could cure them at a slightly higher price of $5,000. As a result, both Huayao Corporation and Renhe Medicines were facing a tough and unprecedented challenge to their positions as the biggest Western medicine producers in Hua Nation. This challenge affected their pharmaceutical business as well as the hospitals that were also under their umbrella. The hospitals faced losses as patients now preferred to patronize Genie Tong for any non-critical ailments. Unless it was an emergency where they needed a Western-trained doctor to resuscitate life from the brink of death, Genie Tong became their preferred choice. Genie Tong's rise had effectively brought about a crisis to both Huayao Corporation and Renhe Medicines. Nobody would have expected that such a remarkable Chinese medicine hall still existed in an era where traditional Chinese medicine had lost much of its appeal and relevance in modern society. Genie Tong successfully treated various chronic and incurable diseases such as terminal stage cancer and dementia. And as such, it did have a significant impact on the sales of Western medicines in a short time of half a month. It dawned on the big pharma companies that, were they to allow this to carry on, they were bound to bear further losses in the months to come. It was 10 p.m., and it was humid, the air was warm and heavy. The sky appeared to be foggy, and the red traffic lights, conspicuous from a distance, made the seemingly quiet night feel even more still. 2 black executive cars stopped by Genie Tong one after another. With the sound of doors opening, a tall and slender woman and a middle-aged man emerged from their respective car. They were both accompanied by their personal assistant and chauffeur. The woman was wearing a black power suit and had her hair tied up neatly. Her face was fair and charming, and with only light eyeshadow, her eyes looked even more alluring and natural. Her curvaceous body exuded a hint of wildness, and her charm manifested through her ample bosom and Kardashian-like bubble butt. The crystal-heeled stilettos on her dainty feet added flair and a touch of class to her already elegant vibes. The middle-aged man had a gentlemanly appearance and a thick scalp of hair. However, due to his receding hairline, it made him look like he was balding. The middle-aged man smiled at the woman and greeted her, "Well, if it isn't President Shen. I wasn't expecting you to visit Genie Tong at this hour, and it seems like we understand each other fairly well." Shen Qingyan glanced at him and then turned toward the hallway of Genie Tong. "If we can't handle this Genie Tong, it would be destructive to both our organizations. God knows where they suddenly turned up from." "That's right, so let's put the conflict between us behind us and work together to face this threat." The middle-aged man spoke, then sighed. He was none other than Renhe Medicine's president, Kai Renhe. He made a gesture and said, "After you, President Shen." Shen Qingyan strode in gracefully with her heels, and her companions followed close behind her. The interior decoration of Genie Tong Hall could only be described as retro. The lamps looked like those ancient lanterns, but they were still powered by electrical bulbs on the inside. There were many portraits of famous ancient doctors, and their certificates were proudly displayed on the wall. The hall was bright and squarish, with a few sets of sandalwood table and chairs. There were medicine cabinets on both sides of the wall, full of Chinese medicines. Because of them, the entire space had a smell of Chinese medicine. When Shen Qingyan and Kai Renhe entered the hall, a few people were cleaning the area. "Madam, sir, I am so sorry, but we have ended today's treatment hours. If you would like to see the doctor, please come back tomorrow." A female attendant in a traditional Chinese palace servant's attire approached them with a smiling face. She had cleanly cut short hair, and her features were delicate. This gave her a girl-next-door look, which suited her well. If Zhang Dashan was present, he would have recognized her as Xiao Luo's sister, Xiao Rui. "Sister, I am feeling really unwell. Can you make an exception for me and get hold of the doctor to help me out?" "I will definitely return with a good sum of money," Shen Qingyan said. This was the only reason she could come up with to see the famed doctor of Genie Tong. Renhe addressed Xiao Rui politely and said, "Miss, there are just too many people in the daytime, and it is inconvenient for us to make it here at those hours due to the nature of our work. Therefore, we are left with no choice but to visit at such an odd hour, so I hope you can understand our circumstances." As he spoke, he also instructed his personal assistant to present a huge stack of red notes, and it was a very thick stack that was worth at least 50,000. "Alright, I can make an exception for you guys for the sake of the large payments you are offering." Xiao Rui kept the money with a big smile and then sat down on the traditional Chinese chair. She looked up at both Shen Qingyan and Renhe and asked, "Who's going first?" Shen Qingyan and Renhe looked at each other, then the latter politely said, "Miss, we would like to invite the main doctor to diagnose us. Could you please inform him?" "I am the main doctor." Xiao Rui received a cup of hot tea served by the staff, and she suddenly took on the demeanor of an experienced, ancient female doctor. "You are the main doctor?" Both Shen Qingyan and Renhe were dumbfounded as they observed Xiao Rui carefully. They were not convinced as they did not believe that such a young girl could be that incredible doctor who could cure any illnesses. On top of that, she was a mere slip of a girl. It was off their expectations, as they expected to see an old male doctor with a long white beard. "Miss, I implore you to get the real main doctor as our time is precious." "So you guys don't believe my words?" Xiao Rui stared at Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan was amused, and she thought that Rui was messing with them. Suddenly, a red thread flew out from Xiao Rui's sleeves, like a nimble snake. It was as quick as a bolt of lightning and traveled across the 3-meter room seamlessly. Before Shen Qingyan could react, it had coiled up onto her right arm. Xiao Rui's maneuver was shocked by everyone present, and Renhe even gave out a surprised shriek. "Aerial thread pulse checking?" His eyes widened like a pair of bells as he was deeply shocked. He had studied traditional Chinese medicines to a certain extent and knew that this was a special skill. A similar description of this skill was written in Journey to the West as Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, performed aerial thread pulse checking on the king of Zhuzi Kingdom. It looked exactly the same as how the book described, but even more fascinating as he watched it with his very eyes. Shen Qingyan was also stunned as she could not understand the physics behind the trick. How could the red thread travel across the air for 3 meters and coil up her arm so easily? "Bring this lady a chair." Xiao Rui held the other end of the red thread with 4 fingers, pressing it against her Chinese chair's armrest. "Yes." A staff answered her and brought Shen Qingyan a chair. Shen Qingyan was still stunned, and she sat down instinctively when the chair was brought to her. "Focus and leave all the unnecessary thoughts behind." Xiao Rui reminded her while closing her eyes to sense the faint vibration coming from the red thread. The hall was so quiet that one could even hear a pin drop. Nobody dared to even breathe loudly, and everyone had their eyes fixated on Xiao Rui. Renhe was trying his best to detect evidence that this was a magic trick, but he had failed to find any. There was no sign of any external aid on that red thread. It was just plain and ordinary thread, which was extremely light. Yet, it flew out from her sleeves earlier and traveled across the room to coil up to Shen Qingyan's arm. That was unimaginable, and he could not believe that it had happened. Had he not witnessed it personally, he would never have believed that such a mysterious skill was genuine. After a brief moment, Xiao Rui opened her eyes and snapped her finger. The red thread untied itself automatically and retracted back to her sleeves in quick time. She stood up and looked at Shen Qingyan seriously. "Your menses is usually late for a few days, and every time you have it, you will experience a great amount of pain and discomfort. You will feel giddy and restless all the time, and you have issues with your lower back. Am I right?" Shen Qingyan was once again shocked as she was caught off guard by how accurately Xiao Rui had described her personal health issues. She remained speechless for some time as everything Xiao Rui had said was specific and spot on. Xianxia would always suffer from unimaginable pain for 3 days after her menstruation began. There were a few instances where the pain was unbearable that she had to get painkiller injections from the hospital. Her restlessness and lower back issues were also common. She had even hired private doctors to treat her, but they were not helpful at all, so she gave up after several sessions. Xiao Luo placed her hands behind her back, looking like an experienced doctor with many years of practice. "Well, your expression had already spoken for themselves as to my accuracy," she said. Xianxia was still unconvinced and asked, "President Shen, was everything she said true?" Xianxia nodded, and her eyes had shown more respect and hope for Rui. She then asked her slowly, "Can you cure all these problems?" She paused and then added, "I had hired many private doctors, and many of them had great reputations overseas." These symptoms did disappear in the treatment period, but they return quickly after the treatment sessions have ended. "Whenever I have my period, I would rather die than to experience this torture over and over again. There's an old adage, which makes a lot of sense: Western medicines produce fast results, while Chinese medicines cure the roots. I will write you a set of prescriptions. All you need to do is cook and drink the medicine every night before you sleep. All of your symptoms will disappear 5 days after you take this medicine, and I promise that they will never relapse anymore." Xiao Luo raised her chin and then said, "But before that, I'll have to perform acupuncture on you this time." "Acupuncture?" Xianxia was slightly stunned. Suddenly, Xiao Luo dashed up like a gust of wind and performed the acupuncture on Xianxia. She took out a box of hair-thin silver needles with her left hand and used her right hand to pinch one of the needles with her index and middle finger. She directed the point toward Xianxia's face and pierced it accurately between her brows. Then the second and third needles were pierced onto the back of Xianxia's hand, waist, and upper back. Xiao Luo performed the procedure swiftly and flawlessly. "Done." Half a minute later, Xiao Luo cleaned the sweat off her hand and let out a long sigh of relief as she looked at Xianxia with much satisfaction. Xianxia, on the other hand, was pierced with a dozen silver needles, and these needles were treating her body. She could feel a cooling sensation running through her and healing her entire body. It was an indescribably comfortable and relaxing feeling. Xianxia and the others who witnessed it were completely stunned as Xiao Luo performed the acupuncture exactly like how those legendary doctors on television would treat their patients. However, those were merely television programs. They were supposed to be fictional, but here they were, seeing it happening before their very eyes. "President Shen, are you feeling any discomfort?" Xianxia asked as he walked up to her, eager to know the efficacy of the treatment. "No, I am very comfortable." Xianxia closed her eyes as she was fully immersed in a cooling and comforting sensation. Xiao Luo looked over to Xianxia. "The entire process just needs 10 minutes, sir." "Now let me have a look at your condition," she said. Xianxia stood up straight as he felt a little nervous. It was not that he feared he might have some hidden illness, but rather he was in awe of this young girl's unfathomable skills. She was as mysterious as a deity from heaven, which made a mere mortal like him nervous and awkward because of the vast difference in ability between them. Xiao Luo did not check his pulse, but observed his eyelids and tongue. Finally, she pressed against his lumbar with her index finger lightly, and that made Xianxia yelp in pain immediately. "Is it very painful when I press down on this spot?" "Yes, it's as painful and feels like the bone is getting bored by an electric drill," Xianxia replied. Xiao Luo smiled and said, "That's right, your body is very weak. In traditional Chinese medicine's term, it is called an internal deficiency. You also have the issue of having an overly exuberant liver fire, so it has led to your habitual insomnia and, to a certain extent, prevents you from sleeping soundly. You also suffer from migraines and tinnitus, right?" As Xianxia heard that, his eyes widened from the shock as Xiao Luo could explain his symptoms so clearly by just visual observation, this was indeed incredible. Unconsciously, he asked her a foolish question, how? How did you know about these? Xiao Rui frowned and responded, with my eyes, obviously. The 4 diagnostic methods of inspection, listening and smelling, inquiring, and palpation is fundamental to traditional Chinese medicine. If I can't even tell that, how am I to cure you according to those symptoms? Everyone present gasped in awe as they all knew that Western medicine practitioners in hospitals would require the patients to get screened in various manners, and before getting treatment, the patient would probably have to provide a considerable amount of blood for testing. Besides, it could take up to a few days for the results to be returned. In other words, those modern analysis instruments in hospitals could not diagnose patients immediately. On the other hand, the head doctor of Genie Tong could tell Kai Renhe's every symptom with her eyes within less than 2 minutes, and that was simply unbelievable. So, are my problems curable? I really don't want to take any more sleeping pills, I can't take its side effect anymore. Kai Renhe pleaded sincerely. Both he and Shen Qingyan had turned into sincere patients who were seeking help truthfully. Ironically, their intention was to negotiate business matters with Genie Tong initially. Sure, just like her, I will have to perform acupuncture on you first, Xiao Rui replied, nodding her head before she started to sticking Kai Renhe with the needles. Prick! Prick! The silver needles produced a sharp popping sound as they were inserted into Kai Renhe's body. Xiao Rui's speed of execution was shockingly fast, and nobody could follow her hand actions easily. After she was done, they finally could get a clear view of Kai Renhe. There were a dozen silver needles on his head now. He closed his eyes and stood still as his state of mind had entered into peaceful zen. Xiao Rui turned to the medical cabinet and prescribed to them their respective medicine. She wrapped the medicine up quickly and then took a long sip of tea. All this took only 10 minutes. When the silver needles were removed, both Shen Qingyan and Kai Renhe felt reborn as their bodies felt incredibly fresh and rejuvenated. The former no longer felt her sore back, whereas the latter no longer suffered from migraine and cervical pain. Now, they felt completely refreshed. How do you guys feel? Better, right? Xiao Rui smiled and asked, these medicines are for you guys, and you must consume them according to my instructions. I promise that you will never suffer from any of those symptoms anymore. A genius doctor, she was truly a genius doctor. Both Shen Qingyan and Kai Renhe felt humbled and passionate as Xiao Rui obviously had become the talent they need to recruit. With that, their collaboration had broken off immediately. Sis, I'll be honest. I am the president of Huayao Corporation, Shen Qingyan. Join us, and I can provide you with a greater platform to maximize your outreach. 10 billion, I'll pay you an annual salary of 10 billion. Just when Shen Qingyan threw out the invitation, Kai Renhe interjected loudly. He then turned to Xiao Rui with much respect and said, little girl, oh, no, I mean Ms. Genius. I am the president of Renhe Medicine, Kai Renhe. I will pay you 10 billion annually to hire you as the medical expert of our company. I'll pay 20 billion. Shen Qingyan fought back without any hesitation. President Shen, are you sure that you want to compete with me? Kai Renhe questioned her in a sarcastic tone. Shen Qingyan glared at him coldly. Please get this right. I invited her first to my Huayao Corporation. You can't be just ignoring that fact, just to get your way right, President Kai? Screw your first come, first serve nonsense, this isn't trying to make a sale. Kai Renhe said, godly doctor, besides an annual salary of 20 million, Renhe Medicines will also provide you with a villa worth at least 6 million in the richest district of Shanghai. Shen Qingyan grabbed Xiao Rui's hand confidently and said, Huayao Group will double whatever condition Renhe Medicines is willing to offer. Shen Qingyan, you, Kai Renhe hissed and gritted his teeth angrily. Shen Qingyan could not be bothered with his anger. No matter what it took, she had to make sure that she won over the young lady in front of her. If Xiao Rui went over to Renhe Medicines, their status in the traditional medicine field would rise for sure, which would change the balance between their businesses. Sooner or later, Huayao Group would lose the ability to compete with Renhe Medicines, allowing them to swallow her organization up. Then, Xiao Rui slowly opened her mouth and said, "You're from Huayao Group?" Shen Qingyan nodded enthusiastically and replied, "Yes, I came specially for." Xiao Rui didn't allow her to finish her sentence, turned around, and asked Kai Renhe, "And you're from Renhe Medicines?" Kai Renhe nodded quickly and said, "Yes, godly doctor." "So, you are the ones who are working together to bring down my brother's Luo workshop," Xiao Rui said, her tone turning cold all of a sudden. "Brother? Luo workshop?" Shen Qingyan and Kai Renhe were stunned and suddenly felt something amiss, and that their plans weren't going in the direction they hoped for. Shen Qingyan had an awkward smile on her face. "Young lady, what do you mean by that?" "I don't think we quite get it," she said. "You don't quite get it?" Xiao Rui sneered and proceeded to explain, "Luo workshop belongs to my brother. When he and Summer were fighting for a share in this Shanghai market, your two pharmaceutical manufacturers decided to come along and join the competition. Don't you guys have anything better to do?" After hearing that, the look on Shen Qingyan and Kai Renhe's face turned pale. No one could have predicted that this female godly doctor in front of them was the younger sister of Luo Workshop's owner. She had been so nice to them just a second ago, but suddenly turned hostile. It became evident that Jinitong Clinic had recently been on the rise in Shanghai to go against them in the pharmaceutical sector. "Godly doctor, we didn't join the fight between Luo Workshop and Summer for no good reason. It's because the Chinese herbal drink that was developed by Luo Workshop caused our companies to experience a drop in sales, so we had no choice but to do what we did." As Kai Renhe had desperately tried to explain, he thought that Luo Workshop's TCM health drink could very well have been developed by this godly female doctor. Since Luo Workshop and godly doctor are so closely connected, Renhe Medicines is willing to withdraw. "We'll let Luo Workshop receive all the earnings from the health products," he said. He was determined to win over Xiao Rui and believed that as long as he had her on his side, she would bring Renhe Medicines to greater heights never been seen before. "There's no need for that," Xiao Rui said. "No need for that?" Kai Renhe was shocked as he stared at her anxiously. Glaring at him coldly, Xiao Rui said, "My brother said that the sound of the war drums from the right of Yifulite has already been sounded. No one can stop it, and no one can back out halfway through." "The sound of the war drums from the right of Yifulite?" Shen Qingyan, Kai Renhe, and everyone else present couldn't help but gasp. Legend had it that the warriors in the ancient Roman arena would hear a kind of sound when they fought without fearing death, even when they were on the verge of death. All the warriors who listened to the sound of the war drums did not fight because of hate, victory, defeat, or even for themselves. They would rather die than allow their fighting spirit to diminish. At that moment, they would be able to attain a kind of power that far exceeded all the logic and explanations of this world. It was as if they were dedicating their lives to the god of war, and this bloody battle was a memorial ceremony that would only end with death. Luo Workshop was trying to go against Huayao Group and Renhe Medicines? Where did this kind of courage come from? Shen Qingyan, as well as Kai Renhe, his driver, and his secretary were shocked. They stood there, staring blankly at Xiao Rui. "Young lady, does Jinitong Clinic belong to your brother as well?" Shen Qingyan asked. "Yes, I'm operating it on behalf of my brother," Xiao Rui said, raising her chin up proudly. Jinitong Clinic was indeed going against them. Shen Qingyan and Kai Renhe finally began to understand what was going on here. Of all the times to appear, it was no wonder that Jinitong Clinic had entered and established itself in Shanghai now. It was because Luo Workshop was preparing to bring the fight to them. Shen Qingyan managed to calm herself down really quickly and said, "I have to admit that Jinitong Clinic is really capable, But just relying on you alone is not going to make a significant challenge to both our organizations. In fact, you won't even be able to shake any of us from our market position as you're merely a small business, while we're a group of companies. Our products are sold in other countries, and Jinitong Clinic is not going to be a match for us. I'm not trying to exaggerate, but just stating the facts. Is that so? Then why are you here at our clinic? Xiao said. She giggled a little with a slight hint of disdain in that smirk. Shen Qingyan was left speechless, while Kai Renhe had no idea what to say. Let me say it for you guys. It's because my Jinitong Clinic is a threat to you. It's making you guys feel impatient and uneasy even when you eat or sleep, so you're here to take a look, Xiao said, but this trip down here has made you guys feel even more uneasy than you were before. My brother has said it before, he will make sure Jinitong Clinic rises gradually on a step-by-step basis. You guys may have a group, but it's also possible for Jinitong Clinic and Luo Workshop to turn into a group in the future as well. It's just a matter of time. Seeing the confidence projected by Xiao Rui, both Shen Qingyan and Kai Renhe began to break into a cold sweat. They could already predict what the future scenario would look like, which was not a joke. With how fast Jinitong Clinic had been rising and how they were able to achieve their current market share, the clinic would possibly reach a point where they would compete on equal footing in less than 2 years. Damn it, just who was the boss of Luo Workshop? Kai Renhe was cursing from within. Building up Jinitong Clinic was causing him so much stress in just 2 weeks, was unbelievable. Who is their mysterious owner? Did CEO Zhang really say that? Shen Qingyan said. She found it hard to believe that an incapable guy like Zhang Dashan was capable of saying something like this. CEO Zhang? Xiao Rui furrowed her eyebrows and replied, I assume you're talking about big-faced Zhang. That's not my brother. He's working for my brother, just like me. But he's in charge of Luo Workshop instead. What? Shen Qingyan had a bad feeling about the whole affair all of a sudden. She finally recalled that Zhang Dashan mentioned that he had a boss that he reported to, and that guy was the real owner of Luo Workshop. Just who in the world was he? Shen Qingyan and everyone else at the scene was really curious to find out who this person was. Godly doctor, can you tell us who your brother is? Kai Renhe asked, laughing a little to ease the tension. My apologies, but my brother won't allow me to tell anyone. When the time is right, you guys will eventually meet him. Alright, it's getting late, please go back. It's time for me to rest, Xiao Rui said. Since they were her brother's enemies, she naturally did not see the need to be too kind toward them. Since Jinitong Clinic had already dismissed their offers, both Shen Qingyan and Kai Renhe had no reason to stay here any longer. They both walked out, feeling a sense of despair, because they could tell that the winds of change were already blowing their way. CEO Shen, Jinitong Clinic is pursuing the medicinal market share that traditionally belongs to us. Based on their current pace of development, they will be able to monopolize the market in half a year. On a national level, the rise of Chinese medicine is good for the country and the nation, but for both our organizations, it is undoubtedly a catastrophe, Kai Renhe said, heaving a sigh as he looked up into the quiet night sky. Shen Qingyan stared contemplatively out into the distance. Just like Kai Renhe, she could also foresee the future. If the group didn't change and take the proper measures, what awaited her would be Huayao Corporation's destruction. Jinitong Clinic had a competitive advantage and what it took to crush them. Huh. Kai Renhe didn't say anything else. He shook his head, sighed, got into his car, and left. Luo's Workshop, Jinitong Clinic, just who the hell is your owner? Shen Qingyan turned around to take another look at Jinitong Clinic with mixed feelings. This mysterious guy landed in Shanghai was shaking up the market and causing so much insecurity to her Huayao group, Su Li's Summer, and Kai Renhe's Renhe Medicines. Then, she got into her car and left as well. After Shen Qingyan and Kai Renhe left Jinitong Clinic, Xiao Rui turned around and walked toward one of the inner rooms that had its doors shut. She didn't open the door and waited patiently just outside the room. Not long after, the door opened. Xiao Rui's brother, Xiao Luo, and husband, Tang Ren, walked out. Tang Ren's skin was pale with a tender-looking face. Although he was 24 or 5 years old, it looked as if he still had a childlike innocence inside him. "Brother!" Xiao Rui walked up to him quickly. Xiao Luo smiled, nodding his head and said, "Tang Ren's hypnosis was really successful. You don't have to worry about a thing." He had hypnotized Tang Ren earlier on, using a Chinese medicine master's knowledge and skills that he redeemed through the system and transferring it into Tang Ren's brain at the fastest speed possible. It was a little bit like the movie Inception, but a lot simpler and more straightforward. It was exhausting for Xiao Luo, which was why he felt like collapsing after each hypnosis session, but this never showed outwardly on his body. Xiao Rui handed over a cup of water from the water dispenser to Xiao Luo and said, "I'm not worried about him at all, I'm worried about you." "Wow, wife, you've just hurt my feelings." Tang Ren put on a sorrowful look on his face and quipped, "It's extremely tiring to be the one being hypnotized as well. Go, go, go. My brother's not even complaining about being tired, why are you complaining? Besides, my brother is a god. You should consider yourself lucky that a god is hypnotizing you," Xiao Rui said. She was not spouting nonsense. In her eyes, Xiao Luo was like a god that could do anything. He even turned her into a highly skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, so, if he wasn't a god, then what was he? Right, you're right. Tang Ren raised his thumb and said without much energy. Thwack. Xiao Rui slapped him on the head and scowled, "Nahan Duanzi, 1, has already been shut down, and you're still imitating and speaking like that old lady, don't you think you're being annoying?" "Wife, I'm a Duanyu. Once a Duanyu, always a Duanyu, it's a kind of religion, Didi, Tang Ren said. "Didi, your bloody head," Xiao Rui said, then proceeded to punch and kick him to put some sense into his head. Xiao Luo was in a corner drinking his water and gradually regained his senses. The fact that he got his younger sister and brother-in-law to quit their jobs in Jiangqing and come over to Shanghai was, in a way, being selfish, but he knew he could trust them. He couldn't merely hypnotize and transfer the knowledge and skills of a Chinese medicine master to anyone. Although Xiao Rui and Tang Ren might not always be sensitive to his needs, there was no way they would leak anything that should not be revealed. Even if Zhang Dashan asked, he was sure that Xiao Rui would only roar and say, "Your sister learned it all by herself." Looking at how both of them were bickering, one willing to beat, and the other willing to take a beating, Xiao Luo laughed and said, "All right, it's getting late. It's time for me to head back. Take care of Jinitong Clinic. Also, you can accept some disciples in anticipation of our expansion of future outlets. But remember this, it has to be someone that is trustworthy. Brother, you don't have to worry about a thing." Xiao Rui stopped her nonsense, turned around, and said to Xiao Luo, "Oh, right brother, the CEOs of Huayao Group and Renhe Medicines were here earlier on." Xiao Luo laughed and replied, as expected. He opened Jinitong Clinic so he could push back against the offensive mounted by Huayao Group and Renhe Medicines. Since this clinic posed a threat to both of them, there was no way they wouldn't come to take a look and find out what was going on. "You didn't do anything to them, right?" Xiao Luo was worried that Xiao Rui might do something to them since the 9 needles that he had imparted to her could heal and harm. "No, I even treated the chronic pains that they've been experienced on their bodies for several years. I only knew that they were from Huayao Group and Renhe Medicines much later, so I chased them out as soon as I found that out." Xiao Rui was fuming and said, "If I knew who they were right from the start, I would have given them a good treatment for sure. To think that they had the nerves to bully you just because they're from bigger companies, huh?" Xiao Luo chuckled. "Alright, stop being childish. What do you mean by bully? I don't feel that way at all. Half a month later, Jianitong Clinic was right at the top. Everyone in Shanghai knew or had at least heard about them. Thanks to extensive media coverage, everyone in the country knew that Jianitong Clinic, a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, had successfully treated terminally ill cancer patients. The number of the rich and famous who came to the clinic each day was beyond counting. Thanks to the influence of Jianitong, most people chose to spend at Luo Workshop instead of Summer. People believed in celebrity endorsements, but it could not compare to a doctor who could treat incurable diseases. In the face of health and wellness, the celebrity effect had a much lesser effect, especially when Jianitong publicized the news that Luo Workshop belonged to the same organization as them. The pavements outside of Luo Workshop outlets became as busy as a marketplace. Their daily sales reached an unprecedented height and continued to rise daily. Belonging to the same organization as Jianitong Clinic, what does this mean? It meant that Luo Workshop's pastry and bread was of good quality, and who knew there might be some traditional medicine inside their pastries. Consumers naturally connected the dotted lines and assumed that they had the chance to live much longer if they consumed those pastries. Cai Jing was panicking. Although she hid it well, Suli was more or less shaking a little. What Luo Workshop had done far exceeded her expectations. No one could have predicted that Jianitong would pop up all of a sudden. The clinic had also caused Xuanhuan and Kai Renhe to experience a kind of panic that they had never experienced before, and had a direct and tangible effect on Luo Workshop being able to suppress her summer operations. Lili, our summer has been making a loss for a while now. If things continue as they are, by the mid of next month, our losses will exceed more than $10 million, Cai Jing said, looking like a defeated rooster. She had already admitted defeat to the boss of Luo Workshop, who was way too formidable. With one Jianitong Clinic alone, he shook the two largest drug manufacturers in Shanghai, making them tremble in fear, and causing their summer to be in a complete mess. 10 million? That much? Suli furrowed her brows. 10 million might not be a lot to her, but the implications of what was to come were horrifying. Shop rental, employees' salaries, utility bills, cost of raw materials, and much more. While Summer is not making any profit at all, we still have to pay for all of that. The finance department has already come up with a detailed report, Cai Jing lamented, taking out a document from her bag and handed it over to Suli. Suli glanced through the report and detected nothing wrong with the calculations. Summer was indeed making a loss of roughly $200,000 daily. After closing the document, she said, "Arrange for me to meet the boss of Luo Workshop." All right. Cai Jing nodded her head and didn't seem to have any objections. The only way out for Summer right now was to work with Luo Workshop. Footnote 1. Nahan Duanzi is an app to share memes, and Duanyu is a user of the app. Old Xiao, your wife got a sue, Shenqing Yan from Huayao Group, and Kai Renhe from Renhe Medicines want to meet you. I think it's time to end this war, don't you think? Zhang Dashan said. He spoke through the phone in his uniquely thunderous voice. Just hearing his booming voice alone gave one the impression of a huge man talking on the other end of the line. Xiao Luo had nothing to do that afternoon and was watching television on his sofa. He found it a little weird hearing this from Zhang Dashan. He had known this day would come, but he had expected it to come later rather than sooner. He thought for a bit, then said, "Handle it on your own." "I can't do that, old sport. They've already mentioned that they want to meet the real owner of Luo Workshop. I'm just your spokesperson, so I'm not qualified to do that," Zhang Dashan said. Xiao Luo had nothing to say. He initially thought it would be better to avoid trouble, but now it seemed like he could no longer avoid it. "Damn it, are you going to meet them or not? Can't you just give me a straightforward answer?" Zhang Dashan ranted. "I'll meet them. Alright, it's at 3 p.m. today, in the VIP room of Luo Workshop. Don't be late. Okay. Xiao Luo nodded his head and ended the call. Su Li entered his apartment 10 minutes later. She had come in by entering the passcode without knocking on the door as usual. She was wearing a black yarn skirt which gave her a demure and beautiful appearance. With her slender waist and the light, elegant steps she took, this woman's beauty was always enough to take one's breath away. I thought you weren't in, Su Li's voice was light. She walked towards the sofa. I just happen to have some free time now. Xiao Luo poured a cup of tea for her. What's the matter? Why are you looking for me? Can't I look for you without any reason? Su Li raised her head and looked at Xiao Luo's face with her eyes as clear as water. Xiao Luo was stunned, but smiled and said, Sure, of course, you can. Su Li took a sip of her tea and paused before she said, My summer has lost to Luo Workshop. News of both of these organizations are all over the headlines. I don't know even if I wanted it this way, Xiao Luo said as he nodded his head. Su Li was behaving like a young girl whining to her boyfriend. Besides all these, don't you have anything else to say to me, she said. Xiao Luo shook his head and replied, I don't know what else to say. Forget it. Su Li took her eyes off of him with a slight bit of disappointment and changed the subject. I'm going to meet the person in charge of Luo Workshop this afternoon. Will you have the time to help me look after Su Xiaobei? Xiao Luo's face looked awkward. Actually I have something to attend to later, he said. Although I don't know what you're busy with these days, it's okay to be a little busy. Alright, I'll just call Su Caney over to take care of her, you can go do your thing. Alright. After mentioning that, they both found nothing else to say to one another. The silence in the apartment was deafening, and you could only hear the sound coming from the television. Su Li glanced at what was showing on the television. It was the story between a group of hyenas and a group of lions taking place at the vast African savanna. They were both at the top of the food chain and carried out their activities in packs. The program showed bloody scenes of the hunters and the hunted, and it was evident that life on the vast grasslands of the savanna was cruel and unforgiving. Such was life on Earth. Do you actually enjoy watching these kinds of shows? Su Li said. She was trying to make conversation. I had nothing else better to do, so I just turned it on and thought it was pretty interesting. These hyenas might look small, but won't hesitate to steal food from a lion's mouth when they're hungry, Xiao Luo replied as he sat down beside her, about half a meter away from one another. Is that so? Su Li furrowed her brows. Although she was looking forward to closing the distance between her and Xiao Luo, doing so was a little daunting for her and made her feel awkward. The present moment was a fine example, since she had poured her heart and soul into Summer, all she wanted was for this guy to comfort her. Now that she was suffering such mounting pressure on her business all of a sudden, it would be a lie to say that she was not feeling depressed about it. That's right. See, aren't they stealing the lion's prey right now? Xiao Luo finally found a common topic for him to talk about with her, and he was not going to let this opportunity slip. He was also sure of his gut feeling and was convinced that she liked him as well. She didn't know how to express it. Otherwise, back when he was in Libya, they wouldn't have chatted on WeChat till midnight. It was a memorable moment, and if he had not been in Libya back then, but here in this apartment, he was sure that he would have broken down her apartment door, walked towards Su Li, and hugged her. Do you know which part of the prey do hyenas love attacking the most? He asked. Su Li shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Which part? She said. The excretory opening, also known as the anus, Xiao Luo said matter-of-factly. Huh? As soon as Su Li heard that, her pretty face turned red and her eyes were opened wide. She turned her head around to look at this man, and thought to herself, that kind of word, how could this guy say something like that while keeping a straight face? But she still responded, why is that so? This is a kind of strategy. You can also say that this is a predicament caused by their stature, hyenas are short. They can't bite into their prey's neck, but as the underbelly and rear end are much softer than the other parts, so they can easily bite down on it. As long as they can bite into their intestines, no matter how far their prey runs, their intestines will still be in the hyena's mouth. The more the prey runs and struggles, the more their intestines are going to get pulled out. Eventually, they'll achieve their goal of killing their prey. This instinct is already an instinct and is embedded into their genes, Xiao Luo explained. He felt that this was basic animal instinct, so, he naturally said everything he wanted to say. But Su Li's hair was standing on ends after listening to that. Just picturing the bloody scene, and one that involved a body part that was embarrassing even to mention, to begin with, Su Li found herself feeling awkward and uncomfortable with the feeling she was experiencing right now. Besides, the 4 words "a kind of strategy" reminded her of her Sumer and Luo workshop. No matter how she thought about it, Luo workshop was like the hyena, while her Sumer was the prey. She quickly drank her tea to get Xiao Luo to stop talking about it. Alright, I got it. What about lions then? Lions have a huge body. They are powerful and won't attack the anus like the hyenas. They will bite straight down into their prey's throat. But when they are devouring their prey, some lions do enjoy starting from their prey's anus as well. PFTT. After hearing Xiao Luo talking about the anus again, Su Li couldn't help but spit the tea from her mouth out. She gritted her teeth and stared at Xiao Luo. "Are you doing this on purpose?" she cried. Xiao Luo was dumbfounded. Doing what on purpose? Saying that vulgar word again and again. Su Li's cheeks turned hot. Forget mentioning the word, just hearing it made her uncomfortable. She would have ignored it if this jerk had only mentioned it once, but saying it again and again made her wonder if this word was not the least bit vulgar to him at all. Besides, they were finally starting to talk a little, but it always ended with that word, which made her feel like she was about to go crazy real soon. Anus is an academic word, how is it a vulgar word? I didn't even say *SS. You know what word I'm referring to, right? Xiao Luo explained. *SS what? Just what kind of material was this jerk's skin made of? Was it thicker than the city wall? Su Li was turning crazy. She knew that the word that Xiao Luo was mentioning ended with hole, and her pretty face turned red. Shameless, you're so dirty. She threw those words at Xiao Luo, stood up, and left. She felt like she was about to go crazy real soon if she stayed here any longer. Xiao Luo had nothing to say. He was only talking about the stuff that he knew. How was it shameless and dirty? What was wrong with mentioning the word anus? Wasn't it natural for an expert to talk about the anus to the hundreds of students he had in front of an educational video? To be called shameless and dirty was absolutely ridiculous. Luo Workshop's branch in Shanghai was in the new Jinhua district. It was an area filled with manufacturing companies. Luo Workshop had merged its pastry and bread factories and had 4 large main entrances, each facing one of the cardinal directions. The landscaping was passable, and as they had only been able to settle earlier this year, the plants and trees inside the compound were not as mature as they were transported from elsewhere. But it was evident that this area's development was going to flourish much greater heights in a couple of years. Look, over there. It's our national goddess, Su Li's car, someone exclaimed. How can you only spot Su Li's car? The cars of Shin Qingyan from Huayao Group and Kai Renha from Renha Medicines are right behind hers as well, another person said. The 3 giants of Shanghai have come together to visit Luo Workshop. This Luo Workshop sure is powerful, said another. No one can disagree with that. Luo Workshop's business and assets might not be comparable to the other 3, but just withstanding the pressure coming from them has allowed Luo Workshop to establish a strong foothold in Shanghai. The boss of Luo Workshop is way too mysterious. The gene clinic was established by him as well. I heard that Mr. Zhang Dashan is just the person in charge of Luo workshop, but the real boss has yet to show himself. That's right. The employees of Luo workshop have all signed a confidentiality agreement to keep the identity of the boss a secret. Besides, only those at the department head level can meet the real boss of Luo workshop. A group of reporters was gathered in front of Luo workshop after receiving a tip-off. Presently, any news on Luo workshop attracted public attention, so the reporters catered to public demand. As soon as Su Li and the others arrived, the reporters knew that this was going to be another big scoop, and the sound of their cameras kept clicking with the distinctive sound of shutters opening and shutting as they snapped photos. The 3 cars were directed in by the Luo workshop staff and glided into the office grounds. After Su Li, Shen Qingyan, and Kai Renhe stepped out of their cars, Zhang Dashan, who was in a formal suit with a head of shiny black hair combed nicely, welcomed them with a smile. CEO Su, CEO Shen, CEO Kai. On behalf of Luo Workshop, allow me to welcome you, he said, bowing graciously. Zhang Dashan shook their hands. He was a competent manager in terms of work, and he made sure that he acted respectfully and refrained from being excessively tactile when shaking hands with the 2 beautiful ladies. Even though he was interested in Shen Qingyan, he conducted himself appropriately and kept a professional distance. Zhang Dashan, stop wasting time. We're here to meet the real boss of Luo Workshop, hurry up and bring us to him. Cai Jing did not pretend to be nice when she dealt with Zhang Dashan. She wanted to meet the boss of Luo Workshop as soon as possible. She had voiced Su Li, Shen Qingyan, and Kai Renhe's thoughts as well, so the other 3 did not try to interrupt her. There's no hurry at all. It's not even 3 p.m. yet. Let me introduce these 2 beautiful ladies beside me to all of you first, Zhang Dashan continued, ignoring her affront politely. Zhang Dashan moved his hand to introduce the girl on his left, who looked roughly 25 or 26 years old. This is the department head of our sales department, Ms. Li Ziming. She's in charge of everything related to the stores at Luo Workshop. It goes without saying that she's capable, outstanding, hardworking, and beautiful. Back in Jiangqing, it was because of Ms. Li that Luo Workshop was able to overcome all sorts of difficulties, he said, beaming with pride. CEO Su, CEO Shen, CEO Kai, nice to meet you. Li Ziming raised her hand out and shook their hands with a smile on her face. Kai Renhe had his eyes fixed on Li Ziming from the moment he saw her. It was not like he had never seen pretty girls before, but it was the first time he met a woman as charming as Li Ziming. Her charm exuded from within, making her look calm and confident at the same time. Any man would want to conquer a woman like her. Su Li and Shen Qingyan were also quietly giving Li Ziming the once-over. It was something every woman would unconsciously do when they saw a potential competitor. Tall and slender, with a devilish look and decked in business attire, Li Ziming was at par with both of them. This person over here is the department head of our R&D department, Ms. Luo Qi. Most of the unique and new pastries and bread from Luo Workshop were all created thanks to that genius-like brain of hers, Zhang Dashan said. Nice to meet you. Luo Qi greeted them with her delicate voice. She had huge eyes and a tiny mouth on her exquisite-looking face, and she exuded a cute and lively aura. Luo Qi looked at Su Li with worship written all over her face and said, Goddess Su, I'm a fan of yours. I went to your Jiangqing concert last year. I also enjoy listening to your songs and watching the dramas that you've acted in. Once you're done meeting our boss, can you please take a photo with me and let me have your autograph? Luo Qi looked overwhelmed and breathlessly. Sure, no problem at all, Su Li said, nodding her head with a smile on her face. That's great. Thank you, Goddess Su, responded the excited fan. Luo Qi was so happy that she was bouncing around, grinning from ear to ear, and her eyes were crescent-shaped. Cough, cough. We're talking about work now, what on earth is all this about? Zhang Dashan said with a straight face, but in the next second, began to chuckle and turned to Suli. If Goddess Su doesn't mind, please let me have your autograph as well. I gave the one you gave me last year to my mum. This time around I have to keep it for myself, he said. Everyone else was speechless. The VIP meeting room at Luo Workshop was simple yet elegant. The symmetrical decoration highlighted a sense of calmness, elegance, and sophistication, but it looked grand and luxurious at the same time. Above them was an impressive square-shaped chandelier. A textured carpet covered the floor. A conference table made of solid wood sat in the middle of the room, with 9 seats on each side and 2 seats at both ends. There were speakerphones placed on the table for every seat, for anyone who wished to use it. CEO Zhang, it's already 3 p.m., may I know when the boss of Luo Workshop will arrive? Kai Renhe was not a guy who could patiently wait for long periods. He usually had people waiting for him, and now that he was waiting for someone else, he could barely retain his composure. No hurry, he'll be here when he's here. Drink your tea, let's drink our tea, and we can look at the beautiful view outside. This meeting room is located right on the top floor, so you have a clear view of the entire park through this window. What a beautiful view, Zhang Dashan said. Outwardly, he looked calm but was anxious as hell on the inside. He thought, bloody hell, what the hell is that old Xiao doing? I told him to be here at 3 p.m., why is he not here yet? Though Summer might have lost, that doesn't mean that we have to work with Luo Workshop. If you're fooling around with us, then we'd rather announce that Summer will be shutting down, Chai Jiying said furiously, slamming her hands on the table. Ms. Chai, hold on, we can win. Oh, I mean the boss of Luo Workshop will arrive soon. I just hope that you guys won't be too surprised, Zhang Dashan remarked, then stopped himself from saying anything else. Surprised? Don't tell me the boss of Luo Workshop is a national leader. What a surprise that will be, huh? Chai Jiying sneered. Zhang Dashan smiled but did not respond to her taunt. Drink your tea, he said. Suli drank her tea quietly. Quiet and elegant, smart, and beautiful, she did not pay much attention to what Zhang Dashan had said. If this dragged on any longer and exceeded her patience, she would leave without any qualms. She had her dignity and pride. It was not like Summer, could not afford to lose. Time slowly ticked away. The long wait was a test of their patience. Li Ziming and Luo Qi had gone out of the room to contact Xiao Luo, while Zhang Dashan stayed back to hold the fort. He appeared to be calm and collected at his seat. But as he looked into the faces of Suli, Shen Qingyan, Kai Renhe, and Chai Jiying, he was starting to feel sick, and his back was almost drenched in sweat. It seems like it's already 3:40 p.m. Zhang Dashan looked at the time with an awkward smile on his face. He waved his hand to signal the staff to pour tea for Suli and the other guests. He did his best to maintain his calm. Please, let's drink our tea. This tea is of very good quality. It is healthy and can help you slim down, and it might even kill some time as well, he said, waffling away. Right, CEO Shen, what kind of tea do you like? Personally, I feel that this Westlake Longjing is pretty good. It has a long-lasting fragrance that's as sweet as the orchid. It's refreshing, leaves a good taste in your mouth, and makes you want more. Shen Qingyan responded to him with a cold smile. They were already 40 minutes behind schedule. She did not have to wait this long when she went overseas to meet their president, making her extremely angry. Chai Jiying wasn't so kind and did not hold back. I'll sit here and see how long you can keep this up, she said. Kai Renhe responded with a stern and gloomy-looking face. CEO Zhang, our time is precious, as you know. You've wasted so much of it, and you have to give us a reasonable explanation. Explanation? What explanation do you want me to give? How can you blame me for this? Zhang Dashan thought quietly to himself and cursed Xiao Luo. He had told Xiao Luo that the meeting was 3 p.m., but it was now already 3:40 p.m., and he was nowhere in sight. He was clearly messing around. The people sitting here were not ordinary people, but famous figures in Shanghai. No matter how thick his skin was, he could not continue to hold them off much longer by himself. He forced himself to remain calm and said, an explanation. Yes, I think there could be one possible reason why. Our boss could have arrived before 3 p.m. But on his way here, he encountered a group of robbers trying to rob a bank. He couldn't just stand aside and not do anything about it, so that is why he's delayed. When he said that, Su Li and the rest stared at him as if they were looking at an alien. Kai Renhe laughed mockingly, and he was not pleased. I've listened to all sorts of excuses for being late, but this one takes the cake. Do you take all of us here for fools? He said. Shen Qingyan couldn't take any more. She stood up after slamming her hands on the table and stared at Zhang furiously. Zhang Dashan, what the hell are you up to? You better believe that I might just tear your Luo workshop down right now, she screamed. What the hell, why is she so hot-tempered? Zhang Dashan was visibly shocked. Shen Qingyan's temper had shaken him. Cai Jiying bolted straight up and said, You, with the surname of Zhang, I'll give you 5 more minutes. If the boss of Luo workshop doesn't show up by then, you can forget about working together with us, she said. Zhang Dashan lifted his hands, trying to calm everyone down. Calm down, look at Goddess Su. She hasn't said a single thing since she entered. This is self-restraint, this is charisma, he said. Right at that moment, Su Li stood up, and with a cold-looking expression, and said, Let's go. After saying that, she turned around and headed toward the exit of the meeting room. What? Did he get an egg thrown on his face that quickly? Zhang Dashan was humiliated, and he did not know what to say to make her stay. He was as nervous as an ant on a hot pot. Suddenly, the door of the meeting room opened. Li Ziming, looking sharp in her formal suit, walked in and said, CEO Xiao is here. CEO Xiao? Who was CEO Xiao? The boss of Luo Workshop? Su Li and the others were shocked. In the next second, a man who was in a somewhat casual suit walked in. He had sharp facial features as if his face had been sculpted, with hair that was dark and glossy, knife-shaped eyebrows, and a pair of piercing eyes. I'm sorry, something happened on my way here. Sorry to have kept all of you waiting, the man said. While explaining why he was late, the man walked confidently into the meeting room towards the main seat at the end of the conference table, then turned around to face everyone. His entire body was radiating an air of superiority. Every single action he took made him look charismatic. Xiao Luo? Su Li, Shen Qingyan, and Cai Jiying were stunned into silence. They stared at him with eyes wide open. Why was Xiao Luo here? And why was he taking the seat at the head of the table? A whole bunch of questions ran through their minds. It was as if time had stopped at that moment. Everything around them became inconsequential, and their eyes were all focused on this familiar, yet unfamiliar man. Cousin, you're finally here. Any later and I would have killed myself, a voice cut across the silent room. Zhang Dashan, who was collapsing, hurriedly made the introduction. Goddess Su, CEO Shen, CEO Kai, this is the boss of Luo Workshop. His surname is Xiao, and his given name is just Luo. What? As soon as he said that, it was as if a bomb just exploded in Su Li and everyone else's heads. What? He. Xiao Luo is the boss of Luo Workshop? This can't be. Cai Jiying mumbled incoherently as her legs went weak, and she sat right back in her seat from the shock. Thankfully, the chair was just under her. Otherwise, she would have been sprawled on the floor by now and making a fool of herself. Su Li froze as if she turned into a piece of wood. She stared into Xiao Luo's eyes with shock. Her eyelids were quivering, and her brain seemed to have gone blank. Xiao Luo, you're the boss of Luo Workshop? Xuanhuan asked in disbelief. She had been speculating who the boss of Luo Workshop could be, at least a dozen times, but it never occurred to her that it would turn out to be Xiao Luo. It didn't make sense. Xiao Luo had once worked at her Huayao group, and there was no reason for the boss of Luo Workshop to lower his pride to work at her company. Xiao Luo nodded his head and replied, yes. It was now time for him to lay the cards on the table, and there was no need for him to try to cover it up any longer. Besides, Luo Workshop was in an excellent position to negotiate with them now. When she heard Xiao Luo's reply, Xuanhuan's eyes lost their sparkle, and she dropped back in her seat like a lifeless robot. Compared to the rest, Kai Renhe was a lot calmer, although he couldn't contain his annoyance. As you're the boss of Luo Workshop, then you owe us a proper explanation. Why did you make us wait here for more than 40 minutes, he asked. I've already said, something happened on my way here, Xiao Luo replied. What could have happened that it would delay you by a good 40 minutes? Kai Renhe retorted, clearly dissatisfied with the explanation. Don't tell me it was due to a traffic jam, for Shanghai's traffic isn't that bad that a jam can last as long as 40 minutes, he sneered. Xiao Luo shook his head and smiled. It wasn't because of a traffic jam. On my way here, I met a group of robbers who were trying to rob a bank, he explained. Robbers trying to rob a bank? Did they have to be this in sync? Did he even have to use the lame excuse that I offered earlier to bamboozle these three bosses? What in the world was this? It was the first time that Zhang Dashan had ever felt like he was about to go crazy. This brother of his was too much. He had the gall to use such a lame excuse, and to think that he even said it with such a serious-looking face. Suli, Xuanhuan, Kai Renhe, and everyone else was so shocked that their jaws dropped, leaving their mouths wide open. They could not believe that Xiao Luo would use the same excuse that Zhang Dashan had given earlier. What the hell was going on here? Was he looking down on them, or was he trying to humiliate them? Kai Renhe laughed mockingly and said, CEO Xiao, did you really think we'd believe that? You might not believe it, but everything I just said is the truth, Xiao Luo replied. Zhang Dashan could not put up with this any longer and whispered into Xiao Luo's ears with a concerned expression. Cousin, I made this up earlier on and said that you encountered a group of robbers who were trying to rob a bank. I can't believe you're using the same excuse too. I'm sure they think that we're taking them fools and are messing around with them.